place. What drew you here? What strange tales brought you to this trap from which you'll be fortunate to escape with your lives or your sanity? Perhaps it was one of the rumors, even though these proved to be naught but fantasy. Your only hope of survival is to hack your way free from the arena, escaping into the training room where the gladiators once practiced, and from there, fleeing into the body of the necropolis. But how did you get here? What drew you to this long-fallen city? I will tell you. The dead are stirring in their graves. The graveyards are no longer resting places, but masses of freshly tilled soil, plowed up from beneath by skeletal hands. Something is called the bones of the long forgotten and recently deceased to its side. In a grim tide, they march upon an ancient city. You must find out where they are going and why. We're all 12th level, traveled together before. You have now come across the edge of this necropolis. Upon entering, you notice what looks to be an abandoned gladiatorial arena. Deciding to venture forth, you walk in, and after the last of you has stepped in, a portcullis closes behind you.
Darn it.
When that happens.
Darn it.
When you look up, you now see thousands of spectators.
Are they
Oh.
spectral?
They're absolutely spectral spectators.
The hardest to satisfy.
They're screaming for blood. They're screaming for to be entertained. Rising from the floor of the arena itself, you see before you what I have placed on the table. Skeletal remains of various different, who knows what their professions were in ages past. See what you think are archers and swordsmen and some sort of champion in the middle. When you look about the arena, you will see, as I will show you here, anything you see on this map is there. This isn't just for show. So this is a tar pit. These are trapdoors that you can see. This is a pit filled with spikes. These here look like some sort of launching device. So,
Like a ballistra kind of launching?
Possibly, yes. So, beware. Phantasms wave and sway and shimmer in the half-light of a bloated sun. Ranks of them, ranks wait in the arena, watching as they watched in life, waiting for the entertainment to begin. The arena is a vast open space into which gladiators, slaves, and animals were once flung to fight one another for the entertainment of the crowd. The crowd remains. Its howls and jeers become an ethereal whisper. Its lust for blood and slaughter undimmed. Their entertainment is provided more rarely these days, but their phantom forms still lean forward as avidly as ever, desperate to witness their skeletal heroes spill the blood of those unfortunates dragged into the arena. None escape the arena alive. Instead, their broken bodies are dragged from the sandy pit and strung from nearby towers, while the ghost crowd serrates its approbation before falling chillingly silent. Not rising from the earth, but now coming from the crowd, you see a singular figure. A skeletal figure lands right here, dressed in what was once a regal suit. He's an MC of sorts. And he just holds up a giant staff and says, "Let the arena of sport begin." And he slams the staff to the ground, and once again, from out of the crowd, you see ghostly tendrils come down and grab the skeleton and pull him back into the crowd. Let's roll for initiative.
Just like
I
that.
anticipated that.
Say.
Quite an entrance.
And I think I'd roll initiative advantage with my longbow of warning, is that correct?
You should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll for initiative. There's 3 groups right now. There's 3 groups of enemies, and I'm going to roll for initiative for each group rather than for each individual that's on there.
Here we go again.
Barbarian gets advantage on initiative.
20.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're fast.
I'd be fast.
He's lithe.
All right, so we'll go around. So you got a 20.
I have 20.
David.
Not a
Okay.
natural, but a 20.
Okay. Luke, what did
Percival
get?
has an 11.
11. Okay.
10.
Chad, a 10. Okay. And/or Alex.
I got a 20, but I'll go behind the more lithe companion of
Okay.
mine. So yeah, that's not.
All right, and
15 for me.
Rose got a 15. Okay. And then let me. So, group 1.
Oops. Trigger 5. Oh, and then
Now, Andor learned great wisdom at the monastery. Unfortunately, the potions gave him a little bit of a tick, so that wisdom is slightly scattered in his head. So as soon as he sees these undead, he just speaks out, "A picture is worth a pot never boiling." And let's go.
I give him a quizzical look, which I always give him when he does such things.
Okay, so
Focus, Andor.
we have archers here, we have swordsmen here, and we have our executioner here. So the swordsmen are going to spread out, and that is going to be their action. And Elo here, you have the first action of the party.
I will use my longbow, which is what which is what I had out. And I have 2 attacks. I will shoot 2 + 2 arrows at that individual.
Okay.
Let's see. Ooh, not great. I don't know what their armor class is, but it is +10, so that would be a 15 and a 14.
Your 15 will hit.
Okay, and that should be 1d8 + 6. Oh, 1! So that's 7 points of damage.
All right. He looks pretty.
You damn dirty undead creature. I'm sure magic is behind this.
To blame for almost everything.
Yeah. I think we need to send this back to hell.
It's now Niz's turn.
So like, whoa, these guys are totally not cool. They're not chill at all about things. So I raised my left hand and cast Thunder Wave at that group.
Okay.
So that is, they both can attempt a Constitution saving throw, DC 17. And I'll roll damage, and a save gets them half damage. So 10 points of damage, barring the save.
Okay. The duelists.
And if they fail, they're knocked back 10 feet as well.
And what do they need to get?
17.
1 failed, 1 did not fail.
Okay. So, yeah, 10 points was my damage, so 5, and then the one that failed is knocked back 10 feet. Push
Okay.
back 10 feet.
So this one is knocked back, and it's going this way, so I'll say it's knocked back here, 10 feet there. And, all right. It is now our champion's turn, our executioner's turn.
Oh no.
So he is going to He's going to engage. Who's got the highest armor class?
I have a 15.
Not I said to fly.
16.
I got 19.
He's going to engage you.
How did
He
he
somehow
know?
knows
Yeah.
that you are the heaviest armored.
Just have a way people like to just approach me.
Yeah. So our executioner is going to take a swing, and he gets a. Let's see.
Spell.
He misses on his first attack? Oh, never mind. You know what? He has a special ability, and he gains advantage on his first attack. So let me re-roll that. It was. He misses. So he missed
Yay.
with advantage. He missed with
Good.
advantage.
Wow.
So that's lucky for Rose, and
Yes.
also attacks against him will get disadvantage for the next turn because of this special ability that he gets at the very beginning of the combat.
Okay.
But he missed, and his second attack, he also misses. Boy, I'm going to throw these dice away. No, they're great. Okay, so that was for that group. It is now your turn, though.
Okay.
And there he is, right in
All
front.
right. Well, Rose sees this one of the big, gigantic skeletons coming her way. Gracefully, kind of dodges whatever he was trying to do, and says, "Pardon me, I didn't want to go for you." And she's going to. How far away are those ones? And can I disengage?
Those squares are 5 feet.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. She's going to move over and engage with these two.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure that he will get an attack of opportunity for that.
Go for it.
So, okay.
I'm going to use my dice.
On your way over there, he would not get advantage on this, though, because he already used his ability. But he will get a 17, which will miss. So he took a parting swing at you, and your superior armor protected you as it bounced off helplessly.
Better luck next time.
So now you can go ahead and attack one of those swordsmen.
All right, I'm just going to take care of both of you. So what she's going to do, she pulls out her vicious rapier and just lunges for the one on the left. And she's got 3 attacks.
Sweet.
So,
Wow, nice.
And let's see.
Level 12, 3 attacks.
I love it. And 20 to hit.
That will hit.
The first attack, and that's going to be 9 damage for the first.
Okay.
Right through its, whatever, the shambles of its armor, she pierces. Second attack is going to be another dirty 20 to hit. She slashes this time towards the ribs, and the damage on that is going to be 14 for the next. This thing still standing?
Yes.
No. All right. Ooh. And
So
then
it's
that's
14 on the so you're doing a 1, 2.
Yep.
Okay.
So 14 on the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's going to be 20. 21 to hit.
That will also hit. Yep.
Ooh, what do you know? Another 14 points of damage.
Wow.
This time she just, she right under the jaw and like smacks the jawbone off of it.
Yeah, his jaw's a little out of place now. He's feeling okay.
You still standing?
Mm-hmm.
Dang it. Well, as a bonus action, she's going to Misty Step back.
Nice.
Sweet.
Is that something that you can do every
As a gift.
time, or just once?
I think it's just once a day. She's going to stay right here.
Yeah.
We're saving that for later.
I like that you really blow it out right away, though. That's cool. Do it all.
I'll save that for later.
Yeah. You may need that one.
All right, Percival.
Aha. I'm going to eyeball this terrain here, and these squares are 5 feet, right?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and summon forth my magical energies and focus on a spot that's right here and cause the earth elementals beneath it to thrust up, doing bursting rocks and stuff on there, making it difficult terrain for them. They have to make a save, 3d12, half on a save. Dexterity save, and the dex save is, should be 16.
16?
Yep.
Okay. And it's
Dex
those
16.
4 on that side that it would
It
affect?
really would get these 3. This one would be 25 feet. So
Okay.
It's these 3.
And that's erupting earth, correct?
Erupting earth.
Yeah.
Big hand,
Great.
rocky hand.
I've got 1 that made it and 2 that failed. So how much damage should they take?
3d12. You want me to roll it?
Yes, please.
All right. Be happy to roll that for you. Mix of my d12s here. No, I do have 3. I'll get there. Oh, it's amazing. That's a total of 10 points.
10 points. Okay. And then the one that made the save gets half?
Yeah, 5.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
Well, rather
I will-
than roll them.
You did great.
You're doing great.
They look pretty roughed up, though. I
Okay.
will say that.
Leave
They're
the
archers.
soil alone.
They look very roughed
I'm
up.
just aerating.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Andor, the clever. What kind of clever moves do you have for us?
So Andor's eyes flash a little bit. The messy pink hair just straight up as Andor goes into a rage. I'm going to move over to the champion and, of course, give him some wisdom before I lay down the hurt. And I say, the pen is mightier than the worm.
And you actually are in
Yes.
direct, so you don't even have to move if you
So
don't
I'm
want
going to take 2 attacks.
Okay.
So first attack is going to be that's a total of 12, so that's probably not going to do it.
12 will not hit our executioner.
And the second one is a natural 20.
Oh, yeah.
That will
That's
hit.
first of the day.
And as a barbarian with brutal critical, I will be rolling an additional weapon damage when I determine the extra damage for a critical hit.
Wow.
That gnome is dynamite.
Right? So that's going to be 29 points of damage. Ouch. Made up for the miss, right? I just swung real crazy, and then I was like, oh, over there.
Yeah, he definitely, you knocked a few rib bones loose for sure. So,
Now we got some spare ribs.
yeah, exactly. No meat left on him though. The meat was gone.
I've got a bone to pick
1,000
about
years
that.
ago. All right, so it's now the archer's turn, and they're kind of mad at you, but they're just gonna throw in there. So these two, I'm gonna roll for those two first. They're gonna be taking aim at Rose. And one hits. Rose, you will take 6 points of damage from an arrow.
Okay.
And then for their second attack, another one missed, but another one hit, and you will take 5 more points of damage.
Okay.
The other 4 are going to be firing into the general group. So I'm going to roll a d4 to which one that they're attacking. So 2, that would be our ranger here. David's character.
15 armor class.
15 armor class, okay. So, David, you are riddled with arrows.
Just the way I like it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have it
And
any
you
other way.
take 13 points of damage
Okay,
from their first volley.
that hurt.
Second volley, hit again, and you take another 10 points of damage.
Okay.
And then our last 2 are once again shooting into our main group, number 1. So they're going to go for Andor. So 2 arrows each. What's your armor class, Andor?
And AC is 16.
16. I've got to check the book now. Which, by the way, not that this is an ad for this, but this is really fun because it's so easy to just check everything. It's all right here.
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
It makes for fun, easy. You said 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you get hit by 1 arrow in the first volley for just 3 points of damage, and then in the second volley, they miss. Okay. So now we are back up to the top of initiative, and that is our swordsmen and our duelists, and they're going to now. This one is going to try to throw you into the spike pit.
Oh, that's very rude.
So that
Oh,
would
wow.
be
That's
a
not hospitable at all.
grapple
Yeah.
attempt.
Hostile.
Yes, I know. How terrible.
Hostile.
So that would be a strength versus strength, I believe, for
Oh.
grapple, right?
All right.
Or is
Or
it athletics
athletics.
versus
Yeah.
athletics?
Yeah, it's athletic.
Yeah.
You chose the
And breaking free,
wrong
you can
stat.
use that.
I mean, good luck.
Well, I would think as a fighter, you would have good athletics, right? You
No,
would think
you
that.
chose.
Two men enter, one man leave.
Oh, I chose.
One man leave.
I mean, you're gonna do great.
Okay.
exactly.
Well, I got a 24.
Oh no.
Oh no, I've got a 21. Is there anything I could do? Do I have like, oh my god, advantage?
Did you grease yourself up before? You know, normal
Grappling. Is this a grapple? Okay, you can use your action to
It is a grapple.
Grapple check. I could pin a creature grappled by me. That's okay, I guess I lose.
The pit's probably pretty cool.
Oh, also,
Yes.
and I just, and
Growing points.
Yeah, right.
I should have done this already, but I also need you to make it before they even want to grab you. I forgot, you are within 5 feet of the pit, which means that you need to make a dexterity saving throw to see if
yes.
you fall into the pit.
Oh boy, okay.
Jeez.
All right. Let's see.
But they're also next to it, so we could potentially push them in.
You could potentially push them in too.
You just scrape by?
Okay, I'm indomitable, which means I can reroll a saving throw that I failed.
Which you need to believe
I
that's
knew I
exactly what
could-
you
I
just
knew
did.
this.
Good choice.
All right.
Where are the fate points now?
I know. Fate points. No.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh
That's
boy.
a natural one.
Okay,
Just gonna have a spiky.
you're
thing.
in the pit. All right,
Yeah.
you have fallen into the pit. You've been thrown and fallen into the pit. You take 3 points of damage. Not so bad.
She's
but
just in there. This is
you're
very
now
rough.
in the pit, which means in order to get out of the pit, you are going to need to make a successful acrobatics or athletics check on your next turn to get out.
Okay.
Okay, so that is there, but this one is going to move forward and take on our ranger.
Rose, you okay?
She's just in there, still on the ground. Yeah, I'm fine. I was really rude, though. Maybe you can, I don't know, teach him some manners. I was trying.
Soon. I've got these two things in front of me, but I'm on my way.
A 24 to hit for the first one. David's looking at me like, I'm never talking to you again after this.
It's all right. I'm used to being the battering ram. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Getting beat up. Usually with severed limbs. Just don't do it with severed limbs.
Nope,
okay?
you take 4 points of slashing damage, so not so bad. And the second attack, he rolls a 2, so he misses. So you're good there. Engage with throwing in the pit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, you're right there. I'm gonna try again. Hits you. You get hit for 5 points of damage, and the last one misses.
So an additional 5.
An additional 5.
Okay. I'm feeling
Like I
it.
said, this is a brutal. Okay. So you are now, and/or the last duelist is coming at you,
Right.
and you get his first slash goes right over your head, but he readjusts, and his second slash comes right down on your shoulder for just for 4 points of damage.
Okay.
All right, it is now Elohir Kill Mage's turn.
Well, I drop my longbow, grab the hilt of my sword, and I pull out Mage's Bane, my Vorpal weapon, which really wants to cut the heads off of these fine folks. We will, since it's the executioner, we will concentrate on him because chopping heads off is fair play. Let's
Fair
give it
enough.
a shot.
Yep, so the executioner is right here.
So it's only on a natural 20 that I get to do that, but let's see what happens.
Oh,
A natural
Whoa!
It is a natural 20.
wow.
and that I think has to be re-rolled because
Yes,
it is.
it's cocked.
In the crack.
That would
What is that?
14. 14.
That's plus 11, so that. So
Wow.
first off,
Yes.
step up. Hello there.
I mean, it is an undead creature, and so possibly could still be animated with its head rolled up. I don't know what the rules are about Vorpal Swords on undead.
I think it depends on whether there's.
I would go with total GM fiat in that one with a skeleton type creature.
I mean, it's too epic to not.
Yeah.
We've got to.
I think his little lights in his skull. Go
Yeah,
out.
the lights in his skull go out, and his head actually flies into the crowd.
There you go.
And
Are you not entertained?
when you see it land in the crowd, you see spectral spectators clamoring for it like it's a baseball that was it just hit a home run. Someone hit a home run somewhere, so they're just arguing over the thing.
I should have pointed.
The executioner has been executed.
Nice. Well done.
Great job.
So I assumed that I used both attacks. So it would have been like a head and then whoomph, would have cut the body because I did
Yeah.
it the second.
Yeah, I mean,
As opposed to hitting somebody else. I assume I told you my focus was.
yeah, you told me your focus was on that, so
All good.
we'll go with that. I mean, you did eliminate a big bad on this first area, so congratulations. All right,
Coming for you, Rose.
Niz.
Yeah, these guys are like really harsh in my experience in here. I look up, first of all, is it an open sky or is this an enclosed area?
It's an open sky, but it's dark and dreary.
It's okay.
Almost magically manipulated. in
Okay,
some way.
so I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, just can't fly up out of here, is what I'm.
No, absolutely not.
And I'm willing, I'll tell you what, I'll attempt an Arcana check just to, not outstanding, an 11.
So, making an Arcana check for possibly flying out, you realize that the spectators don't want you to leave, and you think that they have, even with that 11, you feel fairly confident that if you tried to fly out or even tried to leave in any other magical means, that they would stop you, even if you flew nowhere near them, that maybe something,
I see.
recalling what happened when the MC came down, announced, and then spectrally was pulled out, you feel like that's going to happen to you too.
Okay,
You
cool.
feel like the only way out is to defeat these gladiators, and then the portcullis will open.
Okay. All right. Well, I will. One of the two cats that I thunder wove before,
Yes.
I will splash one of them. The one that failed to save with fire. I'm gonna attempt to, and I hit him with, I assume, with a 22.
That will hit.
Okay. And damage. 8. 14 points of damage.
Nice. All right, I've got that
I'm gonna go
marked.
cantrippy for a little while. I don't think this is gonna be it.
I had similar thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh man, I had a bad cantrip.
Yeah. Save the powder. Huh?
Is that it for
That's
your
it.
turn?
That's all. Yeah. And this
Okay.
is, kind of.
All right, it is Group 2's turn, which was the executioner. So his initiative marker goes away. Rose,
Yes.
you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get out of this pit of death. So athletics check, right?
Yes, I need you to make an athletics check.
She gets up and dusts herself off and is like, very, very rude, and starts to scramble out. Oh, wait, that's cocked, right?
Right, it's cocked.
Okay. That's gonna be a 19.
A 19 will get you out of the pit.
Yes,
You have
okay.
successfully clambered out of the pit. Pick where you want to land, except for, of course, on top of the duelist. So you can either be here,
Behind the
here, or
duelist.
here. Okay, so right here?
Yep.
All right.
So she gets out, and that was her movement, or her.
Yeah, that's your move action. So I'll let you take one attack.
Okay, all right. So she gets out there and then aims right in the back, and that's gonna be a 20-something to hit. Hold on.
20 something will hit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 20
20
or
something.
23 to hit. So with her rapier, she takes out again, and that's gonna be 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage.
Huzzah.
Yes, I got myself out. It's okay.
All right. Now it is Percival's turn.
All right, feeling that we should conserve our spells, I'm going to draw forth my wand and fireball those same 3.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Kosu's fury upon you. Let's see what we got here. It's 8, right? We're rolling the batches here. All right. Pretty average there. Looks like we got 9, 11, plus 21, 23 points in total, and it's a 16 dex to save.
All right.
You know, it is 20-foot radius, Luke. So
That's kind of a total.
Oh, radius. Thank you, not
it's
square.
radius, that's
radius.
radius.
Yep. Thank you.
So
we'll
part
get
of it goes into the tar pit.
Yeah.
But you should be able to get all.
I actually should be able to get all of them.
you
yeah.
get,
You
you get all
I
four?
can get
It's
6, I think.
It's the nuke.
Yep.
Well, I thought it was 20, right?
Yeah, it's a 20. It's 20
20-foot
foot radius.
radius.
The other one
It
was
is a
20-foot
20-foot
cube.
radius.
Not a diameter radius.
So
Yeah,
you
it's
get
a
all of them
radius.
if you aim right in the middle. Like,
Yep.
So if you-
Then it blows.
Yep.
Yep.
2.
Ah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. 23 points. 16 dex.
I must admit, this triggers a PTSD for me. That the explosion like brings me back to my childhood. So I will probably lose an attack or something. Up to you.
Oh, for your character?
Yeah. Just
Wow,
to
okay.
be fair.
Sure.
I don't
Yeah.
like it's like
The mage, yeah. Damn.
it's not some Batman thing, like losing your parents to fireballs.
I'm rolling
okay,
for
Mom's
dex
over there,
saves.
hold
With
your
the
hand.
half of wit, it would be what? 11?
11.
Okay. So 2, 3.
You have to use a fireball. It's lightning.
Did my produce flame freak you out? Did I
No,
notice
no,
you
it's
twitching a little
it's
bit?
it's that
The explosive
It's
thing.
the explosion.
Okay. All right, cool.
It's kind of like dealing with the Baracus, sometimes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to fly.
I'm Mr. E.
Well, check this out, everybody.
Crazy sucker.
With that, maybe that might have triggered something from your childhood, but it takes out all 5
Man,
of those enemies.
that's great.
Well,
That's great.
that totally
kinda
makes
makes
up
up
for like
for it.
destroying that Earth earlier.
I was just aerating. It's good.
It really does.
Yeah.
Soon grass will grow.
Yeah, that's right.
And/or
The bone
what?
will help the soil.
That's
What
right.
would you like to do?
I've got this bad guy right next to me, and I'm going to spin my axe in my hand and look at him deep in his skull and say, "Keep your friends close. You'll get burned." And just, it just he looks up a little bit and then goes for 2 attacks with my mighty battle axe. First one is a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
And the second one is a dirty 20 to hit.
All right.
Okay, so that's going to be a total of 34 points of damage.
Still up, but definitely.
Shaky.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just wag my finger at it a little bit while I'm holding my axe after I hit it.
Wah, 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 wah.
It's now their turn, and they're doing something interesting. So they're going to disengage and back up
We won.
here. Oddly, although the one on you is still going to attack.
Do the undead cheer when we kill or when the undead do damage?
The undead are cheering
all the time.
Yeah.
So I believe I have an opportunity
Dig all of it.
attack
I'm excited about that flying
when a
skull.
hostile creature moves out of my reach.
Yeah. So you can take those opportunities. You can take an opportunity.
You're already stunned because of the explosion.
Right. But
Yeah,
are
you can. That's I think it's
I would
absolutely
say,
fair
yeah.
that I can lose that.
They saw that you were. Visibly upset by the fireball, and so they took that opportunity to move back away. But I still have the one on Rose, and I still have the one on Andor. So Andor, we're gonna go with yours first. He misses one and hits another, and you take just 4 points of slashing damage.
All right.
Rose, he's gonna try to throw you in the pit again.
Rinse, lather, repeat. Huh?
Right.
Wow.
I'll make
I
sure
like it.
he doesn't.
He seems to have a one-track skull.
That's okay.
So we're
Skeletons do.
gonna do athletics versus athletics.
All right.
Here.
This is D&D.
Come on, baby.
These are awesome.
Okay.
There you go.
That's going to be a 24.
All right, I got an 18. So
Yes,
he
all right.
unsuccessfully threw you into the pit.
Wait.
Just
Something
uncomfortable
about grappling.
touching.
Hold on.
Reverse it.
I think I can.
Suplex from
Let's
top rope.
see.
Yeah.
I just love
So
the idea
grappler,
of
you have an
wrestling
advantage
with
on
a
attack rolls.
skeleton.
Yeah.
Sort of like
You are
those,
grappling.
the Ray
Oh, I
Harryhausen
see, I see.
movies immediately come to mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. No,
Never
it's-
start with the
it's
head, bud.
different. It's different.
Okay, so you're able to
Yeah, I was able to dodge it like,
dodge it
I'm
out.
not going there again.
Okay. It is now. It is now Elohir's turn.
Okay, so I'm over it.
You're over it. Losing the opportunity of attack was.
Yeah, but I'm going after these guys. But I don't want to get too close to the pit. I'm going to go after. I move into engage.
To this far one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I've got more than enough
Oh, you do.
stuff to do that. And
Go right there. Do you want to be like here?
No, I'll be in
between
right
the
there.
two?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm going to try for a swipe against both of them.
Okay. So attack on
so
one and
each.
attack on the other.
Yeah.
Great.
So it's up. Okay, so the 7 plus 11 is 18, and the other is like
Yeah.
30.
Right.
Something
Those
crazy.
are both going to hit.
Okay. And that is 1d8 plus 7. So the first one takes 12.
Okay.
And the next one, I don't know what that is. Is that 8?
Yeah, it's 8.
Okay. The other one is 8 plus 7, which is 15. Right?
All right. The duelists are looking a little dueled out.
My blade went snicker snack.
They did. We're back to Niz.
Yeah, I think I'm going to throw another. Seems to be well in hand. I guess I'm not going to have to unleash anything too massive. I'm going to use flame again.
Wait.
Wait,
Before.
great.
There's something that happened though.
Okay.
When you moved, and I'm sorry to do this to Elohir,
It's all right.
But
I'm used to
That's
it.
what he's here for.
Just
That's what
Beat
he's
me
Elo
up.
here for.
when
Yeah.
you moved here, that's what we're Elohir for. Yeah. Okay.
oh god.
Yeah.
When you moved here, you notice these
Yeah.
two skulls here that look like they launched
Oh.
something.
Oh, no.
A wall of flame
Oh, dag.
went all the way across.
Ouchie, ouchie.
I'm trying to think whether I
I
have
knew there were
And
flamethrowers.
you take 5 points of flame damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
All right.
that could have been a lot worse.
So it blasted and stopped. So it's not a continuous
It's
blast.
just sort of,
but,
but anything gets in that.
but when you
line.
stop there, and the reason that it didn't go off for Rose is because she fell into the pit.
Pick kind of saved me.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah.
Clever way to
It's
get
either
around
or.
that. I like it.
Okay. Good to
And
know.
the crowd
All part of the
goes
plan.
wild.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, it looks good, but
All right, I'm going to
I'm
splash.
sorry to
No, that's
interrupt.
totally
Yes.
that's a great interlude. I'm going to splash the same guy I did before. I'm going to attempt to, I should say, and I got the same results. So I think I'm going to hit 10 points of fire damage.
And which one was this again?
The one that I hit last time, so the one that had failed the thunder wave save the first time, then produced flame the second time, and then I just hit him again. So
And they were, but
yeah, one of these two.
Yeah,
dudes.
one of those guys.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
good.
don't remember. Which
And
one
how
was
many
what.
points of damage?
10.
10. All right. He's not looking good
God,
at
I
all.
cannot get him down.
Rose, it is your turn.
Okay, she is going to. Let's see. She's just gonna go to work from behind this guy. So she will make her first attack out of 3. That's gonna be. Is it plus 9? Yeah, 17 to hit.
17's going to hit.
Yeah, so she's going to do. Math. 12. 7 plus 5. Yeah, 12 points of damage for the first one.
Okay.
And then she lunges again, this time towards like the middle of the spine, and that's going to be 21 to hit with, is that a 6? 13 points of damage for the second one.
All right.
And then the last attack, just going to go right for the back of the skull. Ooh, yeah, 26 to hit.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's 3 attacks.
And then that's going to be another 14 points of damage.
That was a Three Stooges hit to the head.
Describe to me how you vanquish this foe.
Well, I mean, so she clambered out, and before it even had time to turn around, it just kind of like slowly was turning. She just, like, against its spine, she slashed, like, the vertebrae out
Like
as she
chopping
was,
a
like,
salami.
fighting. And they just, like, shoo, 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 and then, like, slowly it just kind of, like, crumbled without
A series
spine.
of laminectomies, it sounds
And
like. You know?
to add insult to injury, it also falls into the pit. Yes.
It's a taste of your own medicine. Hopefully you don't try that again. I think you will.
All right, so we will remove
Well done.
that guy from the board. The enemies are looking thinner, and the crowd goes totally nuts. In fact,
I mean, are we getting a little bit of, pumped up by the crowd? Are they
some
like
flowers.
rooting for us yet?
well, here's what I'm going to tell you. So there's actually something special with the crowd, and
Oh.
what you did.
Special usually means bad.
Yeah. You get a gift from a fan
What?
in the audience. A blue light flickers along the steel of your blade, and a ghostly spectator from the first row of the crowd. You see
VIP.
a blue spectral beam come from his blade, and for the remainder of this encounter, you will get an additional D4 damage to your weapon.
It's like the Hunger Games.
From Sector 8 or whatever it is.
Thank you.
There's a lot of, I can tell, there's lots of different inspirations
Yeah.
from movies and books in this little epic encounter, which I love.
Always great.
All right.
I just want to get the gnome on my shoulder so we can do Master Blast.
You gotta blow kisses to the crowd.
Percival.
Who runs part of town?
You're blowing kisses to the crowd to no avail. Sorry. That's fine. You see, they're not, they're not impressed with you trying to get it. They want you to earn it.
Yeah, it's gotta be
Okay.
earned, man.
Yeah. Sorry. But Percival, it's your
All
turn.
right. It looks like things are pretty well in hand.
No more fireballs.
All right, so I'll stay far away from it. I'll just do a fire bolt
Oh,
at
that's
that
fine.
last remaining archer.
Fire bolts are okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm 12th level.
Right.
I've gotten over the
All right.
lower level.
So 22 should be a hit.
That'll hit.
All right. And a whopping 7 points. I'm really on fire.
You know
as
what?
they say.
But you know what? He only had 2 hit points.
All right.
Oh,
Sorry.
Well, he's crappy rolled out.
Hate to pull back the curtain and tell you how many hit points he had left, but he only had 2.
he made an ash of himself.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right. So the firebolt comes out from your stretched out finger and just. The last of the archers are taken out by Sir Percival.
That was
Serp-
Katniss, by the way.
What's that?
That was Katniss. She just was very skeletal. Got one gone.
Andor,
Good.
it's time for you to be clever.
All right, seeing that this guy is not feeling my wisdom, I'm gonna go for reckless attacks. I'm gonna get advantage on both of these attacks, and if I don't kill him this time, he'll get advantage on his attacks. And I yell at him, "Beggars can't be in the eye of the beholder,"
Oh, that's quite a taunt.
as I spin around and make 2 attacks. The first being with advantage on it, is a 28 to hit.
Your kneecap.
I'd say that would hit.
The second one will be a 18 to hit.
Those are both going to hit.
Okay. I was trying to get a 20. Trying to shoot something up into the audience.
Sure.
For the fans. So that's going to be 28 points of damage.
Please describe to me the carnage.
I spin around
occurs.
like my axe is a discus twice and just whack, whack right through the chest twice.
Things, it just shatters into a million pieces as the 1,000 years of bones and dust just crumble before your eyes.
Excellent.
Nicely done.
All right.
Now I blow kisses to the audience. Maybe that's a little better.
So, let's see.
They need to beat up on me, right?
They do. They absolutely need to beat up on you.
Can I move
and
over to them after I kill to help my?
You can use your movement.
Yes,
move
I would like
action.
to move over to my companion to help out because I see there's.
Do you want
more
to be adjacent to the pit here, or?
Oh yeah.
I would say yes.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
do that.
absolutely.
That's better. I mean, you really want to please the crowd. That's
Yes.
what gets
Okay,
Knock him in the pit.
I need you to make a dexterity check.
And you're so
Absolutely.
wise. It makes total sense.
That is
that
a
flame wall.
16.
16, you fall into the pit. Sorry.
Just backflip
And there's two things that happen.
I dive into
One,
the pit.
you fall into the pit. Two, the flames come out again from both of these.
Oh, right.
And you and we'll do your pit damage second, but you and Elo here both take 3 points of flame damage.
I thought I kind of tried to back away and push him
That was going to
forward.
be your next turn. I
Oh,
was
it was my
going to
next
tell
turn.
you
Oh,
that
okay.
you felt as if you were stayed there, it was going to blast
Oh,
you
okay.
again, but we haven't gotten
So
there
how many,
yet.
how many points is it?
Three more points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then you also take 8 points of spike damage, piercing damage, and you are now in the pit. And your next turn, your move action, you will need to try to climb out. All right. So the duelists are going to try to grapple and throw you into the pit as well.
11.
So let's do.
So what do I need to roll?
You need to roll athletics, please.
All right. So my athletics. Plus 4. So I just add 4 too.
Add 4 to your d20.
Okay. 11.
Okay, I got a 19. So you have been thrown into the pit.
But
Okay.
I have a ring of feather falling.
All right.
So it's kind of a cozy throw.
Yes, you get thrown into the pit, but your ring of feather falling kicks in, and so you very cautiously find a way to land between two spikes and do not get any damage done to you.
And if I'm close to him, I will immediately. And I'm 6'8", as I am in real life. I will hoist him up.
Let me see how deep that pit is. Let me see how deep that pit is really quick.
I'm a very lithe, tall kind of guy.
I mean, why not, you know?
Probably just throw me out. I'm not very heavy.
Yes. Fastball special.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think I probably could. How much do you weigh?
Probably.
Think about your page or somewhere.
I think you're like 39 pounds.
Oh,
or
yeah.
something like
So you
that.
will do that in your next turn.
Sure.
I'll let you do
Alright.
that in your next turn.
Do they get any opportunity attack as I'm?
No, because their
they
idea
threw
was
you
to
in
throw
there.
you into the pit.
Oh,
so that's what
their-
so
that
that's
was
what
their
this
action.
this guy was throwing you into the pit. This one
Yeah.
will move over to Rose and take a swing. Take 2 swings, in fact. What is your armor class?
19.
19. First swing misses, second swing recalibrates, hits you for 12 points of damage.
Ooh, that's gonna smart.
All right. Now it is, Elo, here it is your turn. So, but with the ring of feather falling, that doesn't make you go back up. It only
no.
stops you from going down. But I will allow you to give
Like him some kind of.
give him advantage. Yes. But let me think about this. So you're also trying to get out of the pit yourself.
Yes.
So what you would need to do to give him advantage would be hold your action until it's his turn. Then you can give him advantage to get out, and then you can make all of your turns as well.
You know, on the other side, the other thing is don't help and just kill this thing. See if I can.
I mean, I'm sure you have confidence in the abilities of your companion. You've traveled together for many years.
So let me try. Am I far enough away where I need to use my longbow?
You could, if you were going to use your longbow from the bottom of the pit, he would have cover. But if to climb out, you would need to do a dexterity,
Okay, so do a
check.
dexterity check and then.
you could slash away with your
let's do
vorpal
that.
blade.
I'm a dexterous type person, so I have to roll. So my dexterity, just roll under my dex.
Roll your dex and add. Let me know what you got, because you'll have add your bonuses too.
I rolled 15 and I have a +4 dex.
Then you made it. You made it out. So you are now
Sort of
right here.
do my sort of grab, do a backflip.
Well, you maybe want to climb on the other side, outside of the range of the nozzle, fire nozzles.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely,
He's a slow learner, but he can't be that slow.
my intelligence
Come up with the feet.
isn't that low.
So, right.
Burn twice. Okay, so I can
No
get one.
fire nozzle.
I can get one attack off then,
You can get one attack off. Ooh,
and that would
nice.
be that was a natural 18, so that would hit pretty much anything.
Yeah.
And that would be 1d8 plus 7. 6 plus 7 is 13.
All right. Neither of those duelists left are looking good.
Good.
And it's now Niz's turn.
All right, I'm going to burn this dude again. Does a 17 hit?
17 exactly hits.
I note that for future reference. 11, oh, that's actually good. 18 points of damage this time. That's pretty close to max for me.
That takes that one out.
Killed someone, guys. I
All
killed
of
someone.
these awesome figures come with this encounter.
Yeah, and we will see lots of them when I flip the map over after we take the break.
I mean, this is really cool.
But yeah, all of these figures are pretty incredible, guys.
Don't show us,
okay.
just in case.
Well,
there's
the
some
ones that you-
surprises,
that you
but these
saw
ones.
so far.
Saw Psyche,
Yeah.
Cool.
So, pretty neat.
Luke, didn't you have these once you were
We'll
watching?
see them.
You
We'll
have
see
them?
them after the break.
I saw the post, but I didn't.
Okay, so that was which one? That was this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. That one. He immolates totally.
Cool.
And Rose, it is now your turn.
All right. Well, this one put some damage on me, so Rose is going to turn around and what do I
Coup de
want
grace
to do to
time.
this one? You know, she's going to just once again go to work and slash away. So, well, whatever, sure. That's going to be, what is it, 16? Wait, 17 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
All right, so
That was the magic number on these guys.
and that's going to be 11 damage on the first hit.
Okay.
And then, yes, 28 to hit.
Yep.
13 points of damage for the second one. And then,
That's all we needed.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't even need to worry about the third one.
so yeah.
So with your mighty blow, the final opponent is taken out of the arena. The crowd goes wild. And could Percival and Niz make perception checks for me, please?
I'd love to try. Ooh, that did quite well.
15.
I got a 24.
You hear a click behind you, and with that 24, you hear a click from the locking mechanism on the portcullis.
Oh, okay. Do you hear that, Percival? I think we may be out of here.
All right.
I think the portcullis is unlocked. We should get one of these strong guys to.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. That's not my.
Definitely not mine,
Yeah,
but
somebody,
someone else strong could do it.
Who looks strong?
I am strong.
Well, and don't forget, Andor's still in the pit.
Oh yeah, let's
So,
get that.
We're not technically not out of
Where's
combat yet
Andor?
because you
+5 to my
are
strength.
still battling the arena itself.
Okay, can I then, because I just had gone and through the produce flame, I want to make my way over to where my companion, with best of intentions, I understand what he did, but he really disrupted the earth over there, and I kind of want to go over there and fix that.
Like rake it.
I have my mold earth cantrip, and I'm going to seed it with some wildflowers.
Oh, okay. In which area?
Over here where the erupt earth
the
went
acid
off.
All right. Make
Avatar
me another
sport,
perception check,
making
please.
Flowers. Show up.
Oh, 24.
Okay, with that 24, you're fairly certain that if you walk across this line,
Yeah, it's going to push me.
it's going to push you. But you can walk under this. You
Okay.
could do the limbo underneath.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, okay, I will do that. Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen him get burned 2 or 3 times now, so I think.
So, and your movement's 30, right?
Yes, 30. Just a human flavored human.
20, 25, 30. So right now you're there, about to limbo under that.
Okay.
So that's, and then now it's Percival's
Yep.
turn.
But I do tell everyone about the clicking and the unlocking.
Yeah.
Ooh. Hopefully we can get out of here soon.
So Percival, you know about that clicking.
Okay.
You were told.
Oh, great.
But you guys are still trying to figure out how to get Andor cleverly out of the pit.
Kill mage. Grab the gnome and come over here.
All right, so I'll
This
go.
thing's unlocked.
I go, to the edge. Throw down some rope and just have him.
Okay. Andor, make me a dexterity check with advantage, please.
Okay. 19 on the die plus 2. So
Great.
21.
So he pulls you out right here.
Then we'll do the limbo.
And
Okay.
and I complain, 2 heads don't make a right.
Okay, so we'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then you'll be there in the same square.
Traffic
So
jam.
kind of going
Yeah,
underneath
wow.
the thing.
I think I arrived at the stop sign first, though, so.
Over under?
Yeah, there you
You
go.
did. So David, you can now, okay, that was your move. So Niz, now I'm going to move you.
I can double it.
So it was right around here where the erupted earth was? And
No,
you
it's
want
actually
over here,
Oh,
yeah.
It's right
All right.
behind me.
We can move you over there next. Rose, it's your turn. So you have now noted. Actually, make me a perception check because I want to see if you noticed what they did. That's pretty good.
It's going to be 20.
So in the throes of combat, after you vanquished your last foe, you are seeing your companions. Basically, you're like, what is this, a wedding or something? They're doing the limbo underneath the flamethrowers that are coming out of the
Actually,
wall.
I would be doing a crawl.
They're doing some weird stuff,
ranger,
but that makes you realize that you could walk underneath this flamethrower if you so desired.
I could also.
Show off with your Misty Step.
Show off, aren't you?
Pretty sure I have like a feature or a trait. I can jump. But I forgot what it means.
Show off.
Okay.
Psionics, let's see. Jump spell, once per long rest. Oh, that's probably gonna, I'll limbo. I'll save that for later.
Save it.
Yeah.
I really think we're going to need it.
So
You don't know
She
what's
admires,
coming.
before she goes, she admires the beautiful, did you do the flower thing?
I haven't yet.
Oh,
I have
never
to
mind.
get over there, but I will. Yep.
She wants
I
to be a
have,
floral ranger.
I've got
That's her
my
true-
seeds ready.
Okay, well, she's waiting
Okay.
for those flowers to grow. Range
Fertile
them.
arena of death.
Yeah.
Acropolis.
Yeah, I know.
Percival, it's your turn. I don't-
I'm just going to just save my action, look around, see if anything pops out, I'll firebolt it.
Okay, Andor.
I'm going to cast a.
No, Andor. It's
Oh,
for
sorry.
Andor. Yeah.
So I see my friend Elohir, limboing under where the fire is, so I'm going to walk taller to be at his height and walk under it.
Okay, great. And you're going to walk towards the gate?
Yes.
Okay. So you're almost at the gate. Now it's Elhir's turn.
And I'm going to stop to do a cure wounds, third level cure wounds.
Okay.
3d8 plus your caster bonus. So. Oh, it did it. Oh, yeah.
H,
I love that.
just for the. There's another 8.
All right.
Plus 2. So that is.
Pretty miserable, 8, 10.
So that's what is that? 8. That's 10.
I can sort you out too as soon as I'm done with this more important piece.
10 points of healing. It's not bad.
something.
Not bad.
It's something.
It is definitely something. Okay, Niz, you can now.
Okay,
let's
I
see.
can get over there, and
Yeah.
I was going to double move last time, so I should have
Oh.
probably get close to
Yeah.
there anyway. So now
You're there. You're there.
So I'm using my cantrip mold earth, and I'm just going around and I'm smoothing out the erupted earth and trying to make furrows, and I'm sprinkling. And these guys are used to this. I do this everywhere when there's, and it's my wildflower mix that I'm really pretty proud of.
Okay.
It's got a lot of cone flowers, a lot of nice naturals that are hardy. Rated up to zone 4 should be good in here. I cast my seeds, and then I start making my way back.
You totally remind me of Avatar in Wizards when in Scorch he makes flowers everywhere. It can be beautiful.
While you're doing that, you feel the crowd getting restless, and a couple of them are there. Boo! crew.
Right.
Fight! What are you, the cleaning crew?
Pretty much. Just trying to be a good steward here, man.
So a phantom touch of the ancient and forgotten audience comes down, and a skeletal long hand just reaches out from the stands over here and somehow reaches 15 feet into, and I need you to make a Constitution check.
Oh,
This is totally well deserved. I would have done this to me too.
They need to realign their priorities.
Constitution, so that's a 17.
Okay. Well, actually, I was hoping the number I was looking for was 18. So in the next round, even though you're not in combat right now, but for when we go to our next encounter, your first move will be at disadvantage.
Got it.
Your first
Note that.
action.
And that completely makes sense in this horrible lack of green space land we find ourselves in. It's awful here.
So let's see. So Rose, you can now make your way to the portcullis if you like.
All right.
It's because you tried to do the mix and not the remix.
Yeah, right.
Percival, you're gonna.
I'm gonna wait for them to say, hey, lift up this gate, let's get out of here.
Yep. Andor, would you like to make your way to
The gate?
Yeah. Okay. At this point, I would say you could all, knowing now the terrain, what to avoid, you could all safely make it to the gate and give that gate a try. If that's what you'd like to do.
I'd love to.
So,
I stand back
I'd love
from the
to
gate
help as
attempt.
well because I have a lot of strength.
yeah, whoever has the highest strength, and then whoever has the second highest strength can lend advantage.
18.
Do you have a 20 strength?
Yes.
Okay.
I poured it all
and I would
into
say
strength.
She's most
try to lift it with advantage.
All
Call
right.
me pumped.
There you go.
So
Yeah, see if you can do better. It's still gonna be great. Oh my gosh.
a little bit better. So that'll be. What is that? 26.
With a mighty heave, you manage to lift the gate, and your first encounter is now over. But
As daintily as possible.
with the arena behind you, death still awaits. You now see the training pit, which is the way out. You know that if you can make your way through the training pit, that you will successfully get out of the arena. And we're going to take a short break. I'm going to flip the map over. I'm going to set up the training pit, and that is where we will continue this encounter.
Sweet.
This epic
Well done.
encounter.
Pointy.
Well
So
done.
we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Salt.
Eons passed. Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shentufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
Hewn from ice older than memory, with a heart as cold as the glaciers that form its lair. The terrible frost giant scours the lands as it seeks to quench its unending hunger. The icy cavern walls sparkle like diamonds in the light of your torch. Scattered bones mark the places others have fallen to the titan you now face. From behind its craggy brow, the giant's eyes flash like cold fire, and a face like carved stone cracks open with an enraged roar. Grasping its enormous axe, the vast creature thunders towards you. The fight of your lives has begun. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Toragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as the player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
Waterdeep, the city of splendors, is peaceful at night. Old friends gather at the yawning portal and share stories about the threats to our city. Threats that never sleep. Waterdeep needs warriors. My name is Laeral Silverhand. I've summoned the greatest heroes in Faerun, the Warriors of Waterdeep.
They say we make the world's finest miniature terrain because it is. It's the best. We just make it the best we can, and then everything else follows.
At Dwarven Forge, we make all the stuff that we would have wanted when we were younger and gaming and playing on graph paper and having to imagine everything.
We make worlds, really, storyscapes that you can like insert yourself into and just sort of finish the picture. Like you can sort of take it from there.
Our design process starts with, we figure out a theme, what are we doing? Then I go and I draw a whole bunch of different sketches for, these are the sorts of pieces that would work. I use foam to quickly and cheaply create a three-dimensional representation of the sketch. Then I go back to the team and say, okay, here it is, this is the collection, these 12 pieces are gonna make our, whatever this new thing is. And sort of go back and forth, collaborate on that until we've kind of settled on, okay, these are probably the pieces that'll be. And so they get a foam mock-up, a block, and we sort of talk through, okay, this piece is supposed to accomplish this. It's supposed to feel dangerous or unstable or really strong.
And it's sculpted with a story behind it, with thought and attention both to the real world and how the real world may have been affected by fantastical forces that live in the fantasy worlds we are building.
We do everything traditionally. We're not taking the same brick and duplicating it 1,000 times. There's character in every single one that we do.
I don't ever want to feel like I'm just rubber stamping one thing after another. So even if I've done 40 rocks, the 41st rock is going to be a little different somehow.
If we're sculpting a bridge, we're sculpting scratches under it.
We know they're going to last forever. And it's always fun to hide little bits that you're not going to notice the first time you're looking at them.
We put personality into everything, and we have fun doing it. So I think that shows.
It's so fun for us to know that there's value in looking at our pieces over and over again.
They've thought of everything. They have built in details that you might never even find, but we made them just in case you might.
One of the things that we're really proud of is that we offer pieces completely hand-painted, so you can just pop them out of the box and get right to gaming. We like to make things look real, like they're in the real world, but also a little bit fantastical, a little bit saturated. A lot of times it can get muddy if you make it look realistic.
One of the most important things for me when painting is to make the shapes that the sculptor has already worked so hard on very clear and pick them out so that they'll read from the tabletop across a large build and expansive area.
The hardest part of making a paint scheme is making it simple enough for the factory to reproduce while still looking awesome.
So it's not just enough for our pieces to be beautiful, they also have to be as cool as possible.
After I mold and cast some of the pieces, I make them come alive. I like to look at a piece and see if I can make it more than just a plain piece. The features I like to put in pieces are stuff such as LEDs, magnets, or pull accessories. The most difficult thing to embed in a piece will probably be a more complicated LED function, such as one that has 2 modes or has many LEDs in specific places. It's fun. It's just, I feel like a mad scientist.
The end result is worth the effort.
When they pick up the piece, I want them to feel, oh, wow, this is serious quality. And I look at the details, and oh, wow, look at those cool, loving details. And I want it to feel human,
The anticipation of opening a new box of Dwarvenite is, you just can't wait to start playing with it, putting up builds and finding new ways to use it.
When people get this stuff, it's, their faces light up, and we see the photos and the videos and the things, and it's just, it's magic.
And it's not just, oh, here it is, and that's it. They have to create with them. So they make it their own in a way, because once they take it, oh, what can I do with this piece? This piece is speaking to me. It's telling me I should do this with it. And they get creative. They make their own layouts, and it's fun. That's why I say the world's finest terrain, because we do work hard at it, and we have a lot of creative, intelligent people that are always thinking to see how can we make everything better.
The creative ferment, it's just like being in a magical cauldron where everything is bubbling and boiling over, and you never know what's going to pop to the surface next.
And I'm incredibly proud of what we've created and the group that we've done it with, and the joy that it brings all these backers is like, there's nothing better.
Dwarven Forge has managed to create a beautiful community, and being a small company, we have the freedom and the time to really connect with people on a personal level because we care as much as our fans do.
It's magic, and we're giving them a little bit of magic, a little bit of our blood, a little bit of our sweat, a little bit of our tears, a little,
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, to GaryCon and round 2 of our epic encounter. Arena of the Undead Horde. You've made it through the arena, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I feel pretty good about it.
You made it through the arena. Now comes the hard part. You are now in the training pit underneath the arena. You know in your heart of hearts, if you can make it to this door, that you'll make it out. But unfortunately, all of these creatures stand in your way. You will find yourself in a dimly lit torch room. Who lit them? No one can say. The dead don't need them. And the ancient gladiatorial training pit is now revealed. In the center of the training pit, vast maces at their sides and eyeless faces fixed on you are the 2 Iron Skull and Abate and their accompanying Leonites. A clatter of hooves reveals the 2 Iron Skull Death Riders on either side of you, seeking to flank you. Behind the Andabate is a line of 2 Iron Skull Executioners and 2 Iron Skull Knights. At the far end of the room, there are 2 Iron Skull Archers. So you are in combat. Clearly, let's roll for initiative. And what I'm going to do is there's really 4 groups for me, so I'm going to roll initiative 4 times, and so that we'll go back and forth.
That's a little different from last time.
Oh, that's going to be
Okay,
22.
I have advantage on initiative.
I have reverted to the mean.
And I will just say that you have disadvantage on initiative. That you won't have to do anything else.
Okay, I have a 21.
From
I couldn't do worse.
the chill touch from the audience member. Yep. There are no audience members this time that can mess with you. Just everything else in the room instead.
Not cool. I think the hand's going to come and bring you back slowly.
Okay, let me. David, what did Elohir get?
A 21 adjusted.
Okay. 20. For Percival. How about Andor?
17.
17 for Andor. How about Niz?
Ocho.
8. And how about Rose?
I got a 22.
22. And what did you get again, Elohir?
21.
21. Okay, so Rose will be first. Niz will be last. And then let me place my groups accordingly. Yep. Sorry, too many. Got them. All right.
Head to head on them.
Oh, actually.
Get right out like that.
There. And 13. Sorry, guys. Andor, what was your number again? I'm so sorry.
17.
Okay. Great. I'm just putting it all out there. Okay. Well, Rose.
All right.
Vanquisher of the last foe in the last room. Maybe you're going to be the vanquisher of the first foe in this room. Who knows? But this is what you see before you. What are here are what look like training dummies. These here are pillars. And then there are weapons racks here. And the door right there. Last door to get yourself out.
Well, let's see. I say, geez, this is a lot. This is a lot. She turns to the group and says, what say we try to go for one at a time? I feel like one of those lovely lads, and she points towards one of the scythe tars, or the death, what are they called?
They're called Iron. Hold on, sorry. Iron Skull Death Riders.
One of those Iron Skull Death Riders. We should probably go for one and kill them all, or, at one at a time? Well,
as you wish.
Okay. She's going to go for, actually, probably one of those Death Riders.
Go ahead and move your mini.
I'm going to move her over to... I'm going to go this way, because it's towards me.
I can grab it too.
You're going to go towards you? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So she's going to go towards one of these lovely...
That's actually, so that's the edge.
Oh, that's right.
There.
Okay, all right. So what she's going to do is attack it. That's so scary. All right. She pulls out the rapier and goes for... is that cocked?
No, you should land it flat.
Yeah, okay. Ooh, that's just going to be like a... What is that? 17?
That's going to hit.
Woo! All right.
They're pretty easy to hit. They're huge.
So she gracefully goes for its hind hooves or something. It looks like it's on its hind hooves. Oh, and that's going to be 13 points of damage.
All right.
And then...
I'm still alive.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then 24 to hit. She brings it back, and 9 points of damage after that.
Okay.
Then she's going to...
It's 3 attacks.
Ooh, 26 to hit, and 13 points of damage again.
Wow. You did quite a number. And
she's going to... Let me see, what do I want to do? That's a really bad idea, actually. I think that's...
Do it.
Could she dodge her way?
Yeah, if you have the dodge ability, you could.
I do. So she's going to kind of just make quick work and then dodge away from this thing.
Okay.
So I don't know how far I can dodge. I forgot. Just.
All right. That is it for your turn, and now it is Elohir, Killmage's turn.
Well, since my Bow of Morning gave me that wonderful initiative, I decide that I am going into Dread Ambusher mode. At the start of my first turn, my walking speed increases by 10 feet. And when I attack, I can make one additional weapon attack and add an additional D8. So that will be 3 attacks.
Go for it. And you're moving also towards the...
I think she's in pretty good shape, so I'm going to go towards that one.
I did open that heavy gate.
I will say that's a smart move because you can tell that they're about to charge.
Yeah.
Then that is what I shall do.
Keep some beef in front of the sheet.
Okay, so Snicker Snack blade comes out. We've got 11, so 2 18s and a 30.
Those are all going to hit.
Okay, and is this considered a large thing?
Size-wise, let me
just
see.
need to know if I'm using a D10 or not.
No, it's actually not large.
Then I'm going to just be doing...
No, it is large. I apologize. It's large.
Oh, of course it is. There we go.
Or else it wouldn't take up that many.
Yeah, it looks like.
So this is 10s, right? Okay, so 10, that's 10. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is lots of damage. Plus an 8-sided die.
The Death Riders.
Okay, oh boy. So that is 18 and 12. What is that, 30? Plus 14.
44.
44.
44 points
That's
of
the
damage.
most damage I think I've ever.
Dang.
Nice.
That's just like...
That Death Knight does not know what hit it. And that Death Rider does not know what hit it. You feel like if you haven't vanquished it completely, it's on its last undead unbreath.
Excellent.
You gave it a whopping whop for sure. And it's still standing, but there's many pieces of armor and bones falling off of it.
Next round.
Percival.
Nice.
So make me a perception check if you don't mind.
You got it.
Me?
No, Percival.
I got a 19.
With that 19, you can definitely notice that Death Rider is on its last legs.
All right.
The last hooves.
I was thinking about drawing a wall of fire in here, but then these guys split up into two different directions, which kind of makes it a little bit more challenging for me.
But you may,
Yeah.
I was thinking too.
All right, so I guess what I'll do is since I got a wall over there, I think I can draw it straight across, and I'm going to have to end it maybe right where this thing is. If I can.
Oh, that's so smart.
Maybe I can do it. Let's see if I can do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Start the wall of fire there and wrap it over there. So we have a gap, but it's a small gap and we can defend it.
Yeah, love it.
Oh, okay. So nobody can make it through? Kind of thing?
Oh, nice.
Right.
Let's
How many turns?
bottleneck.
Yeah. So that way.
Bottleneck them here. That's perfect.
Okay. And if they walk through it, how much damage do they take?
I've forgotten. Look it up for you.
I think
They
might have to
through
roll
the fire.
it, right?
Yeah.
You gotta roll. Okay.
Can I have a meta question? Is it possible to get some more water?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Can I
Something's
get
on
some
it.
as well?
All right, so the wall of fire, here we go. It does 5d8 on one side, if anyone's in a 10-foot radius of it.
But
And I think
you
there's
could
a
walk
dex-
through it for no damage. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh.
No.
On either side.
Well, the damage radiates on towards the enemy, front towards the enemy, so 10-foot radius. It doesn't burn us on the backside, but if we were to walk through it, I would imagine.
Then it would. Okay,
Because we
got
would
it,
pass
got it.
into that other side, and we'd take the damage.
So it's almost like a fire shield in a way.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, so it's 5d8, and I think there's a save for
there's a dex
save for
save,
half.
yeah, there you go.
Cool.
Dex 16.
Okay.
Should they choose to test it?
So right now, only
that one guy would be within a 10-foot radius.
Okay.
What if they all walk through the fire and like survive, and
And
then
they're
we have to
just
fight
like,
these things that are
Right.
flaming,
We're all
sweaty?
immune to fire.
They become Ghost Rider.
Yeah, like all of
Yeah.
them.
And
They
then
are.
the cage goes.
Are. Yeah. Dex, all right, got it. He did not make it.
Okay, so we'll give him a little 5d8, give him 5d8s of damage.
And then I'm gonna write that down too, so that we know that there's a wall.
Yep. Of course, if I'm dropping a die, I'll get that in a second. All right, so 13 and 7, so it's 20 points. 20-point wall.
All right, let's make that wall really quick. I'll just use some of my other dice here.
Okay.
Make a little wall. So we know it goes there, and so this is the bottleneck. By the way,
Dead.
vanquish.
Oh,
Vanquish.
nice.
First blood.
Crisp.
Great job.
And then it ends here.
All the way up against the wall.
Okay,
No,
all the way
yep.
here.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So we'll just kind of.
Oh, cool. So
So
the
the bottleneck's
bottleneck's
right
on
at
that
me.
side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Yep, but there's a big roaring fire right behind you, but it doesn't bring it.
So that's our firewall.
You're basically funneling all the monsters right at me. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got a haste spell that you can that I can use later.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, I have one
Oh
too.
my gosh.
I can fire one up too.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, think of if it gets that would be very helpful to
Yep.
me if it gets dicey. And those things look dicey.
A little bit.
It's now the rider's turn. The one
Right in
remaining
front of me?
rider.
Oh, no.
It will be taking a swing at you with its scythe.
All right.
Luckily, you cut off its charge by getting a jump on it with your initiative. So if you hadn't, it would have charged you. But it does not have enough room now to charge. But it will take it will first try to swing at you and then try to stomp you. So, with the swing, it gets a 21, which I believe hits.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
And you will take. Sorry, wrong die.
Oh, dear.
You'll take 12 points of damage from that swing. Then it ferociously tries to stomp you with its hooves, but misses.
She dodges.
And now we're on to Andor the Clever.
All right, we're in battle again. Eyes flash again. Hair goes from crazy to up again. Looking around. drops a little wisdom to make sure everybody's on the same page. Don't put off tomorrow. Flock together. And I'm going to, after I rage, charge at the big guy over there.
Nice.
All right.
So I'm going to do my 2 swings at it. That is a natural 20 and a 16.
I mean, you can roll for damage if you want, but you could just also just describe to me how you kill it.
I mean, it's all up on its hind legs, and I'm going to run right under it and just swing up and try to shatter it from below.
Nice.
Yeah, you do it, and it breaks into many pieces. The side still, although also made of bone, is the only thing that still remains, while the rest just becomes shattered husks.
I'm showered with bone.
Mm-hmm. So
Brilliant work, Andor.
good move. Now let's
Clever work.
Clever work.
Group 2 is next in initiative, and that are the knights. Okay.
I just don't understand why we can't all get along.
I know.
I don't either.
All right. So. There, you know what? Actually, I'm going to do something. I'm going to make a perception check on these because they are undead. Yeah. There's always a chance that they're going to walk through the wall. You know, they're trying to come to you, so there is that chance. And those are the knights.
Our delicious life force compels them to.
The knights are just gonna. Oh, these knights.
Those are the
Is it like
knights.
a
Those are
concentration?
executioners.
Ooh, so those knights are gonna be like.
And I'm
Just
gonna
right
make
through the
check for them. They actually have decent intelligence, so nope, they know to go around. So far, they know to go around the wall. So they're gonna move here, and unfortunately, they're gonna gang up on you, my friend.
Oh,
I think they still get crisp though. They're within 10 feet of the wall.
Okay, great.
Ooh.
They will make their saving throws.
Yes.
Against
16 dex.
16 dex. Okay, one makes it, one doesn't, and so one takes 10 points of damage and one takes 20. Okay. Not bad. But they are now taking swings at here.
Jeez.
With their great maces, they take a swing. First one. What is your armor class again?
15.
15. One swings and recalibrates, and you get hit for 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the first one. The second one hits you twice.
8 points.
For 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Completely, or 20 or 21 plus 8?
You got the 8 and then 21 on top of that.
29.
Yeah.
Good. I also was thinking about, well, I'm almost interesting to see what.
What if you drop the wall of flames on them all?
You could do that
if I could
too.
see them. That's a problem.
I'm going to see also.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's
Right
right.
behind
That's
it.
right. That's right. Yeah.
Then if they were running through, they have to end up running through 2.
It's interesting. I like it. It's devious. Downright
Guarantee
nasty.
Andor won't run through it though.
Right.
Our executioners are going.
What would actually be even more cleverer is to put a wall right behind him. Of course, he'd be very sad. But basically, funnel them so they come in this entrance, but now they have to go along it all the way
no
or
kidding.
cut through it.
Oh,
So basically, you just put them in a trap.
Like a kill box.
Our executioners are not so intelligent, and they are going to go for Rose and Andor, but they're going to walk right through the wall. So I'm going to roll their saving throws.
It's going to soften them up big time.
To
Yeah.
get through.
so meta,
They actually
though.
both make their saving throws, but they take 10 points of damage, and they can't move any farther than here and here. Dang. So one's actually standing in the wall,
In the fire, just
attacking you, but they do
Oh
both
my
take 10
God.
points of damage. So let me mark that down really quick.
I'm going to need some help soon.
No. Hello here. Are you okay over there?
I've got a number of ouchies.
Oh. Well,
How far down are you?
I'm down to 41 out of 100.
Okay. Yeah, you're getting
Rose,
into range.
You get
Acute
hit
care.
for.
oh boy. Oh god.
I have.
The one standing in the fire and just.
The one
it's
standing
like
in the
on
fire,
and it's just like.
Hits you for 8 points of slashing damage, and/or the one attacking you misses. So it is now Niz's turn.
All right. I had something I was going to do, but I have a companion who's sorely dinged up.
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to decide which level spell. Okay, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 5th level. So. Okay.
Dear Elo here?
So I'm
Lay
going
it
to
on me.
move. I'm going to move to him, and because I think I have to touch him. Yep, that's me with that sweet torch thing. All right.
Cool.
That is 31 points back.
Oh boy, that makes me feel much better. I suddenly. Oh! Thank you, comrade.
Absolutely. You can
Love
thank
teamwork.
the trees.
That's your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay.
We'll make it through this, y'all.
Okay. So it's now this line's turn, and these.
What the heck are those?
They are
They're
called.
so cool looking.
That's where my poor initiative hurts. I could have.
You don't have to
Cast
tell
that
me the
wall.
name, because if I don't know what it is.
They're
I
called
don't know.
Leonites, Iron Skull Leonites, and they
Oh,
are
geez.
basically the undead, the animated undead of the gladiator lions.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So they're
Sweet.
lion
Oh,
skeletons.
so it's like Deadites, kind of, little evil dead Lionites. I
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna make their intelligence check as well, and they are not very
I
intelligent.
can also wall a stone.
So they're just
So
gonna
just as-
ignore.
we really need to
just go through the
charge.
Wall a
firewall.
stone.
Yeah.
We really need a safe spot.
We can wall a stone.
So they're that
Determined
one's
to.
there.
Really?
I might just drop a second wall of fire
Oh, yes.
right in front of the other one just to double it up.
Yeah, because I have sunbeam that I'm going to release here in a bit. That's what
So
I'm doing.
we're gonna.
Goes around.
Well, that's moonbeam.
that's
Sunbeam is the
Moonbeam,
one that that's the 6th level druid spell. It's the big one. So, yep, totally.
I'm gonna flip this coin because he saw you doing some damage, but he also saw you doing
Healing
some
me.
magic. So he goes for you.
Oh boy.
Who's you?
He goes for Niz.
Who goes for this?
boy.
So soft.
I'm sorry,
so
Niz.
squishy.
And let's see.
Don't spill my herbs.
He will also.
He's gonna totally spill my herbs.
You know how expensive this hemp tunic was?
Exactly. I wove it myself.
Can you make me a strength saving throw?
Unlikely, but I'll give it the college try. Oh, 16 on the die. I think.
Okay,
I do,
so
yeah.
he attempted to pounce on you, but you managed to avoid
Sweet.
being knocked prone.
That's good.
So he took a running leap, but now he's still going to try to bite and claw you. So
Doesn't
his
have a sense of
first
humor.
bite is a 17.
humorous.
That's true.
17.
Once mine. 17 points damage?
No,
oh,
no,
no,
17
Oh,
armor
yes.
class?
Oh, that's
Okay,
that's more than enough.
and you take.
Kind of showing off at that point.
Oof, you take 13 points of damage. No, I'm sorry, you take 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And then he also tries to claw you, slashes at you with his claw, and he also he gets a 20 there, and not a natural 20, but 20. And you take another 4 points of slashing damage. Now, this one over here is on Rose, and he will once again try to. He can't with that angle. He wouldn't be able to pounce, but he will bite and slash.
Oh.
First one is a miss.
Yes.
The second one is a miss.
Yes.
And
okay.
I need to make their dexterity saving throws for the firewall.
Yep.
So I'm going to add damage to them. One makes it, one misses. So one takes 20 points of damage, and one takes 10.
Bad putty cat.
Which one took 20 points of damage?
The one on the left side.
That's the right
here, and then
That's
over here took 10.
perfect.
All right, so that was that group, and then the archers. Because what happens with these guys is you notice they.
Oh, I dig it.
They're just waiting. They're not moving. They're waiting for you.
Yeah. We have to run the gauntlet.
Oh boy.
But in the meantime, the archers move up. And they will start firing.
Wall of fire is opaque.
Oh, so they can't see? Okay. Then they will hold their action too if they can't see. They don't know where to fire through, although I would say they could probably fire anyway with their disadvantage. They'll just roll with disadvantage.
Fire through the fire.
We know we're there somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, in the event I do go down, we've shared this. I do have potions of healing on me, so if I go down and I can't heal you, you know, I've got a couple flasks that'll help. So just keep that in mind.
So pull that out of your inventory.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
as they loot my body.
Got it.
Going down. We've been through worse situations.
That's true.
Maybe.
You know, it's best to be prepared.
Some healing.
Yeah, I do too. I still have the heal spell. I can if I
Miraculously,
need to.
one arrow makes it through, and I rolled totally at random, and it actually hit Niz. I'm sorry to say.
Of course,
I rolled at random, it would hit.
Not my seeds.
It's not a flaming arrow, by the way.
No, it wouldn't. It would not take a flaming arrow.
But it went through the fire.
But
somehow
it does. He does roll for max damage, so you take 8 more hit points.
Oh man!
Sorry about that.
All right, so escapade.
It happens.
But we are now back at the top of initiative, which you guys rolled very favorably. So Rose, it is your turn.
All right, Rose is going to see this hulking knight, like, just covered in fire, lumbering towards her, and she's going to immediately slash at him for, oh, no, for 17 to hit.
For 17 on the
big old knight, the executioner on fire.
The executioner on fire, you will hit him with a 17.
Yes. Okay. All right. So the first flaying is going to be 12 points of damage, and
All
then
right.
that's a natural 1. I don't. Well,
Critical failure.
shout 10. Critical fail, I guess. And the hit.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, let's do the damage first from the other one.
that was
Fortunately, there are no
12.
fumbles.
12.
That was
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless he chooses. But
Oh boy, I'll miss the second time.
Nobody's near you.
Ooh.
Yeah. You know, go ahead and roll. You managed to nick yourself, so go ahead and roll damage on your weapon.
Which for
But with no
For my weapon?
Yeah, just straight up weapon damage.
Okay. 3.
Okay, you nicked yourself for 3 points of damage on that natural 1.
All right. That's fine. So she's going to try it again.
Okay,
Her third attack, I believe. Oh, yeah, 28 to hit.
that'll hit for sure.
Sweet. So she goes to work again and does 9 points of damage.
All right.
And she's going to. Is that thing still standing?
It is, yes, it's still standing.
You know what? I think she's going to want to. Jeez, I don't know.
Where to be?
Move away.
empty the proverbial quiver time.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. She's
Bonus
going to move away.
actions.
She's going to
So
move
you're
away.
going to dodge?
She's going to dodge away
Okay.
towards, oh my goodness, towards Percival, I believe.
Okay, so just 5 feet back.
Sorry, Andor, I'm not doing too good right now. 5 feet back, so it's just a little bit.
Okay. And it is now Elohir's turn.
So
You're at the bottleneck.
You know, as this lion thing is trying to pounce on him, that grabs my attention, and I'm attempting to do a nice head sever.
Okay.
Whether I make it or not is a question. I'm also employing, which I've never used before, Stalker's Flurry. It says once on each of your turns, when you miss with a weapon attack, you can make another weapon attack. So it's kind of like being at, I guess, an advantage. But here's the first attack.
Okay.
And that would be a 16.
16 is going to hit those lions.
Nice.
Okay, so let's deal with the attacks as they come. So that lion, and is that a large creature or a?
It is a large creature.
So that would be a 10-sided die. And that is an 8. And that is an 8 plus, I believe, 7, if I'm not mistaken. No, 11. So that's 19
11.
points.
Oh,
with that one.
That takes out the lion.
Okay, so
The lion has been
I go.
sweet.
So it's like jumping on him.
Sorry, Aslan. Okay.
Oh, plus 11. No, sorry.
That one's Simba.
It was subtract four hit points.
He only had 6 hit points.
Okay, then we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was the one that did not make a saving throw going through the wall.
All right, so it's leaping. I'm cutting this way, and then I'm ducking down and going for an undercut with Mr. Whatever the heck he
one of
is.
those are the knights.
Oh, the knights.
Yeah. The knights are over here, the
And
executioners
that's an
over here.
18.
That is going to hit. That'll just hit the knight.
And that's a D8 plus 7, so that's 6. That's 13 points of damage.
All right. Great. Percival.
All right. It looks like the other healer in the group there is kind of injured. So I'll still come up there. I'll still come up here where I'm close to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be up there close to you guys, and I'll go ahead and drop just a fairly minor cure. I think I'll go with a 4th level cure, because I think you're down pretty far, actually. So I'll do 48 total.
Do you want to roll them in there?
Nice. All right, so 15 plus 2, I think.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
17.
Well, thank you.
17
So is
of healing.
Which direction
Okay.
are the thumbs and my shoulders? Are they?
Yeah. Definitely count it.
Thank you.
Use the relax the back spell.
For me. That's so nice. Thank you.
I know how it goes when you're working, hoeing the soil and stuff. It's very hard.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and all that.
Not easy work. Thank you.
Okay. The riders have been eliminated. Right? There's no more riders left. So it's Andor's turn.
Seeing all this fire and destruction is going to remind him of when he was young. He was messing with those potions and got alchemist fire all over him. So he's just, again, starts to get a little crazier, and is going to go into a frenzy, which means this is my bonus action, so I can take a bonus action starting next turn to get a 3rd attack every round.
Ooh. Nice.
But as I am almost surrounded by these evil creatures, I'm going to turn to face them and take 2 swings this round. As I yell at them, cleanliness is worth 1,000 words.
Maybe the best one.
Yeah.
And I will take 2 swings on, I guess, the guy that's right next to me.
I like the random bromide generator.
I keep thinking that was from Buckaroo Banzai. Dr. Lizardo said something like that.
So that is a 24 to hit and a 15 to hit.
They both hit.
Here's the formula.
Pull on that.
36 points of damage.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
That's a mighty no.
Almost.
That actually takes that guy out.
Woo!
Yeah.
He must have crawled up him and then just burst him apart.
that one right there.
Executed the executioner.
Yeah,
Yep. Executioner is now executed.
Take off his knees, bring him down closer to my level. I'm going to have to keep going. He's still really tall.
All right. But it's now.
And they're not in. Are they in melee with me? The others?
That one was with
The other two
both
that are
two
there.
were in melee with Rose. But I mean, you could move 5 feet. Do you have another attack?
No, I was just gonna. Do they need help over there on the other side, you guys? Or you guys got
No,
that?
we think we're.
Yeah. I think
Okay. Then I'll move forward so that they stay in the fire.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Oh, that's smart.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Because they should take damage every round.
Yes.
Nice.
As I'm foaming at the mouth, just a little, just some.
It's their turn now. It's the knights and the executioner's turns.
Oh boy.
So this one will move through the fire though, but the lion's still in the fire. So this one moves through the fire.
Oh boy.
And takes a swing at you because you just took down his buddy. Even in undead,
They have
there's a little
Camaraderie.
bit there's
Camaraderie.
echo of a feeling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Collegiality among
Larry.
the undead.
We've worked the minds together.
And back on the executioner.
Tell him you didn't start the fire.
You didn't start the fire.
How you doing with all this fire?
Always
out
burning.
here?
Fire. It's not the fire.
Oh, it's just the
It's the
explosion?
explosion.
Right.
And everybody. That's what did it.
The executioner unceremoniously misses, but now we have the two knights over here,
The gnome stands tall.
and they are still going both, unfortunately, towards Elo here.
They should take some damage at the end of the round, too.
The first one completely whiffs with his giant mace, his great mace. But the second one whiffs also. So dice are in your favor.
Then they have to roll for the damage again.
Yeah. So they're both. Well, one is on. Oh, because
They're still there.
so this one is here.
Uh-huh.
But this
ten-
one is behind.
Oh, is it
wouldn't
behind
you
them or
say?
ju-
Yeah.
okay,
So
be
I would
behind
say
is
it
good.
would just be
That one.
this one
Just
that
that
would
one.
have to roll his dexterity saving throw.
16, 6,
Does not get it.
20 points.
So it takes 20 points of damage.
Cool.
And that knight is may not live past this night, although
Live on.
he's
May
an
not
undead.
unlive.
He's undead already.
Yeah,
So
unlive.
Unlive.
yeah, it is. It is your turn.
Blessed Son, giver of all on the earth, I need your help, and I summon a brilliant mote of radiance that dances above my palm, and it fills the whole area with bright light. And I concentrate and I fire a 5-foot beam, which I'm hoping 60 feet line hits those two. I don't know if I can, but I'm gonna.
You could move.
I'm gonna move too. Yes, I'll line it up. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you lined up back here.
I mean, I didn't do. Niz was not great at geometry.
In the line of.
Well, but it might be a spell that doesn't hurt allies.
friendly
Tell me
fire?
I'm not that kind of spell
No pun
sculptor,
intended.
evocation person, so I better not hit you with it, just because I don't think I can.
It's okay. I can
keep
take
you.
a few more hits.
Ooh, you
As
don't
long
want
as
you don't want a piece of this one.
Oh.
Yeah, if that's going to be the case, then I will just if I have to hit
wonder if
her
I can-
doing
Yeah,
so.
you would hit her.
Okay, then I'm
There's
not going to do that.
No way you could.
I'll spark this guy up and I'll move. Yeah.
Yeah, so that you can stay there. You can
Yep.
spark him and not. Actually, if you were there, and it's a straight
Yeah,
line.
it's 5 foot wide.
You could probably. I would say that you could hit both and not hit your
smart.
companions
Okay.
if you did it right there.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that,
so
Jason.
go for it.
Cool.
Okay, so the deal is they're undead, so they can attempt a Constitution saving throw, but they have to do so with disadvantage,
Okay.
and it's DC 17.
All right, so that would be one of the executioners and the Leonite. Disadvantage. So the Leonite gets an 18.
Okay.
And the executioner only gets a 6.
Okay. So the one who failed takes 28 points of radiant damage and is blinded.
Okay.
So disadvantage and all the fun things that come with being blinded. And the other one then takes half that.
The Manfred Man effect.
Right.
Little skull-eyed lights just dim a little bit.
And the moat stays. So this is, and I concentrate. So this is a 1 minute thing.
Oh, cool.
Oh, so it's a line that our companions cannot cross either.
Well, I fire it, it stops, and then I can fire it again. I have
Oh, for an hour.
Oh, you mean the moat
a
stays?
minute.
Or a
Yes.
minute, sorry.
The moat stays.
Yes. I'm powered up, so this is what I'm going to be doing for a bit.
Old school phaser.
Nice. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to
but set on kill, not on
Set-
stun.
Yeah. So so the save get half damage.
Okay. The Leonite will also move through the flames here and try to bite and claw at Andor. So the bite gets a natural 20.
Okay.
So let's see.
Okay, so which one failed to save, by the way? Just so I have
The
keep
executioner.
The executioner.
The executioner
thank you.
failed to
Yep,
save.
I'll keep track. So I want to. I don't know if I'd know that though.
So with the crit bite, you take. Look, I kind of rolled. I initially rolled kind of crappy on my damage, so you only take 11 points of damage.
Okay.
Even on the crit. Rolling the damage.
I do
the
have
damage die
resistance
again.
to
I apologize.
bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing as I'm raging.
Yeah.
If there's anything that needs to be done, I will let
It
you.
would be half.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Because I have resistance
around
to.
now.
You're out there. Can you find out exactly what time we have to end?
Who do I find out?
Somebody there. Okay. Still want to make sure we're good on time.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's another game right after this in this room, right?
Yeah, there was
Okay.
actually a talk with Pat Kilbane and myself about the dreams in Gary's basement.
Oh, cool.
The documentary that he's almost finished, finally.
Cool.
Oh,
After all
awesome.
those delays from the COVIDs.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen Pat in a couple years. So
Nice.
Yep. So we got about half an hour.
We've got till 2:30 before they have to be here next.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, great.
so we got
Then we're
time.
good. I mean, I was planning on going to 2, but
Okay,
I didn't know if we had to end at 1:45 or
Nah,
something.
two is good.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Sounds good.
So you were bit, but we're going to see if you also get clawed.
Awesome.
You are also clawed. You are so clawed, sir. Take this claw damage, and you'll now take an additional 6 points of damage, slashing damage.
Yep.
So.
And 3 because I have resistance to bludgeoning.
Oh yeah,
piercing,
because
and
you're
slashing.
you're raging.
Raging. Knocks a little of the drool out of my mouth. Foam, a little bit of the foam.
These big guys, it's opaque, but can you see through it?
No.
Okay.
I can't see through it either.
You think that you hear the big guys moving. You're not sure where they moved or what they did, but you think they moved.
hear the ground
And for fun, I'm going to keep them in that spot, and then when you come around, maybe there's going to be somewhere else.
Okay.
You see 'em.
fog of
Okay.
war.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
as it should be.
Elo here would see the archers here. So the archers are here trying to position themselves. They've used their move action though, so they won't be firing. And it's now Rose's turn.
All right. This executioner that has walked through the flames, and
Yeah,
the flames
he's
are
gotta be
slowly.
Pretty dinged up.
Yeah, I think
Time for him
I
to
could
go.
take him. So Rose is going to attack with her sword, and 17 to hit.
That's the execute. Yes, that will
The
hit.
executioner. Okay, cool. So she goes to work with her sword, and ooh, that's going to be 15 points of damage for the first attack.
All right.
And then, no!
Good catch.
That's reflexes there. 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second bit of damage is going to be 11.
All right.
You still standing?
Still standing.
Still standing. Okay.
man.
Come on. All right. 21 to hit. It's
gonna hit.
Better
And
than he's ever been.
last bit of damage. 9 points of damage. He's still standing.
That's all you needed.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Woo. So yeah, she
The executioner has been removed from the field.
fire did a lot to the joints in his skeletal body, and he just crumbles.
The executioner has been executed. Would you like to move anywhere,
Yeah,
or is it
so-
going to be?
What I'm going to do after this, Rose has full confidence in Andor, so she's going to move back
Smart.
this way. Move back that way.
All right.
So, help.
You could even No, I guess you couldn't stand in the same spot as your
You can pass
ally.
through.
Not if there's
You
a
can pass through, but you
5 by
can't stay
5
there.
stuff.
Elohir, it is your turn. What you noticed, though, was they did not fire because they must have moved from a long way away. There's two things that happened. You think that you heard these large creatures moving, but I'm not going to show you where they moved
Right,
because
because
you
it's a
can't
flame,
see.
wall of flame.
But what you do see is you see the archers that came here, but they did not fire yet. They must have come from a long way away, but only you can see them. You can convey that to everyone else. But
Archers coming up on the right.
Oh boy.
So I'm going to use
Let them come.
one attack each on each one of these guys, as opposed to concentrating on
okay, on the knights.
on the knights. Okay, that's a 16 and a 15. I don't know if that does it.
Neither of them.
Yeah. So
Yeah, sorry about that.
They're had a bad round. Oh wait, except I believe that I may be able. Let me double check to see whether this is actually.
Always read the fine print, David.
I need to read it.
Those feats and whatnot.
Because this is something that came about at the very, and once on each of your turns.
Mm-hmm.
So when you miss with a weapon attack, you can make another weapon attack as part of the same action.
That's right. What is that, riposte or?
It's called Stalker's Flurry.
Stalker's Flurry.
So I flurry again.
Okay.
And hear the.
We hear the
And this
flurry.
time I do 23 and 24.
Great. Now hold on though. I think it would only let you do one swing, not. Would it actually the
Well,
whole?
it says
Read to me again.
I'll read to you again. Once on each of your turns, when you miss with a weapon attack,
Mm-hmm.
you can make another weapon attack as part of the same action.
So that would just be one of those rolls then. It wouldn't be both.
well,
so I will let.
either one
So
you'll
one,
get-
both hit. Both would hit. So I will
Let's
let
hit
you
the
take
one
one.
that's already been hit.
Okay. Yeah, they've both been hit. So because they've walked through fire and whatnot. But
Well, I hit this one.
yeah, the one that you hit before. That would make sense. So roll for damage for that one.
So damage for that is plus 7. 5 and 7 is 12.
All right. He's not looking good. I'll tell you that. It's now Percival's turn then, unless you'd like to do anything else.
No. No.
Percival.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
Could heal me.
Are you still wounded? You beat up again?
I'm down 28.
All right, I think I can just firebolt this that one in front of me.
Now tell me, how long is your wall of flame going to last?
Concentrate for 1 minute, so this is round 3.
Okay, you're fine. Yeah.
Oops, 19 on my firebolt, plus whatever, so 20 something.
On which one?
The one that I can see.
Okay. Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah.
Yep. So
That's a really benefit. I didn't think about that benefit of multiclassing. If the concentration, you can use your other spells from your other class without. That's pretty neat.
Yep. So 15 points.
Nice. Can't believe I'm rooting for you guys. What the hell? All right.
I miss the crowd, frankly.
Oh, the
Yeah, I mean, you
crowd.
can hear them far, far away, but they're not. They can't be privy to any of
Are
it.
you still entertained?
All right, Andor.
Okay, I would like to be the Undead Lion King, I guess, for this thing in front of me. So I'm going to yell
Raise
out.
him up like.
I'm going to yell out, if you want something done right, prepare for the worst. And I'm going to take my 3 attacks because now I'm frenzying. So it's going to be a 27 to hit on the first one, a 23 to hit on the second one, and a 20 to hit dirty 20 on the third one.
Great.
Okay.
You can just describe to me how you kill it.
I mean, I want, as the Undead Lion King, I want to hit it and then try to raise it up a little bit, but I'm, 3 foot tall.
And then
so
spike it.
just,
Yeah. When you like most of these creatures, when you defeat it, it sort of just crumbles and falls apart.
nice.
But
In my hands.
yeah, at least you have the satisfaction of knowing that you killed it. So you can make a move action.
Yes, I would like to move to the party. My movement is 35.
Great. Now you actually killed it with your first blow. It only had 2 hit points left. Just doing a little meta here, but I don't think that you would be able to then move and do your other 2 attacks.
Right.
I don't think the rules work that way.
That's fine.
But You at least are now with your party. I'm guessing right here, maybe? I don't want to...
Wherever I'm in front of our squishier people, if I can.
Well, there's one squishy right here, but he's sort of blocked by a firewall, so that's the closest you can get.
I am wearing armor as well as a paladin.
Yeah,
so
that's true, right. You've got your paladin levels.
I'm truly the cream filling here, so yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, but our knights are still there, and of course they see Elo here within their sights.
See Elo here, Elo there.
Elo here, Elo there. Tell me your what's your armor class again? 15? Okay. The first one you get hits you on his first attempt, misses on his second, but he is able to hit you with his giant mace for 8 points of damage. The second one misses one and hits with the other one for an additional 9 points of damage.
I'm going to go ahead and use my reaction to take my Morning Star and knock that weapon off course, stopping 7 points of that damage.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Thank you.
What's the name of that power?
Interceptor. I'm an interceptor paladin. So.
Great. Okay. Cool. That's almost like being healed. Niz, it is now your turn.
All right. So, can I, or from where I'm standing, can I see these are knights? I think you call them
From where you're standing, you can see both knights.
Okay. Can I see them above the heads of? Are they taller than my people?
I know. I'm pretty tall.
Okay. There's no.
No, but you can kind of see them in between.
Yeah. I don't think I should do that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to fire above your party.
So I failed to mention that the way I'm actually effectuating this thing is I have a magnifying glass. And so I'm sort of like,
cool.
I'm trying to line this thing up. So I'm just going to keep the spell going. I lose a round and I just keep it going.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Yeah, you'll probably need it.
I got to save this
Do you
daddy.
need me to drop this thing?
Maybe, I don't know. I'll let you, but I...
Holler and let me know if you want me to
it's
drop it.
completely up to you. We have the battlefield's pretty under control now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But I still have, 8 more rounds of this.
You possibly hear more moving behind the wall. You're
just
not
say,
sure.
so.
You can't see anything from where you are. You can only see the archers, which are now getting
ready.
Just close enough, and they're both going to, unfortunately, fire at you because they can see you. So, it's archer time, everybody.
My big target.
The first one hits you. You get hit with an arrow. Oops, sorry. I'll just get that later. You get hit with an arrow for 5 points of piercing damage, and then the other one also hits you for an additional 8 points of piercing damage.
I'm down to 49.
They're chipping away. Chipping away. But we're now at the top of initiative again.
All right. Rose is going to.
I'm gonna drop the wall.
Oh.
Go ahead and drop the wall.
Okay.
At least he didn't drop the
You
ball.
drop the wall.
Wall has been dropped.
The wall's been dropped, and these guys are now right here.
There they
So
are.
now they're a lot closer.
Well. Cool.
And the reason for doing that was?
No,
Now everyone can see everything.
Back together, we can fight.
Yay. We got this.
Fun.
All right.
Now I could just cast a second one around us.
I'm going to.
Yeah, exactly. Case it with a wall of stone.
She's going to go.
Yeah, remember you can walk through your party's
Levitate up and
spot.
shoot him with the thing.
So.
And then I'm going to turn into an eagle. And
Why
then
am I so short? Just through. I want to walk through to behind those two Skelly's knights.
Okay, but they will be able to take an attack of opportunity.
Just
if you
kidding. I'll go right in
behind
front of them then.
Okay. So
Perfect.
there you go.
And then Rose is going to.
I can't.
It's
I don't think
the one-
there's not much left in either of those.
Yeah, she'll she'll go for the one on the left first.
Okay.
And wow, that was a natural 20.
There it is.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Somebody
Critical
blew
hit.
it off camera.
That means I rarely get these when I'm playing my fighter. That means I get to roll again, right? Or damage.
You get to roll your damage twice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just add
Okay.
your
Cool. I'll do
bonus
them
ones.
both at the same time. So that's gonna be for the big guy, but that's okay. 10 plus 24 points of damage for the first hit.
Takes him out.
Woo!
This one?
He is vanquished.
Yes.
Yes.
That one, okay.
Oh, this is getting.
And then she's
much more
going to
manageable.
like turn the blade over to the one on the right and hit for 22 to hit
That'll hit.
for 12 points of damage.
That is, he is also vanquished.
This one?
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well
Huzzah.
done.
Cool. And she already moved, right?
You did already move.
Well,
Thank you, Rose.
let me think. Yeah. All right.
That 20 strength. That's pretty good.
So Rose will just kind of dust her hands. Some of that skelly dust got on. She's like,
Okay. It's now El Here's turn.
All right.
Sky's
so
the limit. You can go anywhere now.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
It's amazing.
I'll engage
With the archer.
with the archers. And I
Okay.
can get to both of them from
You
here,
can,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, do they have weapons other than their bows, by the way?
As far as you can tell, they do not. They are made to be archers. And archers.
Well, then they might have some difficulty trying to do this, but
Mm-hmm.
let me see if I can make their life more difficult in the
Oh,
meantime.
they do. Oh, you know what? I did notice. You do notice they have short swords.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so one attack on each. One is a 11 is a 25,
Mm-hmm.
and the other is a 14. But I do have stalkers.
They both hit though.
They both hit.
Both hit.
Okay, that is that's really good. I like that. So 1d8. Another d8. So this is plus 14. So 14 and 8 is 22, plus 1 is 23.
23 points of damage on the
This
first
guy,
hit.
yeah.
He goes down.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Even in undeath, archers don't have many hit points. That's why they're archers.
Right. Who's next?
I don't know who's next.
Well,
I think.
you said you hit the other one, right? You did one attack on one and one attack on the other, or both on one?
Oh, you know what?
Because I thought you said you were
No,
swinging
you
one
know
and
what?
two.
You were right.
Oh, okay. So we need to
I need to rethink the damage. then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do damage on. So it's 1d8 plus 7 on each of them then. So that one may still be alive.
It might.
All right. So the first one is 11.
He's still alive.
Ah.
The
Sorry.
other one, no, sorry.
He just comes back up.
And the other one
Reanimates.
is 9.
Okay, they're both
They're
still up.
there. Okay.
Yeah,
Apologies.
no problem. Percival.
All right. I'm going to turn to the one that's right in front of me. That looks pretty dangerous. The big giant, whatever that thing is. Probably has a cool name.
Oh, they're called. I'm not even 100% sure how to pronounce this.
Oh, okay.
They are called the Andabata.
Andabata.
Yeah, or in plural, they're Andabate.
Andabate. How about
Yeah.
that?
But they're not giants, are they? They're not
They are large size.
But they're not.
large size.
They're not skeleton versions of giants.
No.
Looks like they have big ladles filled with mac and cheese they're about to fling at us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. They're like, hey, we want to
Yeah.
feed you. Here's
This
some
is
mac and
gonna be
cheese.
awesome.
It was all just
Delicious,
this is all fun.
please.
Maybe I'm getting- I think
just
this-
wanted you to try our new
speaking
mac
of
and cheese
hungry,
recipe.
I'm so hungry. I would,
So
I
I'm
would
gonna
be
go ahead
so open to
and-
this.
That would be fantastic.
Bring Kosoth's wrath down upon this thing using
wow.
immolation.
Oh, wow.
Which is my big gun spell. So
Immolation.
it's 8d6 of fire damage. They get a save, Dex 16 save.
They do, and
So it's just on this guy. If he fails it, he'll take continuing damage round after round.
It's napalm,
Yeah.
essentially.
okay. Let's see.
Because napalm sticks to Andolefti or whatever they're called.
Well, he gives you flaming mac and cheese, you give it right back.
That's right.
Life gives you fun.
Give me flaming mac and cheese, I give you flaming death.
So he is resistant to fire.
No!
Oh,
yeah, those
boy.
big guys are resistant to fire.
Resistance. Is it? Resistance half damage, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm not even going to roll. I'm just going to have them take. Although if they did if they
That
made
would
the
be
dex,
halved
then
again,
there would
right?
be
Oh, none.
there'd be none.
There'd be none. You're right. You
Yeah,
need to roll
so-
it. Roll it. You might get none.
Yeah, and what does he need to get?
16.
He doesn't get it.
Okay, so he
Yeah.
takes 4 dice, and then every
Okay.
round he fails it, he'll take 4 more dice.
Yeah.
Which-
Well, I would roll. What I would do is I would roll the whole thing, and then let's have it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
You know.
got it. That's
always more dice.
Always more dice. 12, so 16. 16 and 11 is what, 27? And 4 is 31.
So 15?
Yeah,
Or,
yeah,
okay,
15.
right.
So not bad.
Not as awesome as I wanted it to be, but all right.
Still pretty
It all helps.
Yeah.
And then I will take a step behind here.
Okay. Good idea.
Behind the gnome for protection.
Andor, sky's the limit.
All right. Cracks his neck a whole lot, looks at this big monster and yells out, "No man is the best medicine."
I roll my eyes. I didn't even need to look at him to do that.
He's in the zone, just never mind.
And I'm charging the big guy.
Okay.
That he just got hit with fire, and I'm going to be taking 3 attacks against it.
Okay. As you pass that training dummy, though.
Oh, the training dummies. Oh.
Let's see. Something's going to happen. Oh, that one?
Oh, he's going to that one? Oh, I'm sorry.
But he still passed the training dummy.
I like that. I like answer
As you
better.
pass the training dummy, sit up and strike. The dummy suddenly rears up from the floor, striking out at the player character, delivering an attack at +4, dealing double standard slashing damage. All right. So let me roll to
Did they get hit by the fire, though?
No, it was just, literally just, I
yeah,
just set him
the
on
wall
fire.
of the fire was back here. Yeah, the dummies were up here.
I can almost hear the whammy bar at the end of that
Oh.
recitation.
Nope. So.
Was that slash that made you think of that?
Yeah, exactly. Double slashing damage.
Nope, he misses though.
Okay.
So he
He's wearing
strikes
top
at you,
hat. Exactly.
and he is right next to you though, and you get the feeling that maybe it's going to try to get you again next round, but we'll see.
Okay.
But you have, but now you've charged the
Yes.
The big guy,
And
the Andabata,
And I'm going to take
let me know what you got.
3 attacks.
All right.
Since I am in a frenzy, just foaming at the mouth a little bit. So the first hit is a 26 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Second one is that's horrible, 12 to hit.
Nope, that's not
That
gonna hit.
misses.
Oh.
And the last one is a 16 to hit.
That's not gonna hit either.
Yeah.
But you got that first one.
18 points of damage.
All right. Duly noted.
You're very brave
And wise.
and very wise indeed.
yeah.
Yes.
I can't see your eyes rolling when I'm not looking at you.
Just consider them rolling at all
Through my
times.
wisdom, so it's okay.
Roll.
All right.
Liz, it's your
sweet.
turn.
I'm going to step here. See this dude.
Yeah,
scram
and
up.
do the beep.
Yep, and he can attempt a DC 17 Constitution save with disadvantage.
Pew, pew, pew,
Okay.
pew.
Does not get it.
Okay, so he's blinded,
Okay.
which is we'll see if that
-4 to hit or something, right?
It's disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay,
Yeah.
that's right.
16, 20.
Although ironically, if you look at the picture of this character, he looks like he's blinded already.
Yeah, no, it's weird
Yeah.
because it specifically calls out undead for this too. I just thought, oh, do they have sight? But anyway, 31 points of radiant damage.
Great. He is definitely not resistant to radiant damage.
No, radiant damage solves all problems.
Oh yes,
so-
especially skeleton.
31, huh? Okay.
My magnifying glass.
That's so much like.
Especially effective against ants.
Yes.
Yes.
Although
You mean
Niz
giants?
would never do that.
That's on the left and that's on the right. So I'm just making sure I
Would be
get
better.
Comes
my-
for the D&D adventure, stay for the terrible pun.
Yep, that's it. That's why we do it.
All right, it's now their turn though.
more you play, the
This
worse
guy
Yeah.
is. Oh, and this guy's blinded, right?
Yep.
This one's blinded.
Yep,
Let me
that's
just put
the-
like a little, so we remember that he's the blinded one. I don't have any rings or anything, but we'll just remember. It's reminding me that this is the blinded one. But this guy takes his sights on Andor here.
Gonna ladle him to death.
Yes, he's just
More
is
mac and
gonna
cheese.
feed
More mac and
you
cheese.
with
Best way to
undead
go,
mac
though.
and cheese.
Oh no.
Forever.
Come on, kids meal. I'm so small.
Cheese for your soul.
Bury him pretty quickly. He's pretty
He
small.
gets it from the cheddar goblet.
What's your armor class?
16.
He takes 2 incredible whiffs right over your head, if you can believe it.
My wisdom is working on these guys. They just. They're also confused.
The blind
your
one
advice.
is over here, but he's going to take 2 attacks, both at disadvantage. So his
Can he
first
hit
one
his buddy if he rolls a 1?
misses. He maybe. The second one hits. I actually got a 17 on the die and a natural 20.
Wow.
So the blindness saved you from the natural 20, but you do take. Let's see. Yes, you take
Scalding
mac and
damage.
cheese.
9 points of mac and cheese damage.
All right.
AKA bludgeoning damage.
Is there any splatter on the mac and cheese? Anyone else get some cheese sauce?
Yeah. There's bacon in it. It's great.
God,
And
make me
half
so
the back is
hungry.
armor
This
resist.
is killing me.
Now the archers, because they're right there, they pull out their evil little short swords and they attack you. So the first one goes for it and misses. The second one, Ella here, also misses. They're They're archers. That's their job.
I laugh at their
and
archer
short
too.
swords, not their cup of tea.
They're arch nasty.
What's your day
I
job?
laugh at their superior archers.
All right, Rose.
Yes.
You're up.
Rose is going to. You know what? Rose feels like those archers are taken care of, so she's going to go up to the big old guy that
Andor's on.
Andor is fighting.
All right.
There you go. On that
Right
side.
here?
To-
That's perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right
stay on that
next
side of
on
him.
that side, and she is going to do a bonus action and do action or second wind and just kind of regain 1d10 plus 12 HP. So real quick. Oh jeez. Oh my God, that's 13 points of health. Okay.
Hey,
Good enough.
it's
Better than
something.
nothing. And then she's going to slash away at this big guy. This big old mac and cheese baron. Is that a 7 or a 1?
Mac
That's
and
a
cheese baron.
Who hasn't aspired to be the mac and cheese baron?
mac and cheese bearing.
Oh, baron.
There's a baron of mac and
The mac and
That's
cheese
better.
baron. I'm going to
Like
visit. I'm going to visit
Like
him next.
Mr. Heat
after-
Meister.
The Lord of
Yeah,
mac and
Mr.
cheese.
Cheesemeister.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think this is going. That's going to be like a 16 to hit.
That's not going to hit. I'm sorry to say.
Okay. All right. Well,
But you have
she's
2
got,
more attacks, do you
She's
not?
got 2 more attacks,
Yeah.
so she's going to attack again, and definitely, 27 to hit.
That's going to hit.
And first, let's see, 6 plus 7, 13 points of damage. Still standing, right?
Yes.
All right. Because the second attack is going to be 21 points to hit. With 9 points of damage to add to that.
Okay, so what was the first much?
I think it was 13. 13
So
points of
13
damage.
and 9, right?
And then 9, yeah.
Okay.
Still standing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not a problem.
You know what? I mean, I still have one more, right? One more action? Well, 3 attacks.
Well, you used your bonus action for second wind. You did your 3 attacks.
Yeah, that's the.
So that's pretty much it.
Did I do my 3 attacks? Oh, I missed the
did,
first one.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Came right after this.
Okay, Ella here. Take these archers home. Send them to their next undead home.
That's right.
Today's
Put their souls at peace.
This is the electric boogaloo section. As I go in one more time with my Vorpal blade, and I roll 22 and 25.
Yep, those are 2 hits.
And the first one takes 14, and the second one takes 8.
Okay, you take them both out. Snicker snack.
Took them home tonight.
Snicker and snack.
Took them home. Using them as toothpicks.
Moranis, right?
Huh?
Sweet.
Yes.
Eddie Money and
All right.
her name was
Percival.
Spectre, Ronnie Spectre.
Percival.
All right, it's me, Percival. Haha. So I'm concentrating, and I'm hoping he fails his save again, so I can do 4 additional D4.
Okay.
So 16 or.
So he's going for dex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to roll low, like 5, something like that would be great.
And it's just on that
Just the
one,
one
that
guy.
the 2.
Yep.
Okay. He got a natural 20.
Then he takes
So he takes 0 damage.
The spell is ended.
Nullified.
So I will go ahead and whip off a Jim's magic missile at him.
There you go.
Oh,
and
Jim.
Yeah, good old Mr. Dark Magic is where he's referred to in the business. So I'll make that a 4th level, so that should be 3, 4, 6. Right? Yeah.
It's 3 plus 3, 6. Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
But you only roll it
Is that
once.
Jim Ward?
Roll the damage
Is that
just
a
once.
reference to-
No, it's a Acquisitions Incorporated.
Ah, okay.
So you have to roll to hit.
Each time.
Well, the per Crawford, you roll 1d4, and that's your damage. But we often will roll 6 d4s too. So
okay.
that's it. But that's
All right, so a 20.
Yeah, that's going to hit.
Okay. A 23. Well, a natural 20.
You have to roll to hit on this magic missile?
This is Jim's magic missile, which is a different
Jim's
spell.
magic missile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So regular magic missile will automatically
Right,
hit. Jim's magic missile, you have to roll for hit, but there's more
I
potential
see,
damage.
that's more damage. I got it.
19.
That's also going to hit.
Okay. A 10.
That will miss.
All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be a 19 again, so that's a hit. And if it, so yeah, okay. So I hit 5 out of 6.
Okay.
One was a 20, but I don't think it counts as any
No.
extra damage. Okay. All right.
What
So
are
that'll
those?
be 10 d4.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So 6 plus 5 is 11. Plus 4 is
15.
Plus 5
20.
is 20.
Yep.
There you
Okay, 20 points of damage. Just to the
The
one.
immolated one.
The closest one. Okay. All right. Andor, is your turn. They're both still very much alive.
Still standing there, taking the axe hits. I'm getting more revved up as we go, frenzying. I yell at him, "The squeaky wheel is like home." And I'm gonna make my 3 attacks. First one is a 26 to hit.
That's going to hit.
Second one is a 20 to hit, dirty 20.
That will also hit.
And the last one is a dirty 20 to hit.
3 hits.
Oh boy.
Bad day.
Day for bad guys.
Bad day to be undead.
25, 55 points of damage.
Wow.
It's a whirlwind.
I think you just made him undeader.
Still alive.
Whoa! Mind blown.
It's a big guy.
Epic encounters, baby.
Name of the game.
It's not an encounter. It's an epic encounter.
Right. Still alive. Also, you're still standing next to the training dummy.
I sure
warned
am.
you.
Oh,
So this time, that was unexpected. The dummy shifts and distracts you, and you make your next attack at disadvantage. So the next round you will be rolling at disadvantage.
Okay.
Because the dummy has distracted you.
Okay.
So there we go. Niz, it is now your turn.
Yep. So the same dude. Sorry, he's gonna get
The blinded
same,
one,
Yeah,
right?
he's gonna. Well, now he starts to become unblinded, but he gets hit with another sunbeam. So now he has another opportunity to attempt his saving throw with disadvantage.
Okay.
I'll roll my damage here.
He does not make it.
Okay, so he's blind again.
Mm-hmm.
16, 22, 25. Oof, that's terrible. 26 points of damage this time.
Okay.
A lot of ones. Wow.
It happens.
But I'm digging keeping the spotlight on this dude and cooking him with the sunbeam. Fun.
A little magnifying glass.
So here's what happens. Before the Andabate even make their turn, you notice that you have damaged both of them, but you see them sort of reform a little bit. And some necrotic energy flows through them as some of the damage that you've done to them has actually started to repair slightly. So just something
We're going to need some
of note.
cannonballs.
Oh boy.
And they, this one on the left is, you hit him 3 times.
Absolutely.
He's pissed. He's going right for you. So, all right. He actually gets 3 attacks this round. So, 17.
Hits.
Okay, and second one misses. The third one also misses. But you do take Take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
We are at the 10-minute warning. You're right. It ends at 2.
Okay. All right. Great.
Righty.
One way or the other, I think we're going to be
We
okay.
can do this. There's only 2 left.
The blinded one also blindly tries. He misses his first try. He misses his second try. He does hit on his third try.
Okay.
So you take an additional 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
The archers are no longer with us. RIP twice, I guess, since they already died some other time. Rose, it is now Rose's turn.
Rose is gonna just take out this one on the right, the one in front of her, with her blade. Oh my god. That's gonna 17 to hit?
17? 17
Yes,
does hit.
17 to hit. All right, so for her first attack, she's gonna do 15 points of damage. Oh, wait a minute. I've been adding. Yes, 15 points of damage. Right?
Okay.
Ooh, mind blanked out. I need some mac and cheese.
Right.
Steelix mac and cheese. Oh, and for her second attack, it's a natural 1.
Okay, roll me your weapon damage, but don't add the pluses.
Okay, wow.
So you
7.
nick yourself for 7 points of
That's
damage.
okay. That's okay.
That's more than a shaving cut.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too. Okay, so she like, I don't know, slips on some bone dust. So last attack.
Okay.
That's gonna be 23 to hit.
All right.
So, what do I want to do? Nah, I'll do it next time. So 14 points of damage for that last attack.
All right. You have slain
Yes!
the Andabata.
Oh, that's
Okay,
amazing.
yeah.
That's great.
So
Yeah.
Well done.
She slashed the femur, and then it just fell without its femur.
Yep, it just all collapsed. And all that remained was a very small bowl of piping hot, fresh mac and cheese.
She devours it instantly.
Okay, Elo here.
I should be able to, with my additional 10 feet, be able to get over here.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And go to work. Okay. Let's see where this goes. Mage's Bane, do your thing.
That's pretty good. Oh, no.
No, that one doesn't.
That's
That's a little
You're
poop
right.
thing.
That's bad.
Okay.
So natural 1.
All right.
But
with a Vorpal blade, eh?
I can re-roll.
Yeah, you can re-roll.
I can re-roll that one.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Good.
So you didn't nick yourself there.
So an 18 and 19 natural. So this was, if this doesn't hit that, then nothing. And this is larger. This is a 10.
This is
D10.
large. So these are two.
So these are
yeah,
two
but those are both hits.
Okay, and these would be both D10 plus 14. And let's do 9 plus 14 is, what?
23.
23, thank you.
23 points of damage.
I grew up doing base math. So.
There you go.
Oh, I
Asking
should
real
also
math
point out
questions.
that when he's blinded, you have advantage on the attacks too. Which
Oh,
is
yeah,
like-
yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
well,
an
but he hit
advantage?
both of them anyway.
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah.
Good to know. Good
Although,
to know.
but you
But
didn't.
I
so-
Oh, I didn't. That's okay.
chance
But
to have
I'm
a
not-
to 20.
Yeah,
I'm not-
That's
No
my
worries.
bad.
It's
I
all right,
should've
don't
told
worry
you.
Okay, and I'm not. I can't retcon really.
No,
It's
so-
all good.
You
It's
should
all
be.
good.
Yeah.
We're very, very happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Percival.
All right, so I'm going to stride forward here, and I'm going to haste our gnome and kind of just
Oh, he's-
stay in the pocket
goodness.
with him.
It's really
I
gonna
was
be
going to
All right,
cast
there you go.
jump on
That's
him,
going to be
too.
one fast gnome.
should double hasten them.
I was
Right.
thinking for my bonus action
Haste on the
casting
gnome,
jump
and now
on
it
the
is the
gnome.
gnome's turn. Take us home.
That
Take
gives
us
me
home,
a
no.
extra
That
attack.
gives you. Does it give you an extra attack, or does it
Yes.
give you? Okay, it doesn't double your attacks. It just gives you
No, just an
one.
extra
That's
attack.
still good.
So now that he's hasted and even faster, he's able to bring twice the wisdom to battle. So he first starts out with "Don't judge a book by the eggs in one basket," and then he finishes it off with "You can lead a horse to water to those who wait."
I roll.
And he will take his 4 attacks, and since I'm at disadvantage on these attacks because of the dummy, I'm going to make reckless attacks, which means they will all be at regular, but all attacks against me until my next turn get advantage. So I'm
right.
just going crazy.
And again, you have advantage
Now,
on your
just so
attacks.
that I want to make sure. Let me check with our producer. Are we at a hard out 2 minutes from now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Roll.
So you say I have advantage
How many
also?
minutes?
2.
5 minutes? Hold on.
Do
5
5.
minutes. All right.
Oh, 5. Sorry.
300 seconds.
So 25 to hit. 29 to hit. 25 to hit. And 27 to hit.
Oh, man.
All right.
Wow.
Roll me
That's
some
gonna
damage.
be 10,
Oh my God.
20, 29 plus 40.
Oh my God.
69?
69 damage.
Auspicious
Nice.
number in
All right.
the
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Put a
You
pin
have
on that.
vanquished our last foe.
Hasted.
With the hasted, our Andabata goes down, and you make your way to the door,
Avoiding the.
avoiding the dummies.
We take the
Gracefully
mac
dodging.
and cheese there with us.
Yeah, you take the mac and cheese with you.
Oh,
you,
yeah. So good for everybody.
The doors open, but you have made it out of the arena.
I want to kill the magic user. There's a leech out there.
Stumbling onto the gloom-shrouded streets of this ancient city, clutching at your wounds, you might believe that you've survived the necropolis, but ahead of you, a light begins to grow ever more brightly from a nearby tower window. Laughter begins to echo in your heads, still ringing from battle. You're not free yet, little ones, says a voice as soft as as inescapable as death itself. The Lich Empress awaits.
See, that's. I want to go.
And that's what we're playing tomorrow. So, really quickly, let's go around the table. Tell everybody where they can find you. All the other stuff, because we're here for GaryCon, but we all do other things with the rest of our lives usually. So, David Baxter, tell us where they can find you.
Hey, you can find me on LTL, standing for Larger Than Life Cosplay, on Instagram. I'm an avid cosplayer. I'm also a film executive at Legion M, the fan-owned entertainment company who made the movie Mandy, if you're familiar with that.
Oh.
An arch enemy with Joe Manganiello, and Jay and Silent Bob reboot. So kind of got it all covered. Get a chance, come to legionm.com. And this was so awesome. Thank you very much.
I had a blast. Luke, I'm going to stay for you to the end.
Okay.
Chad, where can everyone find you?
So on Twitch, I'm Vamp Wickman. I'm usually moderating my wife's channel, actually. She plays video games. Her handle is Marcy Laysell, MarcyLaycelle. She plays video games, makes Re stuff like that, and I just try to keep the trouble at pure chaos.
That sounds good. Alex.
I am the director of GameholeCon. You can find me, I'm somewhat particularly at GHC and Tacos on Twitter. I'm also a game designer, and I have several products. I have actually a new one, and I didn't bring this.
Let's see it.
I didn't bring this to promote. Actually, I brought this as a gift for our
Awesome.
DM. This is
Nice.
The Land of the Red Wizards. Ed Green and I wrote it. This is the 7th joint I think we've done, and it's so there you go. So I
thanks.
very much appreciate your preparing the game and running such a wonderful game. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful gift. And I love the Red Wizards of Thay. So, a lot of history there.
Rad.
Adriana Adriosa.
Hi, I'm Adriana Cazador. You can find me online at Adriosa Gaming. I stream video games on my channel, Adriosa, usually Sundays, but I also do a lot of TTRPG shows across the lands. I'm part of quite a few, but I'm also, in a few days, I'm going to be hosting D&D in a Castle, which is going to be rad.
Oh yeah. That's
But yeah, I'm an actor. I do voice acting stuff. I do video game stuff. If you follow me on all the Instagrams and all that stuff, you'll see the fun adventures I get up to.
And you're on our show right here.
And also,
GaryCon Live,
yes,
the
and
Gax
the Gax Pack.
Yeah.
Duh, yeah. So I'm also part of the Gax Pack, which is on this channel, GaryCon Live, playing as the Tiefling Ranger Graf.
And I am your game master, Jason Charles Miller. You can kind of find me, Jason Charles Miller, everywhere. I am a voice actor, I am a musician, and I host the Gax Pack here on GaryCon Live.
And writer.
I'm a writer too. That's right. And so let's throw it over to Luke. And Luke, let's talk about the rest of what's happening this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Luke Gygax. I organize GaryCon. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for running, Jason. So we got 2 more games coming up today. I'm going to be talking, and in between we'll have like a little panel or discussion. I'm going to be talking to Pat Kilbane next, and then we're going to have, tonight I think we also have Satine Phoenix doing a GM tips, and we've got, we're going to talk about my Kickstarter tomorrow too, that's opening up. So if you want to find out more about that, just go to KS, like Kickstarter, .gaxworks.com, and it'll get you there. It's my World of Oakrim. It's the second module with my friend Matt Everhart. That'll be kicking off. And guess who did some of the voiceover work for our sizzle reel? Guy right here did an excellent job. And we got the big game tonight is going to be with Mike Merles. We're going to be playing some D&D with Mike Merles at 6. And tomorrow our finale is going to be another Bingo Shortwick adventure.
Hey.
So I'll be playing with David again.
Well, with kind of part of me at least.
That's right, yes, the parts that remain.
Yeah, I have a severed leg and arm at this point, but we'll see what happens.
But the adventure is called Whole Again.
Well, there you go.
That's good portents.
No, unless it's HOLE, in which case.
Yeah, that could be it. But we got all sorts of wonderful gaming going on. If you're anywhere around, come and visit us at the Grand Geneva. Otherwise, stay tuned to GaryCon Live and watch us play games and support Wounded Warrior Project.
It's so great to be back live. I have to tell you, as much as I like the ethereal version, this is really.
It's good to see people and for sure and do this, and to see Bill Allen, who's doing it. Hey, Bill.
All right.
Thanks, Bill.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and stay tuned to this channel all weekend long for more GaryCon content. Eons passed. Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shentufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
So Krull is not your average turtle. Turtles are traditionally these dopey, monk-like, slow-moving characters, and Krull, I wanted Krull to resemble a snapping turtle. Beaked, sharp spikes on the back of the shell, and the shell has been carved with draconic runes and prayers to Tiamat. And that comes out of his story, which was he was sent by the Turtles to defeat Archon. And Archon bested him, but spared his life, as long as he gave his life over to fight for the Dragon Queen, and he accepted. And since then, it's this kind of fear, but he's also a fanatic now, and I think, but yeah, I think a lot of what he does is rooted in fear. You know, I wouldn't say there is a part Renfield to him, and another pop culture reference I would make would be like a Dr. Mindbender. And he's always scheming. He's coming up with, you know, if anyone was a G.I. Joe fan growing up, he was the Cobra scientist who was working to try to figure out how to bring Serpentor back to existence and create this genetic. So, you know, Krull is always searching for some elixir that's going to help Archon fight off Vecna's influence as the necrotic energy of the hand grows up his arm into his body. You know, Krull has commissioned some group of adventurers to bring him back a baby unicorn horn that he's going to grind up into a powder that he's going to feed to Archon somehow and stave off the necrotic energy. He's checking in with the artifact squads to check their progress to see if anyone's found the eye or found some leads on the eye of Vecna or any other sorts of weapons that could help Archon in his quest, Tiamat and the Dragon Armies for their quest. So, you know, very highly intelligent. I mean, he's also super strong. He's got a 20 strength, and he swings this giant two-handed maul that has, like, you know, frost capabilities. And so he's a very fearsome fighter. Always surrounded by the dead, you know, and he wears this white, like a white grease paint over his face, so that he looks like a skeleton. Like you would think he was undead at first glance, but he isn't. It's if that could give him some sort of advantage over an opponent that stumbled upon him. But there's always these zombies and whites and the undead around him. He's always experimenting on the dead.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Level Up Dice. We are innovators in semi-precious, aluminium, wood bone, and even heavy metals. We have so many exciting projects in the works for 2022, including new releases at GaryCon. You can also support GaryCon by following the link above to discover everything we have to offer.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom,
celebrity dwarf, and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Eons passed. Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shintufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as a player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
Hey everybody, Luke Gygax here. Welcome back to GaryCon 14. I'm here this afternoon with my friend Pat Kilbane, who is sort of the one man behind
yes.
The Dreams in Gary's Basement, a documentary on Dungeons and Dragons and the man, my dad, primary force in the creation and promotion of Dungeons and Dragons, the creation of the role-playing game genre. Here with us also today is Nathan Like, who's helped us out with the Dreams in Gary's Basement. And I think I want to talk to Pat and see where we're at on it. And I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I know there's a little bit ways to go, and we've had some various speed bumps in the road, just like the rest of the world. But I'm really excited for you to tell everyone about the Dreams in Gary's Basement, where we're at, and what it's looking like for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify, Nathan did a lot of archival research for us, and he found a lot of incredible music and was digging through the old newspaper articles, and so he was instrumental in helping with the film. And he's helping us here today just to make sure you and I don't meander off into weird.
Like we were doing before we started rolling this thing and go down.
Yeah.
It's interview railroading.
Herding the cats. Okay.
Right. So
very wise of you.
Yeah. So, but we did our first screening here at GaryCon last night, and I was very happy with how it went, and people seemed very pleased with. The amount of time it takes is a function of how good we want to make it, and there are just a huge number of cuts involved, and that means visuals and. It's like jazz music where the timing of things has to be just right, and that takes a lot of feel, and technically also it's very challenging. And I didn't think I was going to be the one editing it, and I think that's been the primary thing that slowed it down. I thought that we were going to be sitting with an editor in a post-production house, and I could give him the rough, and I could say, sit with him and say, oh yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. No.
And then go grab a coffee and come back. And
I'll be back. Yeah, just email me the results, But it was clear that it was a couple of things. One was the amount of time that I was willing to take that I think they would not be willing to take without it being exorbitantly expensive. And the other is just the subject matter expertise. And not that I'm an expert, but I know the story and the people and the feelings the viewers should probably feel when certain things are happening. And for an outside editor to get up to speed on that, it would have had to have been a $1 million budget or something. Yeah, that's probably an exaggeration, but 5 or 10 times more than what we had. So
there's not in the budget. There's not $1 million for that.
Yeah, right.
No,
I'm deferring my $1 million.
Oh, okay.
So that's how that works.
Okay.
But it's going great. I mean, Nathan saw it last night. I think you've seen the first 24 minutes or something like that of it. And,
I was a little busy last night, so I wasn't able to make the screening.
Right.
But I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
I'm sure where we've gotten to.
Can't wait to show it to you.
As you're describing the labor of love that it's been, it raised a question for me of like, what made you decide, I think I'm going to spend, a number of years here on subject matter Gary Gygax? What was the inspiration for that for you?
Yeah, well, it was reading John Peterson's Playing at the World. I was just completely blown away by the scholarly attention, basically by how respectful he was to the subject matter. This wasn't just an ephemeral fan. I mean, this was a scholarly approach that really respected the game for as impactful as it is. And I thought, I would love to do a film that is that respectful of this, that is really well done and respectful of the subject matter. And I thought originally that it was going to be similar to Playing at the World in that it would explore, the history of the game and the roots and all that stuff. And it became rapidly clear that Gary is the story, that your dad lived a hero's journey, the rags to riches story that any screenwriter would, just love to get his hands on that material to write a movie. So that we had a bunch of footage that we'd shot initially, then we went back and in some cases re-interviewed people after we knew that the story was going to be very focused on Gary Gygax.
Yeah. You mentioned the rags to riches piece. I think that is going to be something that's going to surprise a lot of people that maybe they've heard of Gary Gygax but don't know some of the biographical piece. You documented it.
you lived it in your life. I mean,
he had some of those rags. He wore some of those rags.
I did
to
wear
school.
some of those rags. That's right.
Hand-me-downs.
Were there any things as you both for the interview or the parts of it you've seen? Were there any moments or memories that brought up, or any surprises? Or things that are brought up for you, Pat, in your time in Hollywood too, of just seeing a lot of people that have made that maybe ascent to that spot.
Sure.
You know, what did that drum up for you?
Oh, for me personally, it is personal, right?
Yeah.
It's my dad, and I just thought about, wow, he had a lot of cards stacked against him in this, and the fact that he continued to persevere through all that hardship and just didn't quit. It's pretty surprising, because a lot of people would have thrown up their hands and just said, well, it's not meant to be, and not pursued it at great sacrifice to do that. And also, now that I'm older and married and have children and stuff, that my mom was willing to support him in that is pretty unique. Because it was there's no joke. We were my dad was proud, so we didn't go on food stamps because he didn't want to do that. So my mom would garden for subsistence and like bake bread and things like that to save money, and to the maximum extent possible have hand-me-down clothes. I have older sisters, so typically maybe I'd get like a pair of winter boots or something that was worn maybe by one, two, or three people before me and stuff like that. We would only eat at meal times. We didn't have a car. No one had a driver's license, no car. So it was a very meager living, and so it was hard, but he still persevered and made it happen. That's surprising me. That shows a lot of grit.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I asked you on camera even. We were talking about that, and I said, now that you are a dad and you have a family and kids, would you have the balls?
Yeah.
And you said, I don't think so.
Yeah.
That is, and your answer, I believe, was, that takes either a great deal of confidence or a very cavalier attitude towards one's family,
Yeah.
But it's absolutely extraordinary. And I think that, for people who don't know, I think you would just assume it was a very average existence, and the guy created a company, and a story we've heard a million times. But like literally in the basement, hammering shoes, and what's it, Landis machine? Is that what that giant machinery was called?
I don't even remember. I was so little.
Leather stitching and stuff like that.
I just remember the buffers were really fun, so I'd like the buffing machines were pretty cool. So yeah, he'd let me buff shoes more than stitch stuff. So that was a little safer.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. But Len Lakofka was talking about it, and rest in peace, Len.
Yes.
We're very happy to get an interview with him and have recorded some of Len's story and history, before his passing. We didn't know, obviously that it was a couple of years, I think, before he passed that we interviewed him. A great interview and great guy. And he talked about how when the Chicago gang would come to your place and play on your dad's sand table in the basement, that sometimes they would bring food, and that was they would bring a meal.
Yeah.
And he said in particular that your dad was very gracious and said thank you, but it was kind of a very matter-of-fact, dignified, sort of. Your dad was a proud man, he said. Yeah.
Very much so. I mean, and eventually my mom finally convinced him to go on food stamps. Like, hey, it's hard. We're suffering, and he did it. And my mom was amazed. We had could buy lots of food and stuff. So that was a big deal. But yeah, I mean, we were poor to the extent where they'd go out once a year to a local mid-range Italian restaurant called
Fazio's.
Fazio's. I just got, wait a second, it's Fazio's. Yeah. And they'd go to Fazio's, and I remember the place because they had a bread basket, or with the crackers, very 70s Midwest stuff, right?
Yeah.
But my mom would make sure to bring home some crackers or breadsticks for all of us, and that was our treat when she'd get home from their anniversary dinner.
Yeah. Wow.
That was a big deal. Be like, what do you get? All right, I got the garlic ones, I got these ones. And that was our big deal.
Yeah.
So we go from this in the story to really D&D's a hit, nationally, globally. One of the things that I think will strike people is it is the story of these imaginative people that create this game, and in some ways I feel like we're riding another wave of that right now, where again it's a national hit. Do you feel like some of that same energy that you saw, or in documenting it, does it seem like we're sort of in a reliving some of that national success, and is that surprising at all too over the last 10 years?
I mean, my thoughts on it, and I haven't researched it deeply. I'm not working on it daily in my bunker, editing. But what I think we're seeing is the advancement of electronics and the kind of consequence of lacking close social connections. We're always, and I'm as guilty as the next person, of staring at my phone on the airplane, wherever I'm going, even at the dinner table sometimes, where, buzz, we pick it up, and we're not having that exchange with our close family even as much as we should. And really, we, as human beings, we crave that social time and that contact. And I don't think the screen can replace that. It's great. I'm not a Luddite. I mean, I get it. Technology is wonderful, but being able to sit at the table, put your things aside, forget about the troubles of the world, and immerse yourself into a story, especially a story where you get to be the hero as a group and make world, changes, and depending on changes that are important to your characters, and that grow over time as you gain power and stuff, and that's because it's more rewarding and you develop your character and your story. That's pretty cool, and you form a bond with people, and you can just talk about your adventures as well in your social time. So, but for me anyway, gaming, a lot of times when I go to my dad's house for gaming, especially, the first half an hour when people were arriving, kind of around time, get a little drink, get some snacks, but you might talk about recent events at work, family, politics, and important events. So it was really not just sit down and play games like maybe here at GaryCon. You're probably not going to have a lot of chit chat around there because you probably don't all know each other. But you get that chit chat and that social interaction. That's very satisfying. Yeah. And then you get to immerse yourself collectively, forming bonds with other folks, as opposed to solo play in an electronic or other format.
Yeah. There is a podcast called Nerd Poker that one of my Mad TV colleagues does, Blaine Capatch, and trying to remember the other fellows. But the idea is that just like guys would get together and chit chat and catch up while they're playing poker or golfing or whatever, that it serves this purpose in addition to being inherently fun by itself. It gives you an excuse kind of, to get together. But I think it's interesting that you touched on kind of the changing world or the difficult times. And when in the early '70s when the game was born, you're still in Vietnam, and there's an emergence from the Ozzie and Harriet world of kinds of Eisenhower America, and people are, there's a lot of kind of cultural change that's happening, and then here's this this game that allows you to sort of break out of boundaries and explore imaginative worlds, and similarly, we're not coming out of Eisenhower, but we're in this highly electronic era, that can create kind of a malaise of its own. And you couple that with some difficulties in the world, and hey, all of a sudden this getting together with people and playing a pencil and paper game, it sounds really appealing. So it's amazing. It's amazing how it's shown itself in that regard to be timeless.
Yeah, you wonder, especially with the last 2 years of isolation and separation, what that means for even further just I think embrace of what the game does. As we're here in Lake Geneva, one of the thoughts I had is in this movie, Lake Geneva is almost a character because it's so central to this. Luke, having grown up here, you still host GaryCon here. Your dad moved back here towards the end of his life. What is it that's so magical or special about this place, you think?
He always maintained a residence here in some form or another. So he moved here from somewhere, Kenmore Street, I can't remember the cross street in Chicago, at 8 with his family due to some troubles. The neighborhood was his mom was worried about gangs and fights and these sorts of things. So
it's like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
It was.
That's like good to ship him off to Lake
with your
Geneva.
auntie and uncle in Lake Geneva. Exactly. And so they went up there and it was where her family was from anyway, the Burdick family. And so he grew up in Lake Geneva. And it was great, and I think he loved it. It's where he liked being. And then he had the interlude where he ended up out in Los Angeles or Beverly Hills area trying to get the D&D Entertainment Company going. And that was radically different. I mean, I tell you what, there was a lot of changes now that I think about it as a grown-up. There's a lot of changes in my life. At 4 years old, there was like hey, there's no snacking between meals because there's nothing in the fridge, and that's it. And no, you can't get that cereal off the shelf or anything because we just didn't have money. So by the time I was 12, I was asking my dad to have Mr. T come to my birthday. So
And he priced it. He called and
he priced it and called. Yeah,
checked it.
He was like 10 grand. I'm not doing that. He said 5 grand I'd do it, but not 10. And I was like, oh, Dad, come on. You're so lame. You know, it'd be cool. But I mean,
that's an $82 too.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. It was a
what is
lot.
that now?
Yeah, Mr. T was commanding a
4
pretty good
times
appearance. And then fast forward a little bit more. I was in just a gorgeous mansion in Beverly Hills with. It was the head, D&D Entertainment, but I was able to live. We lived in the bedrooms areas and paid a rent. But there was a housekeeper and a yardsman and a gardener, and it was a little big size swimming pool in Beverly Hills. So it was pretty nice. Yeah, it was a very nice place to be, and there was kind of some.
Just to highlight that a little bit, Beverly Hills is very expensive. And the higher you go up in the hills, the more expensive it is because you're buying a view. And this place is, first of all, it's a compound. It's like, what is it? At least 4 buildings, there's a big building. 10 acres.
It was 10 acres. It had a gatehouse, a barn, and a big giant main building and like a detached garage. So there was 4 structures there.
And your dad and Flint mentioned they put carpet in the barn and basically turned that into a creative area.
It was a studio, yes.
Yeah, and there was a giant sand table. There was sand table games with celebrities coming to. Frank Miller's coming smoking cigarettes and chainmails going on, And it's like,
Marconi was a gamer there. Dave Marconi, he's a writer, screenwriter. So yeah.
Yeah, and your dad and Flint met with Orson Welles at the Magic Castle, because they were talking about him being in their Scepter of Seven Souls screenplay they were working on. Yeah. That was a screenplay that involved all of TSR's worlds, where they would take, Gamma World, Star Frontiers, Top Secret, Dungeons and Dragons, Boot Hill. And then there was a guy who had to travel to the 7 worlds and gather a piece of the scepter from each, and Orson Welles was going to be like the dungeon master in the Scepter of Seven Souls.
It sounds like Marvel ripped off the multiverse. I think is what I'm hearing.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, but I interrupted you there, Luke. But this was so it's as high up as you can get and as big as you can get in Beverly Hills. Yeah. Absolutely, primo property, built by a director from the 1930s named King Vidor.
Yeah.
So there was a secret projector room in there? Or it looked like a hidden room, but it was for projectors. But anyway, you're talking about your Beverly Hills experience.
It's great. I got to meet Don Cornelius, if you guys remember from
Soul Train.
Yeah, he was great. He hated snakes, though. Matt had a snake. He was definitely afraid of snakes, but really nice guy. Bill Bixby, a few other
Sure, the Incredible Hulk. That was his heyday, too.
Yeah,
wow.
So he was doing Goodnight Deantown, so I met Meredith Baxter Burney, maybe, or something like that, and him, whoever this co-star was. Anyway, so that was, I went from that, 4 years old, to that environment, of course. And then, there's the whole, the trouble, right? They're right at the cliff to fall off, and, the company is losing money, and my dad gets in a scrape with Lorraine. Well, he brings in Lorraine to help fix the finances. Then they butt heads, and disaster happens, and she ends up seizing control of the company. So by the time I'm 16, my dad's on the outside of this company, and I'm back in Lake Geneva. So this is the first stint in LA. So a lot of changes, and then I ended up joining the Army, and
you're calling Elisa for clothes. You're like, hey, got anything in the closet that might fit me?
I've grown a little bit. So it was just there was a lot of change, and
that is a lot. For a kid. Your formative years.
Yeah, so it's kind of a little roller coaster of things. Wonderful, great experiences. I got to meet fantastic people. Played a lot of games. I don't remember not playing role-playing games. So when people ask me, well, what's that like? I don't know. This is what I've always experienced. Is my youngest memories are sitting around the table. I'm sure my first memory is playing in the village of Hamlet. Of course I didn't know it was the village of Hamlet. It was just, But he's like, oh, kid, do you want to roll some dice? I'm like, oh, I totally want to roll some dice. Let me roll some. He's like, all right, you're one of the man-at-arms. And it turned out, I was the plant for the druid, a ranger who worked for the druid. And that's my first character that I took up to 10th level. So
you got to be this cool plot point.
Yeah. And then I kept showing up and rolling dice until my mom would say, past your bedtime. It's like 8:30. No, Kano. And then I'd have to go to bed. So, because I think I played Otis up until maybe 9 or 10, and that was it. So,
Well, I think it's, it was a roller coaster ride for you, but certainly it's a lesson in going for it. I think that's Jim Carrey talked about how his dad always wanted to, he played, I think, saxophone, and always wanted to have a big band, and, but ended up, thinking, this is not practical, I'm going to be an accountant. And he became an accountant. Then he lost his accountant job.
Yeah.
And then they were living like, kind of like you described living. And Jim Carrey said that he took away from that the lesson that, look, there is no safe job. Yeah. It doesn't exist, and so I think your dad, he lost his job as an accountant, so that way he didn't choose to quit his job, but he did choose to invest an enormous amount of his time and effort, emotional energy into this prospect that was very dubious, but he believed in it and he's passionate about it. And what an amazing life lesson that is for, a young person growing up. I'm sure, you didn't risk it the way that he did, but you've risked it in a lot of ways. I mean, how many helicopters have you flown in with a gun? You got deployed.
I was in Desert Storm at 19, so So, and then back to Iraq one more time. So not horrible dangers, I guess, but I don't think they're that horrible dangers. Just rockets, artillery, and stuff like that is not. Well, it happens. It does happen in that community, so it's not that big of a deal.
That community.
Yeah. So I suppose you're right. That's another thing. That is normal in the military community to face that sort of stuff. So I really kind of poo-poo it. But yes, certainly it's very scary. Regardless, I don't think you're. I think you're maybe not sane if you're not scared in that sense.
Yeah.
But thinking of my dad, I bet he really never fit in. Right. He was kind of maybe an odd duck.
Yeah.
But he had a wonderful imagination, and he would find those distractions and those. That's where he felt. What he loved, right? And so maybe he saw that as an opportunity to, hey, you know what? One door closed. Maybe I'm going to be this famous novelist, which is, I think, what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And he wrote a novel called The Hornbow. And I saw it one time, typewritten manuscript. I was like, hey, what's this? He's like, oh, that's horrible. Don't put that down. Put it away. You're never going to read that. That's absolute trash. I have no idea where it is. But there was.
What was it about?
He wouldn't let me even. He was like, no,
no idea.
No, that's so bad. I don't even want you to like the Hornbow.
So that would be whatever. Medieval era or some bows and arrows kind of,
Made of, bows had, horn to reinforce them, so made some sort of recurved bow. It's about an archer who was, who knows?
Right.
What if it was a symbol for being an insurance underwriter? And it's really disappointed.
What's this manual? It's terrible. But no, it's a great story, and I know we're a little pressed on time because we've got to do some setup for the next game. But this is, my dad's story. I'm glad you're telling it, and being honest in the way that you're telling it. I think he was a force of nature in the fact that against all odds, he made this thing called Dungeons and Dragons happen. There was people who contributed ideas that were very important, and I don't want to minimize the contributions of other folks. Some of them are here. Dave Wesley's still here, and I think he had an important spark.
Huge part. Yeah.
But my dad is the guy who took the ball and really ran with it, and I don't think we'd have D&D as we know it today without his sacrifice and drive, determination, and genius to an extent.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone we talk to, there's a whole chapter or scene in the film about just your dad's genius and what he was brilliant at. And there's a guy named Mihai Csikszentmihalyi who's like, if you saw the way that this thing is spelled, your eyes would cross, But he's one of the preeminent experts in the psychology of the flow state and genius and creativity. And I read one of his books where it was just like checking the boxes for your dad's, capabilities, the ability to, for instance, zoom in on the granular and zoom out on the global, and switch from creative, intuitive to the mechanical business part of creating the crunchy part of the game with all the mathematics and all that stuff. A lot of people, first of all, have no access to some of those departments, and people who do often can't jump back and forth the way that your dad did. But he was, he had this odd combination of highly creative, intuitive, but driven work ethic, like just feverishly working on this stuff all of the time.
It was all the way until the end of his life that he would do that. He would pretty much be up at 6 a.m. doing something unless there was any video game. He stayed away from video games because that would soak away his time. But usually he was up at 6 having a cup of coffee and would start working in his robe, typing. So like he's probably had some ideas from when he was asleep, and we'd put them down, and then he'd spend certain times in the afternoon read. But he'd work 10, 12 hours a day, creating and doing stuff. That was just what he did. And it's whether he was, at TSR, where making the big money or your big show, or just towards the end of his life when he was creating much smaller independent publishing stuff that made him very happy. I think we really found that spot that was satisfying to him again in life. But yeah, I mean, I think we got to probably wrap it up here. Unfortunately, it was so short. Yeah. But if you've got any parting shots, like what do you? What's an important thing, or what information should we know?
What should people expect here for what's next for the Dreams in Gary's Basement?
Yeah, well, I guess the first thing I'd like to say is thanks to you for all of the help that you've given and the trust and patience and a lot of leeway, I think, too, in that you don't kind of lean over our shoulder and say, hey, take that out. You let us, paint your dad as a human being, a complete human being. And the story really is nothing without that, So it's gracious of you, I think, and we're wrapping up the post-production in terms of the cleaning up the editing over the course of this coming month, and then in May we're sitting down with our sound and color team to master it, basically. So we're getting very close and very excited about how it's looking.
Yep, and I appreciate all that hard work that you guys are both putting into it, and that you started this journey and are going to see it through to the end. And absolutely, I have to take a back seat because I was directly involved, so it's hard. You can't be objective. You're going to be biased, and I want a good picture. I want a good product that shows my dad. Everybody's human. All of us have flaws. He was a great guy in many ways. He had flaws. He's a human being. So. Yeah. Just like all of us, like all of us at this table and everybody watching. So thank you very much for your time today. Yeah. We're gonna get ready for I think it was a Battle of the Bards next with Satine Phoenix, who I had the pleasure of officiating over her wedding with Jameson Stone last night. That was a lot of fun. But she's back in action at the behind the DM screen today. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back with more adventures.
So Krull is not your average turtle. Turtles are traditionally these dopey, monk-like, slow-moving characters, and Krull, I wanted Krull to resemble a snapping turtle. Beaked, sharp spikes on the back of the shell, and the shell has been carved with draconic runes and prayers to Tiamat. And that comes out of his story, which was he was sent by the Turtles to defeat Archon. And Archon bested him, but spared his life, as long as he gave his life over to fight for the Dragon Queen, and he accepted. And since then, it's this kind of fear, but he's also a fanatic now, and I think, but yeah, I think a lot of what he does is rooted in fear. You know, I wouldn't say there is a part Renfield to him, and another pop culture reference I would make would be like a Dr. Mindbender. And he's always scheming. He's coming up with, you know, if anyone was a G.I. Joe fan growing up, he was the Cobra scientist who was working to try to figure out how to bring Serpentor back to existence and create this genetic. So, you know, Krull is always searching for some elixir that's going to help Archon fight off Vecna's influence as the necrotic energy of the hand grows up his arm into his body. You know, Krull has commissioned some group of adventurers to bring him back a baby unicorn horn that he's going to grind up into a powder that he's going to feed to Archon somehow and stave off the necrotic energy. He's checking in with the artifact squads to check their progress to see if anyone's found the eye or found some leads on the eye of Vecna or any other sorts of weapons that could help Archon in his quest, Tiamat and the Dragon armies for their quest. So, you know, very highly intelligent. I mean, he's also super strong. He's got a 20 strength, and he swings this giant two-handed maul that has, like, you know, frost capabilities. And so he's a very fearsome fighter. Always surrounded by the dead, you know, and he wears this white, like a white grease paint over his face, so that he looks like a skeleton. Like you would think he was undead at first glance, but he isn't. It's if that could give him some sort of advantage over an opponent that stumbled upon him. But there's always these zombies and whites and the undead around him. He's always experimenting on the dead. Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of, you know, a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as the player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy. Hello. Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Spurt the Kobold, briefly serving as the guide to the Mighty Nine, led them down a tunnel of the Underdark, and then as the Mighty Nine were chit-chattering, kind of went off ahead on his own and entered a big giant cave that had 2 fire giants. Now, Spurt is a CR 1/8 monster. Fire giants each are like a CR 9 monster. So he threw his bag of bees at one of them, and it did what you would expect a bag of bees to do. It just plopped down in this little bzzz, no effect whatsoever. And then one of the giants just smushed him. Spurt showed up for 15 minutes actually in an episode that was kind of very straight up to that point. So he was like this humorous interlude, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the fact that he was humorous, the fact that he wasn't live there for very long, so you only got to enjoy him for a brief period of time, I think that won a lot of people over. And then Chris Dupuis, one of the people who works on the creative side of Idle Champions, said, hey, this little guy, he's something. We can make something out of this. Do you mind if we take that ball and run with it? And then they made it. And then they had their little gifts that they did showing Spurt being smashed with the big hammer, and it's like, yes. Why do they fall in love with Spurt so much? Because he tries. You know, life has dealt him a cruel hand. He is a kobold who has never seen the light, and life down in the Underdark is a horror show for the most part. Yet, you know, he's managed to live 11 days and done pretty well for himself in that time, and he seems like an upright little guy. I think the fact that he's small, that he's unabashedly harmless, and that he's got all these fun little toys that can surprise and delight makes him an easy sell. There's just something kind of pathetic and likable about kobolds in general. Because they are on the like absolute weakest spectrum of humanoid life. It's like you can't find a humanoid character really who's any weaker than a kobold. Weaker than a kobold would be a terrible insult.
Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, this, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as a player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
Waterdeep, the city of splendors, is peaceful at night. Old friends gather at the yawning portal and share stories about the threats to our city. threats that never sleep. Waterdeep needs warriors. My name is Laeral Silverhand. I've summoned the greatest heroes in Faerun, the Warriors of Waterdeep.
Just pop them out of the box and get right to gaming. We like to make things look real, like they're in the real world, but also a little bit fantastical, a little bit saturated. A lot of times it can get muddy if you make it look realistic.
One of the most important things for me when painting is to make the shapes that the sculptor has already worked so hard on very clear and pick them out so that they'll read from the tabletop across a large build and expansive area.
The hardest part of making a paint scheme is making it simple enough for the factory to reproduce while still looking awesome.
So it's not just enough for our pieces to be beautiful, they also have to be as cool as possible.
After I mold and cast some of the pieces, I make them come alive. I like to look at a piece and see if I can make it more than just a plain piece. The features I like to put in pieces are stuff such as LEDs, magnets, or pull accessories. The most difficult thing to embed in a piece will probably be a more complicated LED function, such as one that has 2 modes or has many LEDs in specific places. It's fun. It's just, I feel like a mad scientist.
The end result is worth the effort.
When they pick up the piece, I want them to feel, oh, wow, this is serious quality. And I look at the details, and oh, wow, look at those cool, loving details. And I want it to feel human, you know?
The anticipation of opening a new box of Dwarvenite is, you just can't wait to start playing with it, putting up builds and finding new ways to use it.
When people get this stuff, it's, their faces light up, and we see the photos and the videos and the things, and it's just, it's magic.
And it's not just, oh, here it is, and that's it. They have to create with them. So it
It's there's nothing better.
Dwarven Forge has managed to create a beautiful community, and being a small company, we have the freedom and the time to really connect with people on a personal level because we care as much as our fans do.
It's magic, and we're giving them a little bit of magic, a little bit of our blood, a little bit of our sweat, a little bit of our tears, a little, all of it right there in those pieces.
We want them to sit down, share these stories together, create these memories, and have our stuff be the catalyst. We care about all these little details so intensely. That's what makes us special. That's what makes us Dwarven Forge.
Hewn from ice older than memory, with a heart as cold as the glaciers that form its lair. The terrible frost giant scours the lands as it seeks to quench its unending hunger. The icy cavern walls sparkle like diamonds in the light of your torch. Scattered bones mark the places others have fallen to the titan you now face.
Hello everyone, welcome to GaryCon 2022. Oh my goodness, it has been so much fun. I mean, I've had a great time. My husband has had a great time.
Woo!
And our friends have had a great time.
Woo!
And today we're going to have more of a great time because we are going to play Siren's Battle of the Bards. And adjacent, we're going to be playing with a lot of bards. Why don't we introduce you to our bards? I'll start with my husband here. So please introduce you, your character, and what you do in this band.
Excellent. My name is Jameson Stone. I'm the founder and creator of Apotheosis Studios, who make awesome 5e content, including with Satine, Siren's Battle of the Bards. I'm going to be playing Vajra Ajay Viendra. He's a paladin, and he is a much better singer than I am in real life.
I don't know how that's possible.
I don't know. Last
I
time was
know. Dulcet tones.
Yeah. Hi, I'm David Baxter, avid cosplayer from LTL, Larger Than Life Cosplay, and also film executive for Legion M. We did movies like Mandy and Jay and Silent Bob Reboot. But I love playing D&D, and today I am playing a drow half-elf whose name is Hanesko Shondith, and he is a flautist, and he's also a monk, and he uses his flouting skill to help back up anything these wonderful sirens might want to do.
Wonderful, thank you. And going around the table.
Hello, I'm Adriana Cazador, and I do all sorts of nerdy things. But you can find me at Adriosa. I am going to play Apophasia, the Gith fighter who plays the lyre and is very dark and dreary and goth looking and likes smoke clouds in the yes.
I.e. super cool.
She's very moody and broody. But yeah.
Oh, what a vibe.
I think we're going to mix well together.
Yes, your characters.
Hello, I'm Amanda Hammond. I'm a senior designer on Dungeons & Dragons at Wizards of the Coast.
Heard of it?
Yeah, it's a little company. One company. Little company. Makes a little game called Dungeons & Dragons. Today I am playing a tiefling barbarian named Arena Van Elston, known as Axe Smasher. And she comes up when we need a little bit of some heavy metal vibe to our performances.
Yeah, nice.
She's a Path of the Ancestral Guardians barbarian, and when she rages and plays on her dulcimer, her ancestors pop up in a spectral image, and because she's a tiefling, they're demons.
Yes.
So we're a little metal.
Love her.
That's so fun.
Grandma and
Love
Grandpa
her.
can really take them out.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm Amy Vorpal. I'm a real life bard, and I am playing Ainsley Bug Flumpers. And Ainsley is a half-orc druid. Ainsley is in charge of percussion and is just as flaky as any other percussionist you know, Shade. But she's a druid, so she can, with Satine's permission, when she's playing the drums, give a beat, a tone of it by becoming maybe a small rodent or a larger tortoise or whatever, and bang a different tone, like her body against the drum. Yeah,
always yes.
So we'll decide what animal, the hard metal or soft, dulcet, angelic, mellifluous, folksy music will require which animal will bang against a canvas pulled taut.
I'm sorry, did you say rodent?
She can turn into a rodent.
That's amazing. I love
it.
it.
She throws herself. It's like the equivalent of beating your head against.
Can she become a capybara, a giant rodent?
Oh my God, yes.
Always yes.
Always yes.
But sometimes plays the drums with the tail.
Sometimes the tail, yeah.
yes.
Sometimes some claws, like it's cool.
It's when we do the jazz flute riff with the tail.
Is it snake jazz though? Any snake jazz?
Snake jazz? Yes. What else you got? Yes,
Literally
we're doing it all.
snake jazz.
Yeah.
Amazing. Before we start, I want to thank all of you for watching, and also thank Ultra Pro for sponsoring. There's a whole lot of sponsors for GaryCon. Thank you all for being a part of this community. We love you so much.
And congratulations for being married!
If you guys want to watch it on the next break, we have our wedding ceremony here on GaryCon Live on Twitch. You can watch it. It's amazing. Yes. Okay. I have an awesome build here for you. And before I tell you what this whole thing is about, and if you know anything about Dungeons & Dragons, you can probably recognize it. I would like for each of you, because you have been traveling and performing together for about 3 years, tell me a story of a moment where another character saved your life.
Ooh.
And I'm going to roll the dice to see who goes first. You go first.
Okay, I go first. I love improv. Okay, so Ainsley's this druid, and she's a Circle of the Land, a grasslands druid. And she's always had a certain kind of affinity to the other halvesy in the group, which is your character.
Hanesko.
Hanesko?
Hanesko.
Hanesko, and you're a half.
I'm a drow half elf.
A drow half
So
elf.
human drow.
Human drow, half elf. Yes, okay, great. So just having been like two outsiders who can't really find their way in either one of the camps, they kind of bonded together, feeling like they are outsiders. And one time, it was so minor. Everything should have gone to plan. They were crossing a bridge chasm. It was a big one, but it was in a jungle. And being the grasslands, this wasn't my preferred terrain at all. But it was fine, and everyone was traipsing along, and we had gotten into it, and we got into like a big, kind of existential conversation about where we belong in life. And we fell away from the rest of the group, and it got heated because we don't shy away from fighting. We're down to like debate and argue, and I was like, no, we are humans, and you were like, no, we are the other one, and both are fine. And I was like, no, we have to pick. And it got really heated, and we started jumping because, as you know, I'm a drummer and I use my body for percussion, and so I was like jumping, and that was just the wrong time to do it. So I made the bridge collapse right where we were and break. It swung, but you, being a drow, you like summoned Lolth, right? Are you
okay? I didn't summon Lolth, but I had my cape of the Arachnia.
Yes.
So I literally, like a la Spider-Man,
yes.
was able to grab and swing you, and we did like this triple somersault and landed together, and we're like holding each other. And it was just that moment, where two people accept each other, even if it's a different.
That's right, and we decided that maybe we didn't have to choose, and maybe we're infinite. We're not humans, but we're infinite beings, and we can just exist, and that's fine. It was a good end to that debate.
That's amazing.
And for me, the other thing that it did is, I grew up really distrustful of everybody except the people in my clan, my monk clan. And I finally realized I had a place that I could stay where I could rest and not feel, even if the agents of Lolth were after me, that I had people who could back me up and I could perform, because I only played the flute for myself until I met you and all of you.
All right, moving on to Hanesco. Please pick another character. How did they save your life?
Well, your character's name?
Vajra.
Vajra. And you are?
A paladin. Azamar paladin.
So, Vajra. Vajra and I actually encountered several agents of Lolth.
No.
And Lolth being an abyssal character, there's nobody you want at your side more than a paladin. And there is a small sect of drow that actually worship a chaotic good goddess. I think it's Elistri. And I was raised by a priestess of that. And essentially, I was going to die. And he came forth, he healed me, and he forced these agents of Lolth to flee. And again, he made me feel like I could live in the upper world and get away from the Underdark and be my own person. So thank you for...
And hopefully you know that I would do it again in a heartbeat.
I do, and I would help you any way that I can.
Nice. All right, we'll move on to Vajra.
So I envision our characters actually, and remind me your character's name? Arena. Being, a complicated tiefling passing with your kind of rocking out ability, but also summoning maybe forces more dark than Vajra is more accustomed to. Having a time where...
So PC.
Well done. Well played.
Yeah.
He sometimes overextends himself, charging out, and was so close, trying to battle the forces that pushed against us, and went down and was saved by you and by these darker, not evil, but these darker forces, to give him the added perspective that not all that is dark is necessarily evil, and that has helped him understand and broaden some of the perspectives that he has both as a paladin and as a demon hunter, to try and kind of reimagine what it is to be a force of good in the world.
Man, you guys are so deep today.
Wow, right? That's
my
amazing.
God.
A
So
different
thank you.
version of saving a life.
Yeah.
Arena never set out to inspire an ASMR paladin of all people, but you know, she's learned and she's grown from being part of this group.
Wow.
So I guess it's up to me.
That's right,
Yes.
Arena.
So, of course, you know, being inspired by this ancestral path with these demons in her background, being the tiefling and being an outcast in many places that she's been in, Arena is prone to having long solitary walks, right? She needs to go out and sort of meditate on some of these new things that have been introduced into her life, meeting Vajra, for example, and coming into contact with pure good as opposed to, you know, some of the things, the darker things that are in her background, meeting, David's character, the half-orc. But one day, I think it was Ainsley who she really bonded with. One day when she was walking out in the woods, she thought she was completely alone, and she was singing one of her songs, not quite raging, but just sort of like barreling through the forest, not really paying attention, really just kind of focusing on that inner peace that she was searching for. And unfortunately, because she kind of overestimates her ability that she can take care of herself, because she's a barbarian, she woke up a slumbering bear. She literally walked right past the den of a slumbering bear, and that was an enemy. That was a creature she was not necessarily expecting. And so she all of a sudden woke up this angry mama bear who was trying to protect her cubs, who was just really trying to make sure that everything was going to be okay. And she was losing this fight. She didn't have her weapons on her. She wasn't expecting a fight. And she was just sort of like, just kind of screaming. And Ainsley, you recognize that anguish that was deep in there.
Yes,
and
I was actually following you because I can't sing. I don't have many skills. Like I can keep a beat at the end, and I was just following, listening to the meditative tones coming out of your vocal cords, and I saw the bear. I saw this happen, and I was like, oh no! And I turned into a rhinoceros real fast. And rhinoceroses, I mean, it's just no contest between the rhinoceros and a bear. The rhinoceros is always going to win. So I charged in. I don't think you recognize. I don't know that that's one of my most common shapeshifters animals. So you didn't recognize me. So I was coming tearing through you. But I inched right by you.
And I just went, oh my God, a rhinoceros.
Yeah, and then I gored the bear.
And then you gored the bear with that horn.
Yeah, with my big old horn.
And it was just the most badass metal thing that inspired Arena to again start singing again, but just the entire glory of her background and all the ancestors,
and
spectral popped
the
up.
The bear was like on my horn, on my snout, and it bounced as I talked to you, and I was like, keep going.
And she's just like, she like happens to have her dulcimer out, she just whips it out and starts playing the chords.
And then I tossed the bear off.
And the bear ran away because the bear didn't want none of that.
Oh, we saved the yes, the bear was not, it was gored but not dead.
It got better.
I healed it. I cured its wounds real fast.
That's right. That's right.
Great.
It was all a misunderstanding and everything was perfectly fine. And now we're friends with the bear.
Yes,
because you can talk to the bear.
That's true. I can. Yeah.
And now we have a bear in our metal band.
Well, I was
as
going to
part
say,
of our
I thought
act.
that was the beginning of the bear tour.
The bear tour.
That was the bear tour.
Okay, roll
Bear days.
a percentile.
Yes.
If you roll over 75%, then you can have a bear.
Ooh. With a scar, with like a huge rhinoceros horn scar.
It's an 80.
You got a bear.
Oh my gosh.
Bear.
Yes.
What you do with it, well, that's up to you.
Well, we have to name our bear.
Okay.
Patty?
Yeah, Patty.
Patty LeBear?
Patty LeBear.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
She's such
I love
a
you guys.
treat. Yeah. We do have to remember she
bear
has like a belly button-y scar.
There might be a bear.
Yeah.
bear?
You might not want to turn into the rhinoceros anymore because she has feelings about that.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that'll
that
be a
was
trigger.
tough.
That'll be a trigger for Patty.
All right. Last but by no means least.
Hello. Yes. Okay. So, choose a character. I'm going to choose Hanesco. So this is not going to be as deep, but once Apopha was mixing, the potions for her fog that she does she was practicing for a solo performance that was coming up for her lute, and as she was mixing it, you noticed that she swapped one of the liquids with her drink. And she didn't even notice, like, something happened. She was, like, so busy, like, vibing. And as she was about to drink this that would have killed her, she didn't even know. You just pointed it out and just, you know, chopped it out of her hand.
Wow.
And she's like, what is that for? And, like,
I have too few friends. I need to keep all the ones close.
oh, it was okay. And so that's when she realized she swapped them, and she was about to accidentally poison herself to death. And that's how you saved her life.
Oh, thank you, Hanesco, for saving.
Well done, guys. Okay, so before we jump into 3 years after that you have known each other. House rules. This is PG, really fun. Just yes and each other. It's just buy in. Figure a way for you to buy in. It'll be fun. Everyone hold up your dice.
A D20?
Which one? D20?
Anything. Could be literally anything. All right. If you drop your dice, you get disadvantage on your next roll. If I drop my dice, I will get disadvantage on my next roll. So just keep that in mind when you're rolling. Don't keep your dice in your dice tray. If you roll a 1, no matter if it's for a skill check or an attack, it's rolling for story. And if it's an attack, you roll damage and then tell everyone how you hit yourself while you take that damage. I will never make you go under 1 hit point, because that would suck. A natural 20 is double dice damage. Let's see here. Yeah. There's other things that I'll just throw at you as we go along.
Do we get triple advantage?
Triple advantage, yes, we do. Okay, so if you guys want to go at, say, the same time, 2 or more people want to go at the same time and combine your powers in a Voltron manner, then you will get triple advantage and /or recreate that into a bigger power. Maybe, you go from a D6 to a D8, or 3D6 instead of 2D6.
So we would describe.
And then you can
that kind of
describe it
movement.
together. Yeah, exactly.
Which we're very good at doing already.
Yes.
We're good at describing things together.
Okay.
So is that like when we perform together? That would be a co existence?
Well, even that's going to be a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
That's even another whole thing. So, yeah, if you guys are all settled in, let's begin our adventure. Okay, you guys have been practicing for a really long time. You heard that there is an open mic night at the Yawning Portal. And this is where we are today. This is a special build that Dwarven Forge did for the Sirens during Sirens of the Realm era. And I'm very proud of it and so happy to have brought it with us. So you heard that there is an open mic night. You are performers. You got no money. Maybe you have like 2 gold pieces each, because that's the way it goes. We're from LA. That's
from personal experience.
Personal experience. But you heard that there was an open mic night here. You heard that it's for a lot of money. The winners will get a lot of money. So, as you're on your way over to the Yawning Portal, you haven't picked a name yet. What is your troop's name? Yeah, you've been traveling for 3 years. You haven't picked a name, but you feel like this, or maybe you have picked names that didn't work. But this is going to be the name that sticks. What is that name?
Does it involve our bear?
Yeah, I was going to say, it has to involve the bear.
Obsidian darkness.
Bear.
The bear.
Goldilocks.
Obsidian darkness bear.
Obsidian darkness bear.
Or bear obsidian darkness.
Oh, yes.
Bear.
All right.
Double on
Bear.
Bear.
Obsidian.
Bod. It's
You'll say
short for bod.
Oh yeah, and the bear is Patty's on the merch. She's got the big bear head. It's just bod and scripts
And
surrounding
anyone who
her
wants
face.
to have flesh shown a lot, that's like another word for bear.
Oh, that's a good
meaning for
one.
bear.
Vajra does not actually. He always has his.
He's always got some skin
yeah,
out.
He's always sporting.
Does he have a
Sun
bod
out.
tattoo?
Maybe. Potentially henna.
Oh my God, is that the coolest thing
That's
ever?
very cool.
Yeah.
It's the coolest mini ever.
It's from Sirens.
Is it
We're
really?
very proud.
Oh,
Okay.
So good.
So you guys walk up to the Yawning Portal, and you've never seen it like this before. It's packed. Well, you're only on the outside. There's a line that goes around the block. And you see that there is a very handsome Minotaur in a suit and a clipboard and a red velvet rope at the front. And the front is over there. And he's signing people in, not letting a lot of people in. What do you do?
Wait, Hanesco, you got us on the list, right? Hanesco?
That was your job.
You know, I really don't like, bothering people.
I know, we knew you. We know you have like an aversion to confrontation, but that's why we chose you to overcome it, man.
Give me a second. So I sidle up to the Minotaur. It's a Minotaur.
Yeah.
And I go, hey, it's open mic night. We're here to perform.
You and everybody else, back to the line.
No.
Vaj will go and support him and stand
You
next
don't
to him.
understand.
We
brought
have a bear.
We brought a bear.
Are you threatening me?
No, we brought a bear. That's super cool. You're a Minotaur. You know how like big creatures are cool when they perform.
Roll me a
performing bear.
persuasion.
Wow!
Well, we've never seen anything like that before.
Exactly.
Huh. Well, is your name on the list? There's a lot of people here who want to perform.
Asking about the list, I told you.
I put it on the list. Did it get changed?
Oh, let's see. And he starts flipping it. What's your name?
Hanesco Shondeth.
It's Bear Obsidian Darkness.
Oh yeah, the band. The band is Bear Obsidian
Blitz.
Darkness.
I don't see it.
The 3 gold pieces that I do have. You haven't lived until you've heard us.
And he's like, oh, roll me a persuasion check. Just a flat roll.
Just persuasion.
Yeah, not with advantage or
I have
disadvantage, just a regular roll.
+5.
Ah. What did you get?
I got the little poo-poo sign.
Oh no, you rolled
It's
a
a
1.
1.
Okay, tell everyone how this goes terribly wrong.
Oh boy.
Oh, goodness.
This always happens.
Okay, we'll say that somebody bumps into you as you're going to hand, and the coins kind of fall and roll into the line, and people start headbutting each other on accident as they're all trying to reach down. You do see that there's a bit of chaos, and the Minotaur's trying to hold people back.
Can we kind of slide on through with?
I don't know. Can you?
I'd like to.
I have Pass Without a Trace.
All right, so you click on Pass Without Trace.
Yeah, but you have gestured like I actually give you like a discouraged and like disappointed look, like you really messed us up. But you have communicated that like we're good to like.
Come on, guys, let's go.
All right,
let's go.
so I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace. Use up a spell slot, let's see. This is a range. Well, really, it's just me. Dang.
So I believe it's an area of effect, and every creature, or is it only allies? I think it's every creature.
Each creature I choose. Sorry,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not.
each
I cast it on
Okay.
myself, but it's each creature I choose. We just have a +10 bonus to Dex, and we can't be tracked except by magical means.
So everybody, roll me stealth, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Whew. Dun-dun-dun. Being stealthy. All right, so you guys are trying to sneak behind the Minotaur, and there is a red velvet rope there. You're limboing, or however it is you want to get through.
I got an 18 total with the +10.
I got a 16. 25.
13.
I got a 9. Now, is there any plus to that roll based off of? Oh, excellent. So 19.
Awesome. So y'all get in, except for our monk friend. How do you not get in?
The way, I basically motioned everybody to do that, to like come forward, and I turned around and the Minotaur's like completely standing over me.
Yeah, and he's gonna headbutt you. He is super offended, or attempt to, and that is an 18 to hit.
Okay, then that is a hit, or do you need my armor class?
Is that a hit?
Oh, is that?
And your AC is 18?
My AC is 18.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. So boom, and it just knocks you back. He's not trying to like kill you or anything, but he does knock you back. Everybody else makes it into the yawning portal, and as you walk through the door, there is somebody there, and they're like, weapon check. Check your weapons. I'll take your weapons.
Oh, lady. Well, I don't know if I would. I think I'm gonna notice that I'm gonna hang back and notice that Hanesco hasn't made it through. So I'm gonna maybe I don't know, try to be by the door jamb and not quite pass through this lady yet.
I think I'll say, how do we get our friend to come in? We need to stay as a group here.
This is very important. What happened to Patty? Did she get in?
Oh, this is.
I'm gonna say that Patty is with you, and
Yeah.
we'll just use your. It'll be
beast,
weird,
yeah.
but it'll be fun.
It'll be fun. Yeah.
Let's go with it.
It's your stealth.
It's my stealth,
but the
and
bear
I've got
is
Patty.
like
Yes.
a bear.
Yes, you can't
Yeah.
miss her. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think she's a brown bear.
Yeah.
Do you love her? Yeah, she's big and fairly scary, but
And her
maybe
cubs are all grown. That's the reason she
Yeah,
joined
now
us.
she's an adventurer, so.
Yes.
She's good to.
There's
empty
life
den
after.
syndrome.
Empty den.
She's got to do something. She's moving on with her
She's
life.
adopted us as kind of her
Oh
project.
no, that's so true. She's still the
her
mama
project,
bear.
yeah.
She's a mama bear. Oh, forever
Okay,
mama bear.
so your bear goes in. Basically, the bear is standing there, and the woman at the not code check, at the armor or the weapon check, is trying to have a conversation with this bear while you all are behind the bear.
I'm gonna play the bear for a second because this is what the bear is gonna do. It's like I'm gonna go, oh, our friend is outside. Oh, I don't know, and she's gonna go, don't worry, I got it. And she's gonna come outside and she's gonna tap the Minotaur on the head and go, while he's like, headbutting you and like got you in his clutches, and she's gonna go, excuse me, did you hear that I was here? And she's got like a pink tutu on, and she just does like some like adorable ant, like almost Ellen dance. That's just like oh dee doo doo, oh dee doo dee doo, and just kind of is like, so what do you think? He's with me, and like we have to get through, and he has the best music for me to dance to. So it's just kind of a 1-2 punch thing.
With a natural 1, the Minotaur is mesmerized.
Whoa! Oh, honey!
He drops you, and he's like, "Oh, I really like your moves."
Yeah, well, so if you want to see more, Mama don't dance for free, so you're gonna have to let the fun drop yourself in.
Okay, sure. I'm just. Thanks.
She pulls on his nose chain that he obviously
shape him.
Yes, I shaped him.
He's like just sparkle eyes. Dreamer. He's never seen a bear like this before.
Patty also has on a long blonde wig, and she just like stops.
There's never been a bear like that.
The Minotaur's learning things about himself.
And people are starting to riot in the crowd as like a bear's in a tutu is dancing, and people are pushing each other like, it's not fair. Why do they cut? Yada yada.
Yeah.
I'm just quickly running around
Easy
the bear.
enough.
Okay,
It's a lot of fur.
Come on, let's go. Come on.
All right.
See you later. Wink, wink, wink. Way to blow the very bad at winking.
But the word wink helps.
But the bear is good at it.
So you all are in there. You're still kind of, the bear goes outside. So the three of you are and Ainsley are there. They want to check your weapons.
Okay.
Sorry.
Weapons, they'll take your weapons. No fighting in here. Darnan doesn't like it.
So Vaj will come and say, totally understand. I actually need, he'll take out his greatsword. I actually need this. This is actually a prop.
That's what everybody says.
Yes, and some of us are telling the truth.
Is it sharp?
No sharper. No sharper than your standard greatsword that also doubles as a microphone. And so for us to actually perform on stage, I need this. Now, you wouldn't want me to disappoint, and Vajra will then motion to the entire crowd.
A microphone? Prove it.
So he's gonna go up. He's gonna do this huge arc kind of rock back and just go. And he'll just start
I
singing.
would like all of you to make deck saves, please. But also, please roll performance.
Sure.
While you're doing this awesome thing that you're doing.
No.
So that is a natural 20.
Yeah, you did.
No.
And Vajra, he actually he's used to he holds the blade by the actual, or holds the sword by the blade. He kind of arches up and then starts to sing for you can.
Oh, what are you singing about?
He's singing about his love of bears and darkness and obsidian and
Oh, that's good. All right, who's not? Who's prone right now?
I got a 2.
Yeah, you're down.
I'm down.
I got a 15.
You did good.
15.
You're good.
15.
Okay.
Dang.
Yeah, you are.
I was clocking the bear. I was clocking the bear and Hannes going like, all right, are they doing all right? And so I was doing that, and then
boom, right in the jaw.
Oh, okay, amazing.
Please roll damage.
Oh no.
right.
Let's see how not sharp this greatsword is.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 points of damage.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Here. Oh, no. Okay. I'll take. Yeah, I just take it. So I have 45 hit points. So that's
Not anymore.
sorry, 10.
Yeah.
10 damage. Okay, dear Lolth. Okay.
Now, as my companion has fallen, Vajra feels horrible about this. So as she goes back, he sheathes the sword and then rushes in to catch her as she falls and does healing hands.
Sleight of hand, please.
Oh, wow. Wow, Vajra.
So that is a 7 on the die.
Well, you tell me what happens.
Stumbles in, and we both kind of go to the floor, but he still heals you for your 10 with his healing hands.
All 10?
All 10.
Oh, wow.
And she did not. All of that happened, and she does not see you get hurt. She thinks it's part of the performance. Just, oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
It did come with the onomatopoeias of Hadai! Oh, ooh-wee!
And if you want to see more of that, we will be performing, I think, very soon. Our name is on a list. We'll actually need to go and talk to whoever is the stage director. So I really have to say we have to go. But it's been a pleasure.
You're going to want to check in with Durnan.
Durnan, thank you so much.
Right at the bar. Perfect. And you see, I don't have the bag of minis, but you see, and behind the bar there is a gentleman with a very handsome mustache. Oh, so many minis here. Oh. We will use this. Would you want to be so kind, honey? You can just leave that there. I'm going to use this today.
I've seen those minis in there.
Yeah, you
Some of them are fierce.
Well, yeah.
This is behind the bar?
Correct.
Cool.
If you can fit them.
Yep.
There's Durnan behind the bar, and there is a lot of people. And I did not want to swamp this with minis, but the place is packed.
Okay, cool.
Assume
Got
that
it.
this is
Now, are we meant to give you ours, or did he talk down the weapons?
Yeah.
Oh no! Everyone, come in.
Yeah, he's good. You guys are good.
This is very
Thank
good
you.
because Arena's battle axe is actually fused to her dulcimer, which she uses to pop when she plays. But then when she's done at the end, she smashes it, and it's her axe.
It's a deathsilmer.
Yes,
totally.
Yes.
All right, so as you guys walk in, you see that there's a lot of things happening. There's a stage with some signs around it. It says the future bands that will be playing at the Yawning Portal. There's a giant Yawning Portal into the ground right in the middle. There's the bartender and the long bar. There's a few tables at the far end, and then staircase that goes up into a balcony. You do see that there is a group of people playing a small game. Looks like a dungeon of some sort with miniatures.
Oh my gosh!
They did it! Made it! It's right there! It's the cutest!
Oh so my gosh!
Yeah, and it looks like there are 8 vampires on stage.
Those are hard to beat.
So many vampires.
It's hard to beat. A lot of good.
And they are currently rapping.
I vibe with them.
And you guys, and everybody's riveted.
You're into this? The vampires?
Yeah.
You've heard of them before.
Oh.
You have. They are called 8-inch steak.
8-inch steak.
Sorry.
We should talk to the manager and see if we can play each other's songs. Is 8 inches long or short for a steak? I mean,
It's
depends on the vampire. Depends on how they are used.
But you're into it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right, I guess I'm into it too.
This is metal.
You are? Okay.
Well, I'm a little scared, but you guys, yeah.
It's fine. We got this.
Oh, we can get Patty behind us. We can all play at the same time.
Yes. Who's their manager? Oh my goodness.
We're gonna go find the manager and see if we can have some kind of
Yeah.
Can we play one of their songs? Do we know one of their songs?
So
Can we,
one of their
guess?
songs comes on right now, and it's your favorite one.
Oh yeah.
It goes like this. For centuries, you see, we take a bite to appease all those longing ladies and their luscious fantasies. For there ain't no life like a vampire life. No, there ain't no party like a Count Strahd party. For he's the granddaddy of the Sharp Fang party, and a party like that don't stop. And they all like go into like that 90s pose.
Best.
Oh my gosh.
Metal rap is my favorite genre.
I roll my eyes.
Honestly, I've wanted to
You have
see
advantage
live.
to that.
So
long.
I know. Now
We're
we can
huge,
like fangirls of this
We
band.
can't.
Everything in this room is going to be difficult terrain. for the rest of the game.
Not for me.
Except for you. But yeah, they're over here. There's a lot of people in between you and them. You were told to go to Durnan. And yeah, it's your game. What do you do?
Do you think we should check in and then go talk to 8-inch sticks? Or do you want to go talk to the
I don't know if
vampires
we can
first?
stop these ladies from.
Split the party.
Maybe shall we check in? Excellent. All right, go make a good introduction. We'll be right there to back you up.
We're gonna get us the gig.
Perfect.
Gig to end all gigs. Oh yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks again.
We can do this. We got this.
All right.
We got this.
So, Pafa is going to approach the stage. They're like performing right now? They just ended their song.
Yeah, they're
So
like, they have another song.
She swoops around like backstage and looks for like the manager and all the people kind of running it.
So what you see is there's this area here, and then there is a green door over there, but there is no backstage. It looks like the stage is pretty open. Yeah.
She goes to the side of the stage then, and just tries to get the attention of whoever's managing.
Ooh, roll. Ugh. Roll me acrobatics.
Oh my gosh.
You're literally doing this.
I got it. I got an 8.
Yeah.
I got an 8.
Can Arena assist?
Yeah,
her?
absolutely.
And Patty's there too, like
8-foot stakes.
passing to the beat.
Yes.
Okay, that would be triple advantage as you all are doing this.
Oh, really?
Excellent.
So,
Go for it.
Okay, so we can do 19, or we can do 20. Dirty 20. Thank you.
You are completely distracting. They're performing on stage, but two of them are like, and another one elbows, and they start like, and they're totally messing up their performance now.
Oh no.
Hey, 8-inch steak. We're your biggest fans.
We're so good too. We would be so great working together.
We need to join forces.
Suddenly, out from the audience, you see in slow motion as a head of cabbage just
Oh no.
and clocks one of them in the head.
No, it doesn't. No, we can't. No, Patty's gonna catch it. Patty's gonna catch it. Patty has excellent reflexes, I think. Patty's large and in charge. And I think maybe it could even be an accident because Patty's like nerdy, like she's like a nerdy bear. And I think she's like, it's not the dance move for a rap song, but she's like, ooh, and maybe like her big claw could block it.
I thought she had an umbrella.
Her umbrella is like looks like a watermelon.
Yeah, that's what she used to bounce. She gets up on the ball.
Yes, and she yes. So
Okay.
maybe her umbrella.
Acrobatics, please.
Okay.
She's a performing bear.
They're saving us from yourselves.
Unintentionally. It's a 2.
Okay. Well, this is what happens. You guys are on the side of the stage over there towards the yawning portal, and the bear just jumps as watching this happen, and just umbrella. Also, everything's in slow motion, and jumps like this, and the lettuce just goes right past and hits the guy in the head.
Dang.
Oh, did we do that?
We didn't throw it.
The music stops. They dust themselves off. You hear people starting to heckle in the audience, and they are going to exit this side, and they are going back that way with their heads hanging low.
Do we have time to try to save them?
Yes.
Can we try to save them? Can we jump up and try to save them on stage?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
God,
do it.
Got my potions. All right. So we jump onto the stage. Wait, the performance is not over. Hello, where are you going?
Yeah.
Get back here. And she's trying to convince them to come back.
Persuasion.
On. Okay.
Vajra, away, we'll start cheering to try and be like, yeah, and we'll
Hype
clap.
man.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's
You have
gonna try to
advantage.
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah.
Wait, well, what'd you roll?
Oh, I rolled a 11.
Oh, okay.
So, and then that's still triple advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, much better. Okay, I got a 15.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of them, they look back. People look confused, but they're gonna come back and they join you on stage, all 8 vampires.
Oh, yeah. Now we can do it.
Pafa gets out her fog potions, mixes them up and in behind her, and just all this fog disperses, and she gets out her lute.
Oh, Arena grabs her her dulcimer and holds it up above her head and starts stringing just a sick chord on that, and just starts jumping up and down, and starts with that lyric right from the song to lead 8-inch stake
Ainsley's
into
gonna,
it.
Control flames and do some cool pyrotechnics.
Perfect. I'm
right
going
in
to
the
pause you guys right there. So you're on your way over to Durnan, and you flag him down, catches attention. He's like, how can I help you?
Excellent. So we're here to sign up. We are Bear Obsidian Darkness. I believe that we're on a list, and am I seeing this simultaneously happening, or is this before this occurred?
It's all happening at the same time.
Same time, I say. And we're currently performing now with 8-inch stake, and I'm probably about to go on stage. But I just want to make sure that we're on your list, and so hopefully when we win this competition, both 8-inch stake and us are equally compensated.
Huh. Wow. And he's like looking.
If they're going to
through-
call my name, I'm probably going to have
like,
to lightning lure
honestly,
my way.
I've not got you on this list.
You know what? If you write it down right now, then it'll be okay. We wouldn't want to have some sort of
If
incident.
you would like your group to win the prize of 1,000 gold pieces, then you will have to have your name in here. You actually have to pay to be a part of the open mic night.
We definitely already paid, and that's why we're on stage
Your
now.
name is not on
It seems like
here.
it's a clerical error, and so this happens all the time. It's not your
There's
fault.
a clerical over there, and it was his error.
So that is an 18 on the die, and
Okay.
I have quite
You
high
have a high
persuasion.
persuasion. And he's like, now, Durnan is no fool. He's not an ordinary guy. In fact, he has a giant sword that, like, you might even envy above his bar. And he sees that you're trying really hard. He's like, look, it's 1,000 gold pieces. And, this is a band versus band kind of thing. I don't know if you really want to be a part of what's going on up there. And you look over, and that is what's happening.
Bear
now,
party, don't
if
stop.
you would like a piece of the action, because you are so persuasive, I would say 10 gold pieces a person.
Excellent. We can take it out of the winnings. That sounds fantastic.
That's not how it works.
I'm so sorry.
If I did that with everybody, then...
But it's not everyone. This is with Bear Obsidian Darkness. We're so excited to be here. We're so excited to perform for your entire...
Okay, 5 gold pieces
Done.
each. He's like, all right. So, as you only all had 2 gold pieces, except for he had hit 1 extra gold piece somewhere, where are you going to get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, including the bear?
I will be back in several moments.
I'll be right here. And you have
Very
people at the other
persuasive.
end of the bar, like, clamping down their cups, their empty cups. And he's like, oh, here we go again. You see a very beautiful, buxom, blonde waitress also, like, flagging down Durnan, like, drinks, we need more drinks. Okay, what do you do?
So, as they are performing so eloquently, so magnificently, I'm going to start busking and hopefully collect some money.
Patty is dancing.
Patty is
Oh,
dancing.
good. Well, I will support Patty and be like, okay, Patty, this is it. We got to get this extra gold.
Well, here's the thing. You are over there. They are all the way
Oh, so
over
far.
here. And are you two together?
I was, but when I saw it was going over there, I started somersaulting with all my monk skills because I traversed difficult. Actually, I wasn't even doing that. I was just climbing up the wall and going along the ceiling.
Oh, that's reasonable. Okay. That is not difficult terrain, but also that wouldn't matter to you. So you can make your way over there if you like, and you can kind of busk on your way.
Sounds great.
All right. So,
But you're on stage with us?
Well, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
Yes.
To outline you.
Oh,
to
yes.
like really get the whole thing going.
Dark flames.
Yeah,
dark flames from a dark place.
And then I will jump in with the the crazy jazz.
And
flute.
here's a question, I think, for the fan ladies. We know this song, or at least we know like the basic chord progression.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
cool.
We do.
So it's
Then I'm going to fit the vibe. Ainsley will transform into a bat. She'll set up her canvas screen and then turn into a bat. It's going to look chaotic, but like almost sad, as the bat is like You know,
Flopping.
yeah, like how a bird like might think that the window isn't a window. Like it's gonna look like that.
Oh, no.
But it's gonna make a great beat.
But there's fog and lights behind,
There's fog
so
and light,
there's just gonna be
and good.
it's like a
it looks
disco
good
ball.
anyway. Yeah, it's just there and then back chaos, and that's the beat.
Yeah, I can actually outline all the vamps too. This is a 20-foot
They are so confused right now. They're
That's so
like,
cool.
You hear them saying, "Are they helping us win money?" I think they're helping us win money. For any of you who are right there, I would like you to roll a perception check.
So am I or am I not?
You're
quite
like
there?
halfway there. You're on the.
Okay.
On the
I'm
thing.
walking along the.
Yeah.
Sorry, perception.
Perception.
Ooh, I'm really bad at that.
Oh, a 19.
18.
15.
These are not real vampires.
Lies.
Do we know this? Do we find
You
out?
do now.
So yeah, all right. So Apopha's like nobody's singing. She's like, "Loving you is like loving an elf," and then she looks over to the side and like waiting for them to come and join, and she notices like there's something off about the pallor of their skin. She's like, "Oh, it's like loving an elf," and then she kind of looks over. Hey, see something off about them? I thought they were all supposed to be vampires.
Mirror. Check
Age makeup, maybe? Extra powder on their faces.
She just like stops.
The bat keeps going. I don't know the song very well, so.
Keep them entertained. Keep them entertained. So she like goes over and like she wants to inspect and like see like are they seriously not vampires?
How would you check?
She just like moves her hair and just goes up to the manager or like the lead singer or something and like
On stage. This is all happening on stage, so you guys are still on stage.
Oh wow!
Arena leans over and
drum
goes,
solo. It's a drum solo.
Does it matter?
Take my snack. Oh, it's a big bulb of garlic.
oh, that's actually better. She kind of covers her neck up again. She's like, hey, here's she just like goes up and rubs them a little bit as stealthily as
Stop it.
possible.
What
like,
are you guys helping us or not? What's going?
It's weird. Didn't do anything.
And you hear one of them go, we got to finish this up. And so they break into like a beatbox beat, and that gets louder and louder, and then lower and lower. We're gonna pause right here. Okay, Vajra, you're making your way through, and you see that there's 2 people sitting at this table here. One of them is a larger man in a very fancy outfit and a big blonde mustache, and another man who is bald and has a big purple tattoo. He has a rodent on his shoulder, and they are wasted and laughing, and the big guy's got a turkey leg in his hand, and he's gesticulating and saying things that the other one obviously doesn't care about, while he is just like face in a mug.
Excellent. I will sit down next to them. I will slam my fist on the table and I'll say, 25 gold says that I can drink a beer faster than you.
The guy in the purple tattoo is drinking, and he's like, I've been doing this for a long time.
I'm a career drinker.
He like says that while he's drinking and puts it down.
Oh my
God. Like, what?
All right, I'm gonna come clean. I'll be honest with you. We need 25 gold. You look like an individual, not only of wealth, also prestige, and apparently skill at drinking. That I've just found out. I was gonna busk around. Look at these performers; they're doing such a great job. And
You're like rubbing on there, and
I'm so impressed. I happen to actually be a member of their band. I want to perform for you and for everyone else. I don't go pay that guy over there. It's 25 gold. I'm gonna be out. What can we do? You seem like such a kind individual. I feel like we have a connection going on.
the guy with the purple tattoo is like. But the other gentleman with the big mustache and is like, so you're looking for a sponsorship?
You are so insightful. It's like, how are we so connected? Yes.
Well, And he like rummages through a bag and says, well, if you would, and he pulls out a vest, something that he may have worn on his like adventuring days. And this guy is like real fancy. This thing has been bloodied. It has been all sorts of stuff. And on the back, it says, stitched on like a motorcycle jacket, Mert the moneylender.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
Mert,
Vajra.
so we have a bear, and this bear is part of our act. I bet, now I've got it cleared by the rest of my troop here. I'm not going to make an executive decision. You understand, we're a team. But I bet our bear would sport that merch during our performance, not the whole time, as a prop to help promote you and your money lending, not laundering, right? Lending.
Lending, yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Just great. How does that sound?
Yes, just make sure to give it back to me when you're done performing tonight.
Fantastic. So for a situation of this nature, for us to promote, I think 25 gold is maybe not enough.
Wait, why do you come here asking for 25 gold? Now it's not enough?
25.
I drop down.
Absolutely.
Like right there and go, it's 25. We're good.
I'll let you guys deal with that.
I'll just say, okay, 25 sounds great. Here, thank you.
He picks up a big pouch. He's a big guy. A big pouch, puts it on the table, thunk, and starts rummaging, and he just counts 25 gold pieces. He has so much gold in this pouch, and it barely makes a dent by giving you 25.
He has that for now.
Vajra was ready to lean in. He's got a big sword. He's a strong paladin, and say, if you ever need any protection, who else is here protecting you, obviously, of your immense wealth?
He looks over, and the guy with the purple tattoo and the bald head, he's drinking, but his hamster, he goes, sup?
Excellent.
But like in the squeaky, like, meh.
Can I roll
He's got his eye on you.
Can I roll like a perception check to see if this is a hamster or a
I would roll a history check.
History, all right.
This is a pretty famous hamster.
Intriguing.
12 plus 1, so 13.
It is the most famous of all hamsters.
Okay.
This is Minsk and Boo, famous adventurers.
Excellent. Vaj will say, of course, I understand. It's a pleasure doing business with you, and it's a pleasure to promote your illustrious money lending situation.
Har 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 har! This is wonderful. Can you believe this? We're sponsoring someone for the first time. And the other one shrugs, and the hamster kind of does a little like spiral and goes to the other side. So the two of you, are you still hanging upside down?
No, I was upside down and I just landed to
perfect.
deliver it, and then I just like pulled him. Like, get it.
All right, the two of you join your friends on stage. As you're walking up, what do they see? As things are starting to get a little chaotic.
Apollo is just crestfallen and just kind of like the loot is just hanging. She can't believe that the 8-foot stakes are not real vampires. So she just kind of like stopped performing and just kind of, they're posers. I can't believe this whole time.
Arena is not fazed at all and not surprised by any of this and just says, aren't we all posers? A little bit. Deep in our hearts.
No, speak for yourself.
I won't judge them. I won't judge them at all. I'm just here to rock. She holds her dulcimer up above her head again and just like, dun 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 while the bat's
the bat
going.
knows this song.
For those about to rock.
Yeah. The bat has a really high constitution. Like any other bat would be totally dead by just throwing themselves at a piece of canvas like this. But the bat kind of falls in line with this this new riff that's happening. And Patty though is clocking what y'all are doing, and Patty. If you try to give her that heinous piece of wardrobe, Patty's got a style. It's not everyone's style, but it's definitely not that. So we might run into some issues of trying to get Patty into that.
Okay,
vest.
where are your minis? Because this is all now gone
We should be-
haywire.
Are we playing the game right, Sandy?
You're perfect.
This is what was always supposed to happen.
You're perfect. Okay, so you guys are on stage.
We're on the stage.
8-inch stake is half off the stage, half on the stage. Where's Vajra?
I think Vajra's making his way.
Okay. All right, so you all are making your way over. Most of the crowd is dispersed at this point because they can't figure out what's right or wrong, or if there's a performance happening, or if there's like a mic check or whatever. You do see that everybody is looking up here, and not represented correctly are 5 Shatterkai. And they all, as 8-inch State gets off the stage, they all put their hands out. And everybody just stops talking and they look up and you see them go. And whoa, drum roll, a drum roll happens. Boom. They all put their thumbs down and everyone starts laughing, and 8-inch Steak, they just walk off the stage into the green room with their heads hung down.
Humiliated.
Yeah. And they the gentlemen up there applaud. Now they are all the same. Pale skin, long, like flat ironed, perfect hair, very minimalist, black on black leather clothing. And at the same time, they all do like a slow hair flip. And everybody goes back to normal.
I just have a question. I know that the room's really crowded. Is there any in and out from the portal, or do people come out of that, or like during the evening?
They could. So there's a little ramp over here.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know if there was any kind of back and forth while this is happening.
This has all been just a couple minutes, really. Yeah.
So was there any vibe that we also were shunned with the thumbs down, like our?
Ooh, roll insight.
Okay. Oh. I just want to know if we were included in that. Okay, insight. Oh, I'm good at that, but not that great. Okay, so 15 though.
15. Yeah, you feel like you helped out with that thumbs down a lot.
I'm back into Ainsley form.
Oh no.
All right, guys.
Apophis not really even sad about it. She's like, you know what, seriously.
We got to kick this into gear.
Well,
I think I need to like chill out the room with the darkness spell, like complete darkness, and then.
They may not like that. I'm not sure if everyone would be.
You don't think so? It's kind of a way to get their attention up to you, but I mean we drow.
Should we perform, or would you like to? Or are we now all?
No, I was going. The
You're
idea
all
is
gathered around the stage, but you've been asked to leave the stage by a very. He's androgynous. He's got a white powdered wig. He's wearing like an all leather powder blue outfit, but it's like noble, but it's kind of making fun of like a little kid's noble outfit. So like the shorts are a little too short, but also long shorts, and there's ruffles everywhere. And he's wearing like a big cravat that's all like glittered and rhinestoned. He's like, okay, go. It's not your turn yet.
Maybe we shouldn't make anyone else mad or hurt
All right.
anyone else's chances at winning. I feel kind of bad. I did my best. I didn't know this
bands to compete with.
Well, we're on the list now, right?
Are we? Yeah. So I still have the 25 gold.
You have the 25 gold. You have the vest. You have not signed up for this event.
We need to get signed up.
Yeah, let's play by the rules this next round.
That was just a warm-up.
Let's go over. We'll pay the 25 gold, and I'll go. Patty is our bear's name, correct?
Hey there, honey.
Patty, so we have this amazing opportunity. You do have 25 gold?
Nope.
No, you don't. None of us did. But I got 25 gold for us. So I'm gonna take out the cut. Say so. You don't have to wear this. You don't have to wear it, but we need
That is disgusting.
I know. It's gross. It's gross. You should have seen the guy that gave it to me. It's even worse. He's over at my point and wave like.
You see the gentleman in the fancy outfit with the big mustache. He just raises a turkey leg, takes a bite out of it, waves his other hand.
No. And so I'll say, so you know how we sometimes get ourselves into situations where we don't really have any way out, and you always seem to save us?
Everyone loves a good review.
And we would be basically defeated, crestfallen, and really probably homeless without you.
I just don't want to. I know where you're going with that. That is, it's heinous. It's really disgusting. It's bloody. It's other people's blood. I'm very clean. I have a vibe. Look, and the man with the leather Dollar Hamilton cosplay. I'm his. That's what I would wear.
Yeah.
That's me. That's me. This is someone else.
You do not need to wear it. So you don't need to wear it.
Okay.
Yeah. But let's brainstorm of how we can work this jacket into our act. Otherwise, we're not able to perform. I don't necessarily have the answer, but together, I think we can find it.
Do we have to give it back all in one piece?
You know, I don't know, but I can find out.
What if we sewed it on my ball? We made, you know, because it's a pig leather or a goat leather ball that I stand on and dance on, obviously, as
so
previously established.
With your tutu.
With my tutu.
With your tutu.
And it becomes the ball that I stand on, and therefore that ugly piece of garbage is beneath my feet where it belongs.
So long, I think, as we could then extract it, maybe with some prestidigitation and maybe clean it up a little bit. Yeah, do we think we could then just not destroy it?
We could unsew, resew, and then unsew and resew again.
Great. Great.
I personally can't. I am a bear.
You're so much more than a bear. Yeah.
Okay, well, if one of the group is able to do that, then yes, it can go around my big ball.
Patty, once again, there have been so many situations that we would not have been able to succeed without you. And I can't speak for the rest of the group. I can only speak for myself. Thank you for saving us.
She for some reason, like, clasps her hands together and gives him a
Namaste.
solid bow.
Patty's so formal. I love Patty.
Patty's better than the character I built.
The character who has kind of motioned you off stage. Whoa, there goes the stage. Has motioned you off stage. Goes onto the stage and says, "Everyone, welcome. We've had a wonderful open mic night at the Yawning Portal. We only have time for 2 more performances. Who will they be? Who will they be indeed? In 5 minutes, I will roll the dice and tell you who they will be. Stay tuned. Go grab a lot of drinks. We'll be right back." That's not a cut, though.
I think we should take our gold, go sign up, and make sure somehow incentivize whoever's in charge here. Make sure that we are one of these 2 acts through hook or by crook. I think we need to make it happen.
Okay.
I agree.
Excellent.
do this.
Let's go over and we'll talk to the bartender and we'll get signed up.
All right. You guys make your way to the bartender. You know, you're going to take your time, so I'm not going to make you roll or fight for it. And Durnan sees you and goes, "Oh, welcome back."
Thank you. So you have your 25 gold. We have a new patron now. Due to
Wait, what?
Mert, I believe his name was, the moneylender.
Mert, the moneylender. He's your patron.
Yeah, tell us more. Is this a bad thing? Ill
Oh
tidings?
no, just lots of history with that one. So your name again is, and he goes to write it down.
Bear Obsidian Darkness.
Bear Obsidian Darkness. Wonderful, wonderful. All right. Here's your receipt, and the green room is all the way at the end to the left.
Now, does this ensure that we're going to be one of your 2 performers? I've gone through all of this with Mert, whom it seems like you have a relationship with. I would hate to have him and his hamster be disappointed with us not performing for him and for you all.
He kind of stops, and then, yes. I can confirm that you will perform tonight.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and we will not let you down. I promise.
We will rock you.
Can I make an insight check just to make sure that he's being on the up and up with that? Yes, you will be the 2.
Yeah.
One of the 2.
Absolutely.
Okay. Very cool. So that's gonna be. Oh my gosh, that's a 1.
What do you think?
Oh no!
What does your character think is?
My character doesn't trust anybody. Just has had too many bad experiences with people who say one thing and mean something totally different. So Arena is just like, I think you're just going to take our money. That's what I think is going to happen.
And we've been burned in the past, sir. And as my companion, is very clearly saying, what assurances? You've seen that hamster in action. I know I have. I would hate to have anything happen. So what assurances do we have? Because I have to now go back over to Mert.
Yes. And he goes, Bonnie! And Bonnie comes over. It's like, Yes, what can I do, Drennan? Tell Prince Poppycock that this group is going to perform tonight. Just make sure it's one of the two. And she goes, okay. He's like, make sure they go on. And she's like, okay. And there's something about the way he says it, and you don't need to roll. It just unless you want to know more.
Feels uneasy.
Feels like
I would like to know more.
Yeah. Roll to know more. Insight.
No more.
I rolled a 16, and I have at least a 1 on it.
Okay.
Can I do that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You would know that they have a code, and when he says something like this, and he's that stern, it's shocking to her. And she's like, oh, he's being serious. I wonder what's going on. But she doesn't question him. She doesn't.
Excellent. I'll go over to
I rolled a 20.
Ooh.
I rolled a 22.
Oh. Yeah. This is a
Like
rare
that's-
thing for him to talk to her like that.
And I'll go over to Companion and say, thank you again for looking out for us. You've done so in the past. It's really worked out. Thank you. I appreciate it. It seems like this interaction is odd. There's something else going down. I don't really know what it is. Maybe we should find out.
Well, I mean, being as suspicious as I am, sometimes, well, it is a blessing, but it is also a curse. That 8-inch stake band that we were playing with, that we'd been fans of for so long, they've duped their fans. They aren't vampires at all.
Things aren't like they seem, so we should be suspicious.
Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out, friends.
Maybe better for us they're not vampires, but I totally understand. Being duplicitous is, yeah.
Everybody roll me perception checks.
Got a 9.
Mm-hmm.
4. 17.
Okay.
I got like an 18.
All right, the two of you, 17 and 18, you're watching the vampires walk by the bar behind you, and you see one of them go like this and flick something into the yawning portal.
Oh. I want to see what that was.
Yeah, can we see what it is?
Papa's going to be like...
It was about this big. The only reason why you saw it at all was because you saw the gesture. But as you run up to the edge, they walk by. You can't see it anymore.
Like the size of a seed, like a sunflower seed or something? Okay. Yeah, Ainsley.
What the heck was that?
Yeah, you and I are like, that didn't seem right.
They putting some copper pieces in there for good luck.
It's more than a copper piece. It was, it wasn't even shiny.
That can't be good.
No, do you think next question, do you think they would know how to sew a jacket on a ball?
We do need to figure that out.
So you know that the green room
Stake it
is
on.
back here.
Or one of us
Stake
could
it
win.
on, yes. There's probably only like 15, 20 minutes of this whole event left.
Oh, wow. Well, we also need to decide our set list.
This is true. Lots to do.
Yeah. Let's see if I could ask the vampires.
I was gonna say, should we go? What exactly, guys? What exactly happened up there?
They like flicked something inside the...
No. I mean on stage.
Oh. We brought actual talent to the stage.
It was...
And they were confused by
It was
the
too
talent.
much for them, so they had to, they left and then...
There was a big thumbs down. I think that was for
for
all
them.
of us.
The strategy morphed from we're going to perform together to we're performing together to is this okay to y'all are frauds to it was a
wild
did
ride.
you guys have a roller coaster?
Wild ride.
Like 20 years of my life just down the drain.
Should we go talk to the vampires? Should we? Because we've got to go to the green room potentially anyway.
They're walking out.
They're leaving.
Yeah, and actually, as the two of you are looking around, please both roll me history checks.
I got an 18, so 18 plus 1 is a 19.
I rolled a 23.
Holy moly!
Wow.
Well, the
And
two,
I'm old.
yeah, both of you have heard of this band. Whether you liked them or not, that is up to you. But they are the world famous boy band, the Shadowfell.
This is a new band.
This is
up
the
there.
judges
Oh.
up there. You also see that there is an orc standing at the bottom of the stairs, another like velvet rope, and he's guarding it. So that is what you see. So you know that they are the judges for this.
Are they famous? Is this a famous boy band? Yeah. Okay, then Patty is like obsessed with Lars in the boy band.
He's the one all the way at the end.
Yeah, and she knows it's gross, and she's like older than him.
He's sensitive.
Yeah, very sensitive, exactly. Anyway, that's just, we all know this about Patty.
So this could represent
So
a
keep
major.
Patty away from Lars.
Like if we win this, we could also like get in with the cool band.
Yeah.
It'd be a big deal.
You don't have to wheel and deal for our 25 gold.
Yeah.
Perform.
So the vampire. Well, would we know if there? I don't know why I'm on this, but do we know if there's a seamstress or like some kind of house, like costumer?
One of our members may be
I'll
offered to wear it.
I'll wear it.
Oh, you'll wear it.
Yeah, as long I'll wear it for my solo. I'll flip.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, so bad. So
much
bad.
better. Much better. Yeah.
So the vampires are on their way out,
don't mind
correct?
what.
The fake vampires. Is there time for Arena to sort of just walk up and kind of just take the one aside that flicked the thing into the portal and
Ooh.
just
I will
apologize?
support.
Yeah,
my fellow.
yeah.
Awesome. The two
Paul
of
wants
you.
to join, and like,
three of you.
if you're gonna be nice about it, she's just gonna like grab them and be like, "What gives?" That's the plan.
I mean, flies with honey. Pop up.
Fine. All right, you do.
They're
the
starting to
talking
walk
then.
out the door.
Let's go.
And Arena just kind of puts a hand up toward, doesn't touch, but just puts a hand toward the vampire and says, I'm terribly sorry. I think
You.
in our zeal to express our appreciation for your
Welcome,
band.
by the way.
No, wait. I don't know who this woman is. I've never seen her in my life.
I mean, you were all on stage with us, and we definitely are not going to win that 1,000 gold pieces. So
you see,
it sucks.
we try to help. Sometimes we get overly zealous. It's a thing with our whole band. I mean, we have a bear, for God's sake. Listen, I'd like to apologize on behalf of all of my colleagues. We are huge fans of 8-inch steak. We know all the lyrics, don't we, Paula?
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, don't let her fool us. We know all the lyrics. What if we propose a deal to you? What if we shared the stage and you can be performing, you can be in the crowd, hype us up. We have a whole shtick. We've been together for 3 years. I have ancestral guardians that can pop up in a little spectral image. We have a bear. And if you hype us up, if you are behind us on stage, backing us up, we'll share the winnings with you. It's a lot of money.
He starts
There's
laughing.
a lot of us.
You're saying this, and you are so genuine, and he's like, yeah, you're not going to want to be here in a couple minutes.
Why is that?
Vajra will then move in such a way they would have to go through him to.
Yeah, he actually runs into you as he goes to leave.
Vajra will then lean in and say, it's a really interesting thing for a person to say who just lost a potential, potential performance, and who just threw something into the portal.
What? I didn't throw it. And
Yeah,
he
we saw it.
doesn't
We
even
did
get
see you.
through his sentencing. He's like, I don't know what is going to happen.
Neither do I, because I don't know what you threw in there.
And he holds up a bag, and you all recognize it as a bag of beans. But this one, the beans are like, the bag looks different than you normally have seen a bag of beans.
We have seen our shares of bean bags.
Is there a skill we can roll to learn more? Arcana, maybe?
Arcana or history?
Or history?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I probably have neither of those. I definitely have neither of those.
I rolled low enough to not be relevant.
A 12.
I rolled a 19.
Yeah!
19.
Clutch.
Coming through again.
Okay, with a 19,
Smart
you've been to Salvata. This is these beans have been grown in the farm-to-table farm in Salvata, where there's magical water blessed by the gods. These are a Salvatan bag of beans. And so you know that it's a roll of the dice of what you would get if you threw a bean into the yawning portal.
It could be, like a trip to the giants. It could be strange things sprouting
But because of the infusion with the cassava, the magical waters, it's more intense.
Oh, wow.
Potentially very dangerous.
All right, well, I cover myself getting ready for what's about to happen, but I say, it's up the kind of bean you suggest.
Yeah, Salvatin bean.
Vampire. Whether you performed well or not, were you always going to throw a bean in there?
No. Why would I do that if I won?
What, that's what we're saying. What if there was a way that you could still win? I mean,
but I've already thrown
Can't
it.
you see, they've already given up. They're sore losers.
Bean
so
has been sprung.
I feel like we're gonna win in the end.
You will win if you unbean the portal.
Well, I can't.
Debean it!
I can't debean the
Guess
portal.
what?
I
You're
threw
gonna
it in.
have to stay and watch.
And he's starting to get agitated, like not at you, more like he doesn't have a watch, but
yeah.
Just like clicking sundial on his
sundial.
arm is just like, ugh. Like you.
But here's the deal. You're stuck in here. You're not going to be able to leave.
Yeah.
So you are now going to have to deal with whatever consequences that it's in this portal.
None of us have to if we all just leave, like right now.
You guys want to go? Let's go. Why wouldn't we stay?
Let's go. No, I want them
There's all
to stay and
the
watch.
good bands there. We can't let them get.
Oh yeah, Patty would not.
Nope.
Not my Lars. Not my Lars.
Just got
We're out 25 gold. We've got no money. That hamster's a real humdinger. So I think we got to.
Vince and Boo are
Turn this
here.
into
What
an
could go
outdoor
wrong?
venue. Like, what are we?
I'll actually. Vajra will shout. He's a singer, so he's got a good projection, and will shout to Mert. And say, "Sir, I think we have a problem here. I need a little support."
You're yelling across.
Not gonna happen.
That whole area. What would you use to amplify your voice?
I would use my greatsword and ignite it into flame and start swinging it to try and get the attention of my new very good
You friend.
friend.
You
and
see
patron.
Jordan go, "Oh, come on! I told you to leave. Make sure they leave their weapons at the door."
I'll motion the hamster individual over, while simultaneously, by saying it in close quarters, that the not vampire in question cannot leave.
You see him catching him drinking again. He's like, and he gets up, he grabs two, and he walks over. But it's going to take a little while for him to get through.
So I'll lean into the vampire and I'll say, "So, do you know who that is?" And I'll point to the.
Yeah.
Okay. He's going to be coming over.
Oh,
here.
God.
And you're going to explain to him what you've done. No, you're going to. You don't have a choice. No options here. I'm telling
He
you.
sees you're like waving the sword.
Yeah.
He's like, oh,
This is how it's going to go. And so we're then going to go tell the establishment what's occurred here. And then we're going to figure out, because we still have to go on stage and perform. Right. But if there's no stage, because if this whole thing explodes, the yawning portal is madness, we're not going to make our money back. This is a problem. It's a problem for you specifically as an individual.
Everybody feels.
Oh no.
Something's up.
Just for a moment. And he's like, "Well, oh gosh, I really feel like we should all go." That did not sound good. But Minsk and Boo are on their way.
To help?
Or detained. I'm worried we're going to get blamed for this if we don't have the.
Should we just evacuate everyone who can't, support themselves?
Maybe we need to pull the proverbial fire alarm on that.
There it is. Pull it.
So you can use this as Minsk and Boo. Just don't look very closely. And you can move
So where are we
everyone
now, all
near
over?
where the weapons are, because that's kind of where you guys are right now.
Okay, cool.
And all of a sudden, you feel it again. And from the yawning portal comes crawling out
No!
a giant purple worm. Please put it on the side there. And I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Oh my God!
I told him he should have debeamed that portal.
Debean it, y'all.
Okay, what I would like is, David Baxter, can you roll me a d4?
Sure.
North, south, east, west.
A 1.
All right, it's going to actually pop up where you guys are.
Right here.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Okay then.
Yeah, it's like right there. So it crashes out and through, and you can kind of feel it break through the ground and that entire like edge of the yawning portal.
Wow.
Okay. What'd you get for initiative?
A 6.
Mm-hmm.
21.
21.
Ooh. Much better.
10.
10.
14.
14. My love?
18.
18. Okay. Oh, okay. And the purple worm, I feel like that's not really the size of it. Much longer than that. I got a 17. Okay. Oh, and the bear will go on after your turn.
With Ainsley, okay.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. With a 21, Arena.
All right, so Arena sees the purple worm just burst up out of the portal and rush toward us as she realizes she feels that familiar pounding of adrenaline in her ears as she lifts up her dulcimer and she just cracks it down and the wood splinters everywhere, and now she's got a great axe in both hands as she, as a bonus action, flies into a rage. And spectral demons reach up thinking that there's like a performance, right? And they're just kind of like, and she smashes down with her great axe in her rage to make an attack roll. And rolls a 21
That
on the
hits.
attack roll. Excellent. And for her damage, she is going to roll. Just roll here on the. That is going to be 10 points of damage.
All right, 10 points of damage. Thank you. Okay. All right, next up with an 18, Vajra.
So I'm still holding on to this vampire, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just as a free action. You've done this. This is your fault. What are you going to do to make amends?
I literally don't know what to
Run.
do except for run.
Okay, I'm gonna take the vampire and throw it at the worm.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
so happy at
Nice.
All right, roll me athletics, please.
I thought I was the barbarian.
I know. So this creature is gargantuan. It's 20 by 20 feet or larger.
All right.
It's larger.
The purple worm?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I got a 17.
All right, 17 does not hit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You throw it and it just like lands, like bounces off of the skin and then falls to the ground. Is there
Almost
any...
like a seed against a yawning portal wall.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
As a bonus action, I would love to use my Radiant Soul. I want to make sure it's a bonus action. Oh no, that's an action. Then I believe I can. No, both things I want to do are actions. I'll wait till my next turn.
Okay, thank you. All right. It is now its turn.
Oh.
So let's see who's closest to it on the other side. I can't quite see you.
Vajra.
I see
I'm
Vajra.
and
Yeah.
me as
I'm in
well,
close.
and-
Yeah, I'm
and
in close.
GM, I will just point out that my Ancestral Protector's ability in my rage gives the purple worm disadvantage on
Ooh.
attacking anybody who's not me when
Awesome.
I've attacked it on my turn.
Perfect.
So,
Nice.
Also,
And-
everyone has run out of this area.
Okay.
Except for you guys.
excellent.
And a vampire.
And if
Yeah.
it attacks another creature, that person has resistance against.
Oh
its
my
attack.
gosh.
This is what Vajra likes these
Yeah.
days. So
Demon
they're very
ancestors
persuasive.
for the
They-
win.
I mean, it's
Okay.
probably going to attack me, but that's fine.
So right now it's Vajra tried to throw something at it. So I'm sorry, honey.
Someone.
Okay, here we go. That is a disadvantage. So that is 21 to hit.
That hits my 18 AC.
All right. Please roll me 3d8.
All right.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Vajra, no.
Don't be
Right.
swallowed.
6, and 1.
Plus 9.
Plus
So
9,
6, 6 is 12, 1 is 13, and plus 9.
22.
Is that the damage to
22.
Vajra?
That's how much damage it did to
I
you.
am going to use my reaction to do Spirit Shield and just dive in front of Vajra and reduce that damage by 2d6.
Wow.
By 9 points of damage, you can reduce that by.
Oh, that's great.
Cool.
Thank
Wow. You do need to make a dex save.
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed.
You'll need to make a dex. Oh, both of you.
Okay.
If you're gonna, yeah.
Yeah.
You both
Let's
have to make
do
dex
it.
saves.
Excellent.
I just like that there's a lot of slow motion jumping in the way in this game.
There is, yeah, it's very cinematic. Like, ah.
And for your, you have +2 due to my aura of protection.
Excellent.
for
I
your
rolled a
save.
19.
Excellent.
So
good teamwork,
25?
everybody.
Yeah.
18 total for me.
Okay, you're fine. Oh, honey, you just need like one more.
Oh no!
You are now swallowed by this creature.
No, not our paladin.
You are blinded and restrained. Restrained creature's speed becomes 0. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and your attack rolls have disadvantage. And you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. You also take. Please roll me 6d6.
All right. 3, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. How many?
6.
21, 22, 23. Initial 23 points.
All right, so that's acid damage.
Okay.
As you're getting swallowed up by this purple worm.
We gotta save you.
It just like lands teeth first into the ground.
All
you
right.
you kind of get knocked away and comes up, and there's no more Vajra there. Yeah. Okay, next up is 14.
That would be me.
Nesco.
So I'm going to use both of my actions. I have 2 actions. I'm going to be expending 2 ki in order to create a stunning attack.
Yeah.
With both of these with my spear. So, I sort of hit the ground, somersault. I'm trying to get it at the stunning part of the head near the eyes. And I will roll twice to see whether I accomplish that.
All right.
So the first one is a 26.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And the next one, 27.
Huh.
And the other is a 17.
27, yes, 17, no.
Okay, so the 27 does damage of 1d8 plus 6. 6 and 6 is 12. Plus, I've expended the ki, and let me tell you what.
Is that a save?
Yeah, it has to. Tell you in just a second.
Does it have disadvantage on saves or just attack rolls?
I don't know. I'm looking.
just
Stunning
attack
strike.
rolls.
Okay.
It says when you hit with a melee weapon, you can spend 1 ki point to make the target stunned until the end of your next turn. If it fails a con saving throw, DC 14.
Okay. That's a natural 20.
Oh.
Shrugged it off.
Oh,
Yeah, you see it ripple down its like gooey back.
All right.
Dang.
That's the best I can do for the moment.
Okay, so what was the total damage?
6 plus. Hold on. It was 6 plus 6, 12.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Next up, that was 14. We have Apotha.
Okay. So Puffa, she sees this monstrosity. She's just so disappointed that the show can't go on, and she pulls out it looks like a stiletto dagger, but it's sword length. She's like, all right, Ravenna, let's do some work. And then she goes and slices towards this thing, and she's going to lunge at it and just go for the fleshy underside. And 22 to hit.
Yes,
Nice.
absolutely.
Excellent.
So she gets right in there and does 10 points of damage for the first hit. And then she pulls out and goes back in for 14 to hit.
No.
some of the like blood like gets onto the handle, and she just like slips and doesn't even get in next time.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Then that should be. Actually, I'm gonna move back. She's like, all right, I did something cool, and then she moves back behind everybody.
So you're disengaging.
Yeah.
So it's going to take an opportunity attack.
Just kidding. We're staying engaged. Not this thing. This maybe like a small skeleton, but
It just like as you twitch, it feels it with its tremor sense and goes, and it's just like.
She just stays in place.
Okay.
That's her turn.
Love it. Ainsley.
Ainsley, okay, so I have given Ainsley Stonky's ring, which is a ring from my adventure, and I just think I deserve it. I think Ainsley deserves it, let's be clear. But Ainsley, that gives Ainsley an ability to cast telekinesis. So I want to be able to see, I want to see if I can see Vajra in the maw of the beast, or if he's too far gone.
Oh, you can't see him.
So
I can't see him.
I wonder, Vajra's sword is still ignited.
Mhm.
If there's any way to perceive the flame potentially through the
Yeah,
creature.
That's a good point.
Oh, okay, because all I need is sight.
totally.
And especially, I think if I'm aware and recognizing the object, then that would help. Okay, then I would like to cast telekinesis and like pull you from the maw. Yeah, glug, 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 vomit you back down.
That's amazing.
So
That is amazing.
yes,
I love this.
yeah, my stuff is gonna. Well, it's what I want to do. So because Ainsley's like, not our paladin, we need Vajra. So telekinesis. I'm gonna make an ability check with my spellcasting modifier, and then it really is a strength check on the person wearing it, but maybe it's a strength check versus the purple worm to try to
exactly.
it's Celia trying to hold on. Okay, so let's see. 25.
Ooh. 24.
It's like constriction.
Yeah. So the ring reaches out and grabs on, but you can the way you perceive it is like there's a vibe of an underbite, kind of underbiting the sword, and so you know it's not evil. You have a sense that it is from me. So if you just relinquish control and just hold on tight to your sword, your great
Vajra's
sword.
all in.
Okay, the underbite.
Thank you.
Yeah, it pulls you from the maw and the digestive tract, the cavity of the purple worm, and out. And I think you're wet, a little worse for the wear, but back to normal. Yay! Come back to us, Vajra!
You're gooey. It's just gooey. And you have an acid peel, so you're like looking really raw
Looking
right
really
now.
glistening.
Yeah, you'll do great in about 2 weeks.
Are Minsk and Boo with us?
They're about to be.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Ooh.
I'm a
by
fan.
the way.
of them.
Vajra says, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm a fan out
It's
of
going to
it.
be really important. And then what's her face? Patty.
Patty.
Oh, Patty.
Oh, Patty.
I'm gonna. So she just is gonna claw attack, and just it's not even gonna be a swiping thing. It's just gonna be like.
Beer hug.
Like almost like a gremlin. Like I'm gonna hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's give her a little bit of stats. I think I'm just gonna say it's probably +3 for strength.
Yeah, sure.
14.
14 plus 3?
You 17? No, it was an 11. It was 14.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
sorry. No,
Unfortunately, no.
she's
So
a half
it's
CR.
like, it's so big, like she can't get a good grip on it.
Yeah.
And there's something about that slimy, wormy skin that the claws just kind of pass through it, and it's
Yeah.
like it can't get a good purchase.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Poor Patty. She's good for a few things, but maybe not attacking.
Okay.
Rip Patty's nails.
Yeah.
All right. Minsk and Boo, as soon as the purple worm comes up,
They're helping us? That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Ooh,
not.
Thank you for flagging them
Recruiting,
down.
Yeah, no kidding.
So Minsk gets this wild look in his eye, like he hasn't fought in a really long time. And he starts running towards it, and he's going to try to run up the
back of it?
The back of the purple worm. And I would like
cool.
Hanesco to roll for that.
Sure. So
That's going to be acrobatics. He has 0.
So just a 20-sided die.
Oh.
Yeah.
He rolled a natural 1.
Oh, please tell me how it goes terribly wrong.
Well, he's been drinking. So,
It's true.
you know, this isn't something that he, you know, I mean, he's used to just kind of, it works because he's so good. So he starts running up it, and he literally slips on the slime, and, you know, Boo's really, really not happy about this. Boo's like somersaulting off of him.
Oh, absolutely.
But he literally, it's like a pratfall. Like he goes back and he hits his head literally against the bottom of the
Oh
purple
no.
worm.
Okay. Well, is he conscious? Is he not conscious? Please roll me a d20. High, 10 or over, he is conscious. Under, he.
You rolled a natural 1.
Wow.
Oh,
No. You are so good at rolling for your character only.
So what I will say is, please roll me for Boo, who has done a somersault, like a triple somersault twist onto the purple worm.
Okay, D20. Ooh, that's going to be 17.
Fantastic. You guys see this hamster land and just start running, and it's like gliding on the back of that goo.
This is the hamster that I'm impressed by. I'm like a major fan. Okay.
Please roll to attack.
Okay. 15.
15. You can't really tell what's going on up there, but you see slime just flying off of the top.
I hope he's going for the eyes.
It's on its way for certain. Okay, top of the round is Arena.
All right, so Arena is still the adrenaline pounding in her ears. She's not losing her cool. She's not going to do a reckless attack. But it looks like, it looks like I'm within range where I can move around side here without actually getting out of its threatened area. So, GM, looks like there's a little coat of arms here on this terrain up here. Can I, try to jump and then jump?
I was really
to get up
hoping
here?
that you would do that.
Oh, yeah. I really want to.
However, let's see if you can.
Let's see if I can, yeah. We'll
Acrobatics.
see. Okay, excellent. So, acrobatics.
I mean, there are ledges.
There are.
They need to be run upon.
I got decent acrobatics. We'll see if this actually works out. 17.
Ooh, yeah, absolutely.
Very cool.
You parkour, jump on top.
Parkour, jump on top. I'm not sure if I can reach all the way over there.
Oh, Jameson, can you help?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry, my little ones can't reach.
Is this your character?
Yes, it is. Yes. So hop, hop, hop. And again with that axe, it's got the little bits of wood from the dulcimer just hanging off of it. Yeah. Oh, no, she's standing just up
you're
there.
standing-
Oh, yeah.
no,
Oh, yeah.
no.
I mean, I have a +6 acrobatics, but I don't think I can ride the worm and smash down
I give
on
you
it.
a backflip in there. I thought it was really.
That would be
like
cool.
Dr. Strangelove.
I know.
Yeah.
Into it.
Yeah, so she's going to take that axe over, and I have my extra attack, which I didn't use before,
Yeah,
but we're going to
totally.
use it this time. And she's just going to wail on it, and as the ancestors come up, and they're just like, dum, 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 starting up a performance of sort. They're starting to acclimate
Nice.
themselves to the battlefield and the fight at the same time. Yeah. Does a 15 hit or a 24?
24 totally hits.
24 hit. Okay, awesome.
The crowd around you starts drumming along with you and
very
cheering.
cool.
It looks like you have the attention of everyone. And you see that Durnan's like, do I? No, they go, do I? I don't know. And he's going back and forth whether he should help out. You see Bonnie has jumped behind the bar and is just all eyeballs.
Oh, man.
All right, so it'll be 9 points of damage as that axe comes down.
Awesome. Axe
Smashes
damage.
on the worm.
Oh, Vernon, don't be confused.
Does it go like whoa, 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 whoa?
Oh yeah,
when it hits?
absolutely. Yeah, there's a reverb. There's a sick reverb, and she just yells out, "Reverb!" Wah, 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 wah.
Amazing.
Awesome. So
That's
you're
the
up
worm.
high. Vajra, you just came out of this purple worm. What do you do?
So Vajra's really seeing what his companion is putting down, and he's gonna pick it up. And although he's hurt, he's been brought out of the worm. Feels very grateful of it. He's gonna raise up his great sword. It's on fire. It's still flaming, and much like he does during their musical performances, he's going to use his paladin ability, his vow of enmity, to perform his vow, but perform it in line with the beat that is currently happening.
Yeah.
He's going to say,
That's cool.
vile purple creature that has been brought to us by vampires from this portal of unknown origins. We, bear obsidian darkness, will defeat you. And so
we will beat you.
Bear you.
Get bared on. The audience is like, yeah.
I just got vomited up. Give me a break.
Yeah, you lost.
So I have advantage on attacks. He's a little rough for wear, but he's going to go in and he's now going to attack.
Awesome.
And so I will roll with advantage for my attack. I got a natural 20.
That's the way.
Double dice
That's
damage, please.
Excellent. I'm going to save us all time, I'm going to do it digitally here just to make it a little easier. So we have 10 plus 10, and I'm going to throw a Divine Smite on here as well. So that's going to be 2 of these, 25, 6. So a total of 26 damage.
Oh, very nice.
Vajra,
Dead.
after this, comes in and just with a crit, boom, slices into it and nods to his friends because he would not have been able to do that.
Oh, very nice. It is not dead. Certainly not the case at all.
It's a purple worm.
All right, good job. Well done. Okay, that was Vajra with an 18. Now Hinesco with a 14.
So I'm taking a different tact. So I had my spear, and what I do is I just sort of like put it down, pull out my crossbow, and I'm going to fire off 2 bolts at the creature.
Where are you standing currently? I can't quite.
I'm sort of, 10 feet away from it.
All right, cool. Okay.
And it's a drow, it's a special little handy drow thing. And I'm not at an advantage. There wasn't any group thing that was causing us to
attack.
So that was just you.
That's the vow, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to fire my first action. And this is quite deadly. A natural 20, and I have plus 11 with it. So this is like
That's what those mink scrolls were for.
Yeah. Gotta lose.
You just wanted to do
cool
I just want to do that. So how do you handle it? Is it double
dice?
So it's double dice?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's
8, it's 2d8.
Dice so nice you roll them twice.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so this is plus 16. So that is 6, 3, 9. 9 plus 16 is 25.
I'll buy that for $1.
That was the first bolt.
Nice.
Oh, very cool.
Crit again.
And this time it was a 16.
16 will not hit.
I try.
It you see the bolt penetrate the gooey part, but not make it in, and it just kind of goes.
But that first one did.
The first one went in for certain.
Yes, amazing.
And it kind of riles up. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna see if I have any bonus actions that I can do. Now this is interesting. So it says, after you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. And my unarmed strikes have an interesting effect sometimes on creatures. So I think I should do that.
I think so.
Sounds fun.
I like interesting.
Lean in.
So
lean in.
right now, you'd have to get closer.
Oh, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Nope, that's it.
Okay. No.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, cool.
No, this is a good way to kind of...
Yeah, absolutely.
Stay alive.
Can you turn the Minsk character prone, please? The one.
He's the naked boy.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Naked boy.
Thank you.
So, you see that this creature's body starts to go, and everybody make me a dex save.
Oh no!
And for folks who are close by, you get a plus 2 on that, and it looks like everyone is
Adjacent
So
or
plus 2?
within 10?
It's within 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like it is moving up. There is more of it than you have been able to see. Which
Pardon me.
I don't know. I got a 12.
Okay.
What was the bonus again, Vajra?
Plus 2.
Plus
Plus
2.
2. Oh gosh, that's only 13.
Okay.
18.
Okay.
18.
11.
All right. You're looking for 14 or higher. Under that, you are prone. As this creature.
Oh, because it's knocked up and...
It's basically moving up like this,
Yeah.
and it kind of jumps into the air. Now, the yawning portal is very tall, so it jumps into the air and is going to crash down like face first into. I can't see over there. I want into wherever you are.
Right in front of it.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure whether I can be knocked.
If you can't, then that makes sense. Oh
because of-
gosh.
Like this? What are you looking for?
It'll move forward 5 feet.
Okay, so it'll go here, then. Like this?
Sure. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so it is going to attempt to attack you, and whoever got under 14, you were prone.
And Game Master, if that is moving away from me, would that be breaking? Do I get an opportunity attack?
No, she got a 20,
So
a dirty
it
20.
should not have
Lucky Patty.
broken, yeah.
Alright.
Because it's like, how do I explain this? It's like this. So you're still standing next to it, but it kind of like
arched over.
Yeah,
Okay.
Slimer snake.
So maybe.
Okay.
No.
She's supposed to be prone.
I
We're
would
just
think
gonna remember
We know.
that.
So
All
maybe
right, does a
let's
21
just-
hit?
Yes. Wow, just barely too.
Is that
Okay,
with a
please
disadvantage?
roll me. Oh, yeah. Oh,
my
God.
rage.
Yes, that is with disadvantage.
Okay.
No.
You don't
Okay.
want the other number.
Okay.
Okay, so please roll me 3d8.
Do you have resistance against this?
Oh my, 2 8s. All right. Do I have resistance against it?
Yes, from my Ancestral Guardian
Yeah.
ability. Yes.
So instead of 17 points,
17 plus 9.
it's going to be 26.
So 26 and half, correct?
So how? Oh, 13.
Okay,
13 points
13. You will need to make a dex save.
Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna try to et you.
No!
Don't get et.
Yeah.
I had a plan. Oh, cool. That's going to be. And then do I still have that
Yep,
plus 2?
you put plus
Nice.
2 saves.
18 again.
That's not enough.
It's not enough.
Yeah. Thanks, D&D Beyond. Yeah, that is not enough. Please roll me 66. As you two are going to the Purple Worm Spa and going to get that really expensive full body acid peel.
Are you sure that's the yawning portal?
Got 7.
How much is it?
7.
So that's 7 because it's cut in half.
Oh,
you
I got that in half too. Okay, then I guess another 4.
So 66?
Yeah.
You rolled all ones?
No, I rolled like 2 1s and then. Wait, what did I. It added up to 7. It was like a. It was 6 and then the last one was a 1 and then it was 7.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, 6!
666.
Oh, okay, 7, 8.
I was like, that number doesn't
56
sound
times.
correct.
Well,
Yay.
This is damager.
13.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
sorry. Okay. I
no.
did 3 d6s. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's 13 points of damage then.
All right. Now, do you have resistance? Can you double?
I can
you
use
double
of
it?
my reaction to Spirit Shield her to take off 2d6 of that.
Okay, do it.
But
Yeah, that's probably
all I
okay.
can do now.
So
That's only 5.
So
Don't take 5.
So okay, all right. So,
great,
So,
that's good.
But
Teamwork.
13 minus 5 is 7. 6.
But then it comes up, and you are no longer on the battlefield. You are inside of the creature.
Slurped up.
You have a
by the
flaming
wow.
anything?
Oh no! I was
Yeah,
going to do a cool thing. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Is this your character?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. It jumped up head first. Okay, so it goes into the ground, and its tail comes out of the ground, whips around, and it's going to attack you
Oh, it's gonna get me.
with its tail.
Is she still swallowed or no?
Oh, yeah. That was 18 on the dice and a 13 on the dice. It's going to be a 27 to hit.
Like just barely. But yeah, it gets me.
Please roll me 3d6.
3d6, you got it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Ainsley.
This little stinger that's not actually small.
Oh.
It's like, I mean, it's small for it, but
the
it
size
is
of a Buick.
gargantuan.
Yeah. Okay, 12 damage.
12 plus 9.
12 plus 9,
That's
21.
And you need to make a con save.
Oh, okay.
Shoot.
I have a fairly high con save.
You have plus 2 to all saves.
All saves. Dang, that's good. 19 plus 2 is a 21, plus 2 is a 23.
Cool. You do succeed. However, you only take half of
21?
please, no, you have to take that. You
take all 21?
Well, okay. So 3d6 plus 9, that's something you take unless you have the resistance. You do or don't?
Yes, actually,
You
because
have resistance. So whatever that number was, that's
it's
what
not
you
me.
take. You did roll over a 19 on the Constitution saving throw, which means you take half of 12d6 damage.
Do I take the full 21, or I did get half of that?
Is she resisted?
Did you apply the resistance
No.
to the damage? Yeah, so you would take half of that.
I think,
So 10.
did you not want to take the resistance, or
No.
did you want to take the resistance?
I would like resistance.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take this 10.
One order of resistance,
So
please.
one order is 10. So
Okay,
you go
10.
down 10. Now you will have to roll 12d6.
Okay, all right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this on
Oh my
a.
God. And is there a
one.
resistance on that as well?
I'm gonna roll dice so you can hear it.
Yeah.
that's
so
better
dramatic.
than me.
I love
Me
it.
jinking,
Because you,
jinking.
no, you should, because I don't want to calculate that. But I
Oh,
want to hear
I
the
see.
dice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Listen
cool.
to all
Sweet,
the dice.
12d6 for the Buick Stinger. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Buick Stinger.
was
I
so
love you,
satisfying.
Amy Vorpal.
That's straight.
Listen to the dice. Oh, that's a big number.
Okay.
Oh dear.
41.
Okay, well, you take half of that. Because you
have
rolled.
Okay,
resistance.
so
Yep.
20.
Yeah.
So 20. That leaves me at 15 out of 45 hit points. That's
You're fine.
You're still alive!
You'll be all right.
You are rich of health points.
I'll just rub some dirt on it. It'll be fine.
Oh my
You got hit
god.
by a Buick Stinger. Come on, you're still standing? It's incredible.
You have a giant hole in your shoulder.
Yeah.
The ancestors are
Yeah.
looking out for us today, you guys.
Big
Chipped
time.
underbite. Yeah, thank goodness for you.
Okay.
And your
how you
energy.
We'd all
doing?
be dead. I
So
think.
the two of you have had this very traumatic experience. How do you feel inside?
Oh,
Not that anyone else would notice, except for you, but nobody notices yours.
I don't know how I feel inside because I'm inside of something else.
Just too meta for you right now.
How do you feel with a hole in your
this.
shoulder?
Okay, so
And you're not poisoned.
There, look, I have, as a druid, I appreciate the strength, the vigor, the authenticity of this purple worm, and it's just behaving the way it was always meant to behave. And then there's another part of me that is in deep despair. Like I see the light, and it might be I have never felt this level of almost death before, because I know what I've got in my tool belt, and I've seen the non-damage that this has been taking. The slime has spit out crossbow bolts, and it seems really dire. So there's a part of I'm kind of looking around, making eye contact, and some form of energy of my last goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
As you're doing all of that, Hanesco, it is your turn.
Yes.
Hanesco has a book out here.
It is on its
real.
way into the ground. It has your friend.
Yeah, I'm casting a web. I'm using my cloak of the Arachnida to cast a web to try to ensnare it.
Is that a dex save?
You can use an action to cast the web. Save DC 13. Web created by the spell fills twice its normal area. I get to do this once a day.
I mean, logistically, I don't understand how this works.
Well, it would have to. I'd have to it would spray out an anchor probably from the ceiling on it to part of the.
Okay, this is a situation. I rolled a 4. So,
Well,
it
just would just keep it from moving that moment. It won't completely.
Exactly. So this is what's happening. You are in its gullet. Its head is into the ground. It basically is burrowing in. You have webbed it to the ceiling. The tail is just whoosh, whoosh,
around,
flipping around all over the place. It is not going any deeper into the ground, but that is the situation.
And I think it gets each round it'll get a save to be able to get the heck out
Yeah.
of there if it chooses to.
Cool.
So we got to move fast.
We got to get
It
this
really
thing.
is. What's going on with Boo?
Boo is still running around. Actually, Boo right now, because it doesn't want to go into the ground, is attempting to run.
Can he wake up
it.
Minsk?
Is not able to. It's like when you're walking up an escalator. That is what Boo is doing. Like,
I get
much
it.
slimier. Yeah, much more
Surreal.
Is
Amazing.
Minsk still unconscious, or is there a
Yeah.
chance he might wake?
Oh no, he's unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
With a double 1, he's out. He's
Yeah.
sleeping.
Oh, dear.
Asleep off that
Oh,
hangover.
dear.
Oh boy.
Oh, but that was, by the way, that was only one action.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
second action, I can use the crossbow, which I will do. Come on. Oh, 19. So that's plus like close to 30.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yeah, that crossbow is dynamite. That's 1d8 plus 8. 10 points of damage.
All right, 10 points of damage. Okay, thank you very much. Next up, so that was 14. Apotha, you are inside of this creature.
Oh,
You see that there's like dirt and rock coming towards you from. You were also upside down.
Oh boy. All right. Well,
So,
I don't even think she can grab her.
all right, you're blinded.
Okay.
You have a disadvantage to attack. You are restrained, however, I mean, it's a big thing, right? So it's just slower to move. What would you like to do?
Can you Misty Step from the inside of a giant worm?
I don't know why you wouldn't. You will need to take.
Do you need to have line of sight for Misty Step or no?
I don't think so.
It says to an unoccupied space
Yeah.
that you can see.
Oh, that you can see.
Oh,
Well, I would have done it if you didn't say anything.
No,
that's how good your players are.
Misty
Dave.
Steps
Hey,
are
we
right
write
outside
campaign
of
and setting books. We gotta
Just like
Okay,
maybe.
so
I'm
you
upside down,
will-
so I'm pointing towards the end.
You will take 66 acid damage.
66.
66.
It's like,
60s.
well,
No, no.
adios, everybody. 3.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I have a way to maybe have this work.
9.
Well, she's
Or
still
you're
burning.
Yeah,
You're still
taking
burning.
advantage.
But I could mold earth to carve out a sight line through the dirt that the worm has swallowed. Maybe I guess it is facing down. But
Yeah.
You can mold earth maybe on your turn to prevent it from going
anywhere.
somewhere, or to.
Well, it's
to-
really,
to
it's
channel
only,
it.
it's like, it's very small. So this is my cantrip. So it's like 5 feet.
Yeah.
It's not much, but I was thinking maybe it could form a telescope.
Okay, so
Could you
what
explode?
did you?
It
what
was
damage?
19 points. Is it still halved? Am I still protected? 19 points of damage.
All
Look
right.
in your face is great.
Okay, so you took the damage. You can do things.
Okay, I'm going to.
It's just really hard to.
The easiest thing to do might be to try to.
It's like an acid jello. That doesn't taste good. It's like orange flavor.
Oh, it's the worst.
The worst one. Dang.
Mixed with lime.
Oh,
Mine was good. I like that
Not
one.
when you mix it with orange.
So not cool. Apopha is just like, my image is ruined forever. But she wants to still get out and survive. So she's gonna try to reverse swim backwards out of the mouth. If that's even possible.
Roll acrobatics. It's disadvantage, please.
Okay. That's gonna be 10.
I mean, you think you're doing great. You're like, I'm moving. Or you're not. Well, if you don't want to
Trying.
open your mouth. You're trying real hard. Unfortunately, you're not really going anywhere. All right. So moving on then, that was with a 10. Now it's Aisley and the bear.
Easily the bear. Yeah, I don't know how to save or help. But maybe, okay, so I want to cast Moonbeam as a druid.
Good spell.
It's a great spell, you know, just do what works. And there, but the maw, can I cast Moonbeam
You can do
up
yeah,
its butthole?
Doesn't have a butthole, does it?
So are you trying to like laser like this?
Yeah, I want to give her, I want to give,
Moonbeam is just like.
it is,
Hammer of a
and yet.
Okay, here's the thing. All right, well, I don't want to say no exactly, but what I will say is roll Arcana.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Because this is fun and
it's
nobody's
fun.
asked this before,
Okay.
and I feel like
I mean, no one's gonna.
a 12 Arcana.
you can try to do it.
Okay, I can try to do it.
I think Moonbeam just winds up casting, but I do want to, like, I want it to form kind of a searchlight for, you know, maybe she's halfway down and she's like trying to go out one way, but it's like, oh, but you know, the back way I might digest faster. So that's kind of the goal, is just like an alternate.
Like a laxative?
This is like a whole thing.
Yeah, like
An illuminated moon laxative.
instead of her
Moon laxative.
swimming against the grain, to maybe just like have
Just,
an
like,
awareness
embrace
of
the
going,
flow.
what if I, you know,
What
like,
if I just go
Yeah.
down like a water slide?
Yes, yes, you get
it's a
it.
poop
Yes,
slide.
look, it worked. I mean,
This is messed up.
But I will
poo
say
slide.
it's a
a
silvery,
slide.
it's a silvery beam of pale light that shines down in a 5-foot radius, 400-foot high or 40-foot high cylinder, centered on a point. So, okay.
Okay, wait.
I know
'Cause
you
I have
got
a bear.
something.
I have a bear, and the bear we've established. Patty has like tricks up her sleeve, so I think she could do some mirror work, and and like you know, and she's vain. We've established that she does have a bit of style to her, so she probably has a mirror on her too. You're just yes-anding, Satine. But and she's a big bear, so it's a big mirror. So 5-foot cylinder diameter mirror or beam of light, and she could kind of force it up the purple worm's.
Well, it is tail up, right?
Yeah.
It's
So
tail
it's
up.
like the web is here, its stinger and tail is here, and then its head is in the ground.
So you're hitting it from a lower angle from the mirror.
You're excited about it. I want you to do it.
How can you tell I'm excited?
The only thing that I will need from the bear is, and this will be the bear's action.
Okay.
This is your Voltron move. This is your triple advantage.
This is my triple advantage. Okay. Well, you actually roll for Patty for me,
Yeah.
You
and I can
need
handle.
to roll sleight of hand.
Okay.
To be able to hold that and kind of like get it in that right angle.
Okay, actually, Patty and my dex is 0, but sleight of hand I might have something. No, it's pretty much 0. So it's up
Are
to
we
you.
just at the mercy of the die
I think
then?
we're at the mercy of the
All
die.
right. Do we want to go for it?
Yes.
So it's just triple advantage.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Full transparency. That's a 3. Number 2. That's a 13.
Okay.
And that's a 1. 13.
Yeah,
buddy.
it's yours.
13. Woo, thank God. Thank God for triple
It
advantage.
is a 5-foot radius. It is 40 feet high. You're standing on top of that.
I am prone on top of that.
You're on top.
But I'm
of
on
it.
top, yes.
So what I need from you is a dex save.
Yes.
As the bear is like beaming, and it's 40 feet. It's like it's beaming through the ceiling. It's beaming through the wall.
And you
Isn't
probably
that something?
And I'm just trying to roll out of the
You
way
may
like
not
Resident
ever
Evil
see it
laser
again.
trap style, trying to get out of there.
Who'd have thunk it?
All right. I think
right.
my dex isn't too bad.
What about this other band? What about
Oh
all the
no,
other
that's a
people?
natural
Are they
1.
gonna help?
Oh, that's a natural 1.
Okay, so you're gonna get hit by this as well.
Yep.
So the con save for Moonbeam.
It's all good. I haven't got hit at all yet, so it's I'm up. Yeah,
All right,
it's
what
all
is the
good.
damage?
So it's 3d10, but they do have to make a Constitution saving
It's
throw.
13.
For con save? Mm-hmm. Yay! Okay, it's con save 15, so no save. And we got 6, 7, 12 radiant damage.
Okay. So you take that as well.
12 radiant damage.
Yeah.
Okay, was there a con save in there?
A con save,
There is
yeah,
con save in there.
15
Okay. Oh, my con saves are pretty good. It's a 17. Okay.
Okay.
So what was the total? 12?
12.
I take 6 then.
Okay,
Awesome.
sweet.
Cool.
This is like the worst search party save ever. Like, just like, maybe at the back end, I don't know.
So you
appreciated.
carved a W into both the wall, your friend, and part of this worm.
What's the W for?
Worm.
This is the ultimate
yes,
lighthouse
go,
effect,
Patty.
though. The ultimate lighthouse effect. I love it, right? Yeah.
Come this way. Also, me, Ainsley and the bear, and maybe if you'd like to, Arena, also yell, the back end is open and free.
Was I going the wrong way?
Rear cavity.
All right. Just gonna start going that means it's butt.
Yes.
Does anybody have a way to wake up Minsky?
Not without taking lots of
That
action.
didn't work. Come on, nothing.
Yeah.
Totally out. Okay, Arena, it is your turn.
Okay, so Arena is going to take a move action to stand back up. And she is just going to try to wail away at that worm. So that worm is still within.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And it's restrained, so you have advantage.
And I have advantage on both of my attack rolls. All right. Okay. This is the pivotal moment. Come on, ancestors. Ancestors, take the wheel. Oh, yeah. All right. So that is a 25.
Nice.
And then?
That will be a 14. No. Okay, so that will be, so the first attack hits. This is for the second attack. The advantage on the second attack. No. Okay. It's one attack.
Yeah, one does hit.
All right. So that's 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. There's a lot of whittling happening here.
Yeah.
You guys have hacked pieces off of it. You have moonbeamed holes into it.
I
There's
carved a W on its butt. The W isn't lowercase w. It kind of looks like a butt.
and it also extends into the wall on the ceiling. Okay, so this creature does not look well at all. Next up will be Vajra.
Vajra's hoping that this can hopefully be the coup de grace. And
Wow.
finish this creature off.
We're all hoping this.
Seeing the amazing performance of this lighthouse moonbeam, he feels deeply inspired. Now, he already has his vow that gives him advantage. Does he have potentially triple advantage because it's also restrained while attacking?
You would need to go with somebody at the same time.
Okay, or to attack. No, I mean another. I don't know if your advantage is stacking because it is also restrained. No.
That's advantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good to ask, honey.
So first attack, I roll a 7 + 5, so that's definitely gonna hit. I will then do a divine smite on this with the flaming blade as well. I'm gonna save us all time with some of the dice.
Yeah, roll high.
All right, so we have to
save us all.
No.
Let's see. All right, so the first attack is a 23 points of damage, and I will do my second attack to attack again if it's still standing. I will use another. Does a 19 hit? Okay, excellent. All right, we'll swing in again.
Payback time.
Well, I like all this counting that's happening.
Paladins. All right, and that's a 24.
Amazing.
Excellent.
So you hack into this, and you see its body just and it convulse as its head rears back and out of the ground, and it coughs you up. Out. Please. Oh no, you're gonna take damage. Oh no! You take 4 points of damage, falling damage. Your hit was so strong that it regurgitated your friend. You were no longer restrained.
Highlight the worm.
And with that, was that 23, and what was the last
24.
24. That is enough to kill this purple worm. Whoa. Please narrate to us your kill.
Yes. So I envision this attack coming in. His flaming sword is imbued with divine energy as he goes, and he hacks once to try and bleed it out as much as he can, and then comes up as it's kind of going down, rends up again to try and carve a space out of its rear where our beloved companion. Exactly. A second butt.
Two.
The second being much more utilitarian.
Number 2,
for our
aptly
purposes. And bursts out with slime. And
are we still PG? I think.
I know.
Yeah. And potentially other things near this second rear orifice.
Cool.
And then actually, if possible, our friend is here, wants to then try and catch our slime-covered companion.
Roll sleight of hand.
Excellent.
Or acrobatics.
All right, I got a 17. So.
Absolutely. You do not take that damage as Vajra has saved you from the ground.
So it's kind of a simultaneously sheathe and then catch. I'll even try to get some of the ichor out of your eyes.
Well,
for
before you do that, How you guys all notice that everybody is riveted and watching this happen. That
It's like the
creature's
best
body
opening act
goes
for performance.
limp and is now just swaying in the web. And they're waiting for the finale.
I
What
start
do you
playing.
guys do to turn this into a performance? And we'll just go around like this.
Well, I'm going to, yeah, it's time to perform, right? Okay, so I will turn myself into a hamster now that I've seen a hamster. I don't think I've seen a hamster before. And I'm going to start beating on the purple worms. The purple worm will become my canvas for my drum. And I'll be a hamster just...
Do the hamster dance.
I'm going to do the hamster dance!
Boo is right there with you.
Yes.
Excellent.
And it'll be a combo meal of like clickety clackety of my little rodent teeth, like click click click, and then it would click click, and then like a soft patter as I like fur bop myself.
Oh, he's in it with you.
Great.
He sees
All
what
right.
you're throwing down. He's matching your style.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got this hamster dance that's doing like a soft, smooth, folksy, percussive beat against the side of a purple worm.
Beautiful. How do you add to that?
So Arena's watching that, and she's getting the beat in her head, and she's feeling it in her soul and her bones, and she's headbanging, and she just like throws up the horns and goes, "Ancestors, encore, free worm, free worm!" She just goes into Freebird, just breaks into that.
Fantastic. All right. Well, Apatha is going to cast off her like slimy black cloak, and she has like this like undershirts and stuff. She's just going to like. She's not in the mood to perform, but she will do what needs to be done. And so she climbs up onto the corpse of this worm and starts to just posts up there and starts twanging at the webs holding it up.
Oh,
nice.
It's totally a twangy, like the hamster dance is a twangy.
Yeah. That's what she does.
Nice. All right.
So what I do is cast dancing lights over everything, and I kick it up the flute, repeat, kind of going in melodically with the hamsters. Yeah. Just.
Oh yeah, they're squeaking too. Yeah.
We're all doing
the dancing lights. The dancing lights are all over.
All right, take us home, honey.
Roger's then going to take and kind of do the samurai flick, and the slime comes off of his sword, go down, and he'll then look back, rocking out. It's great. He goes, "Patrons of this fine establishment, we have here slain this heinous creature for your entertainment and joy. It was brought to you by some not-so-vampiric vampires, but we, the bare obsidian darkness, have slain it for your protection and satisfaction. Thank you all."
8-inch steak, more like 8-inch fake.
You suddenly hear, Bud, 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 Bud.
Oh, that's awesome.
And everyone starts clapping. Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh my
Amazing. And Prince Poppycock comes walking over, and he's got a bag of holding. And he says, "That was magnificent." You look over at Durnan, and he gives you the slow nod and goes,
coming around.
Bonnie is now her head up like this. And Prince Poppycock says, "Well, that was magnificent, and I believe those who have saved the day from the villainous 8-inch steak are bare obsidian darkness, and they have won."
And we couldn't have done it without. I'm going to hold the cut up of our sponsor. Of course. Yeah. We couldn't have done it without.
Actually, he's holding me up because it's on my back. So he's just gonna
Mert the moneylender and goes, "Oh, good job, Mert. Congratulations, you have all won 1,000 gold pieces. Let's buy him a drink." And everyone cheers. And please say your character's name in the freeze frame that we land on your character.
Vajra will be holding his brother in arms, with a huge smile on his face. He's actually very, very wounded, holding him up and winking at Mert.
And I, from that position, using my cape of the arachnid, do a flip up and stand on the roof and do the kind of the wave to everybody.
Nice.
Apapa, she's going to kind of take some of the slime still in her hair and like clasp her like arms together and do the horns, and there's like this slime connecting the two, and just gnarly.
Yeah.
Arena's still holding up her dulcimer on top of that pillar, just completely lost in the moment, just shredding and 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 shredding, not paying attention to what's happening.
Ainsley the hamster and Boo do a freeze frame high five for sure. And Patty has absconded upstairs to the Fab Five and is holding out her tutu like this for Lars to be signing it. And so she's stretching it out and providing a Lars canvas for him to sign.
And you see through the door the Minotaur just staring up longingly at the bear.
He ain't no Lars.
And that's the end of our Battle of the Bards game here at GaryCon. GaryCon Live 2022. Thank you guys so much for being here. I want to make sure everyone knows how to follow you, where to follow you. So real brief, let's take it out.
Okay, cool. I'm Amy Vorpal. You can follow me at Vorpal Sword. There's an H in it on Twitter and Instagram.
And I'm Amanda Hammond. You can follow me on Twitter at Amanda Hammond. That's Hamon.
I'm Adriana Cazador, and you can follow me at Adriosa Gaming or Adriosa on Twitter and Instagram and Twitch and all that.
I'm David Baxter, and you can follow me on Instagram on LTL Cosplay and on Facebook at Larger Than Life Cosplay. And go to www.legionm.com to find out cool stuff we're doing.
Excellent. I'm Jameson Stone. You can find me on the internet at stonejameson.com. Primarily on Instagram at stone.jameson. If you enjoyed what you saw here today, you can learn more about Siren's Battle of the Bards at thebardbook.com. Pre-orders are still available, and maybe Satine will tell us about Satine's Quest.
I will. Okay, I'm Satine Phoenix at Satine Phoenix everywhere except for TikTok. It's Satine Phoenix Official, I think. And also you can find me at satinesquest.com. Luxury travel gaming adventures. This has been wonderful. Do not go anywhere. There is so much left to see here at GaryCon 2022. Thank you all for watching.
Yay!
So Krull is not your average turtle. Turtles are traditionally these dopey, monk-like, slow-moving characters, and Krull, I wanted Krull to resemble a snapping turtle, or snapping turtle. Beaked, sharp spikes on the back of the shell, and the shell has been carved with draconic runes and prayers to Tiamat. And that comes out of his story, which was he was sent by the turtles to defeat Archon. And Archon bested him, but spared his life, as long as he gave his life over to fight for the Dragon Queen, and he accepted. And since then, it's this kind of fear, but he's also a fanatic now, and I think, but yeah, I think a lot of what he does is rooted in fear. You know, I wouldn't say there is a part Renfield to him, and another pop culture reference I would make would be like a Dr. Mindbender. And he's always scheming. He's coming up with, you know, if anyone was a G.I. Joe fan growing up, he was the Cobra scientist who was working to try to figure out how to bring Serpentor back to existence and create this genetic. So, you know, Krull is always searching for some elixir that's going to help Archon fight off Vecna's influence as the necrotic energy of the hand grows up his arm into his body. You know, Krull has commissioned some group of adventurers to bring him back a baby unicorn horn that he's going to grind up into a powder that he's going to feed to Archon somehow and stave off the necrotic energy. He's checking in with the artifact squads to check their progress to see if anyone's found the eye or found some leads on the eye of Vecna or any other sorts of weapons that could help Archon in his quest, Tiamat and the Dragon Armies for their quest. So, you know, very highly intelligent. I mean, he's also super strong. He's got a 20 strength, and he swings this giant two-handed maul that has, like, you know, frost capabilities. And so he's a very fearsome fighter. Always surrounded by the dead, you know, and he wears this white, like a white grease paint over his face, so that he looks like a skeleton. Like you would think he was undead at first glance, but he isn't. It's if that could give him some sort of advantage over an opponent that stumbled upon him. But there's always these zombies and whites and the undead around him. He's always experimenting on the dead. Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as the player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Spurt, the kobold, briefly serving as the guide to the Mighty Nine, led them down a tunnel of the Underdark, and then, as the Mighty Nine were chit-chattering, kind of went off ahead on his own, and entered a big giant cave that had 2 fire giants. Now, Spurt is a CR 1/8 monster. Fire giants each are like a CR 9 monster. So he threw his bag of bees at one of them, and it did what you would expect a bag of bees to do. It just plopped down in this little bzzz, no effect whatsoever. And then one of the giants just smushed him. Spurt showed up for 15 minutes actually in an episode that was kind of very straight up to that point. So he was like this humorous interlude, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the fact that he was humorous The fact that he wasn't live there for very long, so you only got to enjoy him for a brief period of time, I think that won a lot of people over. And then Chris Dupuis, one of the people who works on the creative side of Idle Champions, said, hey, this little guy, he's something. We can make something out of this. Do you mind if we take that ball and run with it? And then they made it. And then they had their little gifts that they did showing Spurt being smashed with the big hammer, and it's like, yes. Why do they fall in love with Spurt so much? Because he tries. You know, life has dealt him a cruel hand. He is a kobold who has never seen the light, and life down in the Underdark is a horror show for the most part. Yet, you know, he's managed to live 11 days and done pretty well for himself in that time, and he seems like an upright little guy. I think the fact that he's small, that he's unabashedly harmless, and that he's got all these fun little toys that can surprise and delight makes him an easy sell. There's just something kind of pathetic and likable about kobolds in general. Because they are on the like absolute weakest spectrum of humanoid life. It's like you can't find a humanoid character really who's any weaker than a kobold. Weaker than a kobold would be a terrible insult.
Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen. His hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. he teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as a player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
Waterdeep, the city of splendors, is peaceful at night. Old friends gather at the yawning portal and share stories about the threats to our city. Threats that never sleep. Waterdeep needs warriors. My name is Laeral Silverhand. I've summoned the greatest heroes in Faerun, the Warriors of Waterdeep.
welcome back to GaryCon 14. I'm Luke Gygax, host of GaryCon 14, and we're very excited to welcome you to this segment. We just finished up a fun game with Teen Phoenix and friends, and we're getting ready to go into our finale tonight with Mike Merles, which I'll be playing in. Also pretty happy about that. I haven't played with Mike in a little while, so it's really great to be back live in Lake Geneva and streaming with everybody. And I'm joined by my friend Matt Everhart here today, sometimes known as Casey Rift.
Yep.
On the interwebs.
Yeah.
Yep. So I met Casey because you saved my butt, basically at GaryCon.
Right, basically, yeah.
Yeah, at GaryCon 12. I think at GaryCon 11, you said, hey, we could do this virtual gaming stuff. And I wasn't a big believer. I was like, who's ever going to need any virtual gaming? Come on, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that was a verbatim.
Yeah.
That was the reply.
Pretty much, but I was like, okay, sure. He's like, go ahead and give it a test run. We'll see what happens. And he did, and I think we got maybe 100 people who partook that year?
In 2019, yeah, about that.
Yeah, so it was pretty small, but I was like, okay, it didn't hurt anything. And then we go into 2020, and you were there to, another at-bat, seeing if we could maybe, 150 people or something. And then suddenly COVID hit, and thank God you were there because we were able to rapidly pivot and do GaryCon
the entire
12,
thing.
yeah, with like 2,000 people. So that was a heck of a thing. So that's pretty much how I got to know you better. And then you helped me out through Autumn Revel and GaryCon 13 when we had to.
Still the COVID years.
So he's been carrying a lot of weight here, and that was the same even in GaryCon 13 when we were writing this module. Just kidding. He's still carrying me. No, but obviously we talked a lot during the virtual years, and you came up with an idea. Hey, I want to write module GaryCon 13, and let's collaborate on it. I was like, okay, yeah, I've got some ideas, and we spitballed a couple things around.
Right.
And we came up with what became the Eye of Shintufi, which I thought has been very well received. I mean, there was some great elements there. It's the first one that was written that I wrote in Okram for 5e, which I thought is cool. But before we start digging into that, tell us a little bit about your background, because here I've been telling how I know you, but let's hear it in your own words.
Sure. Yeah. How in depth do I want to go? As Luke said, I'm Matt Everhart. I go by Casey Rift online. So if you see that around Facebook and Twitter and all that, that's me. It is tough and confusing coming to a physical convention and having to introduce myself as both names. But yeah. So if you see me in the hall, feel free to come by and say hi. So my background, I'm currently in the Air Force. So stationed out in Las Vegas, and conveniently on the Pacific Coast, so that makes our streaming schedule quite a bit easier.
Yeah.
But I've been in gaming for forever and ever, and had this wacky idea. I used to run KoboldCon. Let me back up a step. I used to run KoboldCon in Colorado Springs, and we started doing virtual events with that convention back as far as 2016. In fact, Ed Greenwood was one of our dungeon masters, so he dialed in via Google Meet, and he was the dungeon master for 6 people sitting around a table at the convention. And that went really well, so we started to try and offer this idea to other conventions around the country, and GaryCon obviously was top of the list on that one that we wanted to get involved in. So yeah, KoboldCon unfortunately was a casualty of COVID itself, but it was a boon for the virtual experience, as you've already indicated. So GaryCon we did, Founders of Legends was all virtual that year. Autumn Revel we're also part of GameholeCon. We helped them with their virtual stuff. And so yeah, that's kind of where Prater and Rifts, which is the company that myself and my partner Jimmy Duffy own. That's where that sprang from, was virtual events, basically everything virtual. So virtual gaming, streaming, production. We do a lot of production work for GaxPack, for example.
Yep, that's right. So you bring us the GaxPack weekly. So yeah, they're doing that sort of stuff. So Matt's done a lot for a lot of conventions that are pretty popular out there.
Yeah.
So maybe some people know you that way, but you also write. And you said, all right, let's dig in and do something. I said, all right, and we started kicking it around and noodling out something for 5e, and we ended up with the Eye of Shintufi. And I'll produce modules every year for GaryCon. And yeah, it's fun, but a lot of times there's tournaments or kind of one-shot kind of things. The Eye of Shintufi, I think a lot of elements came together that made me excited, and I was like, okay, you know what? I think we can take this one somewhere. It's got the right elements in it. we had beautiful artwork from Michael Sirigos. That cover, I don't know, man. I didn't grab a copy of it. I feel pretty silly now for not grabbing a copy and picking it up. But the Ayashin Tufi, if you haven't seen it, it's awesome. You should check out that cover. Michael Sirigos did a wonderful job on it. And your layout work that you did, it really pops and comes alive. So, we have a Kickstarter for part 2. You can get Ayashin Tufi now. If you're here at GaryCon, I think we might have a couple, like 2 or 3 modules left, maybe, but not too many. But you can get it on DriveThruRPG in PDF or order print copy if you want to check that out. But part 2, we're going to open up the Kickstarter tomorrow, the Hardishin Tufi. So, kind of just to give a little bit of background about the world of Okrim for those of you who don't know, I started that. It's a world setting that I created in 2013 for GaryCon 5, I believe that was when I was getting ready for GaryCon 5. I had gotten back from Iraq, my last tour to Iraq, not too long before that, and so what was on my mind was those environmental challenges, something different, something that wasn't standard Western European and predictable. Because GaryCon, 5th edition wasn't even around back then, right? It hadn't debuted yet. So what you saw is a lot of people were very familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, especially your AD&D, your 2nd edition. And so if you see a monster, you know what it is. You see a magic item, you can kind of deduce what it is pretty quickly. So I wanted that sense of wonderment. So I wanted to put a little twist on something, reskin things, give new challenges, new puzzles, new ways to make it exciting for people to play. I thought, we don't often go into the Middle Eastern type of a setting, and wouldn't that be a little bit more fun at that time? And it's also really hot, and it's terrible walking around in body armor.
I do know.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with that. It's like it's 120 degrees, but I'm going to put my gloves on anyway, and my body armor, and the helmet, and all that stuff. I'm thinking, man, all those times I had my fighter and plate mail running and jumping and doing stuff, I wasn't a very good player to that character. That's really hard work. So I thought it would be fun to add some of those elements in there. And I think in 5th edition they've done that with fatigue pretty well, and they've added in some ways to manage environment that wasn't there in 1st edition. But I wrote some rules for it just to help people in the earlier modules that I did, which was the search for Darwa's temple, and then there's Isle of Omen's Tower of Akbaba, and a few others that were set in the world of Okrim, and sometimes in the city of Shintufi. But I didn't really describe the city of Shintufi with too much detail. There's a Stefan Pokorny from Dwarven Forge had done some map work for me, but it was just a portion of the city. So you saw hints and glimpses there, which obviously I shared with you, and gave you some ideas that we noodled on. And but I think the Ayashin Tufi and the Hardishin Tufi, really, you get to know a little bit more, interact a little bit more with the citizens and the organizations that are there, which I thought was neat, because really it's kind of you know what I haven't done? I just realized that. I'm talking about Okrim like maybe everybody knows what that is.
That is true. You kind of give them a little bit of a
but it's a danger.
Peek under the hood.
It's a danger when you know something, when you're very familiar with something, kind of like when you're in the military and you start talking in acronyms. I think I was just doing that. so on our Kickstarter, which you can find at ks.gaxworks.com, I'm sure we'll share those links. That'll give you a little bit there's some background on how the world of Okrim came to be. Essentially, it was not a totally unusual story. A once powerful empire filled with powerful mages who wield elemental magic, ruled the world, had fabulous, essentially technology that they would, technological. What we use technology for, they had magic for. So they were very comfortable. They were very powerful. Great communication, high-speed transportation, travel, everywhere, that sort of thing. Well, a calamity befell them. Their own hubris caused a civil war that ended up destroying their civilization. And now, thousands of years later, there's only remnants and hints of the once powerful Adressid Empire and the artifacts and magic that they had. The place where this civil war took place has now been destroyed and overrun and uninhabitable. It's a desert, worse than the worst spots in southern Iraq, right? It was my intent. It's very inhospitable there, but buried in those hot sands are treasures, hints at secrets. And that's where most people can find out about that. So adventurers that would be the call to adventure, would be to go into the Blighted Lands. Well, one city survived the destruction of the Wrath, and that is the city of Shintufi. Now, the people were all killed. However, the buildings are there, and some very few people have unlocked enough of the secrets to use them, and they're called Xenics. Yeah, the Xenics who live in the 600-foot towers and are basically archmages, more or less, and really pull a lot of the power in the city. But it's a vast city. It's over 1 million people. It's a mishmash of these fabulous buildings and infrastructure that was built by the Idrisid Empire thousands of years ago that still exists. And then the mud brick hovels that the modern populace
popped up.
Built around it. So underneath the city, there's sewer systems, the Qanat of Shintufi. And then, of course, there's interesting things that have burrowed into that or down in there as well that interconnect. So there's a lively underground life as well as a large bureaucracy, criminal organizations, graft. Think of Greyhawk, and Lonkmar and other classic cities like that. And that gives you some of the milieu that we're going for in the city of Shintufi. But all that was brewing, but I'd mostly focused on some little one-shot sorts of things. And when we worked together, you gave me something a little bit different. So talk a little bit about what people are doing, what the party is doing, the players are doing in the Eye of Shintufi.
In the first book?
Yeah.
So for one of the things that I really appreciated about Shintufi and Okram in general was that I immediately, having been over there myself, having been deployed a couple times myself, I immediately understood where you're coming from with the general feel of it. So I was able to at least put myself in that position, and it made writing and coming up with some of the content quite a bit easier. With regards to Shintufi itself, also great that it was loosely defined, because we were able to come up with some pretty cool features in the city that, which are now, I'm going to call it canon. But
it is canon.
Yeah, now canon as far as the city goes. So it's great, like the Acrobulis in the middle of the city, which is the old, that predates even the Idrisid. That's like the original settlement that was there. And the Tower of, I'm going to miss it now. The Spire.
Yeah, I know. I
needed the book.
Where's the book?
Yeah.
Where's the book?
But yeah, there's several features that we were able to incorporate right into
the spire
into
with the
town.
thing.
Yeah, the spire with the thing
at the top.
Right. Good view and all that. Yeah. Anyway, so with regards to the first adventure, it really picks up at the conclusion of whatever this party's last adventure was, and they've realized that kind of an Indiana Jones type style. They realize they've really messed up and they're in a tight spot. And it really gives the intent is to give the party the opportunity to feel out their characters a little bit and perhaps identify what sort of magic items they've got, because originally, as intended, it was supposed to be a convention game.
Yeah.
It still can be played at a convention. However, I think we went outside the bounds of the 4-hour time block that was originally intended. But so they start there. They go back to the city and are approached by a guy who's in some serious need of assistance named Pellicos Red, and he enlists the adventurers to help him find an artifact, which ends up being colloquially called the Eye of Shintufi. It's the Oculus of Sinrabah. That's right. The artifact.
The Oculus of Sinrabah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Right. And so they go about their merry way throughout town, get to identify some of the sites that we've created, with the library, the spire, the Acrobulis, all that stuff in town.
They run into some interesting people who are trying to thwart their efforts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So there are still organizations that don't want the artifacts of the Idrisid to come out and want to keep those secrets well hidden, and so they encounter some of the organizations that are involved in that, some of the organizations that are otherwise want to find those artifacts for more nefarious reasons, and then several other types in between. So it's a lot of fun, and as they go down into as they get down into the adventure itself, then we figure out. I don't know if I want to put spoilers in there. Or not. I won't spoil.
No spoilers.
I won't spoil it. But let's just say we meet the cover, the entity in the cover of the book, whose name is Eusepephasos. So if you need any official pronunciation guide, you can just refer back to this video, as Eusepephasos is the big bad at the end.
I'll be referring back to that because I'm like, use SOS. There's an SOS at the end. That's why I can't pronounce this name. So that one's hard. And I put some tongue twisters.
There are definitely, you have your fair share as well.
Well, it's a family tradition to put in some big words in there. They're a little challenging, get people to think, make them get out their thesaurus or whatever it is. But yeah, so I think we started off thinking this was going to be tournament module with the eye. We realized there was a lot more to mine there, and so we kept digging, and we got to a cliffhanger. We're already probably well past 4 hours, to be honest with you. But it's action packed. It keeps on your toes. You're introduced to some various people. There's some cool storylines going on, and it really sets up something that was that I wanted to have in Shintuvi from the beginning, and it was it's in my mind and in my notes, but not presented. Right. And that's it's only been. What, 9 years? Okay, so it's only been 9 years since getting this out. I was busy, but there's obviously powerful forces. Think when there's powerful forces out there, so people want to get it for their own benefit. There's probably going to be people who want to stop it because they don't want to see the world further destroyed again.
There are those that remember what happened with the Idrisid in the past. Yeah,
absolutely. And there's going to be those who are just those who want to control it to for power. Those who want to take it for money. Those who want to prevent it. And that's kind of the intermix that's going in there. And of course, there's more of the story in there, and you have to play it. You should play it because it's fun to get there. But then the heart of Shintuvi, we end the eye of Shintuvi, and we're ready to go more into the heart of Shintuvi, which is continuing to look for the Oculus of Senra Ba, which is an elusive item, and it's one of the 4 artifacts of elemental power. It's one of the an Idrisid artifact, essentially, is what it is.
Yep.
And of course, it's powerful. It has some intellect. It has some ability to command its environment, even though it's an object, right? Because it's imbued with so much power, and that makes it a little bit hard to chase down. So that's why the party's doing that. In the heart of Shintuvi, let's see, how much do you want to say about the heart?
That's a good question. So 2 things I think we probably can talk about are what we do find out as we go through the heart is that there is a lot underneath the old city, and not just the Kanat, but also now this thing that will become referred to as the Carve, and then going even further down into the, I'm going to butcher the name, into the Dalhum.
The Dahlum.
Dahlum.
Yes,
that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, so the vast caverns underneath the city that have yet to be even explored to some extent. So we get the opportunity to really expand on the underground, which I really like.
So I put in those words that are have some semblance to maybe Arabic or Turkish or other kind of just give it that flavor. My wife's Moroccan, and so I'd say, hey, what's the word for this? And I'd kind of play with it a little bit. And so that helped, sometimes, or I'd just make it up out of whole cloth at other points. But I also include like a common tongue reference to it. So the Kanat kind of means tube in Moroccan Arabic. So it's the tubes, right? It's the sewer system underneath. The Dahlum is really darkness, so that's what it's about. It's the ever dark. You could call it that. So and the Carve is kind of a place in between those 2 things that you came up with that name, which I really like. It's pretty neat. And so it's just a rich area that you can. I think there might be some insects squeaking around. What is that?
Yeah, right.
It could be.
Heard
out. I heard them. It's dangerous in here. There's a lot of adventuring, a lot of monsters running around this place. But yeah, I mean, you can flesh out that environment. So there's room. This is more sandboxy than the other adventures where you can maybe do some little side quests if you need to as a DM and flesh it out. And there's not a tournament. Hey, this is the timeline. Pow, pow, pow. Get it done. Which I also liked a whole bunch. So.
And we'll actually be including some of that on the in Kickstarter stretch goals as well. So some of that expansiveness outside of the main storyline.
That's right. And there's like I said, Shintuvi is a big place, and we also included the opportunity for people to contribute because there's a lot. It's a big city, 1 million people. There's a lot of NPCs. There's a lot of new magic out there. But we have some interesting thoughts on directions to take Idrisid magic and Xenex and things like that, which we don't want to reveal too much here. First, we just want to get introduce the Heart of Shintuvi and get that out there. But there's a chance for folks to put their stamp, to add their flavor to the city of Shintuvi create an NPC or character or something like that as well. So, it's a chance to get in on the ground floor and contribute. So, and work with Matt and I on some of that. So, all right. So, do we want to talk a little bit about the Kickstarter and?
Sure. Yeah, we certainly can. So it launches tomorrow.
Yep. At noon.
At noon is the plan.
Central time?
Yep, Central time, noon Central. Tomorrow being Saturday the 26th.
It is.
2022. Yep. And we've got several pledge levels included in there, as any Kickstarter obviously does. But all the way down from just a PDF of the basic module to print of the single Horde Shintufi module. You can get both modules together if you'd like. And then I think some of the killer stuff is maybe even in the add-ons where we allow, or we're offering rather, prints from Michael. So we get the prints signed from him as well. So that's some of the higher tier stuff.
Yeah. So Michael, I was talking to Michael a little bit, and he even thought he might be willing to do some Glyki, the canvas prints, with where he would take paint and touch up a canvas print and make it completely unique, and then sign it. So.
Right.
If he's willing to do that, and I think he is, we can maybe adjust that tonight and add a different level on there.
Yeah, certainly.
Because those take a lot of time for an artist to do that, but they're unique. That's as close as you can get to a brand new painting.
Right.
Without paying for a brand new painting.
Right.
Yeah. And Sirgos is a pretty talented guy in my opinion. I really liked his stuff. He did the artwork for GaryCon 13, as well as Aya Shintufi. And I'm sure he did something else for me now. The Horde Shintufi.
Well, right. Most recently, yeah.
Yeah, he's working on that too. And then the interior art by, was it Carlos?
Carlos Martins.
Carlos Martins.
Yep.
Excellent stuff. And if you go to the Kickstarter page, you'll see a lot of his artwork, which I'm pretty impressed with, to be honest with you.
He's really hit it out of the park on both modules. So he was in Eye of Shintufi as well. For most of the color artwork in there was him.
Yep.
Yeah. So really happy, and he's actually from Portugal too. So it's worldwide.
That's right.
Worldwide contributions to the module, to the adventure itself.
That's right. I think Michael's from might be from Greece, if I remember right originally. But I think he lives in the U.S. now.
Yeah. All right. So I would call fairly standard level of pledges until you get to the expedition level pledges, and that's when we talk about going to play a game with Luke and I at GameholeCon coming up. And then another opportunity to play through the modules, both modules at GaryCon 2020, GaryCon 15 next year.
Yep. So yeah, GaryCon 15, you can pledge at an expeditionary level, come in and you can play with Matt and I at GaryCon 15. I think it's on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, play both adventures.
Yep. Gaming with getting me pinned down to game during a GaryCon. Pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Especially this one has been hard.
Yeah.
But no, that'll be awesome. Then of course GameholeCon will both be there in October, October 20th. Or something like
it's the third weekend of October.
Third weekend of October, we'll be there and do that. Otherwise, it's pretty much signed prints or signed modules and that sort of thing. So we've got a very low funding goal.
$500.
Yeah, $500. We're just going to start writing the module once this closes. Oh wait, no.
Start writing it, yeah.
No, it's essentially written. We've left some space so that if we hit if people really like it and they want some more, we can add some stretch goals where we can flesh out certain areas a little bit further, or maybe even do some more information on the city of Shintufi or the world of Okram. So I can take some of those ideas that are up here, put them down in a primer format, and get them out to people. But yeah, it's basically done.
Yeah.
This is going to happen whether this was going to happen. So, so it's done. I think the risk is very low. Sure there could be some catastrophe that happens, but if I was going to say this has got to be a was it AAA or whatever rated
AAA title? Yeah, sure.
AAA.
I'll call it AAA title. That's great.
It's going to be very safe. We're going to get it done. So. Is there anything else that you want to talk about with this thing?
So yeah, you mentioned that there is some gaps in there for stretch goals. So part of the stretch goal ladder, I guess, that we'll see is the ability to add some additional content, some additional pages. We have some excellent writers from across the community that have already committed to writing some additional content, assuming we reach those goals. seemed like there was something else that was critically important to this whole thing, and I can't remember.
Well, that's why you're doing it live.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like it's live. You think of it as soon as we say, "Oh, it's see you later."
And
They're like,
cut.
because I want to.
ks.gaxworks.com, and that's Gax, G-A-X-X, works with an X.com, ks.gaxworks.com. We'll get you there to the start, and if you follow it, you'll get notified when we go live tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, and I'm pretty stoked about it. I think it's I'm excited. Period. I'll be happier if I get to share it with more people. Yeah. But I'm going to keep making these. We're going to do at least one more, probably two more, if we're being honest, from the way the story's paced out. So there'll probably be a 4-part to this thing, regardless of how we do it. So
right.
I feel pretty darn confident you're going to like it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I've written a few modules, but this is a good one.
Right.
This is a good one. I'm really excited about it, and I want to invite everybody to come and join us in playing. We definitely have tons of my friends that I can call upon to add material, but it really just depends on how well it's received out there. So putting it all out there with on this Kickstarter. So take a look. If it looks like it's something you could be interested in after you see the sizzle reel, I guess that's what they call it in the biz.
Yeah.
The sizzle reel, and me talking about it. Go ahead and bookmark it, back it, whatever, and
I think we can probably play said reel here in a minute.
All right.
As we're wrapping up.
Okay, we'll wrap it and
what
we'll
they
play
can't
the
see,
sizzle.
so what they can't see right now with the preview page is that video, unfortunately, right now. So when it goes live, we'll be able to see that, but maybe we can play it right now.
So we can play the sizzle reel right now. Is that something we can do, guys? Yep. All right, so we can do it. All right, so there you go. We're going to go live tomorrow, Saturday, March 26th at noon. Jump on there. Let's get this thing funded. Let's see how quickly we can fund it. And we'll adventure in Shintufi and find that eye, or the Oculus.
Eventually, yeah.
The Oculus of Sunraba.
That's good. We need to record that for the sizzle reel.
We need that for the sizzle reel. All right, thanks, everybody.
Eons passed. Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shintufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
So Krull is not your average turtle. Turtles are traditionally these dopey, monk-like, slow-moving characters, and Krull, I wanted Krull to resemble a snapping turtle, or snapping turtle. Beaked, sharp spikes on the back of the shell, and the shell has been carved with draconic runes and prayers to Tiamat. And that comes out of his story, which was he was sent by the turtles to defeat Archon. And Archon bested him, but spared his life, as long as he gave his life over to fight for the Dragon Queen, and he accepted. And since then, it's this kind of fear, but he's also a fanatic now, and I think, but yeah, I think a lot of what he does is rooted in fear. You know, I wouldn't say there is a part Renfield to him, and another pop culture reference I would make would be like a Dr. Mindbender. And he's always scheming. He's coming up with, you know, if anyone was a G.I. Joe fan growing up, he was the Cobra scientist who was working to try to figure out how to bring Serpentor back to existence and create this genetic. So, you know, Krull is always searching for some elixir that's going to help Archon fight off Vecna's influence as the necrotic energy of the hand grows up his arm into his body. You know, Krull has commissioned some group of adventurers to bring him back a baby unicorn horn that he's going to grind up into a powder that he's going to feed to Archon somehow and stave off the necrotic energy. He's checking in with the artifact squads to check their progress to see if anyone's found the eye or found some leads on the eye of Vecna or any other sorts of weapons that could help Archon in his quest, Tiamat and the Dragon Armies for their quest. So, you know, very highly intelligent. I mean, he's also super strong. He's got a 20 strength, and he swings this giant two-handed maul that has, like, you know, frost capabilities. And so he's a very fearsome fighter. Always surrounded by the dead, you know, and he wears this white, like a white grease paint over his face, so that he looks like a skeleton. Like you would think he was undead at first glance, but he isn't. It's if that could give him some sort of advantage over an opponent that stumbled upon him. But there's always these zombies and whites and the undead around him. He's always experimenting on the dead. Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of, you know, a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as the player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Spurt, the kobold, briefly serving as the guide to the Mighty Nine, led them down a tunnel of the Underdark, and then as the Mighty Nine were chit-chattering, kind of went off ahead on his own and entered a big giant cave that had 2 fire giants. Now, Spurt is a CR 1/8 monster. Fire giants each are like a CR 9 monster. So he threw his bag of bees at one of them, and it did what you would expect a bag of bees to do. It just plopped down in this little bzzz, no effect whatsoever. And then one of the giants just smushed him. Spurt showed up for 15 minutes actually in an episode that was kind of very straight up to that point. So he was like this humorous interlude, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the fact that he was humorous, the fact that he wasn't live there for very long, so you only got to enjoy him for a brief period of time, I think that won a lot of people over. And then Chris Dupuis, one of the people who works on the creative side of Idle Champions, said, hey, this little guy, he's something. We can make something out of this. Do you mind if we take that ball and run with it? And then they made it. And then they had their little gifts that they did showing Spurt being smashed with the big hammer, and it's like, yes. Why do they fall in love with Spurt so much? Because he tries. You know, life has dealt him a cruel hand. He is a kobold who has never seen the light, and life down in the Underdark is a horror show for the most part. Yet, you know, he's managed to live 11 days and done pretty well for himself in that time, and he seems like an upright little guy. I think the fact that he's small, that he's unabashedly harmless, and that he's got all these fun little toys that can surprise and delight makes him an easy sell. There's just something kind of pathetic and likable about kobolds in general. Because they are on the like absolute weakest spectrum of humanoid life. It's like you can't find a humanoid character really who's any weaker than a kobold. Weaker than a kobold would be a terrible insult.
Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for Little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, this, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as the player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
Waterdeep needs warriors. My name is Laeral Silverhand. I've summoned the greatest heroes in Faerun, the Warriors of Waterdeep.
They say we make the world's finest miniature terrain because it is. It's the best. We just make it the best we can, and then everything else follows.
At Dwarven Forge, we make all the stuff that we would have wanted when we were younger and gaming and playing on graph paper and having to imagine everything.
We make worlds, really, storyscapes that you can like insert yourself into and just sort of finish the picture. Like you can sort of take it from there.
Our design process starts with, we figure out a theme, what are we doing? Then I go and I draw a whole bunch of different sketches for, these are the sorts of pieces that would work. I use foam to quickly and cheaply create a three-dimensional representation of the sketches. Then I go back to the team and say, okay, here it is, this is the collection, these 12 pieces are gonna make our, whatever this new thing is. And sort of go back and forth, collaborate on that until we've kind of settled on, okay, these are probably the pieces that'll be. And so they get a foam mock-up, a block, and we sort of talk through, okay, this piece is supposed to accomplish this. It's supposed to feel dangerous or unstable or really strong.
And it's sculpted with a story behind it, with thought and attention both to the real world and how the real world may have been affected by fantastical forces that live in the fantasy worlds we are building.
We do everything traditionally. We're not taking the same brick and duplicating it 1,000 times. There's character in every single one that we do.
I don't ever want to feel like I'm just rubber stamping one thing after another. So even if I've done 40 rocks, the 41st rock is going to be a little different somehow.
If we're sculpting a bridge, we're sculpting scratches under it.
We know they're going to last forever. And it's always fun to hide little bits that you're not going to notice the first time you're looking at them.
We put personality into everything, and we have fun doing it. So I think that shows.
It's so fun for us to know that there's value in looking at our pieces over and over again.
They've thought of everything. They have built in details that you might never even find, but we made them just in case you might.
One of the things that we're really proud of is that we offer pieces completely hand painted, so you can just pop them out of the box and get right to gaming. We like to make things look real, like they're in the real world, but also a little bit fantastical, a little bit saturated. A lot of times it can get muddy if you make it look realistic.
One of the most important things for me when painting is to make the shapes that the sculptor has already worked so hard on very clear and pick them out so that they'll read from the tabletop across a large build and expansive area.
The hardest part of making a paint scheme is making it simple enough for the factory to reproduce while still looking awesome.
So it's not just enough for our pieces to be beautiful, they also have to be as cool as possible.
After I mold and cast some of the pieces, I make them come alive. I like to look at a piece and see if I can make it more than just a plain piece. The features I like to put in pieces are stuff such as LEDs, magnets, or pull accessories. The most difficult thing to embed in a piece will probably be a more complicated LED function, such as one that has 2 modes or like has many LEDs in like specific places. It's fun. It's just, I feel like I'm
much as our fans do.
It's magic, and we're giving them a little bit of magic, a little bit of our blood, a little bit of our sweat, a little bit of our tears, a little, all of it right there in those pieces.
We want them to sit down, share these stories together, create these memories, and have our stuff be the catalyst. We care about all these little details so intensely. That's what makes us special. That's what makes us Dwarven Forge.
Hello, and welcome back to GaryCon. We've got another exciting D&D adventure queued up for you. I'll be your dungeon master for the next few hours. I'm Mike Merles. You may have seen me on some past streams here, and GaryCon and Founders and Legends. Tonight, we're presenting to you a dowdy band of 5 third-level characters who'll be taking on a sort of twist on a classic early 80s adventure called the Halls of Tyson Thane. That's where I'm starting as my starting point. If you've read the adventure, don't worry. I've made some twists in case any of the players have happened to read it. Though it is kind of an obscure 40-something-year-old adventure, but I guess when you're as big a gaming geek as I am, you can never quite recalibrate to obsessive TTRPGer. So in terms of what people have read. So on that note, speaking of obsessive TTRPGing, why don't we go around and do some introductions for our players and their characters, starting to my left.
Hi, I'm Luke Gygax. I am the host and founder of GaryCon. So happy to be gaming again at GaryCon 14, live and in person with my good friends here, and we're off to a great start. I will be playing Vobar, who is a female Goliath paladin of Tyr.
A really deep voice.
Well,
okay.
It's a Goliath. That's not that deep.
Actually, a high voice for her family.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm David Baxter. I'm a avid cosplayer and film exec at Legion M, and I will be playing Lucian the Righteous, cleric of St. Cuthbert, a third-level human cleric.
Nicely done. Probably another lawful good.
I'm Amy Vorpahl, and I will be playing Chortle Bombastic,
the rock gnome warlock with the undead patron named Girl.
Girl is kind of, she's an undead. She's like she's only one of the shining twins.
How do you spell girl?
Oh, that's really too many consonants and lots of Y's. At least 3.
Silent.
Yeah. GXYYRZQL. Someone write that down and remember it. I won't.
It's very 90s punk rock of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Teague. I am senior producer of role-playing games at Renegade Game Studios and sometimes writer of other things. And I am playing Nyx. She is a fairy monk. Arms of the Astral Self. We'll see how that goes today. I'm very excited about it.
Hey, and I, bringing up the caboose. I'm Todd Stashwick. I'm an actor on the TV and on the movies, and then I write video games and movies and things like that. But today, I am Bresh Gnawtooth, and she is a ratkin rogue. She's sort of picture kind of like a stabby Mrs. Brisby from Secret of Nim. She's crafty. She'll stab you. And she's tiny and she's adorable and she's got the big ears and the big eyes. For a rat, she's super cute. But she's bipedal. So that's what I got. That's what I'm doing, and I'm stabbing today.
I want to describe just one part of my character. Her nose is cut off, and she has an ersatz eye that like decides which nostril to peek out of from time to time. So that feels important.
Always immediately triggers Bresh's gag reflex every time you do it. Well, she's not going to be able to handle that.
She's not going to apologize for it.
I know a good doctor.
So do I. Her name is Girl.
Well, the 5 of you have been venturing for the past few weeks. You found a treasure map that led you to an ancient tomb, long undisturbed. You faced undead creatures, strange denizens of the dungeon, a carrion crawler, an umber hulk. You evaded a number of traps and found a great treasure, a prize well worth the effort of trouncing through the mountains for a week and risking your lives for gold and glory. And indeed, you have gained gold. You're each carrying about 2,000 gold pieces each. Gems and coins.
2,000.
God, I should have spent my 10 gold during character creation.
And gems.
I was like, well,
Gold
Rush
can barely. She can barely carry it. She's just
I know.
Like,
I feel encumbered.
Yeah.
And so for the past week, you've been venturing back to the civilized realms. Traveling through the mountains is never easy. The weather's been a bit rough. A few storms rolled in. Your rations, gold's great, but you can't eat it. You're still still surviving on trail rations. You're looking forward to today. You've been looking forward to it for over a week. You're finally going to get it back to civilized realm. The small town of Kaylee is one of the outermost outposts of civilization in this region. It's just perched on a small river. From there, you can start spending your money, sleep with a roof over your head, in a bed, hot food, strong ale, and then the next day you can buy passage back south to the big cities where you can spend your money however you see fit. Probably spend it eventually.
Or give some of it as a tithe to your respective deities.
Or spend money how you see fit.
And just put it all out there, right?
Make it right.
So, today is the day you should be finally reaching Kaylee. You should get there just before nightfall if your map is correct. And as you're trudging through, you're finally in the lowlands, forested area, disused road. Few people go from Kaylee even deeper into the wild. Again, this is the edge of the civilized world. You're making your way when, shortly after you start marching in the morning, it starts to rain. Clouds just kind of roll in. It looked like it was going to be a nice clear day, and nope, here comes some clouds, here comes some rain. And it's just drizzle coming down and down and down and down. You have all sorts of rips and tears and rends in your gear. It's been 2 weeks of hard traveling. Your backpack's getting a little waterlogged. You have to stop occasionally maybe to get that water that's building up out there. It starts getting into your socks, as you're walking. Occasionally, you're trying to be careful, but then you step in some deep mud, and that water just gets right into your shoes. But it's the last day. The last day. You put up with this one last miserable day, and you can finally rest. And as you're walking, you make the last bend as the sun's starting to go down in the west. You can see the trees clear, And there, you know, the town is right ahead. There's the river. On this side, there's a small inn. Maybe you can stay there. Or maybe if you get here early enough, you can take the ferry across to the town itself. And as you're thinking, pondering all the warmth of a roaring fire, hot food, you turn the corner, and there you see the bustle and the lights of... No, wait, you don't. You see the town, Kaylee. Small town, walled. Every single building you can see from this distance. And it's kind of far, he's kind of squinting. Everything's barricaded, boarded up. Then you realize, wait, you didn't see any smoke fires coming from chimneys as you're approaching. Oh, that's weird. That's why it kind of just crept up on you, made the corner, and there it is. You see near you now the inn on this side of the river, similarly completely boarded up. All the windows barricaded from the inside, boarded up from the interior. And you don't see a single soul on the streets of the town, nor do you see anyone moving. The ferry is moored on this side of the river, but it's been apparently, I mean, it's tied in. Looks like someone's been taking care of it. It's not just being allowed to drift, but there's no one there.
Is there a light source? Do we see anything from the boarded up areas?
You see nothing.
So darkness.
Darkness. What do you wish to do?
No, we were talking about what we were gonna eat for dinner. I could taste the chicken. I could taste it.
I would kill for a mutton leg and a keg of ale. Perhaps we can smash in the door and there's still some there.
That was my thought as well.
So
okay, let's go.
Walking with my big thing of jewels, and I kind of not looking because it's obscuring my view, and I kind of bump right into a Vobar. A jewel kind of spills off the top of my thing, and I hacky sack it into my bag. Your bag. Kink.
Oh.
Dink. The jewel lands in your bag.
Yeah, it does.
And I'm like, what are we stepping for? Because she hasn't seen everything because it's been obscured.
I'll reach down and scoop her up.
Ah.
Put her up here.
Boom. So yeah, so now I'm sitting up. Are we close to a building? Or are we still in the distance?
They're actually, the inn that's on this side of the river is just a few, 100 feet away or even.
Okay.
Yes, I think we should do the right thing and break in.
Or just check out the chimney.
It's raining. Yeah, I'll check out the chimney. I'll scamper up to the rooftop.
Yeah, I mean, I can just fly up there
you
as
can do
well.
that, too.
All right, you want to fly up?
Yeah, I'll fly up and see.
So you
can
flutter
scamper
over.
next to me if you'd like.
I will.
And looking down the chimney, you see it looks like it's been blocked up. There's a camp or something, like someone has taken something, it looks like maybe from down below as you're looking down. Do you have low light vision or dark vision?
I actually do not know because I have not played this type of character before. I don't believe I do.
Yeah, so it's hard. I mean, you don't see any smoke coming up, and looking down, you don't see any light coming in from the inside. And as your eye adjusts, it's kind of gloomy out. Yeah, it looks like someone has taken like a bunch of burlap or something, and they've completely stopped up the chimney from below, from down below.
So my fairy senses are tingling here. Why would somebody stop up? They're barricading all of the windows and doors and stopping up at the chimney. Why do that? Like, are they trying to
stopped up the chimney?
keep something in there?
Thinking they don't want something to get in.
Or they don't want something to get out.
But all of them? We're assuming, we're sort of transposing that this is every house is in this situation.
I will fly to the next chimney and just see if they're all, see if they're all like that.
It's quite distant. You have to go across the river, so it will take you some time.
See if there are signs of the string or whatever that's securing them from the outside. See if it was tied up from the outside or the inside.
Oh, that's a good call. Okay, I'll take the time to do that, just to check it out.
Do you want to fly down the chimney, or do you want to check some of the doors?
Oh, there's no way I'm flying down the chimney, thank you very much. But I would like to check out the next chimney I can find to see if it's done the same way.
The next closest one will be over the river. I mean, obviously you can fly there. It just might take a few minutes to get over there, and you'd be quite far from the party.
I mean, we have some time.
Can I?
Oh, God. Yes, let's split the party right away. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so you want to flutter over?
You don't think I should check it out?
No, I think we should just knock
I'm gonna try and see if I can remove what's in the chimney.
All right, so you want to climb up the side of the house?
I'm gonna look. I'm already up. I scampered up the house.
Okay, so
if I start to fly over and they're like, no, you should stick around, I will, and then I will just like fly guard.
Thank you.
Over the chimney just in case.
When you scamper up the side, you hear from inside a voice cry out,
they're here, but the sun still isn't fully down yet. Oh, by the gods, it's getting worse, Watch the windows. Are you sure you heard something? I heard something skittering. I heard the scratching. But it stopped, I don't hear it now.
Something tells me we don't want to be outside when the lights go down.
Yeah, we need to get in there.
We gotta
that's
get inside.
probably a good idea.
What is the moon right now? Are we at a full moon?
Yeah.
Really?
So
it's gonna be bright out. Yeah.
Boobar will kind of just squish up onto the porch or whatever, and knock on the door.
And you hear, they're walking! It's like, oh, you dolt, they don't walk then, they don't knock. It must be someone, travelers! And you hear like noise of someone like pulling the gap opens, the door opens up outward. Someone's pushing it from the interior, and you can see the gap is boards that have been set up, and someone looking, a woman, human. Oh, by the gods! Get inside quick before they come! Go on.
Okay.
And you hear some noise like people pulling some of these.
Seems like a bad call to just open up for the villagers. Like, have they not learned their lesson?
I'm assuming that whatever is coming isn't polite enough to knock. So I think they're obviously benevolent people that would allow travelers to come in. So I'm going to scamper down the roof, and I kind of peek over, and I jump onto Vodar's shoulder, and then I'm going to scamper down and stand next.
All right, so you see is everyone heading on in? Sure. As you make your way in, you kind of duck down. They basically pull off about half the beams that are closing off the door, and you see a real there's tension. There's three younger men, probably in their early 20s or teens, kind of well built. They're just on edge as they're coming through. They're just eager to get that wood nailed back into place. You see there's an older man and a woman. The woman seems to be in charge. She's kind of directing things. Now there, boys, don't worry. Well, by the gods, adventurers, and she's looking at your weapons and armor, and she's kind of okay, you're a little.
Yeah, the eye is going
but
right back and forth.
Yeah, she's a bit interesting, but maybe they have skill. And the man is maybe they have skills with magic. Maybe they could help. Boys, get the door secured. Now, you folk must be tired. You look quite worse for the wear. Have a seat. And she gestures toward, looks like the large common room for an inn, but you're the only folk there other than this family. We own the place. Oh, I'm forgetting my manners. I am Arya. I am the owner of this inn. And you're lucky that you arrived in town unlucky to come to Kaylee these days, but lucky you got here before the sun came down, before they come.
Who are they?
There are things here. Boys, get our guests some food. And we can't cook with we've had to block up they come in through the chimney if you leave it open, even if with a fire, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The things that come in the night for the past month, it was just a few at first. We thought it was just bandits or maybe monsters or something coming down from the mountains, but each night we'd wake up in town and we'd find the occupants of a home killed, sliced to parts as if by blades. First was one family, then the next night 2, then the next night 3. And we thought perhaps a werewolf or a vampire, but more and more folk dying. We eventually determined we should begin to bar our windows and doors shut by night, but they must have been coming in through the chimneys. It was only until we absolutely stuffed everything up and completely locked down our homes that we're able to survive. And that's when we heard the scratching noise of something coming at night. Scratching, it sounds like claws walking in a circuit around the home. And then at the gods, the second floor, the third floor for the larger buildings, floating upwards, scratching all through the night. And then when the sun rises, stopping. It's been this way now for 2 weeks.
We're here now. And St. Cuthbert will preserve it.
Have you found any bodies or been able to see anything?
When we find them the next morning, sliced apart, as if by keen-edged blades, but no signs of bite marks or anything, no signs that anything is eaten, just killing for the sake of slaying innocent folk of the town. It started on the southern end of town was when it first happened, and that's where most of the attacks have happened, but... And she kind of looks at her husband, just last night we heard scratching. They continue to just spread. It's been awful. Perhaps with
with your magic and your weapons, you could do something. The town guard, the elders dispatched runners to the wizard's tower south of here, but no one came back. We were hoping he would help, but who can say? Maybe these things devoured him and his brothers.
Are you sure there are many? You speak as if there are many, but what if it's singular and not plural?
It could just be one thing, if it moves quickly, but it is clear, whatever it is, it's relentless.
Did anything occur the days before this all began? Anything out of the ordinary?
Well, it has been a little strange. The wizard, Tyson Thane, his brother, Diker, comes to town once a month for supplies. And some of his guards come with him, his entourage, and they actually stay here. They spend a few days relaxing and waiting for caravans to come in with supplies. But just a few days before this started, they were due to come into town, and they never arrived. And now it's been over a month, and no sign of Diker or his men. And that's why the town elders sent messengers hoping to entreat the wizard to help us, but no one has come back.
Perhaps an experiment gone awry.
Well, Tyson does have... Diker's his brother. He's a good man, solid man, a warrior. Pretty good head on his shoulders. I've only seen Tyson once myself when I was younger. Dressed in his purple robes, came into town to meet with a mage from the Far East who was coming to speak with him. But it's his brother's, the odd one, who I bet could be behind this if it comes from Tyson's domain. Siga. It's a priest of, some folks say it's some sort of death deity. I don't know which one myself, but he deals with dark magic. Now, I don't know why Tyson would keep him around, but I guess blood flows thicker than water, as I say.
If this is true,
it is his brother.
I must confront this Sega for St. Cuthbert.
Well, we would owe the entire town to owe you tremendously.
What is Sega's genesis?
Well, you see, he's...
Out. See you later.
It has begun.
I'll just see my way out.
To be fair, his name is Siga for the exact premise of not getting us confused with any technology. Though perhaps in the original it was Siga, and we've had to change it. But we've already made the jokes now. So his name is now Sega.
Let me alter my notes to reflect that his name is now Sega.
Well, I still want to know his genesis.
He is the youngest of the three brothers. Tyson is the eldest, and well, to be fair, in what we've heard of Diker, sometimes he gets into his drinks. It seems to be, as siblings are, that the youngest was given every advantage and chose to become a cleric of death magic. And
does happen.
I turn to Lucian and I ask, you're a man of religion. What might you know about death demons?
Can I do an intelligence or history?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an intelligence religion check.
Okay, intelligence religion check? Oh.
Yeah, let's see what you can recall about.
I have a 24.
All right, you have actually heard of this, Tyson Thane, you're right. Sega Thane, his brother. You realize the Church of St. Cuthbert actually issued an edict that Sega was to be burned at the stake on sight. He had been doing research. He actually had stolen several unholy texts from an archive that the clerics of St. Cuthbert had been maintaining, obviously to keep the books sequestered away from evildoers. But these books concerned ancient magic, fragments of death magic from the dawning of the world that are tied to the very essence of the negative energy plane. And it seems as if he was intent on doing research into perhaps a site that is aligned with that magic, a place in this world where pure death magic can be channeled. Yeah, he's like the number one.
Right up there with the Temple of Elemental.
Exactly. This guy is, he stole books from the Temple of St. Cuthbert, books that are not meant to be shared.
Yes, this is, you triggered this memory in me, and...
He must face Deer's justice.
Yeah, he must. There's no choice. We must.
Wait, if he was meant to burn at the stake, how did he escape?
He's quite skilled with necromantic magic, and in fact, one of his specialties
with your nat 20. You know this is one of the tricks he does. He's able to create a link between himself and his undead servants, so that injuries visited upon him are instead they strike down his horde of zombies.
It's like a painting in the back room.
One day, girl and I shall achieve this greatness. I mean, nothing.
You know, you bring this up.
Voice out loud.
I know that you are good, even though you believe that you are a worshiper of evil.
I have a pact. I don't worship, but girls chill. Girls chill, okay? We all know girls chill.
I think you're very nice.
So are you willing to do what you can? Would you go visit Tyson Thane and see if you get to the bottom of this?
I sort of want to hang tight and battle whatever evil is surrounding your home right now.
You couldn't leave today. The sun's already is setting now. We will obviously put you up for the night, and if you wish to do, if you wish to try to fight these things, but we warn you, there are very few soldiers. We did attempt. Some of the members of the town guard attempted to fight them. It did not go well.
I would like to start out in the bright light of day, when evil can cower, and we can put ourselves at advantage.
How long of a trip is it to go down to this tower that's in the south? Would we be able to get down there during the daytime and return back before nightfall?
It is about half a day. So if you leave at daybreak, and we'll pack food for you and see to it that we have fresh supplies to make the journey. But it would be, if you were to go there and immediately return back, you might get here by nightfall. I would plan on spending.
If we fail there anyway, it won't matter.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't the way an ersatz eye necessarily works, but let's say I snort it down into my sinuses, have it come out my mouth, and stick it into a wall so I can see what's going on outside throughout the night. Okay, well then that happens. So I'm very curious to see what these things look like. It can't pop out this way. It's too big.
Fascinated by this, by the way. Like, you're looking away, but I am just like.
Can I roll for dry heave?
Go for it.
Somehow it passes through the sinus tract. I'm a rock gnome. It's probably huge, way huger sinus tracts than humans have, and it appears in.
Like pachinko.
Yeah, it is. Yes, and it appears into my mouth, and I spit it out, and there's my ersatz eye. And if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to just like carve away a little of your wall right here and stick this in, so I can see. Witness the night.
The family is horrified, except like one of the brothers. Like, he looks like he's maybe was a little into it, but is trying to hide it. Like, oh yeah, that was really gross. Like, he's kind of like looking over, like, oh yeah. And then,
but if it will help you, but we must be quick. We can perhaps like unbar one of the windows for a moment and let you do whatever it is you're going to do with that eye you found.
And this isn't slime. This is humanoid fluid, internal fluid. We all have it. Okay, so this is fine.
Sure, we all. Yes.
And it's going to enter your wall right now. Okay.
All right. So they help you set that all up and they get everything quickly tacked away.
What's the guy's name who's into it?
His name is Roscoe.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm side-eyeing the camembert that they brought out, and the apples. We've been walking all night, so I want to help myself to some cheese.
All right, yeah, they bring out
and nosh a little bit while we wait for the.
I'm going to set up my line like across the porcelain room and take off my wet socks, and slap them up on there so the place probably smells like stinky Goliath foot for.
Goliath?
Are you rubbing your scent on things?
No, I'm just like getting socks, wearing wet socks. I got to hang up the wet socks. So smell them.
Maybe that'll ward them off.
Yeah.
And I'm busy blessing, various parts and the interior.
I'm just stuffing my cheeks with cheese.
Padding.
I'll have
The
a little
padding
snack,
underneath my
but I'm
armor
just
is
sitting
probably
there
all gross.
meditating.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with Roscoe for sure.
Oh yeah, no, he's like trying to
he's asked me some questions and I'm happy to answer them. I'll eat a little, but I can stay tuned into what the eye's seeing without too much distraction.
And the eye, you have dark vision, and so that is.
I do have dark vision.
So
yes.
As does the eye.
As does the eye, yeah. Yes, we're messing with this eye, but I love it. Thank you.
So you settle in, despite the fact that it's really stuffy in here because all the windows are barricaded.
The chimney's barricaded, the front door.
Smells good, though.
It smells great with these socks in here. After being on the road for 2 weeks, it's actually kind of nice to just sort of stretch out. There are beds upstairs.
Wow.
And as you're sort of settling in, you are attuned. So I imagine just sort of like as your eye sees things, like you're seeing through all 3 eyes at once.
Yes.
You suddenly realize with your dark vision, you can see just outside. It's like it's like in black and white. You're not seeing color. You're just seeing looking out outside from the inn. You can see the river in the background, a few trees, and you notice that around midnight, it's like a wall of darkness just coming in from the south. It just drifts in like fog and swamps over the inn.
So it's like I'm like, yeah, I mean, that wasn't the best fighting I've ever done, but how it's subjective, and so some people have told that tale. Oh, Roscoe! Oh, Roscoe! Yeah.
And he just seems like he's been hanging on your every word. And so he just sort of gapes and stares at you. As you can see now, as the darkness comes in, it takes now a moment. You realize as your dark vision's trying to pierce it, it's like looking through a fog. And then you see coming out of it, it's almost like a strobe effect. You see a very long, thin-limbed humanoid with its like limbs ending in points, even its legs. It just seems like it's jumping, like it's skipping frames in reality.
Well, that's
it's like
awful.
like a rock skipping across water.
Cecil B. DeMille.
Just coming in for a moment as it exerts itself. And it comes to the edge of the building, and it starts to reach out with its little sharp, long limbs. And as it touches, you hear scratching. Scratching.
Are you relaying all this to us?
Yeah, I'm kind of freaking out with Roscoe, but I get really quiet and start whispering and telling you, oh, there's a guy, it's a four-legged creature, ends in points, and he's reaching for something. I've never seen anything like it.
4 legs?
I mean, sorry, 4 limbs.
4 limbs.
Yeah.
He seems like a level-headed guy.
He seems reasonable.
And you hear the scratching
and snoring.
Scratching. Just making its way around the edge of the building, just scratching.
I kind of do a wake up.
It starts at one end of the building and goes all the way around steadily. And you can see now, as it eventually goes around the corner, it kind of does that skipping.
So I lose the sight. Okay.
And you hear the scratching.
And there's just one, or
Just
I
one that
think
you
there's
can
one.
see.
Okay.
And then you hear the second story. The same thing happens. Scratching.
So he's searching for
Yo, he's like an evil Santa.
And you can see as it comes by, as it starts scratching the second story of the building, it's grown.
No.
It just shifts upward.
No, it hasn't.
And its limbs link like a shadow cast.
like
from
So,
its
but it still looks two legs.
Yep, yeah.
But
it's
they're
up
just
on its
longer
back
and
legs.
skinnier.
Yep.
Oh,
Slender Man.
It just sends to slit.
What is he
it starts
wearing? Is he
scratching.
wearing something? Or
No,
can I
it's just
tell?
like pure
Blackness?
shadow, darkness.
Oh wow.
And it continues to scratch.
Is there any features that she could see on its face?
It's just like when you try to look at it, you want to try to really study it.
Yeah.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought you were going to say a wisdom check, but saving throw is different. Okay. Yes. Okay. 19 on the die, so 22.
All right, so as you focus on it, you can, even through your eye, it seems to stop for a moment. And you get the sense, even though it's completely featureless, it's looking right back at you.
Nope.
And you get the sense of feeling like you're right at the edge of a vast abyss, standing right on the very edge of it, with that strange compulsion you sometimes feel when you come near a cliff edge to throw yourself down.
Call
and you
of the
feel,
void.
this thought echoes through your mind, all ends in death. All ends in death. And then you sort of snap out of it as you urge to break your eye contact with it, and it flitters away like a rock skipping across water, just flitters off into the darkness.
I wouldn't say I saw it, but I definitely experienced it. It has a dark message for us. It is evil. It is pure evil. It's not like Girl, where she's like kind of evil, but this is very evil.
And must be stopped.
Yes. I definitely agree.
I got a belly full of cheese. And
You know what that does to you.
Huh?
We're just
literally stuck inside.
We're one.
Must you?
What?
There are 9 of us.
Well, nothing is going to eclipse the smell of his socks.
This is true.
I'm braiding them together.
I already know.
We've had a very long night. Is this thing still scratching? Is it still going?
No,
it disappeared.
It looks like it's
okay. Then
It's moved on. It's moved on.
I ask Aria. Do you have any brandy?
Yes.
I needed to sleep.
Yes, we have some left. It's been a hard month.
I can put you to sleep.
No.
So
sounds awful.
She heads downstairs to get the harder stuff and pours out some drinks for everybody.
I think I'm gonna take my eye. I think that I'm gonna assume that that's the last that it gave up, and we'll cover that back up with another board or whatever Roscoe
So
wants.
does it
really.
work backwards? Can you put it back in your mouth and?
Dang it! I've never tried.
I mean, how do you
Let's
snort
see.
that? It was a beautiful sound you made snorting it down. How does it work with the
I think I'm gonna have to get girls. I think I'm gonna have to get girls' help on this because I remember it was some version of her helping me out the first time.
The eye itself.
I'm gonna
has-
stand upside down.
Oh,
I'm gonna stand upside down.
Gravity.
It might have
is your
muscle
friend.
memory.
Does everyone want to watch? Could be fun.
I turn my back and roll my eyes.
I can just hold you up. Well,
yeah.
I can hold you up.
You
by
hold
your
me
feet.
up. You hold me up.
You're small.
Uh-huh.
I'm small, but like.
And I'll
I'm strong.
reverse. I'll reverse swallow.
So I will grab your feet and fly up in the air and dangle you.
I love it, Nix. Okay. All right, girl.
Party tricks.
Girl, let's channel this eye. Okay.
Okay.
It's like a keg stand.
I'll shake you like a little.
There it is.
Hey.
Right? That worked. I think that did work, actually. Do I need to
teamwork.
roll for it? Yeah, actually,
You're
no.
good. That was sounds
Okay, perfect. Well, now we know we can do that.
Yeah.
So.
We should go on the road.
Yum, 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 yum.
That is an act.
Totally. What a show.
Your eye tastes like chicken, though. It's interesting.
No, it tastes woodsy. It tastes like the board that it was up against. Like I said, yum, 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 yum.
Is there anything else you want to do tonight?
I'm going to make an etching, if I can, of what I saw,
Sure,
just to better explain what everybody. Okay, so some version of head, long limbs, longer limbs, and spindly guy.
Nightmare fuel.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just to prepare for tomorrow, and just because I do it, as I'm meditating, I will do my druid craft and just predict what type of weather and stuff we are going to face tomorrow on our journey. So, because all of our stuff is wet and ruined, and we thought we were going shopping, we can prepare for that.
So it looks like tomorrow should be overcast but dry.
Overcast but dry. Sounds perfect weather. Perfect traveling weather for me.
I drape my cloak over a chair by the fire. Oh, there's no fire.
No fire.
I drape my cloak.
Now, is there no fire
It's
because
air.
there's no ability to let the flames out?
It would get smoky. Yeah.
What if I just do a bunch of candles everywhere? Will that work?
Yeah, I think
I mean, your cloak is probably very small, so we could
Light a
probably
lot
dry
of them near. Light a lot of them near that guy.
So like little candles that won't create too much smoke, just to dry out your little rat cloak.
She thanks you.
Yeah. I mean, I do what I can.
Yeah, you succeed.
All right, sounds good. Anything else you want to do to prepare for tonight before you bed down for the morning? All right.
Sadly, I have nothing to prepare except for my fists. I'll do some workouts. Finger workouts.
Well,
yeah.
I must be up early to pray for new spells from Tyr.
And I will pray for you all.
Good night.
So the next day, crack of dawn, the family's up. They're eager to unboard everything, as much as they feel they can safely then put back. True to their word, they packed up food for the next few days: cheese, bread, everything they have, and some stout drink to go along with it in flasks. Good luck. All of Kaylee is counting on you. The track is directly south from here. At this point, you're probably outside. Aria gestures. You can see there's the main road leading to the ferry that's across the river, and running right alongside the river is a road that
You see brushes in the corner, and she's talking, and you hear her saying like, "I knew we just met, but I feel a bond, and I'm gonna miss you, but I will be back. And there's a tear running down her face, and as she steps away, it's her bag of jewels.
Oh, she's leaving.
And she does a little,
yeah,
like as she walks away.
You are very trusting of these people. I mean, they are very nice.
I just
but-
can't carry it, and if we're gonna be doing a thing, I can't be encumbered.
I ask.
Yeah, but
I ask the
carry
people
it.
in here to grant me a solemn oath that we can leave our things in return for our actions.
And if we come back, they're here anyway.
Yes.
If
And
they
if
don't,
not, they
I
have
won't need them.
And they'll have plenty of jewels
Exactly.
and gold
There
to
you go.
Start a casino.
So I'm having, I was just having a
On the
little
river.
moment with my loot, and then we can move on.
I'm going to hold on to my jewels so I can make sure that Tyr is gets his tithe, nothing gets in the way of that. But I will provide fair payment for the food.
All right, they accept it. And actually, as you go to pay the owner, she says, "Oh, but before you leave, there's one thing I almost forgot. Years ago, we did have to send. There was a plague on the town, and we sent a representative to Tyson Thane to see if he could help. And he did provide some the knowledge of a cure that helped several of the townfolk recover. And the one thing I remember from the tale of the town elder who went to visit him was there's a great stone statue that protects Tyson Thane's tower. And if you ask it to take you to Tyson Thane, it will bring you to his audience chamber.
Oh.
But if you try to just simply walk by it, it will crush you. It's a
Well,
powerful.
I'm so glad you remembered to tell us.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, one more thing.
Oh, by the way,
This big
Almost
that will
forgot.
crush you?
Yeah.
It's just like a stone golem or something, but it's like
This
not a
seems
big
like
deal.
very important
Third
information to leave
Wow.
with.
Really glad you remembered that.
Yeah.
It was years ago. I was thinking of it last night.
Good. I'm glad.
So this Tyson person might really respect etiquette. It sounds like.
Did you remember to tell the town guards that?
It was the same elder who visited him years ago, so I assume he must have known.
Oh, good.
Maybe he forgot, and that's why.
Perhaps. But I guess you'll know when you get there.
Just FYI, is there anything else that you may want to remember?
No, that's
to
it.
tell?
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay, good.
sorry. It's just
Okay,
with the
okay.
tumult of the night, and once I get a good night's rest, I remembered that.
And you have no special weapons or things that might be.
I wish we did, but alas, we have nothing to offer.
All right.
How shall you spend your day?
We will do what we can to make sure the defenses. We typically go across to Cayley itself and check into the town guard to see what's happened. They have sent runners, but no aid has come from the outside world yet. And we see to it that we share food and stuff amongst the folk. Farmers do work they can during the day to bring in the harvest, and a few caravans have made it through. But it seems as if those who spend the night too close to town are perhaps killed. So sometimes we send out scouts. Sometimes they come back. Sometimes they don't.
How many hours walk is it, do you think, to the Thane, the golem?
You should get there at around noon.
Oh, okay.
Let us proceed.
Half a
Let
day.
us proceed.
Oh, I see.
Okay, should get on the road then.
Does anyone move slowly?
No. 30 feet.
30 feet.
25.
I'm
but
nimble.
All right.
I'll pick it up.
So heading along the path to the south, for the first hour or so, it stays close to the river. Then it veers off into the forest.
It's the river. Is there anything about the river itself that looks mysterious, or is it just a burbling, lovely little stream?
Yeah, it just looks like, yeah.
Okay.
Nothing stands out about it.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So making your way south, the path follows the river for about an hour, then turns to the west and heads deeper into the forest. It's another couple hours of marching as you're making your way, and it is around noon when the path opens up. And you can see a bit before then, rising above the forest, is a stone tower. Looks to be maybe about 4 or 5 stories tall. And as you approach closer, the trees start to thin out, and you can see there's a large clearing. There's the stone tower, 5 stories. Next to it is looks like a 2-story stone building that's perched next to it. And then it looks like on the far side of the tower, opposite from where you're approaching, there's what looks like a black building, like a low dome maybe, just at the base of the tower on the opposite side.
But is it black as in that was what it's made out of, or was it black as in something might have scorched it?
It looks like it's maybe the stone it's made out of. It doesn't look damaged from here.
Wow.
And you see standing in front of the 2-story building, there's a large stone statue, maybe about 15 feet tall. It's standing in front of a gate that stands open.
And you can see beyond the gate, it looks like there's a courtyard, and then on the opposite of the courtyard is an entrance into the building itself.
Oh.
And statues are standing there implacable. Overcast skies, but as your spell told you, no rain, so at least it's been dry.
Hey.
What do you wish to do?
Well, I think we should go talk to the statue.
Yeah.
Just to make
Is
sure.
there any red smears or
Oh, good
anything
call.
around the statue?
As you kind of look, you see, it looks like there's a crushed, crumpled body right in front of the statue. From this distance, it's hard to make out what it could be, though.
Use caution.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, let's decide who's talking. Let's decide right now before. Not me. Pass it. Pass.
Also not me.
And as you're looking, you see there are windows in the tower. They all have curtains drawn, but the curtains part for a moment, and you catch the glimpse of a figure wearing purple robes. And then, but quickly, the shades close again.
Seems like
Was
Mr.
the
Thane
purple
himself.
Was that Tyson?
That's what the innkeeper she described. She'd saw him once when she was younger. He wore purple robes.
Appears that he's somehow frightened. This ties in his chicken, perhaps.
Oh, we should lead with that.
No.
Hey, Tyson, you chicken.
You don't get
You know what it tastes like chicken? My eye.
Already.
I am now adjusting the
Tyson.
spelling of Tyson.
Tyson.
Tyson. Tyson chicken. I don't know what you guys are
St.
going to do with
Cuthbert's
Tiger.
lawyers are going to have a
Go
field
for
day.
it.
That's all I have to
Your
say.
pun game is fierce.
I'm not
very
touching
good.
that one.
No.
You all missed her aside about the fairy.
What was it?
It was fairy spelled
I
differently.
mean, it was sort of an in-joke from last night. When you
Yes.
asked me
Yes.
Which kind of fairy we
Which
were
kind
doing.
of fairy we were doing.
So,
anyway, it was fun for us.
It was great for us, not for any of you watching at home. Sorry.
I don't want to talk to the statue.
I say we have an eloquent.
We do have a leader. You be the
St.
face.
Cuthbert compels me. I should make the conversation with this thing.
Get him, Lucy.
All right.
Clerics are wise, but the paladins are of the people. Depending on what-
And the clerics. Oh wait, you want to do?
Volbar.
Oh wait, you want to Rochambeau for it?
Feel
None
free.
of us on this side want to talk.
I mean, girl
I'm
could
good.
come out of my nose at any moment.
I'm so squishy.
I want to
I'll stride forth
support.
with my maul in hand.
Okay.
And square up about 20 feet away from the statue and say,
Actually, as you approach, one thing you notice, that crushed corpse you can now see, it looks like it's a goblin, or what's left of a goblin.
Oh, good.
That puts a smile on my face.
Not so bad. Hail! I am Vobar. I have business with Tyson.
You see the statue slowly begins to move, ponderous weight, and looks down, and a voice echoes from it. Follow me. And it slowly turns and pivots slowly, and the grinding of stone against stone as it begins to walk into the courtyard and toward the front door.
sounds like how I feel pretty much every morning.
Search the goblin on the way.
Yeah, taking a quick look through the goblin's pouches, you find a couple copper coins, but there's a crumpled note inside of it in its pouch. And as why don't you give me say an intelligence investigation check as you're looking.
Nice one.
So that is an 18.
So looking at what you realize, there are other people here. It looks like there's this crushed goblin here, but there's a couple of footprints, a couple of goblin footprints, a couple of human-sized footprints. Looks like they were traveling together. And as you look at you see the crumpled note. There's writing on it. Did you want to read it?
Yeah.
So it looks like a group, like
Unless
you kind
it's
of.
a spell that's going to turn me to ash.
No, it's written in common.
Okay, good.
And you quickly, kind of Sherlock Holmesing the scene. You see, it looks like a group walked up here, and then this guy got crushed, but then the rest of them then looks like they maybe followed.
They ski-daddled during the crushing.
No, it actually looks like they stood here, and then they moved around, and then it looks like they followed the statue in.
Oh,
they figured it out.
He was the guinea goblin. He was sent forward and didn't address.
The note, as you unfurl it, see it's written in common, and it says, to the raiders of the Southern Hills, I, Diker Thane, have need of your stout swords and strong thirst for battle. Come to my brother's domain and speak Take me to Tyson Thane, to the statue, and I shall entreat with you for an alliance. And there's a bold Diker Thane signed.
So this looks like it was an invitation and almost like a treaty to join forces, but that note never got to the powers that be.
It
so
stinks of evil.
The note does.
The note does.
Smells like parchment.
Oh, I thought Tyson and Diker were close, or was that no?
Yeah, they are. They're brothers, and
They're brothers.
So he was calling into
they're
arms. Yeah, so he was calling his brother to aid in a war.
Oh, this is Diker writing a letter to to what looks like a bandit gang, basically.
To the goblins.
And he is saying
I
it's
see.
my domain, Diker Thane.
So, okay. So
my domain, as in not my brother's
not
domain.
my brother's domain.
Evil.
Yeah.
But so the goblin had this note, but didn't follow the instructions.
Apparently.
And
Maybe
it
he can't
definitely
read
is
comics.
crushed and not sliced
Oh
and
yeah,
diced.
just like boom,
Okay.
yeah, with a fist.
Making sure, no slicing, no dicing.
No dicing.
Will you talk to the fun statue again and ask him about this goblin group and see if he remembers them and what they were all about?
Sure.
Yeah, so you see the statue is slowly walking, so you can easily keep pace with it. It's starting to move to open up the entryway into the palace.
Statue of Tyson Thane.
It stops.
What was the dead goblin? Why did you kill the goblin?
So it turns very ponderously and says, "Many small ones come. That one did not speak the right words. So I crushed it, and its companions laughed. Then they spoke the right words and followed me."
Evil. Pure and simple.
Once crushed,
Initiation.
twice shy.
Yes.
Sounds like an initiation. Yes. Okay. All right, proceed.
All right. So he continues walking, and you see now as he opens the door, there's a large, looks like a dining hall, like a feast hall. A very long wooden table, maybe about a dozen chairs on each side. The far end of the room is another set of enormous double doors. The statue just maneuvers slowly around the table and just keeps moving to the south. You can see here, this looks like a 2-story building. This room goes all the way up. It's a very high ceiling, goes all the way up to the roof. So the statue is able to just walk through easily. And again, it slowly just ponderously stomps down and then gets to the next set of doors and opens them and continues on through. Following through?
Well, I have another question about the goblins. If you could, did they leave? Did they wind up coming in and also leaving alive?
They're very talkative.
So yeah, do you want to ask?
Sure, yes. I'm just curious.
So the statue stops and says, "They met with the captain of the guard here in the throne room. But there is no one here, so I will take you directly to my master."
Sweet.
All right, I'll have more goblin questions for him.
And you can see now as he's moving to the next room, it looks like it is, as you said, throne room. You see off to your left, there's a raised platform with a elaborate throne on it. There are tapestries showing different scenes of a man in purple robes performing wondrous feats of magic power, banishing demons, you creating a castle with his magic, fighting a horde of monstrous creatures. And the statue, though, just keeps walking ahead. There's another set of double doors on the far side. It just walks right by the throne room. This place is empty, but again, the ceiling goes all the way 20 feet up and opens the next set of doors. And you see beyond what looks like a garden. He begins walking through. There's a fountain in the middle of the garden, trees growing, plants. And it looks like from here, assuming you continue to follow the statue.
Sure.
You see it almost looks like little dwellings built into the wall here. You can see there's doors, there's 4 doors at the southern end, and above them windows looking down. Again, the ceiling goes here to the top of the roof, and you can see there's a great glass pane letting sunlight in, almost like a greenhouse. The statue continues to walk. It passes by the fountain in the center of the chamber in the garden and turns to the left and continues to walk.
Can we peek into some of those dwelling windows? Or I'd like to peek into one of those dwelling windows.
Yeah, do you want to go look to the south?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, he's moving fairly slowly. I could probably do that.
You have a
Okay,
chance to
yeah, I would like to.
When you say little dwellings, do you mean little dwellings or little dwellings?
More like just like small, like apartment type.
Okay,
yeah.
so not for
this room is huge.
for us smaller
for human
creatures.
sized or
Oh, wow.
Sure.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, you're peeking into like one of the door. You can see it looks like which there's 4 doors. Like, do you want to pick one at random or just
let's
pick a door?
let's do number 2. Door number
Okay.
2. What's behind door number 2?
Sure, you want money on this?
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to trade number 2? Number 3.
Ooh, let 3. What do you? Yeah, next.
But what about this box?
I'll take the box and 2.
Wait, but if we eliminate one of the boxes, you
Okay.
need to change your choice.
That's right. That's right.
Even though it's
I
unintuitive,
understand. I'll stick with. No, I'm changing. I'm going to go with 3 now. No, I
You're
know.
not supposed to do that.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, audience, for the gasp. 3.
All right. So peeking in, it looks like a small apartment. Like, there's a door, there's a window looking out into the garden. Looking inside, you can see there's a couch, a small table.
Is there porridge?
No porridge, of course. There's stairs
Cheese,
going
though.
up like upstairs, so it looks like it's connected to the room directly above it. But you don't see. It looks like it hasn't been occupied in a while.
Oh, okay.
And you see the statues like.
Oh wait, how
stomping over.
fancy on a scale of 1 to 10?
It is very nice.
Oh, it is very nice.
Yeah, it looks like kind of like the equivalent, like a high-end suite in a hotel or something.
Oh.
So this area is not boarded up. It's so far south. I mean, it's only a half a day's walk, so it seems interesting to me that none of this is boarded up
That's
at
right.
all.
Yeah, you don't see any sign
Good
that it's been
call.
barricaded up.
Wait.
That's
secret.
suspicious.
So
You guys whispering.
Wait, yeah. What are the secrets? There's some secrets happening, and we saw them.
The serious side of the table.
The serious
Tell
side.
secrets.
The stinker side of the table is seeing the serious side of the
the
table.
tier ceremonies doesn't actually have alcohol, but don't tell anybody.
Oh, wait, sorry.
There was nothing.
That sounds extremely serious, Elisa.
So that's suspicious to me. I'm just going to say.
No, it was.
No,
just
not
my-
you.
Oh,
the
this.
fact that this is only a half a day's walk away, and somehow they feel safe enough to not have to board anything up. That seems like.
Are you saying
We
this out
also
loud?
haven't seen any other.
I say it to the I'll
To the
whisper
group?
to the group.
So
Yeah, it's because the evil comes from
from
here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But stop it.
Well, at least we're all thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Move south.
I'm sorry?
We did go south to get here.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
I don't think.
that seems logical.
And you can see now the statue, the door, it's moving to a door on the eastern side of the room. It's too small for the statue to go through, but it does reach down and open it and say, "My master awaits you."
I could make them a little bit smaller and you can just go through.
Oh.
Okay, no, we won't do that.
Okay.
But maybe later.
So he gestures through for the door beyond.
Is your master Tyson Thane?
Yes.
Just
He is the one who crafted me.
Can you insight check a statue? I'm gonna give it a go.
He's got a real stony face. So.
One of those nights you can show yourself.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm smart enough not to do that.
Okay. Heading onto the door as he's gesturing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You make your way in, and you see beyond. There's a short hallway, and you see it's lit. There's a room beyond. The little hallway, and then it opens up and widens. And as you walk down into the room, you see it has a luxuriously carpeted floor. There are mirrors, 2 mirrors to the left and 2 mirrors to the right. But most disturbing of all is next to, right at the floor of one of these mirrors, is the corpse of a human man wearing purple robes.
No.
And most disturbingly, 2 things. First, he has an enormous sword that's been plunged into his back.
Sure.
Looks like it's
And his
stuck
back.
him. And the back of his brain, his head, has been opened up, and his brain is missing.
Does the sword say, have initials DT on it or something?
It looks like too large for a human to wield. This looks like maybe even for a Goliath, it would be tough for you to.
We should probably tell this to the statue.
Stating the obvious, I will also say that this seems very suspicious.
And
I agree.
I will add that as awful as it is, none of it is as awful as her nose eyeball.
Okay, all right, but argument. What if we find the brain rattling around in some other part of its body in the same way that my eye is? I mean, what if? I'm just saying.
You want that my trumpet?
Yeah. So.
You can see in the mirrors as you step into the room, they flicker.
Oh.
And the first mirror, the one that he walked out of, or at least looks like, and he just looks, he's right in front of it, as if he just took a step right through, is just pure black. The next one shows you see now the gate, as if like you're looking down above it, and you can see the statue slowly moving into position. The next one shows a sort of battle-hardened, middle-aged man. He's got a scar on his face. He's in a room that the window has been completely barricaded shut, similar to what you saw in town. And he's got a lantern, and he's got a map, it looks like of the region. And he's like leaning over, and he's talking. You can't hear what he's saying. There's a few other like rough-looking guys. Like a couple look like outlaws. There's like a human. There's like a goblin who's like looking up. He's like got an eye patch and like sneering at it. And there's another looks like a soldier wearing armor. And it looks like they're talking about something on the map and all sort of poring over it. And then the fourth one, you see sitting on a throne with ranks of zombies, corpses just standing at attention, is a man wearing black robes. He has a scythe leaning up against, and he's just, and he's got a thing of wine. He kind of sniffs and takes a sip. And he's like, meh. And he gestures, and you see a butler shamble into view with a tray, and he has a number of different goblets of wine. He kind of looks and sniffs at some of them and takes one, and leans back and just yawns and goes back to sipping his wine, just absolutely bored.
Enjoy it while you can, evil miscreant. St. Cuthbert's coming for you.
Can I go all Quincy on the corpse?
Yeah,
thank you.
Yep.
On the corpse, because I want to see time of death-ish and see if this is a recent kill.
Go for it. So give me an intelligence investigation check.
Oh, that's a 21.
So you can tell immediately by the smell of the body. Dead about a month.
Oh.
The clearly killed by the Blades of the Black. Caught him by complete surprise. Judging by like the pose and thinking, okay, ties and Thane, if this is him, experienced wizard, knows what he's doing, so clearly caught completely by surprise.
Or something came out of the mirror.
And it does look like he was maybe stepping out of the mirror just
himself.
before this happened, because just the way his body's tumbled forward, like he had
like,
some speed coming like away from the wall, the way he splayed out. The blade is, this creature is probably at least the size, whatever killed him was the size of an ogre, if not bigger.
Would you like this?
Yes, I'm thinking I might.
And then the other interesting thing is like looking at like where the back of his skull is missing and the brain's gone, like, well, you know that's something that mind flayers are known to do, but this doesn't look like a mind flayer injury. The way the bone, it's like, but it's something else, like something that more just used brute force, almost like crack his skull like a nut, and then just like suck the brain out. So yeah, it wouldn't. It's more brute force than you'd expect to see. Like a mind flayer is a little bit more, use its tendrils to extract the brain.
Surgical. Pocket picking.
Oh boy.
Going through his pockets, you find it looks like someone has already gotten to you. The pocket's been thoroughly looted, all turned inside and out. It looks like maybe he had like a couple wands in his belt; those are missing. A pouch, like at one point, looks like his belt's been undone, and if he had a pouch or maybe like a case or something, that's been taken. Someone got ahead of here and thoroughly
cavity search.
Doesn't
if there's something super valuable, like a watch,
or a brain, or a brain, or a brain in the torso. Yeah.
No, I'm not cavity searching.
Any does the sword feel any better or different than the?
Yeah, it's got like as you like grip it, it feels pretty light, like it might be magical.
So somebody looted the pockets and looted this body completely, but left the sword, this magical sword.
It's a pretty big
in.
sword.
It's big, yeah.
You'd be able to wield it as a two-handed sword, like you're big enough as a Goliath.
Yeah, and I have like a 19th strength, so I'm pretty strong. So
Yeah, it's a +1 great sword.
Okay.
What?
My patron is the undead patron, and I'm wondering if looking into the mirror with the man on the throne with his zombie, cluster, if I recognize anything going on there.
Yeah, he looks like someone who he looks like he might be a worshiper of Orcus, and very much caught in this idea of like life is so loud and irritating, but he also seems really just bored. Like he's kind of yawning as you're watching me. Sort of gestures, and like some of the zombies shuffle in and start doing a dance in front of him, and he seems amused for a moment and is like, gets bored and gestures at them, and he just looks so bored with life. He just looking for something, and that's sort of that idea like nihilism for some Orcus worshippers.
Okay.
he doesn't seem like, from what you know about that sort of approach to worship. Yeah, he's a demonologist, but he's not like vicious as far as demonologists go. He's probably just more like
having fun puppet mastering, or as
yeah.
much fun as he can. Which doesn't seem like much.
These mirrors, I mean, we can see that they're being used as actual
portals,
like portal security camera. Well, they're reflecting also, so it's not only just a portal. But do we know like what the black mirror would be like? What? I mean, I have Arcana.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
That'll probably be a no. Starting off strong, Lisa. 8.
Yeah, it could be that it's not functioning. It could be it's looking into a place that has no light. Because you realize, like, looking at the difference between the where the man in the throne is sitting, the light's different there. So it seems like you're not getting any special ability to perceive what's on the other side. You're just watching it as it is.
What if my intuition makes me feel like, I mean, I didn't see this thing that you saw, but we know this skull is open and something took it out, and you said that this thing has these long, sharp,
ends of limbs.
And it came out of darkness and whatever, and here's a thing that's super dark.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yes.
So could it be that this is like
old shovel hands?
Could we, could we break it?
The mirror. I mean, I don't know what happens when do we know what happens when you break these mirrors?
You're not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I only have an 8.
Can I try to poke my finger through the undead one? Or
yeah,
just see
like actually as you touch it, there's some amount of resistance, but then your finger starts to go through.
Guys.
Does it call attention? Does anything notice that it did it?
The could you give me a dexterity check?
Oh, please.
Oh, yes, I can.
Actually, dexterity acrobatics.
Oh, okay, all right. Y'all, that's a nat 20, 21.
So you actually, you're kind of judging like how much force you can give. You're actually able to like give yourself like perfect control and just like enough just to confirm you can go through. Like you don't accidentally stumble forward or anything. Like as it gives way, like you're just perfectly centered. And so you see the guy, he doesn't seem to notice what's going on. He's just yawning and looking about. And he reaches down and pulls out a text.
Did it look like, though, that I was disturbing something before I pulled anything out?
It looks like maybe it was like giving way and like you'd be able to move through.
Did anything notice me before I moved?
No, because since you were able to keep like perfect balance as you went through, like
So it doesn't have like, it's not like ripple.
And then a ripple.
Exactly, yeah.
That's yes, that was the question. Okay, cool.
I have a question for you. You just investigated this body and determined that it was about a month old, but when you investigated the goblin body outside, did that seem like it was a month old?
Yeah,
was it
like
young?
2 days ago.
2
days ago.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and one thing is when you saw like the goblin and that kind of rough-looking guy, they seem to be kind of dressed the same way as that goblin.
Yeah, I assume that was the party that we saw.
Okay, so what I'm thinking then is that maybe, like I was kind of like sus on Diker, but maybe he called in an army to fight whatever killed his brother, and he like knows his brother's dead. And so maybe he's not a bad guy after all.
Which guy?
Well, Sega is still a bad guy.
Sega's the bad guy.
Bad.
I know you think he's bad, but maybe he's also just chilling in his place and whatever.
We know for a fact Sega's bad. Sega worships the pure death.
Sega's got a price on his hand.
I mean,
so Sega is the zombie man.
I think Sega's.
Yeah, but I've been buddying up with Chortle here, and she's been showing me the way of being like a nice person who can also like worship.
I do have a question.
Make friends with, not worship, but be.
You worship. You talk about girl constantly.
I love girl. Let's go, girl.
You worship girl.
You should coin that.
Who run the world, girl.
I have a question for Chortle. You're a warlock. You understand dark magic. What are the things one could do with a brain removed from a head?
The corpse, probably not a lot.
No, the actual brain.
But the brain itself.
For political office.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Immediately I go to a smoothie.
Didn't we
I don't mean recipes. I don't mean recipes.
Didn't we just see a figure that appeared to be the wizard in the robes?
We did.
So could this be a doppelganger,
or
something?
We did in the window.
Yeah,
so
we did.
Perhaps the brain has been used to somehow.
What was the
farm
color of the robes of
memories.
the dude sitting in the throne?
He was wearing black robes.
Black robes, thank you.
He might Wait a second.
So somebody's posing as
Yeah, I
Romeo.
mean, yeah. The short answer is, if you can imagine it, it probably exists.
With a brain?
With a brain.
Yeah, brain. That's some
Are the
primo
mirrors?
ingredients.
I mean, are
I
they
know.
flush against
Might be
walls?
ultimate.
So you can't
really
go behind
powerful
that.
wizard.
Yeah.
They're just built in, and there's no seam. It's just like it wasn't like
he
this
could've
was
just
built.
cloned
It's like it just was magically
Exactly, yeah, crafted for magic.
Wait, so do we think that the goblin map man is Diker?
No.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
He was hired by.
No, the guy looking at the map.
Oh.
The guy looking
Yes,
yeah,
that's
there's a-
Diker.
Oh, that might be
Oh,
Diker.
for sure, because he's got all his hired
Yeah.
guys, and he's a warrior.
Yeah.
You said he had a scar. He was a heart. That's Diker.
Yeah, but he's in
I don't
boarded up
think
room, right?
Diker and Sega are necessarily
In a boarded up
cahoots.
room, so he's scared of this thing. He's trying to figure out how to fight this thing.
So maybe we
it's
should-
the thing.
Right.
Point guy.
So,
Can we name this guy?
Looking through these
Pointillist.
mirrors,
Pointillist.
and we look at
Pointy.
these rooms, do they look like they might be on campus?
They do. You notice both rooms that you can see into look similar in style. and
Okay,
design.
so they're here. And those are like security
Wait,
camera reports.
Diker. You
security
think
cam,
Diker and Sega are here?
Yep. Family reunion.
It's a fairly large, like you've kind of gone through two very large rooms to get here.
Okay.
The back here, it looks like there's a lot more.
And
So
those,
the black
those places
domed
that were
building.
not boarded up.
The black domed building is where Sega's probably hiding out, is what one would assume.
Mike, is
Black Dome building.
Is that where we go to find
using
out?
using my religious insight. There
You do see it looks like the room he's in. It has the same design and like interior as here. So it looks like it does not have, like you saw the black rock. It's not made of black rock.
we go. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I have a plan.
I'm listening.
So, this is what I'm piecing together. I think that if Diker's in a boarded up room, and he has hired a bunch of
Miscreants.
Mercenaries.
yeah, people to fight something, he probably knows about Pointy Guy.
If he's boarded
Right?
it up, he's certainly
Right.
experienced.
And so
Pointy
he's
Guy.
probably trying to find people to fight Pointy Guy, right? So I think he's cool, and he's trying to do that. I don't know about Sega yet. We'll see. But maybe we should take one of these little dwellings and board it up just in case it gets to be really close to nighttime.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's a little bit afternoon. Like you just got. It's only been a few minutes.
If we
to come.
prepare it so that we can like run into
That
one
can
of
be
these
our
places.
headquarters,
If
yeah.
these dwellings are empty, it's probably because people got out of Dodge,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then just in case, we should just we know how to secure the area because of last night.
Oh, is there? It was in this room. Is there another door that we see out, or is this is just a one way?
Yeah, it looks
I'm
like.
going to walk
Dead
towards
end, okay.
the mirror with the guy with the map. I'm going to walk through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you walk through it. So you pass through it, and everyone can see that your
Oh my gosh.
Ratkin Bresh is now in the image, and everyone turns in surprise
The
and looks
blink?
back. And the older man with a scarred face, what in? Oh, my brothers, you found the mirror room, didn't you? Well,
We can hear
What's
this?
behind me, by
Yeah,
the way?
can we hear this?
just a wall.
We can hear them?
we hear
You
or we can
cannot
just
hear
see?
any of the
So
noise.
what we're saying is,
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And you don't see an
Wait.
obvious way to go back.
I know Thieves Can't. Who else knows Thieves Can't?
Yeah, right.
So while he's talking, I want to be signing
Got it.
what he's saying to me to you know what? We've been
I'm-
traveling a long
I'm
time.
a cleric.
You don't
No
know
Thieves Can't.
We have sister language.
Okay,
and so I'm using like
Oh, yeah, is
like
sister
little
language
like
official?
sign language
Okay.
that I am.
No,
I am
girl knows thieves
Girl
can't.
knows
Girl
thieves
knows thieves
can't.
And with my ersatz eye, and anyway, yeah.
You roll it in the back of your
Yeah.
nasal passage. And, so I am relaying what this guy is saying while he's saying it.
Got it.
Cool.
So you start doing that, and he's, well, you're not the first person I turn to for help, but welcome to the halls of Tyson Thane. I am Diker Thane, captain of the guard, and these are my associates.
I take out the note.
Yes, I told you, and he kind of gestures the goblin and if you wanted him eliminated, you should have done it before you came here. It sends the wrong message to potential allies, such as this fine young person. I am sorry.
I'm a rat kid.
And
I introduce myself, Bresh.
yes, it's good. It does the bows to you. I am Diker Thane, and
signing.
I am willing to. There's so much to
it
explain. Perhaps, gentlemen, we could here. Just we'll go back to planning. He kind of rolls up the map he had and puts it away in his head.
You, allow me to guess, the shadow creatures. Perhaps you come from Kaylee, the town?
Yes.
Yes. My treacherous brother, Siga. He was in league with my brother's bodyguard, a mighty creature from the other planes. They killed my brother.
We found his body, yeah?
Yes, the dark forces that my brother spent his entire lifetime trying to keep at bay have now been unleashed. And my brother, Siga, I cannot believe he's my younger brother, I suspect.
Does he wear black robes?
Yes, well, if you're in the mirror room.
Is he a fan of wine? Does he have a shambling person that waits on him then?
He is, unfortunately. My brother refused to see the obvious evil that Siga represented.
He's somewhere in this building, yeah?
So I can tell you where he is. He's in his chambers right by that accursed black dome. And now that my brother is dead, he's been conjuring these horrible things.
He's by the black dome. He's been conjuring things.
I tell everybody.
So what are you doing here?
Well, he kind of gestures. My associates here, well, we are trying to figure out the best way to storm my brother's tower.
Yep.
You see, my brother, when he fell, his bodyguard killed him. But now his bodyguard thinks he is Tyson Thane. My brother holds the secret needed to extinguish the power of the Black Dome.
The bodyguard thinks he's Tyson because
he ate his brain.
He ate his brain. So smoothie.
I said
smoothie.
It. Guys, I said smoothie,
Yes.
didn't I? It was my first instinct. I'm just really good at this undead stuff.
Tastes like chicken.
But you must understand, me and my associates here, we know nothing of the mystic arts. We dare not enter the tower, or that horrid creature, Thrak.
Well, I didn't come alone.
Ooh, Thrak. You bring a spellcaster with you? A wizard?
Probably, well, I brought people that can manipulate magic.
Yes! Oh, by the gods!
Yes.
Perhaps you could infiltrate the tower, defeat Thrak, and take my brother's
We're all
from
for
the
it. That's
secret.
why we're here.
Thank
How
God.
close are we to the mirror room?
It's just down. It's just
Or should I
downstairs.
just signal to you guys to join us?
Oh,
in
if you
this
have
room?
associates, have
I
asked her to
There's nothing behind it, it's a wall.
ask you and Thieves Can't whether he.
I can't see her.
Oh,
that's a wall behind
Yeah,
me.
it's a wall. Yeah.
What is the question?
Well, we want to see whether his brother recovered any of the magical items, like a wand, so and so forth.
Well, I would think to ask because I picked the pockets.
Yeah.
So so you've obviously seen your brother's body.
Thrak in his madness now thinks he is Tyson.
Okay, so he took all his gack.
He took everything.
Took everything.
Now he's
He's
sequestered in
looted
the
it.
tower.
He has all the things, but he himself is not a wizard. But he ate his brain so he can.
No, he thinks he commands some of my brother's vast power. Some of my men, as soon as we found the body, they immediately went to the tower to because we knew then the power. Sieg would seize the power of the dome. Thrak annihilated my men.
So Thrak is working for Siga.
No, he's mad.
Thrak is mad.
He is. He thinks
so
he's
Siga could be an
Tyson
ally and help us.
Oh, my brother has the soul as
We
dark
got
as midnight.
two bad guys loose in
He
this
is
building.
unleashing these. Now that with my brother gone, he's unleashing these horrid things and marauding the countryside.
So what is Thrak doing?
Thrak is the books we need, the ritual to purge this evil from the land.
So if he
is in
thinks
his hands.
if he thinks he's your brother, could he be reasoned with like your brother?
I have tried. I barely escaped with my life. He insists that all is well. He must be defeated. If he is slain, then
So
we have
Thrak
we have
needs to be
access.
defeated. So we have to kill Thrak first before we can go to Sega.
Then once we have the book and the ritual, then we can defeat Sega.
And where is Thrak?
And Thrak is in my brother's tower.
Thrak's in the tower. How far is the tower from here?
Oh, it's just right down the hall. I could lead you
Right
there
down the hall.
myself.
So if you all jump through the mirror, we can go right down the hall
Call them
and
through.
then up.
Signal to them, and you kind of gesture to the mirror. Come,
We're
come.
being invited.
I'll fly through.
All right.
And they can see me come in
Hey,
with
girl.
my
I give
black
myself
fairy
vigilant
wings.
blessing before I
Got
walk
it.
through,
Okay, you
just
walk
to be
through.
ready.
And he sees the cleric. He's like, "Oh, thank the gods, a man of the cloth. Oh, a man of St. Cuthbert. Oh, you're
I walk
saved."
through.
With a
no.
toothy grin. Forgive my friend.
Oh, but wait, if she has skill with magic, then yes. You
Yes.
could be our salvation.
Yes, necromantic magic, but in a good way.
Oh, then thank the gods. Yes, then it is you. Then maybe you could enact the ritual and counter Thrak's power.
And a mighty warrior. Oh, the fortune has smiled upon us. Who could stand against you?
Are you a wizard?
No, I was not born with the aptitudes. Now, my brother was from a young age. He was quite skilled. And in fact, my parents sought to have me follow in my brother's footsteps. But I had no talent for the magical arts. And so they sent me away to military school and didn't, they never even wrote. They never even reached out. And even when I came home and took up the mantle of my brother's, I'm captain of the guard. I commanded dozens of soldiers.
If you want magic, you were one step away. I was unmagical. And then girl came into my life, changed it.
Well, maybe.
Here we go.
Maybe, but like my parents always insisted that it was the book learning that was the important, learning the nature of magic. My brother came to my brother naturally.
You needed to learn the nature of
I read
Saint Cuthbert to truly be free.
Well, that's what Siga went into religion. And I thought, well, but no, they embraced it. They said, well, he has to find his own way, they say. And I said, it's a death god. Are you mad? He worships the identity of death. But no, they said, when they bothered talking, the only time they talked to me is about my brothers. They talked to me all the time about ties and
I think we're good.
But my brother worships a death deity.
Yeah, I just don't know if we have time for all of this.
I tell you, his swords work any less than magic. I
think we cracked open.
I think it's time to.
Yes, right down the.
I mean, is there
Right, not.
Oh yes, do we want to take a bio break?
Before we go to see.
That seems like a good time to call a break, because maybe Diker can use to extol his parents never paid attention to him.
And we could
I will listen to him and assure him that Tyr's justice eventually comes to us all.
Very good. Yeah, so if you want to take a bio break, that seems like a good time
I
to
like
take
this
a
story.
short break. We'll take 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Take 10 minutes.
All right, very well. We'll see you in 10.
Hewn from ice older than memory, with a heart as cold as the glaciers that form its lair. The terrible frost giant scours the lands as it seeks to quench its unending hunger. The icy cavern walls sparkle like diamonds in the light of your torch. Scattered bones mark the places others have fallen to the titan you now face. From behind its craggy brow, the giant's eyes flash like cold fire, and a face like carved stone cracks open with an enraged roar. Grasping its enormous axe, the vast creature thunders towards you. The fight of your lives has begun. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Level up dice.
We are innovators in semi-precious, aluminium, wood bone, and even heavy metals. We have so many exciting projects in the works for 2022, including new releases at GaryCon. You can also support GaryCon by following the link above to discover everything we have to offer.
Eons passed. Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shintufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
So Krull is not your average turtle. Turtles are traditionally these dopey, monk-like, slow-moving characters, and Krull, I wanted Krull to resemble a snapping turtle, or snapping turtle. Beaked, sharp spikes on the back of the shell, and the shell has been carved with draconic runes and prayers to Tiamat. And that comes out of his story, which was he was sent by the Turtles to defeat Archon. And Archon bested him, but spared his life, as long as he gave his life over to fight for the Dragon Queen, and he accepted. And since then, it's this kind of fear, but he's also a fanatic now, and I think, but yeah, I think a lot of what he does is rooted in fear. You know, I wouldn't say there is a part Renfield to him, and another pop culture reference I would make would be like a Dr. Mindbender. And he's always scheming. He's coming up with, if anyone was a G.I. Joe fan growing up, he was the Cobra scientist who was working to try to figure out how to bring Serpentor back to existence and create this genetic. So, Krull is always searching for some elixir that's going to help Archon fight off Vecna's influence as the necrotic energy of the hand grows up his arm into his body. Krull has commissioned some group of adventurers to bring him back a baby unicorn horn that he's going to grind up into a powder that he's going to feed to Archon somehow and stave off the necrotic energy. He's checking in with the artifact squads to check their progress to see if anyone's found the eye or found some leads on the eye of Vecna or any other sorts of weapons that could help Archon in his quest, Tiamat and the Dragon Armies for their quest. So, very highly intelligent. I mean, he's also super strong. He's got a 20 strength, and he swings this giant two-handed maul that has frost capabilities. And so he's a very fearsome fighter. Always surrounded by the dead, and he wears this white, like a white grease paint over his face, so that he looks like a skeleton. Like you would think he was undead at first glance, but he isn't. It's if that could give him some sort of advantage over an opponent that stumbled upon him. But there's always these zombies and whites and the undead around him. He's always experimenting on the dead. Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon. So a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles, in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as a player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy. Hello. Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Spurt the Kobold, briefly serving as the guide to the Mighty Nine, led them down a tunnel of the Underdark, and then as the Mighty Nine were chit-chattering, kind of went off ahead on his own and entered a big giant cave that had 2 frost giants fire giants. Now Spurt is a CR 1/8 monster. Fire giants each are like a CR 9 monster. So he threw his bag of bees at one of them, and it did what you would expect a bag of bees to do. It just plopped down in this little bzzz, no effect whatsoever. And then one of the giants just smushed him. Spurt showed up for 15 minutes actually in an episode that was kind of very straight up to that point. So he was like this humorous interlude, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the fact that he was humorous, the fact that he wasn't live there for very long, so you only got to enjoy him for a brief period of time, I think that won a lot of people over. And then Chris Dupuis, one of the people who works on the creative side of Idle Champions, said, hey, this little guy, he's something. We can make something out of this. Do you mind if we take that ball and run with it? And then they made it. And then they had their little gifts that they did showing Spurt being smashed with the big hammer, and it's like, yes. Why do they fall in love with Spurt so much? Because he tries. You know, life has dealt him a cruel hand. He is a kobold who has never seen the light, and life down in the Underdark is a horror show for the most part. Yet, you know, he's managed to live 11 days and done pretty well for himself in that time, and he seems like an upright little guy. I think the fact that he's small, that he's unabashedly harmless, and that he's got all these fun little toys that can surprise and delight makes him an easy sell. There's just something kind of pathetic and likable about kobolds in general. Because they are on the like absolute weakest spectrum of humanoid life. It's like you can't find a humanoid character really who's any weaker than a kobold. Weaker than a kobold would be a terrible insult.
Working with Idle Champions has been so much fun because it's a different version of Archon. It's like a cartoon coloring book version of Archon, which is really, really fun. So seeing the artwork originally for little Archon in the game, the way that he walks across the screen with his shield and he breathes fire, and then even the way that Chungo the Manticore comes down at different points. It's so much fun. I mean, you can only dream to have a character of yours then immortalized in that way and playable and unlockable in a video game. The Archon and Idle Champions currently is an earlier version of Archon, so a pre-Hand of Vecna Archon. How did Archon get the Hand of Vecna? Archon was sent out by Tiamat over the course of a decade to go and retrieve artifacts for her. So Tiamat would appear to Archon in dreams, and she would reveal to him the location of a great weapon that could help him, or a great suit of armor. Like the axe that he carries belonged to a general of Asmodeus and was buried inside of this tomb. And so Archon went on this adventure to find that axe of Asmodeus. And so Tiamat would appear to him in dreams, and she did the same to him in terms of this kind of extinction event that was potentially about to happen, where Vecna had teleported huge pieces of land from the Shadowfell and armies and animated this giant long-dead titan and was inside of this mile-high structure, juggernaut, going to destroy everything in its path. And so Archon was sent there in order to stop Vecna from destroying the realm. Archon's entire party was killed, except for him. And he wound up using his charisma to become assimilated into another group that shared the same primary objective, which was to kill Vecna and destroy Vecna and stop Vecna from taking over the prime material plane. Now, what this party didn't know was that Archon had a secondary objective, which was to find out what was allowing Vecna to teleport cities and armies from other planes and bring that back. So during that battle, Archon survived, and towards the end realized that the power was coming from Vecna's hand. So when the battle was won, one of the members of this party that Archon joined was going to die. And so in this very vulnerable moment, the friends were gathered around as he was about to pass, and Archon pulled off this move in this very vulnerable moment. He used their vulnerability against them, and in a quiet moment led them to believe that he was sent to destroy the hand. And he had the power to do so in this axe. And when he raised his hand up and whispered a prayer to Tiamat and everyone looked on, he swung the axe down, chopped his own arm off, replaced it with Vecna's hand, and teleported away. He teleported to Krull, who was waiting for him, who healed him from the battle and opened a door to Avernus, to where Archon went and then had an audience with Tiamat. Tiamat rose this giant tower of obsidian, volcanic rock out of hell, and this 9 layers tower with dragon heads around the top. Archon and Krull then sent for Torragar, and he met them there, and this army formed, this dragon army formed around Archon, who was this champion who had returned with what the dragon cult and the dragon armies believed was the actual cure for Tiamat's imprisonment, that finally someone was going to come along with the power to free her. But Archon needed time to figure out how to use the hand and how to unlock its power. And so he began this series of mental battles with Vecna, where they would meet on this on this ethereal plane and have these mental face-offs and these mental battles in which Archon would try to understand Vecna's secrets while Vecna would try to gain control over Archon's mind. That's how Archon got the hand, and that's what he's doing with it now, and that's what he's up to when you as a player characters run into him. He is in the middle of this process trying to free Tiamat.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand-painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
Waterdeep, the city of splendors, is peaceful at night. Old friends gather at the yawning portal and share stories about the threats to our city. Threats that never sleep. Waterdeep needs warriors. My name is Laeral Silverhand. I've summoned the greatest heroes in Faerun, the Warriors of Waterdeep.
They say we make the world's finest miniature terrain because it is. It's the best. We just make it the best we can, and then everything else follows.
At Dwarven Forge, we make all the stuff that we would have wanted when we were younger and gaming and playing on graph paper and having to imagine everything.
We make worlds, really, storyscapes that you can like insert yourself into and just sort of finish the picture. Like you can sort of take it from there.
Our design process starts with, we figure out a theme, what are we doing? Then I go and I draw a whole bunch of different sketches for, these are the sorts of pieces that would work.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Move. Yeah, exactly.
We're all in big trouble now.
So we're officially at punchy hour.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's only Friday of the convention.
I know. But Satine's wedding did keep a lot of us up.
Here's to Satine.
By the way, in case you guys didn't know, Satine and Jameson, amazing wedding, an amazing officiator. My God.
That guy's incredibly talented, yes.
Yes.
You've got a whole new career, my friend.
Well, before our break, our adventurers had discovered the tower, the halls of Tyson Thane. They're hoping to consult with him to put an end to these strange creatures of darkness that were marauding the countryside and forcing the people of the town of Cayley to hide in their homes by night lest they be torn apart by these horrible creatures of darkness. Arriving at the fortress, you found Tyson's stone golem guardian, who led you directly to Tyson, who actually you spied in the window on your way in. You saw him, he looked like he was looking down before you drew the curtains. You walked into the fortress following the stone golem and found Tyson's corpse. What? He had been stabbed through the back and his brain removed from his skull and, as you subsequently learned, devoured.
Yeah.
Smoothie.
You found his body.
Yes. Yeah.
In a room with 4 mirrors.
I can't believe I was right, by the way.
The mirrors showed you visions of Tyson's 2 brothers, his captain of the guard, Diker, and an evil necromancer, a priest of Orcust named Sega. And also one of the mirrors showed just a room, just a dark area, and the front gate. Passing through the mirror, you entered the chamber where Diker was taking counsel with his men, and he introduced himself and asked you to go into Tyson Thane's tower, where Tyson's bodyguard, a creature named Thrak, who had devoured Tyson's brain, now believes he is Tyson Thane and is the only one who can stop the menace posed by these creatures of darkness. But of course, he's not a wizard. He can't actually do the ritual. You need to go in. Diker has asked you to defeat the false Tyson and seize the books needed to conduct the ritual to foil Sega's horrible plot to unleash these dark creatures on the world.
How cliche.
By St. Cuthbert, we shall.
Yes.
Yes.
Or die trying.
I might try to eat a brain. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. So
Okay,
if you
is
eat
it mine?
Thrax brain, do you think
It might be.
Thrax
It could be anyone's.
If I die, I will allow you to eat my brain.
Girl, and I thank you.
It's like a gobstopper. Like it's several flavors on the way in. It's Tyson and Thrax flavored. Yeah.
So Diker leans across the table. Will you help us? Will you venture into the tower and defeat this horrible creature?
Bresh is already out the door.
I already said I would.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
We're going.
Short answer, yes.
So Diker and his men lead you down a hallway. It looks like you're on the 2nd floor of the building somewhere. Obviously, you're not quite sure where you might be. But it leads you down pretty shortly. You head down a long corridor. He brings you to a door and says that beyond here, beyond this door, is the tower. Good luck. May the gods smile upon you. And remember, strike down the creature Thrak. Don't let him deceive you or use his magic to enchant you or destroy you.
Are you not coming with us?
No, if I have no skill in magic, and plus if I
You also had
am
some ruffians
slain,
back there, didn't you?
But aren't you a brave warrior?
Yes, and you had a crew.
I am a commander. I lead my men with my
where's your
tactical
men?
cunning.
Where's your men?
I see how it is.
I'm familiar with these types of commanders.
Yes, you probably
But if we are defeated and no one is left to oppose Sega, then what will happen? If by some misfortune you are to meet your end, then I and my men will venture to Cayley and tell them the tale of what has happened.
Can I make an insight check on
Sure,
this?
go
Because it
for
seems
it.
kind of a little fishy to me.
Sus.
1. I totally buy it.
Yeah.
He speaks the truth.
Okay, let's go.
I'm more of a logistics specialist. You know, I don't take to the field. I just make sure the men in the field have the work that they
Where are
need.
the other men that were in the room?
So many of them have already died. Oh, the men with me.
Yeah.
Well, he kind of leans in.
Amateurs talk.
And you see, like, those guys, they're a little bit like a couple of his guards in like the uniforms.
Yeah.
But the guy, I had to bring in some men of ill repute. They're willing to work for me, but we took incredible casualties so far. I don't trust them. If I fall, I suspect they may align with my brother.
I have like just an Amy sub goal, which is to make Diker just see how he is very like a good guy and like really talented in his own right, even without magic. So we can maybe deal with that.
To psych him up later on?
After the credits.
Yeah.
That's after the credits
I definitely want to kill the people we're meant to kill, but then
You
also
mean make up
Diker
for
kinda,
parent issues?
Why
Right,
does he
we all
feel
saw the
so
insecurity.
inadequate compared to his
the
brother?
inadequacy.
Yeah, the middle child is always
Yeah,
Right, he's
true.
really harping. I don't have. If I had magic, if I had learned, I could have.
Yeah, we had to
I'm a
cut
little afraid
him
to get
off to
magic
go to
in
the
his
bathroom,
hands.
but I do want to come back to that.
Yeah.
Circle
Okay,
back. Okay.
we'll come back to
All right,
that.
great.
Yeah.
But in the meantime,
In the meantime,
let's
Through the door.
Right.
rack it up.
kill some evil.
He opens the door
Yeah.
and gestures for you to go in. You see beyond, as you head in, it looks like the tower is basically one large room per floor. At least this entire floor is occupied. You're like on the second story of the tower. It looks like a study. The windows here, the curtains are drawn. There are bookshelves along the wall, a desk. And upstairs, there's a staircase that sort of clings to the side of the wall, goes up the side, and you can hear like some muttering noises, like someone, like the words sound kind of arcane, like you recognize some of them as like words of power to manipulate the weave, and it's like this guttural voice trying to say them, and this, oh no, I am, as Tyson Thane, I am a powerful mage. This is child's play to Tyson, but I am Thrak, the bodyguard. No, I am Tyson.
He's full Gollum on us.
I'm sorry?
He's full Gollum on us. He's arguing with himself. Okay.
Thrak protects Tyson. He would never betray him. Thrak protects Tyson, so Tyson is alive because Thrak has done his job dutifully. He has not been betrayed. And he starts doing the chanting again.
And do we see this happening?
You just hear it coming from
voice
upstairs.
coming from
Yeah.
upstairs. Okay.
What was? Do we know what Thrak is?
Not
yet.
You make an Arcana check and
No, I just mean what he is, like creature-wise.
I will attend.
Oh yeah, no, you'd say some. You never
I'll
heard of
also
anything quite like this before.
Fair
like,
enough. Thank you.
17.
It sounds like
6.
Like yeah, maybe so. So you're like, like a 9 flare? No, they don't like quite work that way.
Sentient shadow.
You've heard stories of creatures that sometimes powerful archmages conjure. They're very rare. They don't have like a name. They're just individuals. But one of their talents is they can eat brains of humanoid brains, and they gain all their memories. And so then what happens is if a wizard has an enemy they want to get secrets from, or if an assassin tries to kill them, the bodyguard kills the assassin, eats the brain, and knows who sent the assassin.
Oh, that's cool.
Now,
Note to self.
Fun.
you said earlier that Thrak, or was it Thrak, or was it Tyson that made the creature?
That made this creature?
That made the thing that's attacking.
Sega.
Oh, Sega made that one.
No.
That's what Diker told you, yeah.
That seems fishy, though.
That the man who worships the pure death
It was
magic?
either Sega or it might have been Nintendo.
Whoa!
It's too edgy for Nintendo.
So we're about to enter into the console war.
Yes.
But this place is not boarded up.
No.
No need.
No, there are curtains that are drawn to block the windows, but yeah, it's not boarded
But
up.
no, like
So we're heading
plywood.
up a tower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, is it a spiral staircase situation? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to draw my new greatsword.
Yeah, you are.
And rush up.
All
right.
right.
Up the stairs.
I pull my 2 maces, Thumper and Bumper.
Whoa.
All right. So you charge up the stairs, and as you come up the stairs, you see there's an enormous hulking creature about the size of an ogre. Covered with short green fur, long clawed hands. The purple robes, like barely containing its bulk. They're kind of torn in some places, like a pointy wizard's hat, like half torn.
This is bad fashion
And
choice.
it turns and looks as you approach. Says, "Who enters the domain of Tyson Thane? Speak, lest I smite you with my magic."
We are Thrak, here to protect Tyson.
Yes, you have Thrak's sword. Ah, Thrak, my bodyguard, my faithful bodyguard, slain through treachery by my own brother.
but back in true
Revived
form.
by St. Cuthbert.
This is right, because I am Tyson Thane. I am not Thrak. Thrak is the bodyguard. The bodyguard is faithful. The bodyguard would not betray Tyson Thane. He would be too wise and cunning of eye and mind to be deceived by his brother.
Bresh, she kind of fades into the shadow. She's little. And she's gonna do a little perimeter check to see if she can see where the books might be.
Yeah, actually, he's sitting at a table, kind of hulking over, and you see there's a few books scattered about. They look ancient.
Yep.
And he has them open. One of them's upside down from his perspective. But yeah, it looks like there's these books. They're the only books in the room. Otherwise, this looks kind of just like a den.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's been paging through those and trying to speak the words.
So I do my little
Master.
My little
thieves can't.
to your eyeball.
Something strange. It saw through the mirror.
Yes.
But Master, want to look.
Yes. Well, that is where Diker's plan came.
No. Now something in mirror you should see.
You see? Oh yes.
Something you should see.
What is it?
I don't have words. I'm not smart like boss.
No, the Thrak is Thrak. You're intelligent. This is why I brought you into my
I'm
service.
nothing.
Of course, Thrak, but you are like the only brother I ever actually had.
Oh.
You know that both Diker and Siga have spent years plotting against me. Tell me, what did you see?
I saw army, lots and lots of soldiers.
Did Diker call them?
I think so.
Yes, the hour is at hand of his revolt against me.
While this conversation is going, I'm going to try to.
You should come see.
Yes, I will. I will bring my magic.
Yes, bring magic.
He shall bring an end to my brother. My parents never did like him. I mean, he's useful. He knows logistics.
Hey, I'm just here to tell you should probably cool it on that sort of talk. You might give him a bit of, he might need therapy later.
Yeah. The only words I shall speak to my brother, he tries to incant a spell.
Ooh.
And but he gets the words wrong, and like nothing happens. But he goes, aha, see, witness. I just could disintegrate him. Like I just disintegrated. He points at a chair across the room.
No, this is how you do
We'll
it.
just like applaud.
Oh yes.
I mean, right.
Great and powerful threat.
Like a book or a urn or something. I'll pick it up and I'll throw it at the chair where you said it.
Yes, as I said, my magic. So if my brother must be dealt with, then he must be dealt with, Thrak.
So as I'm trying to swipe the books.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check.
While he's doing that, I'll distract him and say, I'm very small. Could you possibly use your magics to make me float?
Of course I could. And go ahead and I have advantage on the check. He's distracted. Yes, a simple spell of flight. Yes, it took me many years to master it, but those years
That's
were
a
long
24.
gone. All right, so you're able to as he's begins trying to cast a spell again,
And I will just start to hover in the air.
Witness!
I've always wanted to fly like this.
Such miracles. But the merest trifles to one of my arcane power.
This is true. The boss is very powerful.
Yes, I am.
I give the thumbs up that I got the books.
Okay. Thrak, tell me, who are these people? Are they trustworthy?
Yes, they're friends. I saw them. They killed some zombies from Sega.
Oh, my brother must have been so upset. Oh, you killed some of his playthings, but it probably entertains him to reanimate them. Yes.
I'm inching towards the door in the shadows.
Now,
let us go. Let us go.
I want to whisper, maybe I'll whisper to you. Now, he's adorable, but aren't we meant to kill him?
Well, Thrak, he would prevent anyone from harming me, correct?
Yes.
yes. I just
So
I gotta level with you. Your spells don't really work.
Oh no!
What are you saying? I'm floating right now.
But I am Tyson Thane. Witness the miracle that I've wrought with my magic.
Do you remember eating a brain?
I've eaten many brains. Many of the assassins who have come to attempt to kill my master, I devoured their brains and find out, in fact, that no, I am Tyson Thane. I do not eat brains. Thrak eats brains. Thrak, tell them of the
brains.
Yes.
Yummy.
Brains good.
Brains
good. It's by eating the brain that I learned that there was a Diker who killed me.
Should we
Betrayed
get this
Thrak.
party started, or
Slipping you the books.
Trying to get the books out.
so we don't need to mess with?
We just want the books for y'all magic users.
Once
yeah.
the books are done.
All right. I will concentrate, and I will use my divine sense to see if he's evil.
He is not.
Okay.
Yeah, as you focus, you see like you peer into the weave, into the Divine Realm. You just see now he's just a being of like elemental magic that's embound. He's a constructed being.
Okay.
He was crafted through magic, but there's nothing inherently evil about him.
So why did he kill Tyson if he was his loyal bodyguard and he's not evil?
Thrak would not harm Tyson unless Thrak was deceived. Unless Thrak was deceived. So when Thrak ate the brain of the assassin, he saw that Tyson was plotting against him. But when he ate Tyson's brain, he saw that it was a deception, that it was Diker who had arranged the meeting, that he was the one who hired the assassin. I did not know this. No, I am Tyson Thane.
Shocked.
I am Tyson Thane. I would not know this. But
I'm totally
Thrak.
shocked.
What the what?
Thrak would know this. Thrak, tell them. It was, but I am alive because I am Tyson Thane. No, I am Thrak. My fur is green. My claws are long. No, I am Tyson Thane. I am Tyson Thane. And Thrak is my bodyguard. My bodyguard is unerring and faithful to the last. He would not be deceived by my brother into killing me. My piddling, pathetic brother, who could not master even the simplest divine magic, like the pathetic Sega, turning to dark masters for his power. Pathetic.
Sounds like he has some sibling issues that he took.
Yeah, definitely.
So-
But we kind of saw this coming, right? We saw this
A
coming.
true mage studies the book and masters, bends it to his will.
Who are your parents? They needed to be a lot more just accepting of who they.
Father was an excellent crafter of magic, but my mother, she was peerless in her mastery of spells, bound demons and compelled them to her service with the merest words. I simply seek to live up to their example. My master does. I have no parents. I was built. No, Thrak was built. Thrak, you were built by me, Tyson Thane. I am Tyson Thane. I am not Thrak, his peerless servant who would never betray him and be deceived.
Master, you should rest and read in your books. I will take them to look at the army and assess.
My books.
And I will come back and report.
Now,
They're gone.
you steal the books.
I took them.
Yep. So
So
let's go.
let's not direct him to the books, but
My books!
And we go, where did they go?
They're still
put them over there.
What? Where are they?
I see them.
Oh yeah.
Give me a charisma deception.
It must be Sega has stolen the book.
Sega stole them.
My dice are on fire today. That'd be a 9.
Whoa.
All right, Thrak. There's a traitor amongst your newfound allies.
What?
One of them has
It isn't so
stolen the
possible.
books I need.
Or did Sego walk through mirrors while we were discussing the history of your family?
Roll.
Sega mastering the magic of the mirrors. Now, little one, if I had all the time in the world, I could explain to you the mysteries of the mirrors and how to bind them. But they were crafted by my master, by me, my idiot brother, who barely understands how they work. He would not be able to. I suspect one of you has stolen my. Are you in league with Sega? You are very quick to point a finger at me. Treachery.
I hate Seeger. I hate him so much.
Yes.
Actually, I think Thrak could figure out which one of us it is if he got if he removed.
Yes, that's right. He eat your brains. Thrak, eat their brains.
Right.
We'll figure it out. Actually, assess the situation first, but I think we should do this away from. It doesn't concern
wanna
you,
get a
does
mess
it?
on the floor
The
here,
master,
boss.
it might not concern the master.
Why don't you go give me a charisma diplomacy check?
Oh boy. Oh hey, I'm a little warlock, baby, so that might work. All right. Nope, 10.
I'm starting to roll my eyes.
I am not going to even
Good
attempt.
or
'cause I have
evil,
no
this thing
charisma
is in
that
the
I am
way.
aware of.
I'm in the hole.
Well, let us do this. Let us confront Diker, kill him. You will eat Diker's brain, and once his brain is eaten, we will know which of these
Is
are
the rat.
traitor. Yes.
Well, that seems reasonable.
I concur.
That's why you're the boss. Right?
Yes,
Smart.
yes.
All right.
Boss, I'm not the bodyguard. You are the
You
bodyguard.
lead the way.
She's on fire today.
Yes, well, my
I have
bodyguard
Thrak's
shall
sword.
lead the way.
All right, bodyguard.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
All right, so I'll head down the stairs to back to the door.
I'm
and
still
I
in
know
the
where.
shadows.
Yes.
I know where.
Stuffing books underneath my
So
TV.
what's the order?
I
Tyson
guess I'll
comes after?
shamble a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like sell it a bit, yeah.
Sell it.
Yeah.
So does Tyson / Dak go follow?
Yeah, he follows right after Thrak.
I follow right behind him.
Okay.
2 maces ready.
All right.
Is everyone else following?
So I'm kind of bringing up the rear, but I show the books to the warlock because I can't do anything. I guess I can. I'm an arcane trickster, so I might be able to. So I'm like, trying to see what I can glean.
Looking through it, you realize one of the books. It's a handwritten book.
Magic for dummy rats?
No, it looks like actually it's written out in common, and there's it describes flipping through the ritual, and it looks like whoever prepared this, presumably Tyson Thane, wrote it. There's actually a note at the beginning.
A foreword.
Yeah, basically, it looks like it's instructions to Diker. Diker, if Siga somehow slays me, these are the rituals you must incant, being unable to master magic despite father's decades of trying to teach you.
Wow.
I've written this out. So
now it's in writing.
I put it in crayon so you can understand it.
It kind of goes on for like a page of explaining all like Diker's failings. It's like unable to cast a spell. And then you realize it's just written out phonetically, right?
Oh,
like you get to the ritual.
I am grokking all of it.
But why would he give Diker these instructions if his memories are feeding Thrak with the fact that Diker is evil? And a traitor.
It does look like this was written a while ago.
Okay, so maybe he then discovered after the fact.
Later on.
Okay.
They're all bad.
They're all bad.
They're all bad.
Yeah, this is a knuckleheaded family.
Yeah.
So Brush is just trying to ingest she's almost mouthing the words, so she's not actually saying them because fireworks and matches.
And it does say, it specifies to stand in the middle of the dome within the black pool, whatever that is, and incant these words.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's rock and roll. Let's go get Diker.
You also see flip through, there's like another ritual that's like how to command, that calls them the Midnight Dancers. And it looks like a lot of the work was kind of flipping through it. Like it looks like this is Tyson Thane's attempt to control them, and it says something about establishing unparalleled domination over this land. All will be enslaved and serve the mighty Tyson Thane.
Oh, so Tyson is also super evil.
Kind of goes on about how he's looking forward to slaughtering all his enemies.
Boy.
So,
Good limitation of the women, yada yada.
I will drink from your skull. So I am trying to memorize as much as I can as we go.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So heading back, retracing your steps to Diker's lair.
I also tear out part of one of the words so that the end of them, I've memorized them, and if I tear out the parts, and if anybody gets the books, they don't have all of it to say out loud, except they would have to go through me.
Sounds good.
So they could get the books from me, but they will not be able to complete the spells.
All right. So on you go, heading back down the passage. As you come around the corner, you see there's a few guards there. There's 4 of them. They're all wearing the uniforms of the guards of this place. So the men presumably loyal to Diker. And they see you and they look quite nervous. They try not to say, they seem kind of, what's happening? Why is Thrak with you? And Tyson, because of me everywhere.
Yes. Because the boss, with the boss everywhere. And I'm going to use my divine sense one more time to see if any of these guys really fucking detect evil or.
Oh, so you dive into the divine, the belief in divine magic, and you get a glimpse of one of the guys, and then we can just kill anyone we want. Oh yes, and it's Diker speaking to. When we conquer, all of your enemies will pay, and you'll have all the riches and plunder, and we won't stop until every.
That just makes me furious. I'm stepping forward with my greatsword and attack.
Here we go.
I'm casting sleep.
Okay. All right. So you're throwing a sleep spell. So go ahead and give me 46. If I remember, that's the hit points or whatever. You have the spell there.
Wow, it's time.
It's on.
Well, this will at least show
something.
Correct, Tyson, that we are
13, 14, 15.
We're on to you.
Okay, one of them drops to the ground. There's still 3 more.
Okay.
So why don't we, the way I'll do initiative, just kind of keep things going faster. I'll just go around the table. Like we'll just go so we'll have you go, I'll take a turn, then you guys can take a turn. Does that sound pretty good? You kind of have the drop on them though, because you just threw a sleep spell.
Awesome. But by the way, my the initiative thing is still in effect. It doesn't stop until I actually roll initiative.
What's the?
Remember that I took a vigilant blessing.
Oh sure.
So that would. Yeah, it says it remains in effect no matter,
Yeah, it basically we'd be rolling for initiative now, so if it does end when we roll initiative, we'll just get,
This will be part of it, okay.
I just it's one last thing to track, we can just go down.
Okay. Sure.
Sally, you were stepping forward to attack, so go ahead and roll your attack. You're looking for AC 15. These guys are wearing
Yes, that is going to be a solid hit with this bad boy. So yeah, I got +7, so it was a 25.
Okay, you cleave right into him.
And let's see if I can do some decent damage for once. Not that great, 11 points.
11 points is still, he staggers back, badly hurt. So one of the guards is going to turn, and he starts getting ready to he breaks away and starts sprinting away. Gets about 20 feet away.
Oh yeah.
Who wants to go next? So I've got.
I'll chase after him because I'm super fast.
Okay, so you run him down.
And yeah, I will hit him in the back of the head as he's running. Hopefully, let's see. 22.
That'll hit.
Jesus, nice.
And only 6 points of damage, force damage. I'm sorry. I was using the wrong thing. It is 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, he is still up. Did you want to do anything else? The bonus action to try to. It looks like he's also with a third of his hit points.
Yeah,
and
I
you
don't
hit
want
him.
to use my stuff just on these guys because I know we're not going to get a chance to.
He does look like he's trying to run for the door at the end of the hallway where Diker was staying.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Right.
Are you doing more?
No, I think I'll catch up to him before he gets there.
All right, so one of the guards is going to turn and slash at our paladin. So this is going to be, let's see, +4. So I get a 19.
That hits.
All right, he slashes into you for 8 points of damage.
Big boy.
All right, and then back over here. So up to you who wants to go.
I've got Eldritch Blast is 120 feet, which is pretty good. So I'm gonna mess up the one that Nyx is after.
Got it.
And I go, come on, girl, and the eye focuses and it shoots from the eye.
Yes,
a big
it does.
purple beam. And
It's like Beetlejuice.
it does a 17 hit.
17 will hit.
Yay! Okay, so this is gonna be.
And he has 10 hit points left.
Oh, 5.
Okay.
Yeah. 5
He
force
is
damage.
hurt, but he's still up.
I'm going to crossbow him.
All right, go for it.
So I see the thing, and I always, again, I get a little sick whenever the eyeball does stuff. So I'm like, oh, and I knock back a crossbow bolt, and just under her arm as she's casting, and I shoot a crossbow bolt.
Look for a 15 or higher to hit.
Ooh, I got a dirty 20 on that.
All right, that's good.
And then I'm using, so I get a little sneak attack action.
Yep, because you got your monk.
So it's 1d6 plus 3. So that's 9 on
That's
the first.
enough now to drop him.
Oh, and I dropped him.
Guys. So he's trying to run away, and you run him down, tangle him up, smack into him, and then
we
beam of energy.
co-blast it.
Smashes into him. He drops to the ground.
And I knee slide and take my bolt back.
Oh, wow.
And I'll always be around these guys so you can get your.
Oh, God bless
stuff
you.
Because I'm thick.
I love it.
There are still two guards up, so we'll go to the next round, starting the players. So the 3 of you down the hallway the 2 of you down the hallway having intercepted the one guy. You're back with the main group. There's still 2 guards. They're fighting. One's pretty badly hurt. Who wants to take the next turn?
I'm just going to chop the guy in front of me.
Yeah, he's already been injured. He's kind of staggering on his feet. Looking for a 15?
No, I don't think I hit.
All right.
Wait, actually, I lied. I have a +7 because it's a +1 sword.
That's right.
I hit just barely.
All right. So he raises his blade to try to, and for a second he blocks you, and then with a surge of strength, you snap his sword.
9 points.
And your blade plunges into him, and he drops to the ground slain.
Nice.
One guy left. He sees that he's surrounded. And let's see. I'm going to give him just a random. Does he fight to the death? Yeah, he just howls and leaps at you. He's going to take a swing.
Oh, I thought I got to hit him first.
Oh, because he went, then I'm going to go, then you're going to go. I haven't had a chance to go yet.
Okay.
So that is going to be a 22 to hit.
Oh, no.
Who's he hitting?
Okay, and I have an armor of 18, so.
Okay.
5 damage.
Wow.
5 damage, all right.
All right, and who's up next? Did you want to?
Yeah, I wanted
Go
to hit him with, use my, what do you call it? The, hold on. I believe I can attack with bonus actions at 2-weapon fighting. So.
Oh yeah, you want to swing twice?
Yeah, so I've got a +1 mace and I have a regular mace.
All right.
So the +1 mace will be the one that I will apply my strength to, and then the other one I won't. So this is the first.
I'm going for a 15.
So that's 15 with my bonus is +4. That's a 19.
Yep, that hits.
And then so that would be a 1 6 + 5. Yes. Oh, 6. So that, or is that a...
Oh, is that a one? No, it's the one.
Okay.
All right, he's
So that's 7.
He crumbles down. He's basically at half hit points, so that one hit.
Okay, and then the second one, which is just a normal one, is 10.
10 will miss.
And 10 will miss.
What? That doesn't get a bonus to hit?
Oh, you should. You're going.
Well, my regular mace. Yeah, no, I do. It's got to still get a strength bonus, right?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. It's the okay. So that would be 14.
14 will just miss. All right, back over to here, this side of the table.
Seeing this, unless you guys
I'm
want to do
watching.
something.
Yeah, go nuts,
I'll just,
Fairy.
like I'm down the hallway, I just pull out my crossbow and just.
Very important.
And I, because I don't generally use anything but my fists, I completely miss.
All right.
That's a question.
Crossbow sails past you.
On cantrips that you can do at will. You can't do that if you're attacking, right?
It's an action, so you could if it was a bonus action.
Okay.
But basically, you're using your action to attack. Then.
Oh, so in other words, so had I not chosen to do the 2 attacks, I could have done a cantrip and
If it was a
one
bonus
attack.
action cantrip, it depends on the type.
Yeah.
It'll say under the action.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the spell.
Like Thunderous Smite. That's it.
Oh, Toll the Dead.
So I'm
It's an action.
That's an action. So you
I'm going to
yeah.
dash down the hallway, and then you're right in front of me. So we're going to do our little fastball special, and I'm going to run up Vobar's back, and then I'm going to 2 weapon strike. One of my weapons is a dragon tooth dagger, so that's a little +1. And so I'm going to get all stabby Ms. Brisby.
Sounds good.
He's not told that
And you're aiming for a 15.
It's just as part of it.
What is this? You're saying is
Oh, is it no magic weapons? Because I can just go regular.
No,
weapon.
no,
I
do
won't
it.
use my dragon.
No, you totally have it.
Okay.
That's fine.
That guy's a little
That's so the first one hits, so that would be 24.
Oh, yeah.
And
Wow.
then that's 1d4 plus.
Yeah.
So that's 4 plus 4, so that's 8. But then I get my 2d6 for the sneak attack on that.
You super killed him.
5.
He is very dead.
Oh, so and I'm about to get the other dagger, and I'm like, why waste the effort? And so as blood is spurting out of his carotid, I'm just going to ride him to the ground, and then I'm going to wipe off his own blood on his own tunic.
And as I was going to do my second move, but it was going to be chill touch. So a ghastly hand reaches from my nostril to reach out, and he's dead, and it gets all the way back in as I snip it back in.
Kaizen.
Keep it to yourself.
Thrak nods. Yes.
So I look at your eyeball. I go, that's 2 for me.
Thrak.
But who's keeping score?
The hand creeps back out and gives you it.
He should be pretty happy with us.
Yes, well done. Now, Thrak. Eat this man's brain to learn of my brother's plan.
Oh, no.
Illusion, no. There's no time, I say.
There's always time. Thrak.
Wait, I hear a noise behind the door. I'm going to
Let's
kick
go.
open the door.
Let's go.
No!
You did the peek behind you spell.
Amazing.
And you go over the door where Decker is. All right. So he's like, yes, Thrak, always quick to seize the initiative. So you go charging down, though, rather than have to eat a human brain. Yes. Kick open the door, and you see as the door goes flying open, there's Diker sort of like sitting, and he's like, as the door goes flying open, he's just like completely like, I knew you'd betray me. They always betray me. That's one lesson I learned from my dad. I mean, I couldn't master magic, but I did master the art of evil.
He's talking a lot in the meantime.
Shut up and die!
Monologuing.
Now,
It's a soliloquy.
I'm just going to,
I
What is
didn't
your
coin
passive
that.
perception?
it's a big whopping 11.
Okay, so go ahead and make your attack.
Okay.
So this is whenever it sees your paladin leaps into attack. Swing your sword. You are shooting for against him. You need a 16.
I think that might. Sorry, take me a second here. I was on the wrong screen. +7. Yes, I got a 17.
That'll hit.
All right. How about some more damage? All right, 9 points plus 5. So
All
14.
right. So he crumples back. You can tell he's a pretty experienced warrior. I mean, that was a stout blow. I mean, you hit him, but he rolls a little bit as he pulls out a shield and deflects it. I mean, he cuts through and he yelps in pain. But what everyone else sees as your fearless paladin with his 11 passive perception leaps into the room is the goblin who's hiding behind the door rolls out with his blade, poison blade, you can see, and drives it into the back of your paladin. So he's going to have an advantage because you did not see him coming. The treacherous Diker always has a backup plan. And this
I hate those backup goblins.
I only get an 18 is my high roll. I rolled a natural 1 on one of them. Still hits?
18 hits me exactly.
All right, so it's going to be D6 for the short sword.
No heal poison.
D6. Could you give me a Constitution save, please?
I can. Come on, die. Don't fail me now.
Oh, wait.
Not great. 14.
All right, that is enough to save. You feel some of the poison. And, well, luckily it's only a glancing blow. You take 11 points of damage from the goblin.
That would be that would be a lot.
All right.
For
Same.
Can I see Diker?
Oh, yeah, if you come around the corner, you can move down and see.
I'll toll the dead.
All right, so he gets a saving throw against that, if I remember right.
I don't know if he gets a saving throw.
I think it's
does
a
he?
con save.
The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
He will get a 14.
Is that enough?
Let's see, what level? Your third level was your wisdom 16?
My wisdom is 18.
Oh, that is enough. That will fail that saving throw.
And since he has been wounded, he will take 1d12
All right.
of necrotic damage.
That's my punk.
Troll in the dead. Troll in the dead. 10 points.
Whoa!
Pain.
Die costs so much.
So it's roll time.
As the spell echoes through him, he rocks back in pain, and then he looks at you and says, if that had been an arcane spell, it would have been my end, but you're just a pathetic cleric like my idiot brother. Oh my gosh. As he says that, the other men who are hiding in the room leap from the shadows. So there's 3 more guys. One of them is going to attack.
Dang it.
You've been stabbed, but one's actually going to rush, try to block the doorway and go after you.
Okay.
He does not going to get any advantage or anything like that, but he does try to hack at you. He gets a 25.
Do it. Piddly guys. We're going to have to take a rest then before we fix.
But only 2 points of damage. Glancing blow. So there's basically these 3 bandits and the goblin in the room with him. So we come over to here.
I'm going to bonus action transform.
Got it. Do you have a question?
No, but
You got, feel free to game plan
to
if you
help
want to
everybody real
coordinate.
quick.
You do it.
I'm gonna. First of all, I'm going to fly up into the air just to get out of the way, and I'm going to just cast Fairy Fire on Diker, just so that everybody has advantage.
Got it. All right, sounds great.
On all their attacks, and then just leave that to be.
All right. So we have. Let me just write down these guys. All right.
Okay.
There you go. So that'll give advantage in future attacks.
Yeah.
So give
My transform, I'm going to turn into an aspect of girl, and so she is going to look like a shining girl with a little Peter Pan collar and a shift dress, and her nose is still removed, and you still see, a Nursat's eye coming out of the nose. But that's going to give me some temporary hit points, and when I hit, I get to make some extra fun. If I hit a creature, they have to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened. So I am going to once more Eldritch Blast the fairy fired Diker.
All right, you got advantage.
I do have advantage.
Yeah,
That's
sorry to
so
sneak
fun.
in there, but I'm like, before anybody does anything,
You absolutely
let's
yes.
give everybody some advantage.
I would love that. So here we go. Hi, Diker. It's your favorite nightmare. Me, little girl. Advantage. Got a natural 20.
Oh, yeah,
the
hit.
first
That's
of
what
the
we like.
con. The first of the con for me, anyway. That's very exciting. So, dice and ice, you roll them twice. I'm going to. So that hits. This is great. You have to do a saving throw, a wisdom saving throw of DC 12.
I did make that. I got a 17 for Diker.
Okay, but you will take some force damage. Oh my gosh! 16 plus 2 is 18 force damage.
He crumples. He's still up, but he is badly in there. That's how you do it, holy boy.
Oh,
it's the only thing worth it.
That's talking.
And we have to remember that even for the little girl, she leans back and Care Bear stares out her nose with the Eldritch Blast. That's how it looks.
As it blasted, you see he kind of staggers forward, like the 3 thugs in the front. Protect me, you fools! If I die, your chance at greatness dies with me.
I hate this guy.
The of the 3 thugs, actually you're in front of him, so he says that, and the goblin kind of goes in.
As a reaction, I would like to use Stone's Endurance since I got jabbed in the back. Knocked some hit points off, so I'm going to go ahead and utilize that. A whopping 3 plus 3, I think is what I got, so 6 points back.
All right, because one of the bandits is going to come in and try to attack you. He won't get advantage.
I figured I'd better speak up. Yeah, well, I had some hit points left.
But he is going to get sneak attack. So but that's probably going to miss. Only he gets a 12 on that attack.
That does miss.
All right, so that brings us over to here, and then there's one more bandit to go after you. Take your turn.
So I take out the books. I'm like, come and get him, big boy. And I show them to Diker. These are the things that he wanted. So what is he? As I'm showing them to him, what does he do?
He looks up. Oh, you've allied with my brother. And then as he says that, you hear Tyson say, "My books! Thrak, we have found the traitor."
Oh my gosh.
Thrak, eat his brain. Thrak, kill.
So right as that happens, I cast catapult on the books, and they shoot way down the hallway.
All right. Thrak / Tyson Thane howls in anger, fear, and starts he actually kind of goes knuckle walks, he starts the thunder's down back after him. And Diker just laughs. You fools. You think I care if those things I left to reave this land? I hope Siga kills all of you.
You're
What
a
a
horrible
jerk.
person.
If you had met my parents, you'd understand why.
You're starting to figure that out.
All right, so you've got Tyson Thane. He goes
Save the
charging
drama
down.
for
There's still one bandit. He's going to try to attack you to get a sneak attack. And then we'll go to the next round. He only gets a 15, though.
Yes.
All right, so go back to the top of the next round. Let's just go around the table again.
All right, so is the Diker is out of.
You got Diker. He's really badly hurt. He's still up. You have two bandits and the goblin surrounding you, but Diker is within sword reach. Though he is kind of like protect me, you idiots! And the men don't seem to like being called idiots, but they do seem willing to protect him.
We might want to question him. So I will wheel, and the goblin who struck me, I'll go ahead and attack him, and as a bonus action, use Thunderous Smite here. So I have that active in case I hit.
Go for it. He's armor class 14.
Well, it's not going to work this time. So
Okay.
It'll be there when I'm ready.
Yeah, you see he's wearing an eye patch.
Yeah.
So you kind of go in and try to get from that side, but he ducks in a fluid motion, flips the eye patch to the other eye, and sees you coming and ducks down. And
I'm very confused by that. Apparently, it's all right.
And he'll actually go next. He ducks down and tries to come in under you. Now he doesn't have advantage this time because you are on your defense, but he still will get his sneak attack if he hits. The poison, luckily though, has been spent from his blade. He will stab at you and get a 17.
That misses.
Okay, so this time you come in, turn to the side. His blade scrapes on your armor, but misses. Over to our clerics. You're in the doorway. You've got a bandit trying to hold you back, swinging at you with his sword.
Okay, so I'm within striking distance with my maces if I choose to.
Yeah, you could hit the bandit. If you wanted to go for Diker, you'd have to push the bandit out of the way. So
Get advantage on Diker.
Yeah, you do have advantage on Diker.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I don't need him. I don't need to talk to him. I'll kill him. Diker's evil.
So if you want to go for Diker, the first thing I'll have to do is make an opposed strength check to get past this guy blocking the doorway.
And how do I do that?
Go ahead and make a strength check.
So just roll under my strength?
No, just D20 plus your strength athletics bonus. He got a 4, so don't roll anything horrible. And you might auto beat him if you have strength athletics plus 4 or better.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't like being called an idiot because he makes some move to try to half-heart it, but then when you push your way through. So you can go ahead and attack Diker. You'll have advantage in all your attacks.
All right, so this will be 2 attacks using my bonus attack action.
Wow.
And let's see if I can pull this one off. Come on, St. Cuthbert. Mama needs a new pair of shoes. That would be
advantage
plus 7. That's an 18.
Oh, you get advantage.
Oh, and also I have advantage, so I can roll it twice.
Yeah, so you might get a crit. Nope.
No, but
that
still
will
a
hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
And that is a 6 plus 5. 4 and 5 is 9 damage on that one.
You step up with your mace. You go to swing, and Diker, and he gives you an opening. And you go to pounce on it, and you're right to the last second as your mace is in the air that he's actually he jukes you to the side and has set you up instead to hit his friend. Which occurred to you why would you do that? But you realize, he's a complete asshole. That's why he would do that. So you clobber one of the bandits in the back of the head and send him to the ground, killing him.
So when I do that, but then I swing back the other direction.
Go ahead and make your next attack.
And would I still have an advanage with
You'd
that?
still have advantage because Diker he's lit up.
He's such a little
Did you see
stinker.
now he's kind of standing where it's a horrible combat unless you're trying to get your friend's hit.
So I get a total of 13.
13 will miss.
No.
So yeah, actually as you go in and hit him, he actually grabs the bandit who's trying to fight you, and I was like, what? And he throws him at you, and that's enough to just disrupt your attack.
What a stinker.
And then Diker is gonna go next. So he pulls his sword out and looks at the two of you and looks at you and leaps at you and swings. He is gonna get 2 attacks. Let's see.
I
He
gotta
will
get
get a
ready
sneak
to get
attack
you
damage,
some
but he won't get
healing.
advantage. So this is 2 attacks. Ooh.
Oh, no!
Nat 20.
No!
So that's gonna be
Tiger,
this,
why?
and I'm gonna be rolling this twice.
Not Vobar. Which does sound like an amalgamation, or like someone saying my last name wrong.
So that's gonna be 7.
Vobar. Amy Vobar? Yeah, that's me.
24 points of damage.
Oh, I crumple to the ground.
Oh my god, that would just take me out of one.
Yeah, he does
Out
the
of
same
cleric.
thing. He takes one of his guards, he just pushes him into you, and then as you're tangled with him, he just leaps up and stabs his
All right,
blade
this guy's
into you, and
going
you
down.
fall to the ground.
Okay.
and laugh.
I will not abide.
Okay, so you have to explain to me exactly how this works because
I
still have time because you have to do.
Yeah, I have to get 3 rounds before I tell ever did.
He'll come up, don't worry.
Over here? Who wants to? Why don't I go down to?
Yeah, you want to go first?
You wanna go?
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. You know, I'm just feeling. I'm feeling mighty. What does he look like? Like, can we tell how badly hurt he is?
He's really badly
Have we
hurt.
raggled him a little?
Yeah, and you can
Okay.
see now his companions seem a bit alarmed that he just got one of his friends. He called them idiots, which is like, come on, man, we're fighting. Second, he just got one of them killed by basically selling out his defense
should tell him to
do
kill
something
him.
to hit. He seems to be he's moving very craftily.
Okay.
And you realize he's probably maybe more of a rogue than actually a fighter.
Oh, interesting.
So he just used a sneak attack here and is moving more quickly rather than necessarily with a lot of combat skill.
Okay, I'm going to actually use. I have a Hellfire dagger, and I'm going to just make a judgment call that I could kill him. So we'll give this a shot. And Decker's still.
Yep, advantage.
Advantage. Okay, so as he sneaks by, like I've Eldritch Blast him. I'm still in my little girl form, so I kind of just run up, and as he's dealing with our paladin, I'm going to just jab him where I can get him, probably a little bit closer to his legs. So
got it.
Let's see what happens. Hellfire. Ooh, not great. Does a 13 hit?
13 will not hit.
Okay. Well. I guess he's like probably wearing some dress robes or like a cape or something. So
He's
I'm
got
like,
some armor on, yeah.
I'm like, I think it's his legs, but really it's like, oh wait, I just got cloth. So
Yeah, he just like twists to the side really
Yeah.
quickly and looks down at you and laughs.
I get you.
So let's see. The
Yes.
goblin went. So in 1 minute down. So 1 minute's going to get a chance to go. He's going to attack you here. So
18
an 18. He will miss. So back over to here.
I'm still in the air. I'm going to try this crossbow one more time since I have advantage to use it. And okay, that one will hit a dirty 20.
That will hit.
Yes.
Wonderful. That's a 10. Oh, come on. Lisa, have your stuff ready. Ooh, 8 points of piercing damage straight to him.
All right. You trying to kill him or subdue him?
Oh, I'm trying to kill him.
Yes.
Thank you.
As he's laughing at you, he sees you lining up a shot.
This guy's such a jerk face.
And he goes to like grab your friend to like, and then you see as he's doing that, one of the bandits like bumps into him like, accidentally, and that throws him off
Accidentally.
right in the throat and grabs at it.
Yes.
Glares the bandit. That idiot.
Oh.
Down to the ground, dead.
Oh,
yeah,
he deserved it.
I was kind of thinking he was a good guy, and I think my anger at myself for believing him just that was it.
The
Sorry,
bandits
everybody
I
wanted to
say
question
drop
him.
their
I'm,
weapons.
Surrender
I'm
now.
gonna slide in and try to stabilize Vobar.
Got it. All right.
Do you need me to roll a medicine? Or
We'll just say like we're out of combat now.
Okay,
so
great.
yeah.
So we got you, big boy. We got you, girl. And so I'm putting a little thing just to hopefully get you out of death
No,
saves.
I come forward when you use a healing word.
Okay, great.
So that's.
Well, you have killed Tyson's, my brother. Well done. But this one, Thrak! Oh, thank the gods, you've healed him.
I have to help cure Thrak.
You.
It was all part of the ruse.
Hold on, I got.
It was all part of the plan to kill Dyson.
It's 2D.
That's why I threw the books back towards your room.
Yes.
I needed to just bait.
Thrak, this is why you must eat their brains as quick as you can, and we would know this, but very well. Now, give me a charisma check at diplomacy. Maybe, do I fully trust you? Do I know that you're telling me? Perhaps Thrak should eat your brain. Perhaps I should eat your brain. I mean, Thrak should eat your brain.
Pardon me.
9?
Yeah, he's... Thrak.
I'm saving him though. Oh,
yes.
Oh,
this is true.
I'm sorry. I'm a little
advantage
nervous.
of that role because you are like literally he comes in as you're trying to save his bodyguard's life.
So that's 17.
Yeah. Oh, very well.
And he heals me apparently, so I can stand up.
Yeah. Yes, there must be Thrak if you are going to have these plans, but this is why I require you to eat the brains of our enemies.
You need
So we know these
plausible
things.
deniability.
Yes, but if you eat a brain, you must tell me what you have found. It is not good enough for you to just eat the brain and hold the information to yourself. Communication is what makes any relationship work, Thrak. Any relationship thrives on communication. Master and lackey, brothers.
Sometimes I just eat brain because I'm hungry.
This is
you
true.
don't need to see other reason why I'm eating brain. Sometimes it's just eating brain.
But Thrak, as we have said,
sometimes it's brain o'clock.
If you do not speak to me, then I might as well eat the brains. And I don't have time to eat
Hey,
brains.
mister, it's me, a little girl.
Ah, yes.
A little girl.
It's me, a little girl, remember? I
Because we speak to ourselves in our nouns.
Yes. You're talking a lot, and you're not making a lot of sense.
But, well, undoubtedly because you do not understand the mystical invocations of Tyson Thane.
Yeah.
I mean, of Thrak. No, Thrak is Tyson
Tyson,
Thane.
why don't you go take a nap?
I'm gonna heal myself.
You have a lot of stuff to do, Tyson.
While this is going on, I am going to use my Druidcraft to create the small illusion of a brain.
Ah, yes.
And present
Thrak.
it to fake Thrak.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
this was all,
It's not a brain. Just like we.
But it is. It's such a brain.
Here's Diker's brain for you to eat for Tyson.
Ah, yes, Tyson.
Okay, is it like maybe like a cheese or something?
Nothing.
It's a brain.
Yeah, it's just an illusion.
Nummy.
All right, you now have
Hey,
all my
don't
brother's memories.
bogart that
Excellent,
brain.
excellent. Now
There's
tell
enough
me,
for all of us, huh?
Yummy.
Thrak, I know we face a peril of utmost, but I must tell you, did my brother ever figure out that I was the one that tore up his application to the Arcane Academy and replaced it with one with all the answers wrong? Did he ever know? Look through his memories. Did he ever know? Did he know that I was the one? He would have been a better mage than I! But I ruined his career! Yes, you see. And strangled them in the cradle, as they say. Diker, you idiot. You're the smartest one amongst us, but you never figured it out. Did he figure it out? Did he know?
He suspected, but he had no proof.
Oh, my idiot brother, forced all those years to go to military academy. He would have been he would have matched the power of a Mordenkainen or Elminster, but as they say, strangle in the grave, my friends. Leave no one to threaten your domination. Yes, now tell me, what was his plans for the ending of the world and such not, and destroying and slaughtering the people? That's my job. It's my plan. These things are my servants.
Hold on 1 second. Damn it. Very disturbing me hearing all this sort of foul stuff, apparently.
Well, I know.
The best part, I went to the essay section, I drew pictures.
He's so annoying.
I know,
But he's not evil, so I don't know whether I can just. I don't think I.
I'm gonna.
Thrak's not evil.
Yeah, I know. That's why, as annoying as he is, I don't feel as a cleric of St. Cuthbert, I can bop him on the head.
Is there a way that we can extract,
or just tie him up?
Extract
there might be,
Tyson from Thrak and then let Thrak go on his merry way?
Master.
Yes, tell me. What?
If you were going to set me free and let me go, how would you do that? Let's just say it's a joke.
You'd have to kill me first, Thrak. And the magic I put upon you to force you into service, there's not enough for that.
Oh, yeah.
Thrak always wanted to be free. Thrak hated working for Tyson. But I am Tyson, I'm not Thrak. Or am I Thrak? No, Thrak's the bodyguard. Thrak is faithful.
I want to speak with Thrak.
He's right there.
I know I got in there, boy. Got in there somewhere.
I'll straighten up.
Well, just tell him what you had in there. He's right here. He's in the room, you fool.
We need to kill Sega. You should help us.
Yeah, let's go kill
Sega. And you can use his brain, and then now Sega had no talent for magic whatsoever.
Does Diker have anything that might be considered magical or useful?
Yeah, it does look like his
we go in there
longsword is magical.
Oh, great.
Looks like it's a plus 2 weapon.
The goblin had a poison.
It was poison. It was just regular poison.
Oh, just regular poison.
Anybody else?
Those guys are.
Yeah, you already got a big
I'm alone.
sword. I'm
I
too
can't
little
use
to hold
any
a
edged
long
weapons.
sword.
I could use it, but I have strength of 0, a +0.
It's
so
a long sword.
I'll just take
I think
it.
it'd be too
Yeah, no,
long
it's
for my little
valuable.
hands.
I'll just take it.
No other interesting rings.
He had some money on it and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if you can do it or not, but I cannot.
Now let us go visit Tyson's brother. See, Thaker's dead now. Yes, I've had my revenge. He set me up. He made me kill my master.
He must be burned.
Yes.
Through the cleansing power of St. Cuthbert.
When you woke up today, did you say, today's the day I kill my brothers?
Well, I don't have brothers. I'm crafted from pure magic.
Fuck.
No,
No,
wait,
you-
I am
I did-
Tyson Thane. I had brothers.
So close.
I have brothers. Yes, and you are Thrak. You don't.
Oh my
Time the
gosh.
radio and try to
like
find
a-
station.
Right, exactly.
Star Trek.
I know.
This is Captain Kirk.
Should we kill? Yes, we should kill Siga.
Yes, it's
We should
fine.
kill Siga.
We should kill
I
Siga.
have
Yes.
All right.
No, but we should.
Siga.
Where is Siga?
Siga, he is down by the dome. No, I would not. Tyson Thane would not lead. He is the mage. He tells his servants what to do.
You seem
Thrak.
exhausted.
Can you command your servant, the stone golem?
yeah.
Put him to sleep.
Yes, it is a thing I crafted. I, of course, could command it. It obeys my every word.
Why don't we
Have him take on Sega.
You don't boss me around.
I
I
didn't
am the
boss
master
you.
of this place, but Thrak, it occurs to me that perhaps the golem should be dispatched to fight Siga.
You're very wise, Master.
Yes, bring me to him. Bring me to the front door.
Okay. Oh. No, you didn't do
Not that it'll work.
And you realize as you're walking along, like this hallway, you're on the second floor. There are some stairs going down, and they actually open up into the space just behind the throne room. So you're able to make your way out there. And Tyson / Thrak. Ah, yes, the golem. My greatest creation, greater even than Thrak. Oh. Is that all I meant to him? But
Trying to get
golem.
I just want to talk to Thrak.
And he starts saying gibberish. He's like, what? And the golem just stands there doing nothing. No, I am Tyson Thane. Tyson Thane speaks.
Are we
And
walking
golem-
through the mirror room?
No, the mirror room is behind you.
behind
You're
me.
walking
Never
through
mind.
like
Okay.
the,
Yeah.
and he starts yelling, no, I am Tyson Thane. The golem should obey Tyson Thane. No, I am Thrak. No, I am Tyson. You are Thrak. You do
Wait,
not look
okay,
any-
I have an idea. This is what I want to try because I do want to get us talking to Thrak. And when I got my ersatz eye from Girl, it was very much a hypnotic thing. So I'm going to try to recreate a hypnosis where a hypnosis where the eye dances from one nostril to the other. And so I'm going to stare
Close your
at
eyes.
yes, I'm going
So
to
gross.
stare
I cannot take it.
at Tyson / Thrak, and I'm gonna say, "Look at me!" And I'm a little baby girl, but with no nose and an eye. Okay, so the eye goes. Ding, ding, ding.
Do you have any spells you want to use to ride with this? Or is it
There's not. This isn't. Yeah, there's not really.
Just
well,
don't-
hex.
just-
I mean,
Just
hex,
don't be close to
Yeah,
the
if you give a
golem.
hex, yeah, that could give him basically disadvantage on his.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
give
And
you
it-
advantage on your check, basically. You hex.
I'm going to roll for pukes in my mouth.
Yeah. So go ahead and give me
Okay.
a charisma
It
check.
happens.
And the hex just happens as occurs. I could do necrotic,
Not the
an
first
extra
puking in a
1d6,
game
but
I've
this
had to
I
do.
don't want to do damage.
Yeah, basically you want to just throw off his senses.
Yes, yes.
So go ahead and make a charisma check. Use a skill of your choice, like you either deception, and you have advantage on the check.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would like to use deception, and we'll roll with advantage, and ideally hypnotize this poor guy. No! I rolled an 8 as the top, so only 12.
So you see he is kind of like, and he kind of goes slack-jawed, and then he's like trying to no, the Thrak. Wait, Thrak, you're not Thrak. Wait, who are you?
Oh no.
What are you?
Look here.
I am Vobar.
Wait, you're not Thrak. Wait, then who is you? Are you?
I am the stone golem.
Oh,
Ask
yes.
me to obey you.
Yes. To go seek out my brother. Smite him.
And what did the stone golem do with that?
Nothing.
Oh, it's not smiting him? Interesting.
Wait, it's not workable. Why is it the golem? Is he? Wait, what? Who,
Yes.
what?
This is a secret idea. Don't listen.
Okay.
Oh, DM, put your ears on.
DM, earmuffs. You need to make it so that because Okay, so Tyson would never think that he couldn't walk past the golem without talking to him.
Yes, that's my point.
We should just go
And
then let him walk past, and then the golem's just gonna.
Oh no!
Or we just ask the
earmuffs.
Or we just.
Okay, yeah.
Or we just.
Oh, no,
ask,
I'm on a camera.
Tabletop.
Or we
Tabletop.
just
Tabletop,
ask.
yep. He's not hearing that.
The golem to take us to Tyson. And now there is no.
There is no Tyson.
Well, he's just gonna take us to the body again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right,
Which
so-
actually might
cause him
Thrax sees his handiwork.
Yes, because he's not taking him to him. Do you
If
understand?
Thrax sees his handiwork,
it might wake him
It'll wake him
rattle
up.
him
It'll-
out
it will-
of stupor. If he actually sees the
If he
body
sees
of
the
his
golem-
master.
I would like that.
Let's do that.
Okay, let's try that. Let's try
Well,
that.
do we
Okay.
want to try saying
To the golem.
Why isn't it working?
golem of Tyson Thane, take me to Siga, the brother of Tyson Thane.
Oh.
It doesn't react.
No. Take me
Golem
to
of
Tyson
Tyson.
Thane.
Follow me.
Yes.
Yay.
And Tyson's, wait, what, I'm right here. Golem. And he's like walking after, like grabbing at it. The golem walks through the same route you saw last time. Are you following along?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course.
of course.
You see it, and then it comes Tyson Thane awaits.
We can go through and just
And
get to
he like
Sega.
Oh, awesome.
gingerly walks in and no, wait, he betrayed me. Dyke, but you killed, yes. And you see like now like the creature kind of like rips off like
You have been betrayed.
I have been. Thank you. You did not need to do that. What? That is never. Wait, you're kind. Why did you do? What treachery is this? You must
I am
be-
a cleric of St. Cuthbert.
St. Cuthbert.
We are kind, and we must destroy Sega.
Kind.
Will you help us?
What is kind?
We loved Tyson. We loved Tyson.
But he betrayed him.
We served. No,
we did not
we
like
did- okay,
Tyson.
Yeah.
Oh, he was an evil man.
They're having difficulty.
Yes.
There is evil in the land. We need a powerful assistant to help us set it right.
New job.
There is many undead.
Yes.
If you can smite the undead and help us get to it and save the realm,
And then you will be free.
then you are free to go.
I am free, but I do have a chance to erase this place. But I do need my sword.
Erase?
How about you do me this boon and I will return the sword to you?
I really operate better with the sword.
Oh,
But yeah, fair enough.
What about a Diker sword?
Yeah, we got
Yes, I'll
we
take
got
that.
That's right.
So, what do you know of the Black Temple, the Midnight Dancers?
Take us to.
I think our little.
Yeah, we
friend
have
here-
the mirror.
Yes, and
can
you know what how
You
to
have
operate.
you know how to do
walk
the
through.
ceremony.
The ritual.
Oh, I 100%
Ritual.
do.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I was trying to learn it, but the memories of Tyson Thane were ancient and so old.
If
they
I
overwhelmed
may,
my
we
mind.
found you reading the book upside down.
Oh, that's embarrassing to be honest.
Not your fault.
I wasn't myself.
Don't beat yourself up about it.
Through the mirror, enact
Yes.
the ritual.
Yes.
I will protect you. Sega will know when you start the ritual. He will come with all his might. We must hold him back. He will call the Midnight Dancers to fight us. We must be ready.
Let's go.
But we must erase this evil from this place.
How many midnight
can we-
dancers are
So
there?
are we going through the
There are
mirror,
6 of them.
not the mirror where
Six.
Sega
You
is?
need-
We're
you
going
need
through the
more.
mirror where the darkness is.
That is where I suggest.
use
That is
my
my counsel.
lay on
So you
hands.
leave that
Points where I lay on
simpering
hands and
fool, and he
teachers,
points to the
Yeah.
that idiot. But he will come, and he is.
I'm gonna
he
take
does
my healing
command the
potion.
powers of darkness.
I'm going to take my own healing potion just because I need some points.
Yeah, I have a
is there,
potion.
how many
I've
is it?
doctored myself up to 29 out of 31.
Nice.
Is it 1 to 8 for
Yeah.
a healing potion?
I think it's 2D, but whatever one it is.
Ooh,
I'm 3. Okay.
bum bum bum.
All right. Is there anything else you want to do to prep before you head in through the portal or the mirror?
Unless we want to take a short rest.
That's
No, let's just go for it.
Do it.
All right.
Let's do it.
Bring light sources if you need them. It's dark in there, but
think I have.
your light will.
Actually,
It won't mess up
by
the
the way,
ritual.
as an action, I can share my 300-foot dark vision with up to 4 willing creatures.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
yes,
there you go.
please.
Lasting for 1 hour.
Okay.
Yes, please.
That's good.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, Eyes of Night.
All right.
Eyes of night. That's a good.
Love it.
Plunge through the mirror. Absolute darkness. As you come through, you find yourself suddenly it's freezing cold. Like you just like walked into it.
Negativeness.
All the hair on my arms.
You are standing
Nix loves this.
in a large circular chamber, the
Like home.
domed roof above you. There are 6 crudely carved obsidian pillars, all
evenly arranged, are on a pool of black liquid. And you stand in the liquid, the portal of darkness, stand there and incant the words. And he turns and points to, there's a archway, and you can see beyond the archway, it's the interior of the palace you've just been in, as if it's been built just adjacent to it. This is where Segan and his minions will come from. Once you start the ritual, he will sense it, and I'm sure he will come. We must protect him. Or her.
That's okay. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
I will stand in the doorway, drink my potion of invisibility, and be ready to take on the minions.
How high is the ceiling?
Ceiling is about 30 feet high here.
You guys, should I cast protection from evil? 10 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing
10 foot radius.
on brush.
Here, let's see.
I think it's always a single target.
Just for me, sorry. Whoops,
Oh.
wrong level. I'm not that badass yet.
Ooh, no takebacks.
I think
You can do it
you
if
can
you're-
cast it on a single person.
Oh.
If you touch someone.
Yeah, I can't touch somebody, but I'm probably the chunky fighter, so probably chunk. All right, never mind. Go on about your business.
And I start.
Just kidding.
I start realizing that I am literally the worm on the hook, and so I start walking on the thing, and I'm just repeating to myself, "Although I be wee, I may be fierce. Although I be wee, I may be fierce. Although I be wee, I may be fierce." And then I stand in the middle.
As you walk out into the water, you see as you have a sense of almost like a vertigo. As you look down, it looks like an infinite pit.
Sure.
But it only goes down about to your knees, the
Okay.
water. But you can't, it's pitch black. You can't see what you're standing on.
Okay.
Each step, but as you take each step one after another, you make your way to the middle. And you feel stone beneath you, but you can't see it. It's just pure black. And it's like a really viscous liquid. Like as you step through it, no ripples.
Would I know what this is?
You can give me an intelligence kind of check.
Okay. This is choking on these new dice. That's a 15.
You suspect this is some sort of portal, maybe to the negative energy plane.
Is it affecting me emotionally?
No, it's inert right now.
Because I
it
hate
looks like
negative energy.
I know.
Just don't.
We know. Yeah.
I just hate.
All right, so protection from evil, invisible, guarding the doorway.
I'm going to
Standing
transform
there,
one more
invisible.
time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand in the middle of the doorway.
It
this
lasts
slow
for
me
a
down?
minute, so I'm going to be the little girl once more.
Got it. And our
Vigilant blessing.
Okay, got it.
This one's
How
on
far are the pillars from
me?
They're about 20 feet.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they go all the way up to the ceiling?
No, they're about 10 feet tall. It's only about 30.
And then we're going to make a perimeter or circumference.
I'll just stand in the doorway, right in the middle of it.
I do want to. I want to. I want to make a bit of a circumference circle around brush. So I'll pick a point where it seems like opposite from other people.
Got it. All right, so you begin the ritual.
I do.
All right, so you begin chanting the words of the ritual, and you can feel now. You get the sense. Looking down, you get the sense that you're standing in midair over an infinitely deep pit. As you start chanting the words, you feel the malevolence radiating up from it through you. You feel the sense that, like everyone else, you just hear the words you're watching, but you see them. The pillars are looking at you. They're watching you. They hate you.
You're doing great,
They
Brush.
thirst for your soul. They are outraged. And as soon as the chanting begins, you hear a door open down the hall, and out comes into view the man in the black robes, holding a wine goblet, and he walks over and looks at all of you. Interesting. So you're trying the ritual, I see.
Hold person.
Okay.
And he's played by Truman Capote, clearly.
All right.
So you
He gets a 16 on his save, 12 to die.
Well, I have an 18 wisdom.
So that would be, your DC would be 14 at third level. So it's enough for him to throw it off.
I tried.
What do you want to do over here in the doorway? So you're invisible.
Is he within striking range?
You have to move out into the hallway to get him.
Okay, as long as the hallway's big enough for a greatsword to wield, then
it
I'm
is.
good.
Go
Okay.
for it.
I will. I just want to warn him. Get back!
No, are you attacking him, or you? Oh yeah. So he sees you coming. He's like, oh, yes. Actually, as you come charging out, he's like,
This is just, and you see from the doorway, he kind of gestures, and a zombie comes, yes, master, right in your way, and stumbles into you, hack into it, it drops to the ground.
As he's doing this, I'm gonna run by invisible. If I grab the wine glass out of his hand and just like run away, like really fast, that's not an attack, right?
No.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna run past, snatch the wine glass right out of his hand, like out of nowhere.
My wine. That was expensive stuff. It's my brother's own primers.
And he'll hear it crash against the wall.
Petulance.
And like break into a bunch of pieces.
He points, and you can see slowly shuffling his back into his head. He looks about. Well, and what are you doing while this is going on?
Well, this is going on. I really, I think I'm gonna
Try not to.
kill him.
Okay.
Just real quick.
Good idea.
Real quick.
Just real quick. So 120 feet, could I get him with Eldritch Blast?
Yeah, he's over there,
he's all right. Okay, then so I'm a little cute baby girl again, and I do the Care Bear stare for my nose, and we're gonna do some Eldritch Blasty Blast.
Right. His AC is 14.
Well, then it's gonna hit because I got a 22.
All right.
This is a 1d10 plus 2 force damage. We're gonna go to 10. So 12 force damage right to his face, right from my nose.
All right, yeah, it blasts right, and he is not. It just glances right into him, and he staggers back, and that would be really effective if the Midnight Dancers weren't about to emerge and slaughter your prey. And you can see that hatefulness starts to coalesce, and at the end of the round, 6 figures with long limbs that end in points emerge from the pillars and begin closing in on you.
On me?
But that's all I can do this round. We'll go back to the next round. Did you?
Well, now I'm changing my mind on what I'm going to do. And I am going to. How far away are they from the edge of the hallway?
They are about 30 feet from the edge of the hallway.
Perfect, because I move at 40 feet. So I am going to go into the Can I stand on this water and not interrupt that?
Looks like you can, yeah.
Okay, so I will go and stand on the center of the water, and as a bonus action, I am going to summon my arms of astral self.
Cool.
And so I spend my key point, whatever, I'll mark it right here. And each creature I can see within 10 feet of me, so they're all right there in those pillars,
They're all right there.
must now make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay. And what is my DC?
13.
I get a 1 success, 1 fail. So here, there's 6 of them, so I'll do just success and fail. Go 1, fail. Fail.
Oh, very nice.
Fail.
Woo!
Only 1 more. Yours just and a fail. All right.
Yay, don't get too excited, folks. They each take 5 force damage.
Okay.
But it's 5.
It's
you
a
never
beginning.
know.
It's a beginning.
Yeah, it's the start of something.
First blood, as we like to say.
Now I have a question. That's not really an attack.
It is. It is causing damage. Here's what I'll say. Go ahead and give me a stealth check to see if you can stay.
Oh boy!
If they spot you.
Actually, that's not so bad for me. Except that I'm a terrible die roller, and even with my +4, that is an 11.
So they do seem to have spotted you. Like you use your magic. It does make you like step out of basically it's like fey
So my
magic.
invisibility. Yeah.
So yeah, they do turn. And it seems like because they're otherworldly nature.
All right, I guess. And then you can tell me when I can actually take my turn, because that's not it. That was my bonus action.
All right, no, go ahead and take your turn. Yeah.
Great. And so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend another key point, and I am going to flurry of blows and with my spectral arms.
Got it.
Nice.
So I can only catch. Well, let's start on number 1. That's already damaged.
Yep.
One of them, and that. My terrible dice rolling. A 13.
13 will miss.
Okay, then. But I will take my second of the 3. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Shame.
Shame.
14?
14 will just hit.
Oh, yes. Okay, good.
Oh my God, that was a terrible waste of flurry of blows. And, I'm so sorry. And it will take 5 points of force damage. That was supposed to be so much better,
You
everybody.
see it starting to fade a little bit. As the first of them closes in to try to attack you, it's going to get 2 attacks.
Wait, Mike, I want to interrupt just because I haven't really. Could you make this is R.E. Siga? Could you make him make a wisdom saving throw because I forgot if I hit.
He fails.
Then he's frightened of me.
He shrieks in terror and turns to run away.
Oh, yay!
That's
Okay,
helpful.
cool. That was worth it then. Sweet.
So if I'm doing the ritual, am I done doing the ritual?
Oh no, it's going to take 3 rounds.
So we need to protect you for 3 rounds.
Yeah. I'm about to be attacked right now.
2 attacks. Does a 14 and a 25?
The one does not. The other one does.
All right. The as the thing closes in, it rears back to try to skewer you, and as it's about to, you hear Thrak howl, and he leaps down from where he was hiding on top of the thing, and as a good bodyguard who's now protecting you, takes the hit from the team.
Oh, Thrak! I almost killed.
All right.
Yeah, we like that.
So now you can see that basically Thrak, now that he's on your side,
Yeah.
is essentially using his mad bodyguard skills to protect the person doing the ritual. So basically, any attacks against him will damage Thrak first. Now, Thrak did take a hit, and he grunts, and he's hurt, but he is not. He is still up.
The ritual.
I think I know. I can help.
Continue.
The ritual
Do you want to take
continues.
turns?
I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on these things to give advantage to everyone.
All right. Whoosh. They light up. You now
The dancers?
everyone has advantage on the dancers.
Oh, they're the
And,
dancers.
over here.
They're just
a moment ago?
I love it.
You could be like in their attack because you moved out to attack.
Tiny dancer.
Yes.
I'll move back and I'll get as close to him as I can. If I can get right next to him, I will.
Sure. Yeah, you can go.
And then I'll go ahead and I guess roll with advantage against one of these things.
Got advantage against these guys.
All right, 17 and 17. Of course, that's what I would roll good on both of them that time. I've been really trapped the entire game. All right, are they large or is regular size?
They're regular size.
8 plus 5 is 13.
All right, you slash into one of them, and you notice as you hit it, the pillar that it emerged from seems to shudder. Cracks appear on it.
Yes.
So another one's going to go. It's going to try to attack you, but it's going to instead hit Thrak. So I'll just go to see
wait a
if
second.
Thrak is still up.
Pillar. Maybe I should
okay,
be
he's going to hit
hitting the
Thrak
pillars.
once for 11 points of damage. Thrak is like, he's been hit. Like, these things hit really hard. He looks like he might be at about half hit points after 2 hits.
Oh no.
All right.
Am I close to Thrak or is he more than 5 feet away from me?
He's pretty close because you moved up close to your,
Okay.
your right friend. So yeah.
Then I'll go ahead and use interception
Okay, got it.
and block 3 points from him.
Okay. All right.
There, I did it.
So we had over to here.
Yes, I'm going to approach the dancers who they're kind of encroaching on our ritual casters' space. So I'm going to cast mirror image on myself, and I'm now not a shining twin, but I'm a shining triplet. And here we come. That's going to be my action, but I'm staring at them real creepy like and moving forward in my Peter Pan frock.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you got them distracted.
Full
Someone starts
shining
turning
on
to
them.
attack
Full
you.
shining, yes, exactly.
So the I still have 2 more that are going to attack. You're incanting the ritualist, so just keep doing that.
That's all I can do.
All right. So I'm going to make the next 2 attacks then against the mirror images.
Yay! We'll see.
The let's see. Is your AC 16?
It is not.
All right.
No.
So one of them leaps in and cuts down one of the mirror images.
Oh, okay.
And then the last one to go this round is also going to try to attack the mirror images.
Okay.
And it'll get 1 hit. So you basically canceled out 2 actions worth of these guys.
Okay.
Paying attention to the.
And can I make it? Oh, he's just going to auto hit one of the images and not me.
Oh, that's right. Did you have to roll to see if?
I'll see. Yeah. I'm okay with 2 duplicates. I have 1 duplicate. Wait, how many do I get? 3. I have 4. Actually, I'm a quadruplet. Sorry.
Okay.
So if you hit 1, let's just say you hit 1. So now I have 3 duplicates left. I've got to roll a 6 or higher. I rolled a 3. He hits me.
He hits you. So you are going to take 12 damage.
Oof.
No. But I did have some temp. I had some temp hit points.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not
Okay, good.
the worst.
All right.
Okay.
So we come down to the 3rd round. You got Thrak still protecting your ratkin friend. Who wants to go first to the top of the round?
I don't mind that.
Keep me safe. Keep me safe. Keep me safe.
All right, so 15.
15 will hit. So
All right.
What round?
All right, and I'm going to try it again.
That spell sounds so
Get
familiar
excited.
to me.
All right,
That
10
spell sounds
points.
so familiar.
All right, it staggers back. It is badly hurt.
Let's hope we don't go into my
One of them
situations.
will go. I'm going to say it's going to. The next one will go after Thrak. Let's see, he's 1 to 2. That will miss both. So the Midnight Dancer comes in, tries to Thrak intercepts, and it just he like jukes it and sends it flying. It just hacking it air. This is completely 1 to 2 on the die.
Thrak.
Monk.
Okay, I will spend my final key point and attack one of these things. And here we go.
You're at advantage.
Oh yeah, fairy fire.
Because of the fairy fire.
That is correct. Let's see if I do better. No, I did not, but that's okay. 16.
That will hit.
Wonderful. So for my first hit, it will take, oh my god, 4 force damage.
It is still up.
I will hit it again.
Oh.
Natural 20.
All right.
Yes!
Boom, boom,
Okay, so
boom.
how do you do these? You want me to double or?
Yeah, you
Roll
just
again.
roll the dice twice.
Oh my god, I'm rolling ones all over the place. So 5 points of.
It's still enough to
force
destroy
damage.
one of them, and as
Perfect.
you strike it, the pillar at Emerging shudders and cracks and falls to the
And
ground.
these aren't my arms. I'm just like
I just
flitting
don't know whether I'm
about, by the way,
closer to a
just kind of
pillar or
hovering
not.
in the air as these astral arms are doing all the work. And I'm just like,
that's amazing.
da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. I have one more.
Okay, go for
So
it. Yep,
whatever
still 5
other
is
one
guys.
is closest.
There's still 5 up, so.
Ooh, that will hit at a 23.
That's the luck we need.
Wonderful. Oh, and a little bit better, 5 points of force damage.
All right, it staggers back as your magic blasts into it. They continue to close in, so I'm going to have one of them attack, go after you with your mirror images.
Okay, I'm down to. I had 3, and now he
three.
hit me.
Wait, don't I get an
so I now
action?
have 2.
No, we were skipping. She went, now I go, then the.
By the way, I do shoot up 40 feet in the air, of course.
Sounds good.
I don't.
Okay.
I am going to
you
hit
hit?
you once, so check to see if I got an
Okay.
image or you.
I know it comes at me.
Oh,
Shoot, I got
no.
it too. So it comes to me, but I still have my mirror images, which actually might save me later.
That is going to be 9 points of damage.
Oh, dang, 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 dang.
All right, back over here. Do I Clark want to go next?
Okay, I'm at 16.
Am
I'm
I
at
close to
25.
any of those pillars?
Yeah, you could easily move up next to one. Like,
Could I like smash?
Go for it. So go ahead. If you smash plate, you don't need to hit. Roll your attack. You're just going to hit it and go ahead and roll damage for a critical hit on one of these things.
Okay, so that would be. I don't know what the critical hit will that.
You
double it?
roll double the dice. So if it's 1d8, it's 2d8 plus your bonus.
So for me, that would be, and I've got 2 attacks. It would be my mace plus 1, which is 1d6 plus 5.
So 2d6?
Yep, 2d6 plus 5.
2d6 plus 5. Okay. So this is the first attack is.
Oh my gosh.
Plus 5 is 15.
He is very bad. Yep. So as you smash into it, you see the pillar shudders, and one of them starts to wink. It's still there, but it's starting to fade. So go ahead and roll your damage again for your second attack.
Second attack.
This will be straight
Come on.
2d6.
There you go.
8 plus 5.
It winks out as you smash it apart.
Wow.
So you see they start to move frantically. One of them dives at you. Again, Thrak interposes himself between you and the attacking creature, and it's going to hit him once. My dice, and it's going to be 14. Thrak is looking like he's had better days, but he's still up.
Is he attacking them though? Or is he just defending?
He's just defending, basically using his action.
So he's basically using his action.
So we've got Warlock, or let's see, you already went this turn, so yeah, so over
Okay,
here.
and so we have learned that attacking either the dancer or the pillar will do.
The pillar automatically hits it as a critical hit.
Yeah.
Automatic critical hit.
seems like-
That's what we
Seems like it's a
learned.
lot better.
Okay, then it's gonna look like now it's gonna look like 3 of us all turn towards one pillar. Is there one that's a little crackled or? I'm gonna do a brandy newy one.
Okay, go for it.
Like a real clean slate. All right. No advantage though, right?
You hit it automatically.
You hit it automatically. Did you
Oh, I just automatically.
You just do you do multiple
Gosh,
damage.
okay, great. All right, Eldritch blasting then, and that'll be 2d10. So it looks like all 3 of us are pointing our noses at the pillars, but it's really just me. Okay. So that's 9. 9 plus 2 is 11. 11 Eldritch Force damage.
All right. It shudders. It looks like it's about halfway down.
Okay.
As you blast into it. There are still, let's see, so I've got 1, 2, 3. So there's one more of these things that has to, oh no, wait, because you've killed those guys. There's still 2 more that have to go. So one of them is going to rush in. Yeah, I'll roll this up here. So basically, Thrax's armor class is 14, so he's basically using his armor class to protect you. And he has 21 hit points left. So
More than me.
I'm only going to hit him once. So, and this is going to be 2d6 plus 4.
Oh, don't.
That's
That's going to be 12.
I will go ahead and try to intercept again, and I'll knock down 8 points.
Okay, so that's just a bear. So I don't know if it, so it's unless I roll something crazy like double crits. It looks like you're going to complete the ritual. We'll see. No, I will hit Thrak twice, probably dropping him. 4, 8. No, unless maybe no. I roll horrible. So the thing dives into Thrak. You intercept the blow. He still gets stabbed twice more, but he's standing between him and the dancer and you as you complete the ritual. And suddenly the entire place shudders. All the pillars rock and explode.
Yay!
Rock, and the water beneath you turns from black to just regular water. And the entire place shudders, and suddenly it's like the sunlight's beaming in through. You see these holes. This place looks ancient and run down and falling apart. And then you hear a shriek somewhere
we're taking Sega back.
from the palace. Now to stay away from me! And you hear some laughter, a goblin cackling.
I'm racing down. I want to take this guy back and put him to the flame.
As you race on the corner, you see that some of the bandits, that Diker, that Siga looks like he ran into them and came to his end at their hands. And they sort of look up and, hey, he was really evil. And we killed him. So it's on the humans. So maybe we just call it good from here, and we're gonna leave.
I'm just gonna attack him. I'm not gonna talk to him.
All right, you can hack down to the bandits. And Thrak, he's badly injured, but thank you, my friends.
Free?
You have freed me from this horrid place and doused this terrible evil that Tyson Thane sought to tame. And frankly, killed 3 terrible people. I mean, that family had issues. I'm just glad they never had kids themselves.
Could we at least get his
hoping
wand?
for some redemption.
Oh yeah, there's like his treasure
What
in here.
happened to this palatial estate?
Oh, looks like it has 5 new owners.
Whoa! That's what I'm talking about.
As long as there's a sanctuary,
Oh.
Hey, I'm a paladin. I'm a lawful good paladin. Totally.
So well done. You have rid the world of this menace.
Now I get a nice hot meal.
Exactly. Now you can.
Okay.
Yes. And dry
And that
our
was
socks
really
properly.
good. Just everybody kind of maximizing and figuring things out. It was really just.
Oh, we also got a pet stone golem.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I don't know.
Wonderful listen to us.
I do.
Just keep
Probably
bringing
not.
people to the corpse.
Yeah.
Bring them to keep
Check
the
it
corpse
out.
around, we can
And
go
on your
wherever it
right,
needs to
a
go.
dead guy.
We could actually set
Weekend
this
at
up because we
Bernie's.
could move the corpse wherever we want and then just have it lead people.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's, right?
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah.
Get us access in anywhere we want to go.
And we do go back to the town and tell them.
There's
We
a
have so
festival in your
much
honor.
money.
Yeah,
I
you're
thought
all
we were
filthy
going to get to
rich.
spend all this money.
We don't need to.
We don't need to. We now own a house.
Oh, isn't that always how it happens?
Yes.
When it rains, it pours.
But then maintenance and taxes.
Exactly.
That's true.
You'll be gone in a minute.
We're the tax collectors.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
We don't need to argue
wonderful time.
logistics of owning property.
So since it's a finale game, we're getting ready to hand it off, I think, to the Germans here in just a little bit. But,
Oh, how cool.
Which will be neat because we're going to go around the clock for GaryCon. Yeah, GaryCon's
That's
close.
Oh, will you go to Australia
Germans,
after
go!
the
I
Germans?
think we do Australia and Germany and then Australia, I think. If I remember correctly, I admit there's a lot of stuff going on. I was mostly focused on Satine Phoenix and Jameson Stone's wedding.
Yes.
Sure. So
As well
a
you
little
should.
bit blurry, ran together a little bit. But yeah, we've got some great content coming up, obviously, so you can stay up all night and keep on watching fun adventures. Let's go around the table and talk to the people who are playing and see what they got coming up, what they're doing.
Hey, I'm David Baxter from Legion M. We are working on Stefan Picorni's
That'd be a good thing.
Travel show called Destination Fantastic. And so check us out. And if you want to check out my cosplay, go to LTL Cosplay on Instagram, which stands for Larger Than Life Cosplay. You can also go on Facebook, but Instagram's cooler, so go there.
I'm Amy Vorpal, and you can find me at Vorpal Sword on Instagram and Twitter. The main thing I want to direct you to, all of you fun D&D people, is I just have an album out that's called Behold Her Dreams, which is a pun. If you know, you know. And there's a music video. If you don't want to listen to all the songs, just listen to one, and it's called IDM, and it's a pop power anthem a la early 2000s about empowerment, moving from insecure to very, very secure as a dungeon master.
Love it.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Hi, I'm Melissa Teague. I'm senior producer of role-playing games at Renegade Game Studios, and we have a lot coming out. We just released last month the Power Rangers RPG, and just hitting stores this week is the G.I. Joe RPG.
Which I believe you wrote.
I helped write the system and the book, yes, with a foreword by our one and only Luke Gygax.
Wow!
Go Joe!
So that's coming out, and we also have a lot more in store, including a brand new book for Vampire the Masquerade, which is the second Inquisition book that's coming out in just a couple weeks to stores, and the new Hunter Hunter 5th edition core rule book that's coming out this summer. So check it out at Renegade Games.
Are you ever going to do something with your life?
Yeah,
work.
I get tired just.
I know.
I'm Todd Stashwick. You can find me at Todd Stashwick on Twitter or at T Stashwick on Instagram. You can see me on 12 Monkeys on Hulu, or if you like, if you grew up watching Kim Possible, you can see me in the live-action Kim Possible on Disney Plus. I have a video game that I co-wrote coming out in October called Forspoken. And RPG-wise, I have a store called The Nerd Circus where I sell nerdy goods, groovy, geeky stuff. One of those things being a fantasy RPG-inspired tiki cocktail book called Mystic Libations. So just go to thenerdcircus.com, and it's pretty. Satine did the
cool stuff.
Satine did the foreword for it. Over 100 playable, 100 recipes and a playable one-shot at the back, and short stories and amazing art within. So thenerdcircus.com.
Man, what cool people! But you're the coolest.
I'm Mike Merles, and this is a fantastic table. So thank you so much. This is the first time I've run this adventure many times. It's one of my favorites. It's the first time anyone has ever actually got Thrak to throw off the mental domination.
But I am going to try to use mental domination right now on all of you who are watching it, because I have a Kickstarter launching tomorrow at noon Central Time for the Horde of Shantufi, the first module that I'm kickstarting from my own setting, the world of Okrim, that I've been working on for a number of years. This is part 2 to the Aya Shantufi, written for 5e. Great adventure in the city. You're looking for the Oculus of Senrabah in the ancient city of Shantufi. Go to ks.gaxworks. That's what I'm publishing under, GAXXWORX.com. We've been running the ad, so just write it down in there, or look at it in the notes or whatever they got there. Go there, check it up. We launch tomorrow at noon. Please take a look at it, and if it looks cool, back me.
Woo!
All right. All right, that's my mental domination. All right. And of course, stay tuned for more great programming from GaryCon. Have a good night. We're out of here.
Yay!